The next day, the officials were astounded to discover that the usually ruthless regent bore two distinct marks on his face. Minister A remarked, "That must surely be the result of a cat scratch, haha." Minister B chimed in, "Oh, doesn't it resemble something inflicted by his wife Minister C, D," and he hastily covered his mouth, striking him and scolding him in fury. "It's been declared that it was a cat scratch. Must you continue your prattle? If you're not careful, your entire lineage will meet a grim fate." The cold wind howled through the courtyard, and the world lay shrouded in a blanket of white frost. On the bed, Su Luoluo furrowed her brow slightly. Who was it who was weeping incessantly in her ear with such profound sorrow? "Princess, your highness, in your next life, do not love someone like Prince Rue again. It is he who is cursed. Not you, boo, who if you leave, I shall not live on alone. I will drink this poisoned wine and follow you, ensuring you are never left solitary on the road to the underworld." His voice. Su Luo slowly opened her eyes, the glare of the snow causing her eyes to sting painfully, her mind suddenly clearing. Had she not died? At this moment, her maid, Fu Ling, was filled with despair, raising the remaining half-cup of poison to her lips without hesitation. Su Luo, in a daze, exerted all her strength to lunge at Fu Ling, desperately knocking the cup from her grasp. Crash! The cup shattered, and an acrid odor filled the air. Fu Ling, startled by the scene before her, turned pale, only to see her mistress, who was supposed to be dead, now opening her eyes, tears cascading from her beautiful orbs, as if she were on the verge of collapse once more. Fu Ling disregarded all decorum, rushing to embrace Su Luoluo, her voice trembling with sobs. Miss, you terrified me. I thought you were truly gone. Oh, how wonderful." She wept, gasping for breath, while Su Luo gradually regained her senses, holding Fu Ling tightly, a sharp pain piercing her heart. Memories flooded back. Indeed, she had died, and it had been a long time. Sometimes she would fall into a deep slumber, other times she would drift aimlessly, but most of the time she floated in a desolate mountain filled with graves. In the still of the night, the mountains echoed with heart-wrenching cries, overflowing with resentment. She recalled vividly. Her beloved husband, Prince Rui, had once vowed before their marriage to love only her for all eternity, promising that if he ever broke his oath, he would suffer unspeakable torment. Thus, she joyfully entered Prince Rui's residence, adorned with a generous dowry, bringing with her all the fruits of her labor for him. Yet, she never imagined that the wretched man would achieve his goals, utilizing her every effort, seizing her protective talisman, and then shamelessly kissing her sister, Su Yao, right before her eyes. All the memories were piercingly clear in her mind, and Su Luoluo's head throbbed with agony as fury erupted within her. This vile couple had long plotted to exploit her, to harm her kin, and to see her perish in this desolate courtyard. Fu Ling held the trembling Su Luoluo tightly, listening to the pain she had suppressed for far too long, shaking Su Luoluo urgently. "Your Highness, that wretched Su Yao has stolen your newborn son, claiming to Prince Rui that she bore him. Prince Rui has already taken her to the palace, seeking the emperor's favor to elevate her as a consort, while framing you with a stable boy bearing a bastard child. He wishes to divorce you and cast you to the wild graveyard for the beasts to devour. Your son, barely born, has fallen into their hands, and his fate is uncertain. What shall we do, Your Highness?" Listening to Fu Ling's lament, Su Luoluo felt her heart shatter. The poor child, so small, a tearing pain surged through her abdomen, the scent of blood growing stronger beneath her. Su Luoluo's eyes blazed with hatred as she glared out the window. So, her husband and sister had conspired to take her son and were now seeking the emperor's permission for their twisted reunion? A wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat, and Su Luoluo swallowed the blood with bitterness. Looking down at the small infant, frostbitten and purple, born of Su Yao, Su Luoluo's gaze turned frigid as she swiftly wrapped the child in a blanket, asking Fu Ling, "How long have they been gone?" "A quarter of an hour." They would reach the palace within an hour and a half at most. Despite the heavy snowfall, they rode in the finest carriage, so their journey would not be too slow. A sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, rendering Su Luoluo pale and weak. She raised her hand, gently pressing her abdomen. She was taken aback by what she felt. So it was true heaven had not forsaken her. If Prince Rui desired a divorce, he could have it. But if he wished to cast her aside, seize her child, and claim everything that belonged to her, he was merely dreaming. "Fu Ling, we must enter the palace." Upon hearing this, Fu Ling's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. The princess adored Prince Rue, acquiescing to his every whim, enduring any humiliation as long as he was pleased. Even if she had to keep a lonely vigil each night, she would remain silent. Even if they entered the palace, the princess might find herself kneeling before the emperor to advocate for Su Yao, that wretched woman, to be made a consort. Su Luoluo understood Fu Ling's doubts, but there was no time to explain. She thrust the child into Fu Ling's arms, pressed her hand against the growing pain in her abdomen, gritted her teeth, and used the bedpost to rise, staggering toward the door. Each step felt like a needle piercing her, but she had no time for hesitation. She had to seize the moment, or all would be lost. In her previous life, she and Fu Ling had perished in the chamber, only to be discovered days later, their bodies cast into the mass grave, becoming fodder for wild beasts. Draped in thin garments, standing in the biting wind, Su Luoluo gazed at the desolation of the courtyard, knowing that outside, lanterns and decorations adorned the streets in joyous celebration. For Su Yao had birthed a son for Prince Rue, and should all go well in the palace, he would be recognized as the legitimate heir. The prince's residence would be filled with double happiness, and they would undoubtedly hasten to celebrate. Thus, preparations were already underway in the manor, eagerly anticipating the triumphant return of the three masters. The contrast between the joy in the front courtyard and the desolation in the back struck Su Luoluo with a heavy sense of hatred. She turned to Fu Ling, urgency coloring her voice. They are all busy in the front courtyard. No one is tending to this place. Fu Ling, let's find a carriage and slip away through the side door quickly. Understood. Fu Ling hesitated no longer, cradling the infant in one arm, while steadying Su Luoluo with the other, swiftly exiting the courtyard. They moved cautiously, deterring to the stables to fetch a servant's carriage, hastily departing through the side door. The snow fell heavily, soon their tracks would be concealed, and no one would notice their departure. The carriage jolted as they traveled. Fu Ling wrapped the only blanket around both Su Luoluo and the child, then stepped out to grasp the reins, urging the horse forward against the biting wind. The weather was frigid, and the snow fell in thick sheets, making the roads treacherous. Su Luoluo's pain intensified. She lifted her skirt to reveal the growing stains of blood beneath, her eyes filled with anxiety. Your Highness, why do you concern yourself with this child? This child was born of Su Yao, a true bastard, with a broad face and coarse brows, clearly not of Prince Rui's bloodline. Su Luoluo did not respond. Her gaze remained icy upon the newborn in her arms. Su Yao, the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. To convince Prince Rue that Su Luoluo had birthed a bastard, Su Yao had shamelessly engaged with another man, simultaneously conceiving with Su Luoluo, then devised a scheme to swap their children, framing Su Luoluo in the process. Regardless is a life. Fu Ling, hurry. The wind whipped the curtains, howling like a blade that cut painfully. Fu Ling turned to see Su Luoluo, growing increasingly frail, her concern deepening. I fear the princess may not endure this. Her face, pale as if about to merge with the snow, could scarcely endure the jolting acceleration of the carriage. Do not hesitate, run as fast as you can, or we shall all perish. Su Luoluo's gaze was fiercely cold, her tone urgent. Upon hearing this, Fu Ling's expression changed dramatically. Biting her red lips and casting aside her doubts, she struck the horse with a whip. The horse neighed in protest and staggered forward through the snow, laboriously galloping ahead. The simple carriage, the bumpy path, the frigid weather, each element served as a harbinger of their impending doom. Su Luoluo clutched her abdomen with one hand while cradling the infant girl with the other, desperately striving to maintain her balance and avoid being thrown out. No matter how painful or challenging the ordeal, she gritted her teeth in silence, enduring it all. After an arduous chase, they finally reached the palace gates. The guard approached, and Su Luoluo hastily produced a talisman that had been tied around her neck. The guards bowed quickly and opened the palace doors. Tightly clutching the talisman, tears streamed down Su Luoluo's face. This was the emblem bestowed upon her by her grandfather, who had instructed her never to reveal it to anyone or give it away. Su Luoyi, her grandfather, was the grand tutor to the current emperor. When the emperor was still a prince, Su Luoyi taught him the principles of governance and horsemanship, and they shared a close bond. Tragically, he perished while saving the emperor from an assassination attempt during a hunt. Grateful for his loyalty, the emperor conferred the title of Duke of Jinyuan upon Su Luoyi, granting him the privileges of a first-rank official, and later arranged for Su Luoluo to wed Prince Rue. Within the palace walls, The passing courtiers stared in horror at the blood-soaked Su Luoluo and Fulling, momentarily forgetting to pay their respects. Just as they thought they might collapse from exhaustion, the words Yunshi Palace finally appeared before them. Raising her eyes, she beheld the Grand Hall. In the distance, she spotted Prince Rui and Su Yao. Su Yao, holding her son, appeared as a picture of familial bliss as they knelt together in the center of the hall. Prince Rui turned slightly, casting a gentle glance at Su Yao, whose pale face flushed with color. He took her hand and bowed deeply. "Father, I have cared for Luluo, yet she has betrayed me during my military training, consorting with another and bearing a bastard child. She has disgraced herself as a wife and as royalty. I implore you to strip Su Luoluo of her title as Princess Rui and decree her execution along with her illegitimate child. To avoid enmity with the Su family, I request that you elevate Yao to the position of Princess Rui." Upon finishing his words, Prince Rui lifted the tiny infant from Su Yao's arms, declaring firmly, "Yao and I share a deep bond, and she has blessed me with a son. I ask you to name him and designate him as the heir to the Rui residence." Listening to Prince Rui's words, Su Yao's pale face blossomed with color, her beautiful eyes gazing affectionately at him, tears of emotion brimming in her eyes. How warm, how piercing! At the moment when her body lay cold, such dramatic scenes unfolded within the palace. Later, Prince Rui elevated Su Yao to the lofty position of Princess Rui, yet shortly after her ascension, their newborn son was abandoned in the snow, where he succumbed to the bitter cold and fever after 2 days of suffering. Her mother, elder brother, second brother, third sister, wet nurse, and mute aunt altogether, 9 lives perished at the hands of Prince Rui and Su Yao. Even more abhorrent, Su Yao summoned waves of sorcerers to suppress their souls within their graves, ensuring they would never attain rebirth. Such malevolence. Yet, at this moment, kneeling in the center of the hall, Su Yao appeared fragile and obedient, her demeanor shy and joyous, trembling as she leaned into Prince Rui's embrace. Prince Rui, equally affectionate and pained, held her tightly. This scene filled Su Luoluo's eyes with crimson fury. Why? If heaven had granted her a second chance at life in this moment, then it was they who deserved eternal damnation, with no resting place. "Bring him here for me to see." The emperor's voice boomed, and Su Yao complied, rising with the assistance of her maids and Prince Rui, cautiously presenting the child before the emperor. Though the emperor was still furious, the sight of a newborn tempered his wrath. After all, this was all Su Luoluo's fault. He nodded, his expression cold. "Then it is permitted." Su Luoluo pays her respects to the emperor. A chilling voice suddenly pierced through the grand hall, causing the emperor's brows to furrow. He turned to the entrance to see a frail and trembling figure illuminated against the white snow so pitiful. Prince Rui and Su Yao stiffened, convinced they had misheard, and quickly turned to look. Shock flooded their eyes as a chill raced up from their feet. Su Luoluo had not died. She dared to bring that illegitimate child into the palace. Seeing the shameless expressions on Prince Rui and Su Yao's faces, murderous intent ignited within Su Luoluo's eyes. She lifted her pale face, clutching the infant girl tightly, and limped slowly into the palace, her long skirt trailing behind her, leaving a long trail of blood on the jade-paved floor. A sight to behold. Su Yao felt a chill run through her body, clutching her child tightly as her legs buckled with shock. How? How could this be possible? She was certain that Su Luoluo had consumed poison and was indeed dead. But how had she come back to life? And she had the audacity to bring that wretched child with her, truly believing she could contend with her? Su Luoluo, utterly weakened, felt her knees buckle. Yet, upon seeing the child in Su Yao's arms, she mustered the last of her strength and staggered toward them, only to collapse onto the cold ground with a thud. Unable to rise, she gritted her teeth and crawled forward on her knees until she reached the emperor's feet. Su Yao, in a panic, finally recognizing her sister, rushed towards Su Luo, her eyes filled with concern, her tone gentle. "Fourth sister, how is it you? How did the coachman do this to you? Do not misunderstand, Prince Rui, and I entered the palace not to report you, but merely to plead for your release from the Rui residence, to grant you your freedom." Slap! Upon witnessing her venomous expression, Su Luoluo felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she delivered a resounding slap across Su Yao's face. Surprise flickered in Su Yao's eyes as she fell weakly to the ground, tears pouring from her eyes. Prince Rui, witnessing this, surged forward, his eyes filled with fury as he tenderly helped Su Yao to her feet, glaring at Su Luluo. Wretched woman, you consorted with another and bore a bastard child, yet you dare to enter the palace. Even if you were to prostrate yourself before me, I would never forgive you. Bastard child? Su Luo's pale lips whispered those words as she gazed at Prince Rue, her eyes nearly bleeding with fury. The hypocritical scenes from the past resurfaced in her mind, mocking her. Trembling, she cradled the faintly breathing infant in her arms. Are you referring to this child? But this is Su Yao's offspring, not mine. Su Luo's gaze fixed coldly on Su Yao's embrace as she declared, I bore her child. Fourth sister. Su Yao, startled, cried out pitifully, tears streaming down her face as she instinctively clutched the child protectively. How can you accuse me so unjustly? I never intended to marry Prince Rue. I only wish to serve you and witness your happiness. Yet you have repeatedly claimed that the prince is heartless and cruel, that it would be better to consort with a coachman than to be with him. Now, having given birth to his child, I did this for you to maintain the dignity of both the Su family and the Rue residence. If only you would accept it, I could easily relinquish this son to you. You need not resort to such measures. Every word was meant to protect Su Luo, to safeguard the honor of both the Su family and the Rue residence. When the subject of the Su family's reputation arises, the emperor naturally thinks of the royal family's dignity. In such a scenario, Su Luo is doomed. The Prince Rue, upon hearing this, feels an intense pang for Su Yao and is nearly consumed by rage towards Su Luo. This Su Luo, he had intended to exploit her until she succumbed to illness within the estate. Little did he expect her audacity to betray him. How dare she betray him? Even though he harbored no love for Su Luo, this act of treachery ignited a fury within him that felt as if he might explode. In his recollection, Su Luo had always adored him, respected him, obedient and easily manipulable. Whether it was arranging troops, courting influential officials, or managing the interactions among the noble ladies, or securing substantial funds, Su Luo executed everything to perfection on his behalf. Indeed, he even entertained the delusion that those powerful officials were collaborating more with Su Luo than with him. He had grown accustomed to having such a docile companion by his side, but now this companion had suddenly run off to consort with another man, a direct affront to his pride. The emperor's gaze darkened as he observed the unfolding scene, and he turned to resume his seat upon the throne. The chief eunuch, Lord Yanhai, trembled with fear, realizing that this matter had escalated to the emperor's attention. But who among them could ascertain the truth? Your Majesty, Su Luo, dragging herself with bloodied hands, crawled before the emperor and bowed deeply. I swear by my grandfather's name that I can prove my innocence. Su Taifu, Su Taifu. The mere mention of these three words sent Su Yao into a frenzy of jealousy. That old man had cherished Su Luo above all during his lifetime, imparting not only his vast knowledge, but also secretly teaching her military strategies and the wisdom to govern a nation. Meanwhile, the illegitimate daughters like them had not even earned the privilege of an audience with the old man. Upon his death, the Su family status did not diminish, but rather gained more glory. What further fueled their envy was the fact that Su Madam was so fortunate, first with two sons, Su Yunting and Su Yunluo, becoming generals, followed by Su Yingxue and Su Luoluo dazzling the entire capital. Their legitimate lineage basked in splendor, while they, the illegitimate daughters, possessed nothing. As the Prince Rue listened to Su Luo's shameless defense, he kicked her back in fury. Su Luoluo, you are utterly tainted. You have brought shame upon the emperor. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Now get out. With that, the Prince Rue seized Su Luoluo as if she were a lifeless creature, intending to cast her out. Bang! The emperor's wrath erupted as he hurled a teacup forcefully onto the ground before the Prince Rue, who, startled, quickly knelt. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. In that instant, as the teacup shattered, Su Luoluo instinctively clutched the child in her arms, allowing the shards to pierce her knees without flinching. Observing her unwavering resolve, the emperor's expression softened slightly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. After a moment, Su Luoluo beheld a resplendent yellow dragon robe before her. The emperor personally assisted Su Luoluo to her feet, neither believing nor disbelieving her, but merely inquiring, "Can you truly prove your innocence?" "Yes," Su Luoluo affirmed, nodding. I implore your majesty to summon a trustworthy physician promptly. Su Yao, acutely aware of Su Luoluo's true capabilities, felt a wave of panic wash over her, her back drenched in cold sweat. She instinctively glanced at the Prince Rue, wishing for him to swiftly eliminate Su Luoluo, yet the Prince Rue could only kneel in silence. The Emperor required no further show of anger. A single glance could render everyone quaking in fear. Sister 4, Su Yao hastily knelt before Su Luoluo. Please do not make a scene. I am willing to relinquish my child, whom I carried for 10 months, to you. I shall not claim the title of Princess Rue. As she spoke, she tightened her grip around the child, weeping profusely, as if heartbroken over parting from her own offspring. Her tears streamed down like petals in a rainstorm, her delicate frame trembling, evoking pity in all who witnessed her plight. Looking down at the child whose face had turned purple from her grasp, Su Yao felt a surge of delight within her. Were it not for their presence in the palace, she would have relished torturing that little wretch piece by piece. The Prince Rue, witnessing the distress of his beloved, cast a gaze like daggers upon Su Luoluo, as though she were not his rightful wife, but rather a bitter enemy. Su Luoluo let out a cold laugh, adjusting the child she had protected and gently placing it before Su Yao, pointing at the feeble infant. Su Yao, you are far more sinister than I imagined, devoid of conscience. You can so easily discard your own flesh and blood, disregarding her very existence, all for the position of Princess Rue. You are indeed beneath contempt. I did not. Su Yao's face turned pale as she shook her head, screaming as if wronged and desperate for justice. This is my son, he is truly mine. Sister 4, why must you force me into such a corner? I love the prince sincerely, yet the emperor has bestowed marriage upon you. I genuinely wish you both well. You have shamed the royal family, and I am striving to atone for it. Cannot you see my heartache? Is that so? Su Luoluo's gaze sharpened as she advanced toward Su Yao. If your love is genuine, why did you not clarify matters with the emperor during the betrothal? Why did you seize my dowry, steal my precious jade, and take my son, jeopardizing my life, only to utter these words now? Are you blaming the emperor for misplacing his affections? Su Yao hastily looked towards the emperor, noting the growing displeasure etched upon his face. Her heart burned with a desire to rend Su Luoluo to pieces, yet she could only endure and continue her facade of fragility, devising a way to escape this predicament. If it were discovered that this child was not hers, she would surely be condemned to death, her plans utterly ruined. She could not comprehend how everything had been meticulously orchestrated, yet this wretched Su Luoluo had appeared in the palace. How had she gained entry without a token? Had she arrived just moments later, the emperor would have already granted her marriage, elevating her to grandeur and fulfilling her dreams. Yet, how had it suddenly devolved into this predicament? Heaven only knows. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with pride and joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Once the emperor conferred his blessing, she would be the rightful Princess Rue, no longer a lowly, illegitimate daughter of the Su family, but rather a lofty noblewoman, deserving of respect from all. This was a sensation she had longed for in her dreams. At the entrance of the hall, eunuch Yunhei's second disciple, young Master Xingzi, appeared quietly, nodding at eunuch Yunhei. Understanding the signal, eunuch Yunhei turned to bow before the emperor, cautiously speaking in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty." Chapter 3 Your Majesty. Dr. Chun has arrived. This proclamation pierced Su Yao's heart like an arrow. Kneeling with her back turned to the palace entrance, she trembled slightly. The physician's footsteps echoed with an urgency that surpassed those of ordinary folk, and in an instant, he stood behind her. Panic-stricken, Su Yao bit her lip, desperately urging herself to remain composed. Su Luoluo was cunning and possessed great wisdom, but what did it matter? Time and again, she had been outmaneuvered, each encounter culminating in her defeat, and this time would be no different. Raising her tear-filled eyes to the Rue Wang, she found him seething with rage as he reprimanded. "Su Luoluo, do you take me for a fool? You dare to claim your innocence? Yao simply loves me and bore my legitimate child. How could you wish to harm her?" Rue Wang and Su Yao were practically inseparable, even sharing moments of bathing and dressing. Despite her growing belly, Su Yao continued to attend to him with fervor, her devotion intensifying with each passing day. This child was one he had witnessed being conceived and brought into the world by Su Yao. Observing the Rue Wang's unwavering support for Su Yao, Su Luoluo felt a surge of derision and, instead of sorrow, turned to Dr. Chun, choking back her pain. Dr. Chun, please. I have another child inside me. This declaration left everyone in the hall astounded. Su Yao nearly burst into laughter, reveling in the absurdity of Su Luolua's desperate attempt to fabricate a lie. How could she possibly conjure another child? With feigned tears, Su Yao stepped forward, urging, Sister, how can you use such a matter to deceive us? Giving birth is not as simple as you suggest. In truth, she had manipulated events to ensure that Su Luoluo would give birth on the same day, administering a concoction to induce labor and then forcing her into a frigid environment while applying pressure to her abdomen, determined to expel the child from her body. Listening to Su Luo's agonizing screams and witnessing the relentless flow of blood, Su Yao felt elation, continuing her efforts until Su Luo's breathing ceased. Yet she had not seen a second child emerge. How could it be that there was another one now? The emperor's gaze was penetrating like an abyss. Before he turned to Dr. Chun. Go! Dr. Chun, disregarding protocol, seized Su Luo's pulse, his brow furrowing deeply before his expression shifted to one of alarm. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We must use the side chamber. Everyone felt a chill as seriousness enveloped the room. Soon, Eunuch Yunhai and Eunuch Shaosheng began preparations, and palace maids rushed to assist Su Luoluo into the side chamber. Physicians moved in and out incessantly, while Dr. Chun issued urgent commands. The atmosphere was charged with anxiety as blood soaked Su Luo's long gown, and the experienced midwives gasped at the sight of her numerous injuries. As they assisted her, they relayed her condition to Dr. Chun. From behind the screen, he opened his medical kit, hastily preparing. Qin, what is the situation? The emperor, aware of the gravity of the matter, paced back and forth, frowning. Dr. Chun bowed towards the entrance, urgency in his voice. Your Majesty, the Rue Wang Fei is covered in wounds, suggesting she has endured severe mistreatment. After such a prolonged period and so much blood loss, I fear, even if she delivers, the child may be stillborn. The revelation sent shockwaves through Su Yao, rendering her speechless. After such a long time, could it truly be that another child existed within? Yet, even if born, it would be lifeless, leaving no evidence to support Su Luolua's claims of innocence. What if the child bore an identical birthmark? A surge of panic gripped Su Yao, and she reached to unravel the child's swaddling, a blade appearing in her hand, intent on incapacitating the infant and removing any identifying marks. But then Su Luo's anguished cries echoed from the side chamber. Eunuch Yunhai, ensure they do not harm the child. Eunuch Yunhai glanced at the emperor, who nodded, and with a wave, the child was taken from Su Yao's grasp. Overwhelmed, she felt a cold sweat drip down her forehead, darkness closing in as she slumped against Rue Wang. Father, Yao has just given birth and is in a weakened state. Allow Dr. Chun to examine her first. At this, even the emperor's countenance darkened with ire. Dr. Chun had forewarned him, and Rue Wang's devotion to Su Luoluo appeared less than commendable. Regardless of whether Su Luoluo bore Rue Wang's child or that of an illicit lover, it was still a life at stake. Even if punishment were to follow, it must be after the delivery and due process. Yet, Rue Wang's recent cold words could extinguish Su Luoluo's will to survive, jeopardizing both her and the child's life. No. Su Yao, sensing the emperor's displeasure, grasped Rue Wang's robe, pleading earnestly for her sister's rescue. Even if that child belongs to another, let her safely deliver first before we speak of judgment. The chamber was a flurry of activity, medical instruments hastily prepared for the side chamber. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Su Luoluo, drenched in sweat from agony, gripped the hand of her maid, Fu Ling, her piercing screams resonating throughout the grand hall, causing hearts to tremble with dread. Dr. Chun had declared the child stillborn, yet Su Luoluo faced the harrowing pain of childbirth, determined to bring the child into the world regardless of cost. Dr. Chun, Su Luoluo's hair clung to her forehead, her energy waning. As she steadied her breath, she looked toward the screen, choking back her words. Do as I instruct. First give me the medicine, and after I deliver the child, provide me the silver needles. I will take responsibility for all that follows. Dr. Chun, trembling with the weight of her determination and understanding the magnitude of motherhood, felt the gravity of the situation. Yet, how could he save a stillborn? Dr. Chun, trust me, I can ensure your wife does not face complications in labor. He turned sharply, startled by her knowledge of his wife's condition. Her pregnancy was precarious, and he was already frantic over the position of the fetus. Without hesitation, he complied with Su Luo's orders, swiftly retrieving a pill for Fu Ling to administer. Su Luo recognized her peril. One misstep could lead to her demise. Blood flowed beneath her, and the child showed no signs of emerging. Yet she had no path of retreat. Having fought for her life, she could not succumb now, nor could she allow her child to perish unavenged. She had to survive. She must survive. The vengeance must be fulfilled. The harrowing cries of agony reverberated throughout the Yunshi palace, tightening every nerve. The emperor had never witnessed a palace birth, and the haunting wails of the laboring woman filled him with trepidation. He had not anticipated the dangers of childbirth, and with a stern expression, he paced the hall. Su Yao trembled, and believing her fear stemmed from the chaos, Rui Wang held her tightly. Unbeknownst to him, she strained to listen, her heart racing with dread, until the words, "She has given birth," plunged her into darkness. "Father, Yao has fainted. Su Luo has delivered his stillborn. Please allow Dr. Chun to attend to Yao. She has just given birth to my child." Hearing Rui Wang's incessant calls to Yao, Su Luo felt an overwhelming urge to tear them apart. Struggling to maintain composure, she turned to Dr. Chun. "Dr. Chun, please check on her pulse. The rest is in my hands." Dr. Chun watched as buckets of blood were carried away, letting out a resigned sigh before nodding and departing with his medical kit. With tears in her eyes, Fu Ling placed the nearly breathless child beside Su Luo. Su Luo gazed at the little face, tears streaming down her cheeks, disregarding her own pain as she leaned down to retrieve the silver needles. Chapter 4. Are you afraid? One by one, the needles pierced the child's fragile body. Yet there was still no response. Fu Ling, witnessing the tragic scene of mother and child, collapsed to her knees by the window, repeatedly knocking her head in desperation. She prayed to the heavens for the safety of the princess and her daughter, willing to sacrifice her own life if only they could survive. After a long while, Su Luo delicately checked her daughter's breath, and, seeing Fu Ling's bloodied forehead, spoke softly with a heart full of anguish. "Good Fu Ling, do not plead with the heavens. Plead for yourself." After administering 13 needles, each one a desperate attempt to save the child, a faint breath finally emerged. Su Luo felt a sharp pain in her heart. She sighed deeply and gently kissed her daughter's forehead. Then, she opened the child's mouth and cleared her throat of any obstruction. Next, she turned her daughter onto her side, tenderly wiping the corners of her mouth. Observing that the little one had survived, but had yet to cry, tears flowed freely from Su Luo's eyes. Without hesitation, she pinched her daughter's small foot and struck it firmly on the sole. Fu Ling, heartbroken, rushed forward to stop her. Gentle, my lady. I cannot bear this pain any longer." "Neither can I." Su Luo, though in great pain, turned to smile at Fu Ling, her tears falling freely. If there had been any better way, she would never have touched her daughter in such a manner. In the grand hall, Imperial Physician Chun took Su Yao's pulse while reporting the commotion to the emperor. "Your Majesty, it's a girl." A nurse hurriedly emerged, holding the revived child, and knelt before the emperor. He leaned forward slightly, observing, "This one is also a girl. So, Su Luo has given birth to a pair of twins." "Father." The Duke of Rui stepped forward, bowing. "Su Luo defies the norms of womanhood, plotting against us. Now she has birthed another child. Once we compare them, the truth will be evident. I implore you, Father, to execute Su Luo after the facts are established. If she truly did such a thing, I shall see to her execution." Feigning unconsciousness to devise a plan for her own escape, Su Yao listened to the Duke's words, her body tense and weak. If that were the case, the faces of the two illegitimate children would surely differ. However, one being male and the other female would also result in dissimilarities. She thought, either find a way to mar one child's face or leave this place quickly. Slowly regaining consciousness, Su Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she reached out for the Duke. My lord the Duke hurriedly embraced her, his eyes filled with concern. "You have suffered, Yao. My lord, the more this matter is investigated, the more my sister will be shamed. Let us return. I do not desire a title. Let us take my sister home and live in peace." Once they returned, she could plot Su Luo's demise as she wished, but here she was terrified, overwhelmingly so. She should not have rushed into the palace seeking a title. "Su Yao, are you afraid?" The side hall door swung open. Su Luo, pale and disheveled, leaned against the door frame, her breath unstable, nearly unable to stand. Fulling stepped forward to support her. After a moment, Su Luoluo took faltering steps out. The Duke of Rue lifted his cold gaze, and upon seeing Su Luoluo, unadorned yet ethereal in her pallor, he was taken aback. She appeared transformed, no longer the frail figure who gazed at him adoringly, but one whose eyes now brimmed with lethal intent. At the palace entrance, the physicians entered in sequence, standing behind Imperial Physician Chun, all bowing to the Emperor and the Duke of Rue. Soon after, officials from the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, the superintendents, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs entered in accordance with protocol. The sound of wheels crossing the threshold echoed within the hall, causing Su Luoluo to turn abruptly. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she beheld the beautiful figure in a wheelchair, her dearest sister, Shi Wanyue. On the way, she had asked Fulling to pause the carriage, giving her only valuable silver hairpin to a child playing in the snow, instructing him to find Shi Wanyue and call her. Su Luoluo had little hope. After all, would the child seek her out? Would he even find her? Shi Wanyue was paralyzed, enduring a difficult existence in the Shi residence, and the chances of successfully delivering her message were slim. Yet, to her astonishment, miracles do exist in this world. Sister Shi had truly brought everyone she sought. The wheelchair struggled closer, and Shi Wanyue grasped Su Luoluo's icy hand, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. I promise to share life and death with you. Thank you. Su Luoluo's long lashes trembled as she fought back her emotions. This debt of gratitude etched deeply in her heart. Wiping her tears, she turned to Su Yao, her eyes filled with icy resolve as she approached. Since you claim that the son is yours, tell me, where's his birthmark? Su Yao stumbled backward, her composure shattered. A birthmark? She knew Su Luoluo would exploit this. She was aware that the child bore a mark, but who would scrutinize such an unsightly feature? Moreover, once she became the Duke's wife, that child would be doomed, not worthy of a second glance. Speak. Su Luoluo stepped forward, her icy demeanor forcing Su Yao to retreat further. In panic, Su Yao looked to the Duke, tears in her eyes, but he furrowed his brow at the moment. Didn't she know her own child? Su Yao cast a frantic glance at her wet nurse. Had she never scrutinized the child closely? What was the point of her care if such a mistake could occur? A birthmark, I think there may be one. After I gave birth, my health was fragile, and they took care of everything. I did not examine closely. Fragile? Not examining closely? Su Luoluo scoffed. Yet you were so eager to become the Duke's wife and plot my demise. How is it that you are no longer fragile at this moment? Her words chilled the air, causing everyone in the hall to regard Su Yao with newfound suspicion. Fourth sister, Su Yao, lifted her head sharply, cornered with no way out. You cannot force me to death just because the Duke favors me. I will leave with my son. We will never return to the Duke's residence. Then you can rest easy, cannot you? Su Yao attempted to divert attention, but was met with a sharp slap across her face, the sting overwhelming. She covered her cheek, caught off guard. I'll tell you once, do not change the subject. If you desire the Duke, then take him. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. The officials exchanged glances. Seasoned in handling matters like these, they recognized the tension underlying the proceedings. Su Luoluo bowed to an elderly nurse, whispering in her ear. The nurse's expression turned grave as she addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, Chapter 5. She has been wrong. Miss Su 5 was uncertain whether the child bore a birthmark. Yet the Duke's wife could vividly describe its location and shape. Moreover, the child bore several bruises, as if she had been violently handled or thrown. I believe if the child were truly born of Miss Su 5 and cared for by her, she should have been well taken care of and not subjected to such harm. All eyes fell upon the child in Su Yao's arms. Su Luoluo felt a sharp pang in her heart, tears brimming as she lunged toward the child. The Duke's eyes filled with confusion as he glanced at Su Yao. His brow furrowed. What was the truth he did not know? In his memory, Yao was gentle, beautiful, and delicate. If the son was truly hers, he would not bear such scars. Who was manipulating the situation? Su Yao sensed that the king of Rue had grown suspicious, causing her body to weaken with fear. If even the king of Rue did not stand by her side, she would truly be left isolated and defenseless. No, it cannot be like this. I acknowledge the birthmark, but my frail condition prevented me from caring for the child closely. That is my failing. Su Luoluo's long lashes trembled as she closed her eyes. suppressing her deep-seated hatred, and directed Fulling. Bring my sister and brother together for the emperor and the officials to see if the two children bear a striking resemblance. Fulling's eyes glistened with concern as she shot a fierce glare at Su Yao, then turned to cradle the infant girl while the young eunuch held the infant boy. The two stood together, presenting their cherubic faces to the assembly. The two little ones appeared pitifully small. Their fragility made Fulling and the eunuch tremble slightly, evoking deep sympathy from those who beheld them. The king of Rue, his expression stony, could not resist approaching to glance at the children. How could this be? The king of Rue felt as if his mind was engulfed in a thunderous roar as he turned, casting a dark glare at Su Yao. This was utterly astonishing. The girl had somehow survived. Physician Chan detected a faint breath from the children, and his excitement erupted forth. Soon, several renowned pediatricians rushed forward to examine the infants, and one physician urgently exclaimed that their condition was dire. Immediate treatment was essential, and wet nurses must be arranged. Su Luoluo, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, understood her own words carried little weight. The urgency of the physicians drove her, and with her frail body, she collapsed before the emperor, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I beseech you, let the physicians save the children. Additionally, I implore the palace to provide 2 wet nurses and let the Ministry of Internal Affairs protect the children. The truth was painfully evident. The emperor, knowing this well, felt the veins on his forehead throb with rage as he raised his hand and commanded, "Follow her instructions." After speaking, the emperor helped Su Luoluo to her feet. "You should call me father, not your Majesty." Su Luoluo gazed into the emperor's eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of guilt, and with tears brimming, she bowed deeply. Father. This was the last time she would address him as such, to express her gratitude for his life-saving intervention and his discerning insight. Various gazes fell upon Su Yao, who was in a state of utter panic, trembling uncontrollably. It was over. Was she to perish here? Instinctively, she yearned to plead with the king of Rue for assistance, as she had done in the past. But now, he too harbored doubts about her. Everyone present was suspicious of her. What was happening? Su Yao felt utterly bewildered. Everything had been orchestrated according to her design, and events were unfolding just as she had planned. If all had gone smoothly, she would already be the princess consort of Rue, returning to the manor in a sumptuous carriage to recuperate. No, it was not meant to be like this, not all. Desperately shaking her head, her face drained of color, Su Yao's eyes glinted with venom as she forcefully shoved her wet nurse away, screaming in anguish. "It is you. It must be you. How could you do this? Where's the child I bore?" The child she had birthed bore a small, square face, dark in hue, resembling the stableman, with barely a trace of her own features, save for slightly similar ears, delicate yet inconspicuous. The wet nurse, hearing Su Yao's piercing accusations, instantly grasped that her mistress intended to hold her accountable. Shock and anguish flashed in her eyes. In her panic, she trembled, trying to implore her mistress to take care and to accept the blame upon herself. But before she could utter a word, fearing her to speak out of turn, Su Yao lunged forward and struck the wet nurse forcefully across the face. "You raised me. I regarded you as my own mother. I and Brother Hung are like siblings. We are family." The wet nurse, clutching her swollen cheek, stared blankly at the girl she had nurtured, who was now in pain as if she were her own daughter. As tears streamed down her face, she realized that her mistress had resolved to condemn her to death. Moreover, Su Yao was threatening her son. Hunger, the wet nurse's son, was of the same age as Su Yao and managed a shop for her, living a relatively comfortable life. She knew all too well Su Yao's ruthless nature. If she did not comply, Su Yao would surely have her son killed. The wet nurse trembled, her face pale, as she gazed at the hysterical Su Yao. Suddenly, she pushed her away and cried out, "Mistress, I had no choice. Your child was stillborn, yet you longed for a legitimate heir to please the prince and the emperor. I had to steal the son of the princess consort for you and bury your child secretly, then buy another child to deceive the princess consort and frame her. You and the prince are truly in love, a genuine couple. It was she who obstructed your path. Hence I sought to eliminate her. I was foolish and committed an unforgivable act. It is all my fault, and I am truly sorry." As the wet nurse rasped her confession, she rose to her feet, suddenly turning with fierce determination to hurl herself against the dragon pillar. "No!" Su Yao screamed, though her heart surged with elation. If the wet nurse died, there would be no witnesses, and she would remain unscathed. Thus, she let out a more wretched scream and dashed towards the wet nurse, who was reluctant to die. In a swift motion, Su Yao feigned to slip, falling to the ground, and forcefully pushed the wet nurse toward the dragon pillar. A resounding crash echoed, and the scent of blood thickened as the wet nurse collapsed. Blood streaming from her head. "Vet Nursha!" Su Yao cried, crawling over to embrace her, using her sleeve to cover the wet nurse's mouth and nose. Watching as the struggle ebbed from her, she inwardly sighed with relief. The wet nurse, held tightly, instinctively attempted to fight back. But upon seeing the ruthlessness in Su Yao's eyes, she recognized that she would never escape this time. Grasping Su Yao's hand tightly, her veins bulged as she sought one last breath, but Su Yao would offer her no chance. "Wet nurse, please don't die. I hold no grudge against you. What am I to do if you perish? You are all I have, the only one who cares for me." Initially, the king of Rue's eyes were shadowed with suspicion, believing Su Yao to be ruthless. However, witnessing the recent events, it became clear that it was her wet nurse who had orchestrated everything. With Su Yao remaining oblivious to it all, once he confirmed the wet nurse's lifelessness, Su Yao crawled back to the emperor, bowing her head. "Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I am willing to accept punishment." Afterward, she knelt before Su Luoluo, sobbing uncontrollably. "Fourth sister, I am so sorry. I truly had no idea. When I visited your chamber, I believed you had passed. I instructed the servants to handle your funeral properly. We entered the palace seeking the emperor's forgiveness, to quell this matter, not to vie for the position of the princess consort." Listening to her distort the truth and speak arrogantly, Su Luoluo slowly approached her, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "You see, you have lost Su Yao." Su Yao's teeth clenched in fury, her rage simmering just beneath the surface. But she could not afford to lose control. Her life was at stake. "Yet, I have a gift for you." Hearing Su Luoluo's threatening tone, Su Yao hastily lifted her gaze, watching as she stood with an icy demeanor. Panic gripped Su Yao, as if she were teetering on the brink of an abyss. What was she planning? Chapter 6. Proving innocence, what was her intent? The king of Rue observed Su Luoluo, his eyes brimming with a complex mixture of emotions. So, she had not consorted with the stableman. She was wronged? For reasons unknown, despite having viewed her merely as a pawn or a dog. He found himself feeling a sudden lightness in his heart as the truth began to unfurl. "Stop this nonsense. Return to the manor. Continuing this charade will only provide fodder for mockery. Su Luoluo is innocent, and Su Yao has been wronged. It will be best to resolve this privately." Su Luoluo met the king of Rue's gaze coolly, shaking off his hold, which incited his fury, and he barked, "Enough. How long do you intend to create turmoil? I shall not rest until you understand. The position of the prince's consort was rightfully meant for Yao. From a moment, Yao saved him. He had silently vowed to her that place. She is the light of his heart, his benefactor, and his beloved. Now, he graciously offers the position of prince's consort to Su Luoluo, and she ought to remain tranquil. This matter bears no relation to Yao. It was her wet nurse's doing, and now, having succumbed to her guilt, the wet nurse has taken her own life. Yao has lost both her son and her wet nurse. What more do you desire?" Listening to the prince's words and witnessing the fleeting smugness in Su Yao's eyes, Su Luoluo closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, delivered a fierce slap across the prince's face. "Ah!" Su Yao gasped in shock. The palace attendants quickly bowed their heads in silence, while the prince, enraged, prepared to retaliate, only to be halted by the emperor's icy glare. Su Luoluo pressed her hand against her aching heart, bewildered at how, after all these years, she had remained devoted to the prince, constantly considering his needs and strategizing for him. Had she been blind? Indeed, it seemed so. Uncle Yunhe. How should I deal with someone like Su Yao? She would not permit Su Yao to perish at this moment. Yet she would not let her escape unscathed either. Blood for blood, life for life, that was an unyielding principle. As for the prince's consort, 50 lashes and banishment from the capital would suffice. I was wrong. I acknowledge my error. Su Yao trembled in fear, grasping at the prince's robe in tears. "My lord, I did not intend for this to happen. I would rather die than face this." Su Yao knew the prince would not allow her to die. So after a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards the dragon pillar. As expected, the prince was alarmed. swiftly catching her in his arms, his eyes filled with concern. Su Yao wept, collapsing into his embrace, her grievances laid bare. Luo Luo, what do you think? The emperor turned to Su Luo Luo, aware of her gentle and yielding nature. Yet this time, she commanded respect. She held all in her grasp, rendering them motionless. Su Luo Luo bowed to the emperor, turning her gaze to the prince, her weakened body swaying perilously. Yet she remained proud and questioned coldly. Prince, you claim I consorted with a stable hand. Did you witness this with your own eyes? Where did you acquire such rumors? Today, she would clarify this matter before the emperor and the gathered dignitaries. The prince faltered, glancing at Su Yao, who trembled visibly. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Are these two children not of royal blood? Fu Ling and Xiao Sheng brought forth two infants, recently fed and treated, wrapped warmly. Su Luo Luo's heart ached as she hurried to examine them. Dr. Chun, I have been poisoned. Had it not been for these two children, I would have succumbed to the poison long ago. I have already prepared the antidote in the side hall. I ask for your assistance. If there had only been one child, it would indeed have resulted in a double tragedy. But with two, they shared the burden, allowing all three of them to survive against the odds. This explanation elucidated why Su Luo Luo had not perished and why the children appeared so frail. I have taken care of it, Prince Consort. You have suffered greatly. Dr. Chun bowed deeply to Su Luo Luo, who supported him gently, understanding his unspoken plea for her to save his wife and child. Otherwise, his wife was with child, nearing labor. Yet he feared the baby was in a breech position, likely to complicate delivery. In his desperation, he had considered administering a potion to induce miscarriage, but his wife had vehemently opposed it, insisting she would bear the child at any cost. Should he force her hand, she would follow the child to death. Dr. Chun felt utterly helpless. At this moment, observing Su Luo Luo's decisiveness and skill, it became evident that she possessed not only medical expertise, but also exceptional knowledge in pediatrics. Perhaps his wife and child need not perish after all. Su Yao seethed with fury, wishing she had simply poisoned them to ensure they would find no resting place in death. For now, the truth of their bond would only serve to expose her. The prince gazed at the children, his heart entangled in complexities akin to being crushed under countless mountains. They were indeed his progeny. Before the prince could voice his thoughts, Su Luo Luo turned and bowed. The way the prince had treated her, and the schemes Su Yao had orchestrated against her, should the emperor doubt her words. He could investigate. She could not swallow this insult. She demanded to see Su Yao punished, and the prince kneeling before her in apology. Never. They both shouted in unison, their voices filled with rage. The emperor, along with the gathered officials, physicians, and maids, exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at how the prince and Miss Su were so thoroughly blinded by their biases. Su Luo Luo, Yao has just given birth. She has lost her child and is in a state of emotional turmoil. How can you subject her to punishment? The prince shielded Su Yao with his own body, chastising Su Luo Luo. She smiled coldly, retorting, she has just given birth, but so have I. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Both were his women and had recently endured childbirth, yet he chose to coddle Su Yao while admonishing Su Luo Luo. The distinction between right and wrong was evident to all. Your Highness, the Chief Justice approached, his expression grave. It seems you have acted with a lack of impartiality. Regardless, Miss Su is the prince consort, and these children are your own flesh and blood. It must be noted that your association with Miss Su, a woman of dubious reputation, resulting in a stillborn child, is a grave error, even for a prince. Su Yao's face turned pale. Her urgency to become the prince's consort stemmed precisely from this fear of public shame. The prince's veins throbbed with anger, yet he dared not utter another word. This was the court of the Chief Justice, with the power to challenge the royal family. Proceed as Su Luo Luo has suggested, the emperor commanded, his countenance steely. Then order a chair to be brought for Su Luo Luo to sit. Dr. Chun and the other physicians deliberated on how to treat the children while preparing a remedy for Su Luo Luo. The Chief Justice, the Minister of Justice, and the officials, including the wheelchair-bound Sherwan Yu, aligned themselves with Su Luo Luo. Su Luo Luo had arrived alone, yet now she found herself surrounded by supporters. What a remarkable turn of events. As Su Yao was forcibly restrained and thrown onto the punishment bench, she thrashed in desperation. witnessing the specially crafted paddle that could inflict severe pain. "No, you cannot do this to me. I have borne children for the prince as well. I did this for the Su and Wang families. My lord, save me." Chapter 7. Kneel and apologize strike. The command resonated with authority. The paddle descended mercilessly onto Su Yiyao's backside, causing her body to jerk violently as she screamed in agony. Su Luo's icy gaze fell upon the prince's knees, her presence imposing, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The prince was furious, feeling humiliated. He had knelt before heaven and earth, before his father and mother. But never had he considered kneeling before his own consort. Yet, with the emperor's scrutiny and the gaze of the ministers in attendance upon him, who would dare defy the emperor's will? Overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation, he swept aside his robe and knelt before Su Luo. "It hurts. My lord, I cannot endure this any longer." The paddle, designed with a narrow gap in the center, inflicted excruciating pain as it struck, causing flesh to be torn and blood to flow. In mere moments, Su Yiyao's backside was left in tatters. The prince, Su Luo, looked down upon him, her expression cold, as she observed the veins bulging on his forehead. "What is your purpose in marrying me? I am already aware that you are devoted to Su Yiyao, the illegitimate daughter of the Su family, and that you will not marry anyone else but her. It is evident that your feelings for her run deep. Since this is the case, I cannot continue to occupy the position of the Princess of Rue." The Prince of Rue suddenly raised his gaze to look at Su Luo. What does she mean? Did he not declare that he would not dismiss her? When did Su Luo become so domineering and unreasonable? He had always been satisfied with Su Luo, who obediently acted like a loyal dog. Even after his passionate encounters with Su Yiyao, she would dutifully assist him with bathing and changing clothes. The prince's favorite sight was when, after finishing with Su Yiyao, he would see Su Luo tidying up, her eyes red, yet holding back her grievances. Thus, he understood that Su Luo loved him deeply, to the very marrow of her being. Without him, she could not survive, and she would willingly remain by his side, no matter how humble her position might become. "Your Majesty, please allow me to part ways with the Prince of Rue and grant him marriage to Su Yiyao," fulfilling their mutual affection. The officials present listened to Su Luo's words and observed her composed demeanor, their eyes filled with astonishment. So, everything they had previously heard outside was false. Was it not said that Su Luo was merely unreasonable, that she would soon be carried out of the mansion in the body of a servant? Was it not said that she engaged in illicit affairs behind the princess' back? Was it not said that she was intolerant and difficult to associate with? Yet, from beginning to end, what they witnessed was a mother and her children wronged, bearing wounds, and her actions and words were logical, with irrefutable evidence, leaving no trace of doubt. The emperor regarded the bloodied and weeping Su Yiyao, then looked at the Prince of Rue kneeling before Su Luo, his anger boiling over as he swept everything off the table beside him. A voice, soft yet authoritative, resonated from the palace gate. Su Luo did not turn around, but merely furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing it to be the voice of Consort Chun, the biological mother of the Prince of Rue. Consort Chun hurriedly made her way to Su Luo, ignoring the kneeling prince, and grasped her hand, speaking gently. "Luo, why did you not share the grievances you have suffered with your mother? I would certainly stand up for you. It is all the prince's fault. He has been deceived by others. You may strike him or scold him, but do not seek a divorce. If you do, where will you go? Moreover, after the divorce, you will not see the two children. How lonely that would be." Su Luo's expression darkened as she swiftly withdrew her hand from Consort Chen's grasp. Casting a cold glance at her, she understood the latter part of the statement. It was a threat. If she sought a divorce, she would not see her two children. Consort Chen aimed to control her. Consort Chen's words jolted the Prince of Rue awake. "If you wish to divorce, you may, but you cannot take the children. Yao has just given birth, and with the loss of her child, if I marry her, your children must be adopted under her name. This will alleviate her sorrow, and it will ensure that the children of the Prince of Rue do not end up abandoned." Moreover, given Su Luo's typically submissive nature, upon hearing that she would be expelled and not granted custody of the children, she would undoubtedly panic, kneeling before him and weeping for forgiveness, claiming she was in the wrong. Thus, today's affair could be settled, and once they left the palace, he could do as he pleased with Su Luo. Listening to the Prince of Rue constantly mention Su Yiyao, Consort Chen's anger surged, and she shot him an icy glare before turning back to Su Luoluo with a smile. Luoluo, you and the children should remain in the palace. I will send someone to take good care of you. After a month, you can return to the Prince of Rue's mansion, and the prince shall hold a grand banquet to celebrate your joy. How's that sound? A glint of mockery flashed in Su Luoluo's eyes. Consort Chun had devised a clever plan to keep her within the palace during that month. All external rumors would be neatly resolved, thus not affecting the relationship between the prince and Sui Yao. To be frank, while Consort Chun appeared unconcerned about Sui Yao, Su Luoluo sensed something amiss. If a divorce indeed occurred, both the palace and the Su family would lose face. Without her children being discarded, where would she go? How would she live? At that point, she would become a laughingstock, unable to even step outside, making her future unbearable. Consort Chun. Su Luoluo was unafraid of the threats posed by the consort. If everyone followed her reasoning, then divorced women would be rendered unable to live. Do you believe that, in your eyes, divorced women should hide away, be unseen, live in destitution, and be scorned? If one lives happily, cherished by their family, who would wish for a divorce? The emperor cast a languid glance at Consort Chun, whose well-maintained complexion paled slightly. He suddenly recalled that his most favored daughter, Princess Jinghe, had divorced merely 3 months after her marriage. After the divorce, she indulged in a life of revelry, keeping several favored suitors and mingling with a gang of dandy youths, living a life of unrestrained luxury. Mother does not mean that. She is worried for you, my child. There is no need for concern. Mother, Su Luoluo replied, observing Consort Chun becoming increasingly flustered and impatient. I will not be discarded. I seek a divorce, and the children are mine. I can raise them. Although the prince is their biological father, he has attempted to poison them on multiple occasions. Thus he is unworthy of keeping them. Consort Chun, you possess ample means to care for the children, but the prince, under your influence, favors concubines over his wife and has shown hostility towards his own children. What type of future would await them under your care? I cannot even begin to imagine. You. Consort Chun was left humiliated by Su Luoluo's words, seething in anger as she raised her hand and struck Su Luoluo across the face. The sound echoed, causing even the emperor to change his expression. Luoluo's frail body could not withstand the force of Consort Chun's strike, and she fell from her chair, curling up in pain, trembling uncontrollably. This pitiful scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, eliciting a twinge of anger from the Prince of Rue. The censorate had already begun to contemplate what they would vehemently denounce in the upcoming court session. Eagerly, eunuch Yinhai rushed to help Su Luoluo up, who raised her face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Observing her wretched appearance, Consort Chun could not help but exclaim in anger, "You vile thing, I merely struck you lightly. How could you possibly bleed?" As everyone gazed upon Su Luoluo's swollen face, stained with blood, and listened to Consort Chun's absurd justifications, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 8. A silence born of fear. Seeing this, Consort Chun's expression shifted dramatically, her lips trembling in panic, rendering her speechless. All that filled her ears was the rhythmic pounding of Su Yao's distressing cries. Yet soon, she could no longer bear it, and a mouthful of blood escaped her lips, causing her to faint. The Prince of Rue and Consort Chun were nearly left without dignity in the face of such a scene. Father. The Prince of Rue clenched his fists, his handsome face darkened. He understood that if he did not agree to the divorce, Su Luoluo would ensure that the beating continued until Yao was dead, perhaps even turning her rage towards his mother, thus leading to her losing favor. Su Luoluo truly possessed remarkable tactics, forcing him into a corner. If she sought a divorce, he would acquiesce, but after the divorce, the capital would undoubtedly be rife with gossip. The children could not accompany her, and she must leave the capital, never to return, in order to quell this matter. Since this dog no longer obeyed, betraying him, he could not leave her to serve someone else. Publicly, he would expel her from the capital, but secretly, he would arrange for her to be ambushed on the way. He would not allow anything he did not want to be handed to another. He knew just how capable and ruthless Su Luoluo was. Should word get out, many would surely take an interest in her. Listening to the prince's shameless words, the murderous intent in Su Luoluo's eyes was nearly uncontrollable. What? The prince intends to leverage royal power against me? Is this your way of acknowledging your mistakes? Prince, I believe I have treated you well since our marriage. We bear no grudge against each other, yet you persist in driving me to desperation. Do you truly think I will continue to retreat? Once, she sought to consider the greater good and maintain her dignity, exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Thus, she endured humiliation and grievances time and again, merely to rise with a faint smile the next day and begin anew. Yet in her past life, the Duke of Rue had never shared a meal with her. The Emperor, Su Luo's expression turned icy as she knelt with a thud, her back straight. Her eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with boundless anger. I demand a divorce and intend to take the child with me, and I shall never leave the capital. A wailing erupted, with both infants crying in unison. The nurse hurriedly stepped forward to soothe them, while the Emperor gazed upon the two freshly born children. After they were cleaned, they appeared as adorable as little sprites. "Father, be silent." As soon as the Duke of Rue spoke, the Emperor kicked him sharply in the shoulder. Chen Fei gasped, her heart racing, and rushed to support the Duke, tears brimming in her eyes. "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with the Duke or Yi Yao. It was all stirred up by Su Luoluo. If she does not seek a divorce, there would be no issue at all." Upon saying this, Chen Fei cast a fierce glare at Su Luoluo, demanding, "Su Luoluo, come forward and plead for your lord." In the past, regardless of the hour or the situation, whenever she issued an order, Su Luoluo would obediently comply, as she had always feared her. Yet now, Luoluo's gaze was frigid, unmoving, no longer accommodating as before. Chen Fei's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Su Luoluo. What had changed? Previously, she would not dare to stray from her commands, kneeling when told, never standing. Luoluo. The Emperor surveyed the scene with exasperation, wishing he could personally kick a few of them. "State your demands. You may put forth any request." Su Luoluo's long fingers tightened slightly as she looked towards Gongong Yanhai, who promptly instructed others to prepare the writing implements. Su Luoluo remained on her knees, enduring her physical pain as she ground the ink, slowly inscribing each word. Each phrase was a gem, each word dripping with emotion. The first document was a divorce decree, and the second outlined the conditions that the Duke of Rue must fulfill. The Emperor was astonished upon reviewing them. He knew Su Luoluo's calligraphy was a legacy from the Grand Tutor, yet he was stunned to find her script possessed such character. Having been emperor for many years, he could affirm that this was the finest writing he had seen from a woman. How could such a remarkable woman be so mistreated by the Duke? The Emperor's anger surged, and he flung the divorce decree at the Duke. "Do as she says." The Duke hastily picked it up, reading it through, but his forehead pulsed with rage upon reaching the second document. Chen Fei nearly fainted from fury, rebuking, "Su Luoluo, you spend your own dowry. Why should the Duke refund you each item?" With a crash, she swept aside the inkstone, and the Emperor could no longer bear to look at Chen Fei, whose bias had strayed to the extreme. Chen Fei, stunned, fell to the ground, and the Emperor, enraged, pointed at her, scolding, "Where did she spend her money? Should I recount it all for you? How could I bestow the titles of Fei and Duke upon you?" Chen Fei and the Duke's faces paled. The titles were immensely prestigious, and if the Emperor revoked them, they would be left with nothing. They could not afford to escalate the conflict any further. "We obey your command." The Duke bowed deeply and then added, "Su Luoluo, where do you wish to reside?" The conditions stipulated a divorce, the return of her dowry. The Duke would also need to provide her with accommodation and pay her 5,000 taels monthly for child-rearing. In the southern city, at the May Garden, the mere mention of these 4 words left the attendees astonished, while the Duke's face darkened. The May Garden was widely known as the private estate of the notoriously extravagant Jun Mo Lin, featuring an excellent location and sprawling grounds, where even a carriage ride would take several days. Its beauty resembled a fairyland, with a breathtaking expanse of rare plum trees in full bloom, tempting the affluent to catch a glimpse of its enchanting scenery during the frigid winter. However, entry to the May Garden was strictly regulated. No one could enter without an invitation, regardless of their status. Of course, admittance was possible for a fee of 50,000 taels for a single night, with lavish accommodations ensuring a memorable experience. Though exorbitantly priced, dignitaries flocked there every winter, as it was said that Jun Mo Lin could earn millions in a season. Not to mention, he would never agree to sell the estate. Even if he did, it would be unattainable without several million taels. Yao had expressed a desire to visit the May Garden, and the Duke had planned to procure funds for Su Luoluo to spend a month there, enjoying the plum blossoms while nurturing their health. Yet now, he was required to return her dowry in full, allocate additional millions for her living arrangements, and still pay 5,000 taels each month. Was Su Luoluo intent on driving him to ruin? Clutching the divorce decree, Su Luoluo felt a tumult of emotions surge within her. She sincerely bowed to the emperor and the officials, expressing her gratitude for their assistance in restoring her and her children's honor. Otherwise, they would have perished without peace. Now that I am divorced from the duke, we shall live our separate lives. I shall conduct myself with integrity and will not shy away from public scrutiny. Should I hear any unfounded gossip, I will confront him directly. The emperor raised an eyebrow at Su Luoluo's words, initially thanking them for their help, then subtly warning them, hinting at her future intentions, urging them not to take offense. Duke, please ensure that my dowry and accommodations are arranged within 3 days. The duke felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He possessed millions, but spending it on this woman was utterly unbearable. A metallic taste surged in his throat, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. Gong gong. The emperor commanded Yunhai to arrange a carriage for the consort, sending along nourishing herbs, fine fabrics, and jewelry, along with 4 auspicious jade rui, instructing Dr. Chen to visit Su Luoluo every 5 days to check her pulse and report back every 10 days. This matter is settled. With that, the emperor cast a cool glance at the censorate, which stiffened at his gaze. Was he signaling them to remain silent or to speak freely tomorrow? The Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice bowed, comprehending the emperor's intent. Su Luoluo wisely accepted her fortune without protest. At that moment, Su Yao, who had been on the chopping block, stirred awake, feeling as if her body had been torn apart, the pain excruciating. Upon hearing the emperor's words, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes wide with anticipation. The emperor had resolved the matter concerning Su Luoluo and now turned to confer upon her the title of consort, along with countless rewards surpassing those given to Su Luoluo. Chapter 9. Struggling desperately. Once seated in the position of the duke's consort, she would seek vengeance for every grievance, ensuring that those who wronged her would meet their demise. Indeed, the emperor's voice resonated once more, causing Su Yao's heart to race, her fingers clenched tightly, her tear-filled eyes wide with expectation. The truth had emerged. Su Luoluo and her children had suffered injustice, their offspring all of royal blood. I permit them to enjoy the privileges of princes and princesses. Whatever arrangements Luoluo desires, as long as they are reasonable, the Ministry of Internal Affairs shall comply. Su Luoluo, with a clear sense of duty, chose to withdraw, recognizing that the duke and the Su family's daughter were in love, and thus they should arrange their own union, opening the palace gates for them to leave. Chun de Fei, hearing that the emperor would neither bestow a marriage nor grant rewards, but instead allow them to marry freely, felt her vision fade to black as she fainted. Su Yao was suddenly engulfed in panic, desperately struggling to tumble off the torture rack, enduring excruciating pain as she crawled towards the emperor. Your Majesty, it should not be like this. This matter is settled. The emperor has treated fourth sister with such favor. As a daughter of the Su family, I too deserve to be honored as the princess of Rui Wang, to be transported back in a royal carriage, for I have borne the child of Rui Wang, a merit worthy of reward. Otherwise, where shall the dignity of the Rui Wang mansion be placed? The emperor regarded Su Yao with cold eyes, nearly laughing in anger at such a shameless and incompetent woman, wondering if Rui Wang had truly lost his mind. Rui Wang, too, seethed with rage, his forehead veins bulging, astonished by her audacity to instruct the emperor, completely disregarding the potential consequences for her entire clan. Meanwhile, Chun de Fei hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to grasp the emperor's sleeve, but he violently shook her off and strode away, not sparing them a single glance. Gong Gong Yunhai signaled to Xiao Shengzi, who immediately fetched a cloak to wrap around Su Luoluo, placing a bronze cloison warming stove into her hands, while bowing to the dignitaries as they marched towards the palace gates. What had once been a lively scene now left only Chun de Fei, Rui Wang, and Su Yao in a state of disarray, their expressions dark as they beheld Su Luo's triumphant figure surrounded by attendants. Su Yao, already drenched in blood and trembling with pain, could hardly stand, watching Su Luoluo bask in victory, her heart filled with unrelenting hatred. This wretched woman, she has destroyed everything Su Yao was about to achieve, obliterating her happiness and her lofty status. Nearby, a palace maid held Su Yao's daughter, unsure of what to do, as they had claimed the child was bought randomly by the wet nurse, not the offspring of Rui Wang and Miss Su. Su Yao glared fiercely at the maid, about to demand she discard the child, when her close servant, Chong Wei, stepped forward, firmly shaking her head. Instead, she took the child from the maid's hands, who, sweating profusely, quietly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed away. Chong Wei glanced at the child, pulling the swaddling cloth up to shield her tiny face. The sight of this child reminded her of the day Su Yao, after taking medicine, had clung to the horseman in a fervent moment of satisfaction. Su Yao, already frail and struggling to conceive, had been secretly nurturing herself for years. After much effort, she finally found a physician skilled in incantation. That day, after taking her pulse, he had given her a concocted medicine, instructing her to be with the prince within an hour of consumption to ensure pregnancy. However, this opportunity was singular. After this, her body would return to its cold state, and she would have to wait another year to attempt conception again. Knowing Rui Wang had spent the previous night with Su Luoluo, she felt an urgent need to be with him promptly. Yet, fate had other plans. For Rui Wang was summoned back to the palace on his way home, leaving Su Yao in frenzy. The effects of the medicine surged within her, leading her to encounter a robust horseman. Later, while Chong Wei was assisting Su Yao in bathing and changing, she noticed her mistress was frustrated yet had an unusual allure in her eyes. Miss Chong Wei held the child, only for Su Yao to strike her face fiercely, a sharp reminder that she should have addressed her as the princess of Rui. The very utterance of Miss was like a piercing pain in her ears. With a furious glare at the infant, Su Yao was consumed with rage. The child appeared dark and unattractive, evoking a sense of disgust. This truly infuriated her. Observing the opulent palace around her, jealousy stung her eyes. Noticing Chunda Fei and Rui Wang's gazes upon her, Su Yao feigned grievance. Fine. The wet nurse owes me this. I shall repay her. After all, it is a life. Let's take her back and raise her. This was not the opportune moment for action. The emperor's spies lurked everywhere, and the matter must be dealt with discreetly. Outside the palace, the carriage moved slowly along the road. Su Luoluo tightly grasped Shi Wanyue's hand, their hearts heavy as they reunited, both overwhelmed with emotions, tears streaming uncontrollably. Little did they know, so much had transpired during their separation. I'm sorry, Wanyue. I promised to protect you, yet you ended up suffering for my sake. Wanyue's wrist bore marks of injury, undoubtedly a result of brutal treatment, yet she had recklessly come to her aid. Luoluo, you have changed. I am both surprised and in admiration. They were both gentle and elegant women, always striving to do well, believing the other would appreciate their efforts in turn. But how is your mother's health? The Shi family favored concubines and illegitimate children, leaving Shi Furin perpetually melancholic. 2 years prior, she had fallen gravely ill, and the hardships endured by their household were unimaginable. Shi Wanyue trembled slightly, her gaze downcast, tears cascading down. My mother has passed away. Su Luoluo's heart shattered, embracing Shi Wanyue tightly as they wept together. For a long time, they remained silent, with Wanyue resting her head on Su Luoluo's lap, crying for what felt like an eternity, years of pain finally spilling forth. Wanyue, I shall ensure your leg is healed, but for now, you must live well. Do not harbor any expectations of those so-called relatives. When they turn ruthless, they are merciless. Do not concern yourself with the greater good. It is not worth it. Only by becoming strong can you protect yourself. All right. Shi Wanyue hastily wiped her tears, nodding earnestly, having always placed her faith in Su Luoluo. Perhaps it was time for her to change, to no longer be so docile, so obedient, or so resigned. After all, she had family to protect. Xiao Shengzi, please direct the carriage towards Chang'an Street. Drawing back the curtain, Su Luoluo instructed Xiao Shengzi to change their route, her eyes flashing with icy resolve as memories flooded back. One moonlit night, upon her spirit's return to the Rui Wang mansion, she overheard Rui Wang and his advisors plotting a treacherous scheme. At a lesser-known intersection near the Chang'an Street Arch Bridge, a stunning woman was arranged to lure a young man who would pass by in splendid attire. After about half an hour, that young man, her second brother Su Yunluo, a handsome and gentle soul, would approach. The woman, delicate and pale, appeared as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. As the young man drew near, she would employ her charms to ensnare him, dramatically feigning injury with pre-prepared fake blood, shocking him into disregarding propriety and carrying her away. Initially, Su Yunluo had placed her in a medical facility, but her condition worsened, prompting him to take her to his estate, where he arranged for 4 maids to care for her meticulously. Yet, inexplicably, her illness deepened, and she would occasionally summon Su Yunluo, employing tears and feigned frailty to burden him with guilt. Desperate to care for her, he eventually brought her to the Su residence. The woman played her role flawlessly, winning the admiration of those around her with her understanding nature and adherence to propriety. On a snowy night, she drugged Su Yunluo and staged a scene of intimacy, leaving him in turmoil and guilt, which led him to promise marriage. Under her cunning guidance, Su Yunluo devoted all his wealth and estate to her, treating her with utmost care and sincerity. Then, as war broke out between Tianli Nation and Xinyu Nation, she nobly postponed their wedding, urging him to prioritize his duty at the frontier. Su Yunluo, moved by her dedication, gradually developed feelings for her, becoming increasingly gentle and attentive. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that an immense conspiracy awaited them, marking the onset of calamity for the lineage of Madame Su. Subsequently, a stream of grim tidings flooded the capital, with reports revealing that one of the Su brothers, in his reckless pursuit of glory, had led to the demise of 60,000 soldiers. Another, brave yet lacking in strategy, had fallen into the enemy's trap, resulting in the annihilation of his entire force. Had it not been for the resourcefulness and valor of the esteemed Prince Rue, who broke through the enemy lines, the borders would have been in jeopardy, and the common folk would have suffered immensely. In an instant, the capital was engulfed in fury, with citizens hurling curses at Madame Su and Su Yingshu, who became the objects of scorn throughout the entire realm of Shenyue. Then, the turn of events took an astonishingly sinister twist. With Su Luo deceased and the Su army decimated, Madame Su and Su Yingshu were consumed by grief, neglecting the affairs of the household. It was during this time that the woman rescued by Su Yunluo stepped forward, managing the household with remarkable efficiency. Grateful, Madame Su entrusted her with the keys to the estate. Little did anyone anticipate that this woman would soon throw herself into the arms of Lord Su, rendering him utterly infatuated and unable to part with her. Indeed, it was Lord Su. A series of devastating blows and unforeseen changes caused Madame Su to spiral into despair. By the time Su Yingshu sought to retaliate, it was already too late. One by one, the loyal servants of the Su household, including Madame Su, Su Yingshu, the wet nurse, and the mute woman, met tragic ends, while the wealth of the Su family was continuously funneled into the residence of Prince Rue. Prince Rue and Su Yao were merciless, offering no respite to anyone who had been dear to Su Luoluo or who loved her. Furthermore, a greater secret lurked in the shadows. The carriage came to a halt, rousing Su Luoluo from her sorrowful reverie. She lifted the curtain and beheld the residence of Physician Shun. Su Luoluo handed over the carefully prepared items and assured him that his wife would be safe, urging him to return home first. Although Physician Chun harbored doubts, the worry etched upon his brow lessened somewhat. Physician Shun, align all the tools as indicated herein. A month from now, I shall return to assist in the delivery of your wife, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. Physician Shun, unable to contain his astonishment, unfurled the scroll to examine the meticulously listed instruments. What purpose does this slender, sharp blade serve? He inquired. Physician Shun, leaning closely, Su Luoluo beckoned, sensing his skepticism. The emperor has been poisoned. You must remain discreet. After imparting her instructions, Physician Chen stood in stunned silence, perplexed. Misu, why did you not speak of this in the palace? This is a prime opportunity to make a name for yourself. Su Luoluo merely chuckled coldly and replied softly. If the emperor stands with Prince Rue, then I shall not intervene. If he aids me, I shall use your hand to save him. She was reluctant to reveal too much, wary of attracting unnecessary trouble. Once the curtain fell, she feigned weakness and collapsed onto the soft couch, waves of pain crashing over her, nearly rendering her unconscious. At the entrance of the estate, Physician Chun clutched the scroll, staring in a daze at the departing carriage. Drenched in cold sweat, what audacity Su Luoluo possesses to contemplate abandoning the emperor. This is utterly unfathomable. Soon enough, the carriage turned onto Chang'an Street. the vibrant sounds of the bustling market pulling her back into the world of lively chaos. Su Luoluo recalled the route her second brother would take. Upon identifying it, she instructed the young eunuch Xiao Shengzi to halt and procure several boxes of pastries for their return. Leaning against the window, she felt faint and closed her eyes, resting while listening to the commotion outside. Her second brother would soon arrive. In her previous life, Prince Rui had deliberately sent word to Su Yunting and Su Yunluo, claiming that her pregnancy was unstable and fraught with peril, drawing them into his scheme. Naturally, Su Yunting and Su Yunluo, who cherished their sister, were frantic. They conferred throughout the night, with Su Yunting guarding the borders while Su Yunluo hastened back on horseback. Their last meeting had been a year prior. This reunion would be one that transcended the realms of life and death. "Miss, they have arrived," murmured Fu Ling. Su Luo lightly lifted the curtain, casting a cold gaze toward the lively marketplace. At a distance of 4 or 5 zhang, she spotted a graceful young woman clad in a pink gown, adorned with a sheer veil, leisurely browsing various stalls with her maid. Yet, an observant eye would notice that while they appeared to be examining wares, their glances frequently darted toward the distance. "Miss, these items are truly vulgar," the maid scoffed, her disdain evident. "These are the lowest of wares. Nothing compared to what we typically use." The pink-clad girl nodded, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, as if the mere touch of those items sullied her. Su Luoluo observed their expressions carefully. A ray of sunlight streamed into the carriage, illuminating her delicate features even further. Fu Ling hastily retrieved a century-old ginseng from the emperor's bounty and fed it to Su Luoluo. Shi Wanyue, following her gaze, looked on with curiosity. Su Luoluo's eyes were icy, realizing that everything mirrored her previous life. The residents of Prince Rui had meticulously scrutinized the Su family, and the woman's attire echoed Su Yunluo's tastes. Adorned with intricate peach blossoms, her gown was embroidered with vibrant pink blossoms, and her hair was embellished with peach flower hairpins. Another Shi Wanyue emerged. Su Luoluo mocked softly, startling Shi Wanyue, who gazed back in confusion. Ever since her legs had been rendered useless, Lord Shi had deemed her a disgrace, confining her to the inner chambers, living like a servant, shunned from daylight. To her shock, this woman was now leveraging her name and identity to infiltrate Su Yunluo's world. Shi Wanyue's eyes widened in realization. If this were the case, was her paralysis and the timely appearance of this woman a calculated arrangement? What could be the motive behind such orchestration? Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass from a tavern nearby jolted Su Luoluo forward. She recognized it as a signal. Her second brother had arrived. Indeed, before he appeared, the sound of galloping hooves reached her ears, not fast, yet approaching rapidly. Su Luoluo clenched her fingers tightly, casting a cold glare at the woman and her maid. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the veil, revealing the woman's eyes, which glimmered with malice, as she and her maid feigned playfulness before dashing toward the center of the street. "Miss, be careful." "No." The maid's piercing scream rang out, startling the nearby citizens, who turned in alarm. Those closest witnessed the unfolding scene. 2 young girls at play, oblivious to the imminent stampede of hooves. When they finally realized, terror-stricken, they froze, paralyzed by fear, as the horses bore down upon them. Su Yunluo's countenance paled as he tightened his grip on the reins. Yet inexplicably, the horse refused to heed his commands. These were steeds trained specifically for the relay station, renowned for their obedience. Such disobedience was unfathomable. With steely resolve, the girl fixed her gaze upon the oncoming hooves. Steeling herself, she screamed in terror, bracing her shoulder against the galloping horse. Seeing this, Su Yunluo could hesitate no longer. He drew the dagger concealed in his boot and plunged it into the horse's vital point, causing it to collapse instantly. He then leaped forward, aiming to roll with the girl and shield her from harm. As she lunged toward him, the moment he was about to grasp her skirt, a figure clad in white surged from the carriage, moving like a shadow, ensnaring the girl's waist and executing a graceful spin before landing on the ground. The girl had been on the brink of colliding with the hooves, but with Su Yunluo's swift reflexes, she altered her trajectory, instead leaping into his arms, feigning unconsciousness to ensnare him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, she was startled to recognize a delicate fragrance. This was not the sturdy and broad chest of a man. Su Luluo deftly brushed aside the veil atop her head, observing the theatrical expression on the woman's face. With a swift motion, she delivered a slap to the woman's cheek, then feigned concern, shaking her gently. "Miss, are you all right?" The slap, intended to rouse her from her stupor, was not forceful. In truth, Su Luoluo had withheld much of her strength. The woman trembled in pain, her exquisite features quickly becoming swollen, obscuring her beauty. As fury surged within her, she began to comprehend her surroundings, yet could not afford to express her anger. Instead, she feigned compliance with Su Luoluo's act, as if awakening from a fright. The maid, sensing trouble, hurriedly approached to discreetly push Su Luoluo aside, then embraced her mistress, weeping profusely. "Miss, how are you?" "Mississippi." After this, the maid turned, glaring at Su Yunluo with wide eyes. "How can you ride like that?" Recklessly charging down the road. "My poor mistress, so alone and forsaken, with no parents to protect her, enduring daily humiliation from her elder sister, and now threatened with being sold into a brothel. We barely escaped, and now look at her." This maid, instead of concealing her mistress's misfortunes, recounted them like a lamenting tale. The onlookers, upon hearing this, felt a wave of sympathy, especially seeing the woman's delicate and frail demeanor, her youth, and her injuries, leading them to cast blame upon Su Yunluo. Chapter 11. The burden of care. Su Yunluo was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat from the unfolding scene, repeatedly bowing in apology. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Su Luo's silhouette, a sense of familiarity washed over him, although he dismissed it as improbable. His sister was due to give birth soon and could not possibly be here. He approached Su Luluo, performing a deep bow of gratitude. "It appears the collision was severe. She has fainted. We should hasten to summon a physician. Look, there is one just a short distance away." A bystander pointed toward a pharmacy several dozen paces away, prompting the little maid to turn to Su Yunluo, crying, "Young master, please take my mistress to see the doctor. I cannot carry her." Following this, the maid subtly pushed Su Luoluo aside. Su Luoluo observed them coldly. The two women had entirely overlooked their savior, fixating solely on Su Yunluo, seeking to entwine themselves with him. As she lowered her gaze, a hint of a cold smile graced her lips. A gust of wind swept through, causing the woman to instinctively clutch herself, shivering. "Young master, my mistress has been frail since childhood. Had it not been for the threat of being sold, we would never have donned such fine garments, nor would we possess a single coin. You cannot abandon us." "Very well, I shall take her to see a physician." Su Yunluo, with his inherently kind nature, had intended to assume responsibility from the outset. However, recognizing the difference between the genders, he turned his gaze toward the distant clinic and instructed his loyal servant, Qing Shu, "Take this young lady to the clinic." Qing Shu acknowledged the order and stepped forward, bowing to both women before attempting to lift the injured lady. The little maid, incensed, flushed with anger, kicked Qing Shu aside and pointed an accusatory finger at him. "What right do you have to touch my mistress? Though fate has dealt us a harsh hand, we are still innocent. Young master, how can you allow a servant to handle my mistress so carelessly? This is leading her to ruin." The onlookers, in agreement, nodded in understanding. Su Luoluo sighed softly. It was evident they aimed to extort. Su Yunluo's handsome face paled, a trace of distress flickering in his eyes, yet he could not refuse his obligations. And so he approached the woman. The little maid exchanged a quick glance with the woman, a spark of triumph passing between them. Su Yunluo, with a gentle voice, apologized, extending his hands to lift the woman, but at that moment, a slender arm barred his path. Su Yunluo looked down, stunned to find that the pale, weakened figure before him was none other than his fourth sister, Su Luoluo. Panic seized him as he scanned the surroundings. Why was she here in such frigid weather? Wasn't she due to give birth? Where were her attendants? He quickly bent down, enveloping Su Luoluo in his embrace. "How did you end up here? You were supposed to be resting your condition." Her belly was flat, suggesting the child had already been born, yet she appeared so frail. Listening to his brother's urgent tone, Su Luoluo clung tightly to him, trembling as she savored the warmth she had longed for, tears escaping her eyes. But there was no time for tears or explanations. She whispered quickly into Su Yunluo's ear, "Just watch the play, my dear brother." Gently squeezing his hand, Su Yunluo paused, turning his gaze to the two women, his heart heavy with foreboding. The situation was more intricate than it appeared. Su Luoluo shielded her brother behind her, her expression serene. I observed everything clearly. It was you two who were behaving unruly in the streets. Although the horse charged forward, it did not harm you in the slightest. Ladies, if your vision is sound, you should realize that I am your savior. Not once did you express your gratitude, nor did you acknowledge my presence, fixating solely on the second son of the Su family and demanding his responsibility. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play? The crowd fell silent, struck by her words. Indeed, this was the second son of the Su family, a celebrated general renowned on the battlefield, beloved by many in the capital. The two women, upon hearing Su Luo's remarks, felt their hearts race, their expressions shifting, momentarily speechless. Ahem! The woman in pink covered her mouth, coughing heavily, blood appearing on her palm. The little maid, frantic, glanced at Su Yunluo, yet he remained coldly indifferent, his gentle gaze solely upon Su Luoluo, entirely ignoring them. The woman in pink felt an urgent desperation, left with no choice but to bow gracefully to Su Luoluo, her voice weak yet melodious. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Had it not been for your swift intervention, one you might have. She implied to the crowd that had the horse trampled her, it could have resulted in fatality. The carriage's occupant, Shi Wanyu, upon hearing her name, lifted the curtain to peer outside. Su Yunluo stood tall, an air of chill surrounding him, nodding slightly. While I did not directly cause you harm, I acknowledge my share of fault. I will cover your medical expenses. The little maid, hearing this, became frantic. My mistress is unwell. Even a slight fright could incapacitate her for days. How can I predict the costs of her recovery? We have nowhere to go. Before she could finish, Su Luoluo handed over a prepared pouch containing 50 taels of silver. This should suffice for your treatment and ensure you live comfortably. The woman in pink's eyes flashed with impatience and annoyance. This lowly girl was relentless in her pursuit, refusing to withdraw. They had already thoroughly investigated Su Yunluo. He was valiant and cunning, yet gentle with his own. They believed he could be easily manipulated, and with a little insinuation and the crowd's censure, he would surely take responsibility. However, Su Luoluo's interference was exasperating them to no end. And who was she? Was she the beloved of Su Yunluo? She needed to complete her task swiftly, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Thank you, Mississippi. She accepted the silver, bowing to Su Luoluo, who appeared increasingly frail, grasping Su Yunluo's wrist for support. Let us depart. Su Yunluo's concern deepened as he nodded and assisted Su Luoluo in leaving. The two women, witnessing their imminent departure, felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration, dropping to their knees behind Su Yunluo, weeping and wailing. Young master, please show us kindness and help us. We are willing to serve as your maids for a lifetime. We truly do not wish to return to the poetry mansion. Our mother was murdered. Our father favored concubines over his legitimate wife, and our half-brothers and sisters have humiliated us. Even the servants dare to beat us. We escaped, and if we return, we will surely be beaten to death. If you do not believe us, you may investigate whether we speak the truth. Inside the carriage, Shi Wanyue's heart shattered as she clutched her long skirt tightly. Did this woman impersonate her merely to convince Su Yunluo of their veracity? If so, then the deaths of their mother and sister, and her own injury, there seemed to be an abundance of hidden truths yet to be uncovered. Grief flooded Shi Wanyue's eyes, turning them crimson. Su Luoluo winked at Shi Wanyue before addressing the two women coldly. Just moments ago, they demanded this young master take responsibility, and now they were willing to serve as maids? If I am not mistaken, you intentionally charged at the horse and then attempted to implicate this young master. As for your intentions, it goes without saying that everyone can deduce them. Her words drained the color from their faces. Both women trembled, tears streaming down as they desperately shook their heads. It was not intentional. I truly did not mean to collide. Please believe me, hitting a horse carelessly could lead to death. As a weak woman, how could I possibly evade it? Indeed, the onlookers nodded. Who would joke with their life? This is a mighty horse. A single iron hoof could crush anything. Given that, this young master did not strike you. I saved you and even gifted you 50 taels of silver. You are capable individuals and can leave the capital to seek a better life and earn your own livelihood. Her implications were unmistakable. Even the dullest mind could grasp that her words suggested their true aim was to climb into someone else's bed. Su Luoluo pointed at the nearby women, market vendors and hardworking ladies, with a cold smile and asked, "Inquire among these sisters. Which of them does not earn their living through their own efforts? How many can earn 50 taels in a year? 5 taels can buy a modest house. 3 taels for household expenses, 10 for living, and 10 for small business ventures. Which of these options is not superior to being someone's servant?" Chapter 12. As her words resonated, the surrounding women sparkled with excitement, nodding in agreement with Su Luoluo. They looked at the two women with disdain. Initially, I did not believe she had intentionally collided, but then look, Miss Su saved her, yet she clung to second young Master Su. Even the simplest among us can see her intentions. The Su family is a prestigious household, and each member has prospects. If she can climb into their ranks, it would guarantee endless wealth and honor. Who would have thought that these seemingly delicate women were already scheming? Once the women began speaking, their words grew sharper. The men, realizing the shift, refrained from interrupting, now fully aware of the situation. Su Yunluo examined the deceased horse, retrieving a silver needle to test its blood, his countenance darkening upon observing its altered hue. It was indeed a ruse. Su Luoluo shook her head at him, signaling silence. The woman's eyes flashed with malice, realizing Su Luoluo was a miss of the Su family. Yet, she mistakenly believed her to be Su Yingxue. Gritting her teeth, she knelt before Su Luoluo. I speak the truth. You have misunderstood. I do not wish to serve this young master. I would serve you instead. I am unwell and cannot work in the fields, but I can fetch tea and clean the courtyard. Whether following Su Yingxue into the manor or Su Yunluo, the outcome would be the same. How infuriating! Their plans had been perfectly laid out, and now, unexpectedly, a Su Yingxue had emerged. As she lowered her gaze, her eyes glinted with bloodlust. It was all this wretched woman's fault. She would ensure her demise would be the most humiliating. Su Luoluo's gaze remained cold. Since she had impersonated Shi Wanyue, everything that transpired at the Poetry Mansion was connected to her. Moreover, she likely held no standing in the capital or even in the kingdom of Shenyue, implying she might not even be a citizen of Shenyue. The ties between the Poetry Mansion and the Su family were significant, and given the close bond between Su Luoluo and Shi Wanyue, Su Yunluo would surely take interest. Thus, the ensuing tragedy began with this woman. "Are you truly willing to serve as a maid? My maidservants are not just anyone." Inside the carriage, Fulling's small face brightened, pride flickering in her eyes. Shi Wanyue and Xiao Shengzi exchanged glances, both smiling slightly at her demeanor. "I am willing." Su Yunluo furrowed his brow, concern crossing his features as he grasped Su Luoluo's cool hand. Luoluo. She needed to return and see a doctor. Her pallor suggested she had been gravely ill. Had she given birth? Where was the child? "Second brother, please draft a contract for me to sell myself." Su Luoluo smiled at him, and seeing her determination, Su Yunluo nodded and turned. A scribe nearby, eager to assist, exclaimed, "I have a ready contract, Miss Su." "Thank you, kind sir." Su Luoluo expressed her gratitude. And as Su Yunluo approached, his graceful form drew everyone's attention as he wrote with remarkable skill. The woman and the little maid bit their lips, feeling humiliated but ultimately successful. With this, their grand scheme would be fulfilled. She would rise to prominence forever. Once the contract was completed, Su Luoluo reviewed it before handing it to the woman. After a swift glance, she signed without hesitation, seemingly fearful of Su Luoluo's reconsideration. "From now on, we're the young lady's maids. Miss, I am Shi Wanyue, the second daughter of the Poetry Mansion, but fate has been unkind, and we cannot return. This is my lifelong companion, Xiaolon." Xiaolon had met the young lady. She too bowed respectfully. Su Luoluo regarded these impostors, her pale face revealing a hint of malice. The woman and Xiaolon quickly pressed their lips together, oblivious to the emotions swirling in Su Luoluo's gaze. Then, Su Luoluo gestured toward her carriage. "Come out." Fulling swiftly lifted the curtain, jumping down from the carriage, while Xiao Xingzi pushed Shi Wanyue's wheelchair forward. Su Yunluo hurried over to assist, lifting Shi Wanyue's chair down. Shi Wanyue gracefully acknowledged him, softly thanking Su Yunluo. "Sister Wanyue, come here," Su Luoluo gently called, causing the woman to show signs of excitement as she approached Su Luoluo, her face alight with triumph. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us. As a legitimate eldest daughter, how could you bear to have me as a maid?" The wheelchair creaked softly, a delicate fragrance wafting as a gentle voice chimed in. "I have difficulty walking. Please be patient and wait for me." The woman abruptly turned, startled as Shi Wanyue drew near, instinctively retreating. Su Luluo stepped forward to steady the wheelchair, smiling as she nodded. What a coincidence, Sister Wanyue. You are Shi Wanyue, the second daughter of the Poetry Mansion, and my maidservant also shares your name. She too is the second daughter of the Poetry Mansion. Su Yunluo froze, and the surrounding onlookers were equally astonished. Impossible, the woman shrieked, losing her composure. She is the impostor. You cannot deceive me. I am unwell, often resting in the back courtyard, and rarely venture out. Miss, do not be fooled. Then let us return to the Poetry Mansion and clarify this matter, shall we? The Poetry Mansion shop is just ahead. We could ask the shopkeeper and staff to identify the truth. Of course, we dare not. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the two women, who were in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed, fully aware that matters had likely gone awry. Hadn't they confirmed that sure, when you never ventured outside and had no social interactions? Everyone, Su Luo raised the contract of servitude in her hand. Xiaolan's face changed dramatically as she lunged to snatch it away, only to be kicked out by Su Yunluo. Do my two maidservants not possess exquisite beauty? Indeed, they are charmingly lovely. A plump young gentleman squeezed through the crowd, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the two women, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. What do you intend to do? A piercing scream erupted, as fear flooded their eyes. It suddenly dawned on them that Su Luo had long known they were impostors and had set a trap for them, forcing them to sign the contract of servitude. Was she planning to sell them both? Absolutely not. Prices were set at 100,000 taels for the elder and 100 for the younger, going to the highest bidder. Su Luo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. If her intuition was correct, the people of the Rue Wang would surely be nearby, prepared to pay a handsome sum to rescue these two women. At that moment, Xiaolan's vision darkened, nearly losing consciousness. 100 taels was an amount many could afford. Even commoners might buy her back, which meant she would have to endure torment. Her eyes widened in horror as she glared at Su Luo, a chill coursing through her body, desperately shaking her head. I want to go. I want to go anywhere. I want to stay with my lady. I bid 200. I bid 300. Seeing genuine bids emerging, Xiaolan trembled in fear. Su Luo remained unfazed, clutching the contract tightly, facilitating the exchange of money and the individuals involved, ultimately concluding the deal at 1,000 taels. As Xiaolan turned to flee, Su Yunluo struck her down with a swift blow, tossing her into the hands of the buyer, a prosperous merchant who beamed with delight, hastily carrying her into his carriage, eager to indulge in this fresh acquisition before his wife discovered it. Chapter 13. Pulling into embrace, while the women were indeed stunning and their figures graceful. Their hearts harbored malice. Once the entertainment was over, they had to be discarded. Otherwise, they would pose a threat. Miss Su, 100,000 is rather steep. How about I offer 5,000 taels? An elderly man's gaze was fixated on the figure of the woman in the pink dress, grinning broadly as he retrieved banknotes. Having encountered countless women, he could discern that, despite her bruised visage, she was undoubtedly a great beauty, promising an exquisite experience. As he spoke, he seized the woman in pink and dragged her into his embrace, despite her desperate struggles and tears, attempting to evoke sympathy from the onlookers. But no one believed her anymore. I bid 10,000 taels. Another wealthy young gentleman approached, grasping her hand and pulling her closer, even leaning down to attempt a kiss. If you indulge in lewdness, do not blame others for doing the same. I bid 30,000. I bid 40,000. The cacophony of bids rose, approaching 100,000. Su Luo surveyed the surroundings with a frigid gaze, and indeed, a tall figure emerged, clearly a martial expert. Upon seeing this person, the seized women felt a wave of relief. The Rue Wang's men had arrived, and she would soon be liberated. She glared at Su Luo, vowing to avenge this grievance. The man approached Su Luo and presented the insignia of the Rue Wang's residence, revealing his identity, then spoke to her with audacity. Princess. The woman in pink lifted her gaze in shock, realizing that Su Luo was the Rue Wang Fei, not Suing Shui. How dare you bully a weak woman in this place? Since you have purchased her, take her back to the Wang Fu. The Wang Yi values his reputation. Should he discover your misconduct in public, he would surely be displeased. The commanding tone incensed Su Yunluo, who retorted, What is your attitude? Su Yin Luo was truly astonished. This man was merely a subordinate of the Rui Wang, yet he spoke to Luo with such disrespect. Could it be, was her sister living under such conditions in the Wangfu? What attitude do you mean? Lu Cheng, he smirked, his eyes glinting with malice as he rested a hand on his sword, a formidable aura radiating from him. The Rui Wang Fei has always been nothing more than a dog to the Rui Wang, doing whatever commanded. The Wang Yi has said that as long as we perform well, we might one day have a taste of the Rui Wang Fei ourselves. Kill him. As Su Luo's voice fell, Su Yin Luo drew her sword and clashed with Lu Chenghe. Following the Rui Wang for a decade, Lu Chenghe had earned his trust. He was ruthless, unflinching in his violent deeds, and often exploited Su Luo. Knowing full well that the Rui Wang held disdain for her, Su Yin Luo, having lived a life of bloodshed in the military, proved a formidable opponent. In mere moments, Lu Chenghe was left gasping blood, immobilized. The woman in pink, her eyes bloodshot, desperately gathered her internal energy to flee, but Su Luo was swifter, sending a silver needle into her body, rendering her powerless and weak. Panic engulfed the woman as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Su Luo, reliaseme. The Wang Yi will ensure your survival. Only the Rui Wang knew her true identity and significance. So if anything happened to her, the Rui Wang would not hesitate to exact a brutal revenge. Not far away, at a window on the second floor of an inn, a handsome figure clad in blue observed the scene. Turning to his subordinates Tian Qing and Tian Bao, he commanded, "Purchase her. She is not worth that price, young master. Just a scheming woman. 100 taels is reasonable, but 100,000 is absurd. Su Luo loves wealth, and the Fengyue building is in need of fresh talent. No training required." His voice dripped with coldness, and Tian Qing immediately understood. He leaped down and approached Su Luo. 100,000 taels. I'll buy her. He respectfully presented an insignia to Su Luo. This is a token. Miss Su may collect the payment at the Tianxiao money exchange at her convenience. If it remains there, a monthly interest of 2,000 taels will accrue, along with generous gifts. Then set up the account and send the receipts and gifts to the Su residence. Su Luo accepted the insignia, visibly satisfied. At that time, can a receipt be exchanged for the token? Yes, everything will be at your discretion, Miss Su. The Tianxiao money exchange will handle it impeccably. Not only the Tianxiao money exchange, but any financial institution could be managed smoothly, as over 60% of such establishments in the Shenyue kingdom were owned by the young Master S family. With a smile, Tian Qing turned, swiftly incapacitating the struggling woman in pink with a single strike before tossing her into the carriage. He then bowed to the crowd, announcing, "This woman will soon become a new lady at the Fengyue building. Should anyone be interested, feel free to visit. She will serve with utmost dedication." Many wealthy young masters, initially lamenting their loss, suddenly brightened at Tian Qing's words. The prospect of visiting the Fengyue building for entertainment was enticing. Why spend 100,000 taels when they could indulge repeatedly for far less? Thus, the women felt that Su Luo had rid the people of a menace, while the men found opportunities, leaving the scene with satisfaction. As Su Luo watched Tian Qing's carriage depart, she turned, only to feel the world spin around her, a sweet metallic taste flooding her mouth. Just as she began to fall, Su Yin Luo, alarm caught her. The group hurriedly boarded the carriage, and at that moment, Su Yin Luo discovered that the carriage also contained the young eunuch Xiao Shengzi and 2 sleeping infants. Second young master, this matter cannot be explained in haste. Mrs. Condition is extremely fragile. Fu Ling held Su Luo tightly, while Su Yin Luo grasped her hand firmly. The group hurriedly set off toward the nearest manor, unmindful of anything else. Subsequently, Su Yin Luo sent someone to inform her mother, Madame Su, the third young lady Su Yingxue, the wet nurse, and the mute woman to head to the manor together. Although Su Luo was in a daze upon hearing her mother's sisters, wet nurses, and mute woman's names, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. In this life, she would never allow her children to be left with nothing but bones, nor would she permit her loved ones to die unjustly. She would never again aid the king of Rui nor indulge Sui Yao. Just wait. For every drop of blood they made her shed, she would make them bleed tenfold. For every life they forced her to sacrifice, she would demand 100-fold retribution. The manor, named Teowapan, was not particularly large, but was filled with peach trees, each one lovingly planted by Su Yunluo and her siblings. Every spring, when the peach blossoms bloomed, they would come here to stay for a while, so the place was often well tended. As Su Luoluo fell into a deep slumber, she quickly became ensnared in a nightmare, seemingly transported back to the long and drifting years. She gazed at the grave before her, crying out in anguish. Tears fell incessantly from her eyes, and Su Yunluo, alarmed, turned pale as she rushed to embrace her sister, gently stroking her head while listening with a heart-wrenching ache to fully recount the events that transpired in the Rue Palace. Chapter 14. Tears fall. Su Yunluo clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking with the strain, while Sherwan Yue was rendered speechless in shock. She had always believed that after Luoluo married into the Rue Palace, she would lead a life of unparalleled luxury, and knowing that she endured torment there, she could not let Luoluo find out, fearing it would compel her to speak out, jeopardizing her relationship with the prince. Yet, she never imagined Luoluo lived such a life of suffering. These scoundrels! The stench of blood surged in Su Yunluo's throat as fury coursed through him. How could she endure such humiliation, silently sacrificing so much for him? From now on, brother will protect you. Guilt surged within Su Yunluo for years. He and his elder brother had guarded the frontier, seldom concerning themselves with family matters, not realizing they had allowed their sister to live such inhumane days. He could guess that her self-sacrifice partly stemmed from wanting the king of Rue to look after them at the border, to safeguard the Su household. After marrying into the Rue Palace, everything appeared normal on the surface, and soon rumors of her pregnancy circulated, with Su Yao often visiting the palace to care for Luoluo, returning with tales of Luoluo's happiness and favor, leading them to believe she was the most fortunate of all. If you desire revenge, brother will pursue it for you. Holding Su Luoluo tightly, Su Yunluo's eyes blazed crimson as he repeatedly patted her back, assuring her, the king of Rue. He never anticipated that the prince harbored such malicious intentions, nor did he foresee that Su Yao would commit such heinous acts. If he does not avenge this wrong, he is unworthy to be called a brother. Second young master, madam, the third young lady, and the doctor have arrived at Teotihuacan, fully announced, carrying in freshly brewed tea. Su Yunluo quickly entrusted Su Luoluo to Fulling's care, lifted his long robe, and coldly exited to greet their mother. Madame Su, unaware of the events that transpired, assumed her son had returned to congratulate Luoluo, and her heart brimmed with joy. The Su residence was already festooned with lanterns and flowers, brimming with celebratory spirit, and various gifts were prepared to send to the Rue Palace. Why have you returned to the manor instead of the palace? Madame Su asked hastily as she entered the garden, spotting her son approaching with a grim expression. Su Yingshue's heart sank upon seeing her brother's darkened countenance, and she quickly stepped forward, asking softly, is there trouble at the border? If there were no trouble, why would he appear in such a manner? Su Yunluo exchanged greetings with their mother, guiding her further inside, while revealing that Luoluo had returned with the children. Madame Su and Su Yingxue were taken aback, realizing they had been completely unaware of such a significant event, questioning why they had returned to the manor instead of celebrating at the Rue Palace. Madame Su's face quickly paled, sensing that something was amiss, and she hurriedly rushed towards Su Luoluo's chamber. Mother! Su Yunluo feared for his mother's well-being and hurried to support her. Mother, please be careful. What happened? Do not hide it from me, speak. Madame Su urgently inquired. But as she raised her gaze, she caught sight of a frail figure leaning against the doorframe, pale and weakened. Before she could express her concern, Su Luoluo rushed into her mother's embrace, clinging tightly to her, tears streaming down her face, rendering her speechless. Her mother was still alive, and her brother and sisters were too. Heaven knows how much she longed for her mother's familiar visage, how she missed the gentle affection of her siblings, a longing that ached in her heart. Even the thought of a ghost would cause her pain. Do not worry, my dear. I shall bear whatever may come. At that moment, Madame Su was certain that calamity had befallen the Rue Palace. She tightened her embrace around her daughter, soothing her by stroking her hair. Even if the heavens fall, I shall protect you. Whatever may come, I shall face it. Hearing her mother's gentle and familiar voice, Su Luoluo could no longer contain herself. She fell to her knees before her mother, bowing her head heavily to the ground, weeping bitterly. Mother! Her forehead struck the cold ground. And Su Luoluo finally grasped that everything before her was no mere dream. It was all too real. She longed for her mother, for every person who cared for her, and felt guilt for every life lost in her name. I, the unfilial daughter, have caused you worry. She recalled drifting through the void to a dark and damp place, witnessing her mother, pale and emaciated, covered in blood, with not a single healthy spot on her body. In her dying moments, she had gazed wide-eyed, trembling lips calling out, Luoluo, Luoluo, until her breath ceased. This scene pained Madame Su's heart deeply. Her daughter's pale complexion and sorrowful expression indicated that something terrible had transpired. She hurriedly bent down to lift Su Luoluo into her arms. Little fourth, what has happened? Why are you dressed so lightly? What on earth has transpired? Su Yingxue was equally startled by Su Luo's state, usually the most composed of the siblings. Her heart ached seeing her sister in such distress, her eyes reddening with tears as she stepped forward. Mother, sister, let us go inside and discuss this. Meanwhile, Fulling had already been reduced to tears, kneeling on the ground to apologize for not caring for the young lady properly. Su Luoluo quickly grasped her hand, pulling her inside. Fulling hurriedly wiped her tears while preparing tea, and Su Yunluo brought in a warm charcoal fire, lighting a calming incense. Su Luoluo was gently helped onto a soft couch, and Madame Su wrapped her in thick blankets. The mute woman and the wet nurse were equally shocked by the scene and hurried to the kitchen to prepare soup. Su Luo opened her eyes wide, gazing at each familiar face in turn, her heart aching with an indescribable sorrow. It was all her fault. It was her fault that they had suffered such a tragic fate. Everyone looked at Su Luoluo, observing her frail form and the children, now peacefully asleep beside her, all with reddened eyes. Su Luoluo took out the divorce papers, presenting them to Madame Su with a choked voice. Mother, I am sorry. Madame Su had painstakingly raised each of them, wishing for their happiness. Her brothers had intended to marry, but they had prioritized the country, believing that if they married now, while stationed at the border, their wives and children would suffer. They had wanted to ensure their sister's happiness first, thus delaying their own marriages. Yet unexpectedly, they had not married, and she had already divorced. How can I say sorry? Madame Su set aside the divorce papers, and Su Luoluo buried her head in her mother's embrace, inhaling the familiar scent that brought forth an uncontrollable stream of tears. She loved her mother, loved her brothers, loved her sisters, and cherished the wet nurse, the mute woman, and Fulling. Truly, she loved them all deeply. No one could fathom the torment she endured upon hearing the insidious schemes of Rui Wang and Su Yiyao, designed to bring harm to her loved ones. It felt as if she were being torn apart by 1,000 blades, her heart aching with anguish as she wept and cried out, yet no one could hear, nor could anyone see her suffering. Foolish child, why do you not confide in your mother when life is so distressing? If that is the case, you should have divorced him long ago. You could have left that wretched person. Your mother can provide for you. Indeed, Su Yunluo quickly agreed. My brother can support you as well. So can I, for I possess considerable wealth. Su Yingxue chimed in eagerly. With swollen eyes, Su Luoluo gazed at them, her tears falling once more as she listened to their gentle and familiar voices. The wet nurse and the mute woman entered with food, nodding in agreement as they overheard the conversation. We servants can sustain the young miss. We grow our own vegetables, tend to our own fields, and raise our own poultry. While we may not possess the opulence of the wealthy, we have managed to keep the young miss and young master plump and healthy, which I believe is sufficient. A warmth surged within Su Luo's eyes as she grasped the hands of the wet nurse and the mute woman tightly. Their fates were tragic. As family members perished one by one, the mute woman had an opportunity to flee, yet she chose not to, ignoring the commands of Madame Su to escape. She gathered their remains, painstakingly placing them in jars, her frail body struggling to carry them even a few steps. In time, while evading pursuers, she bore the jars into the mountains, digging deep into the earth until her fingers were bloodied, burying each urn of ashes in multiple graves. Later, she knelt before their graves, bowing 3 times, before throwing herself against a tree and meeting her demise. Su Miao, however, remained unwilling to concede defeat and unleashed a pack of wolves, following the scent of blood to find them, desecrating the grave she had so laboriously excavated. Chapter 15. Cold gaze the memories tormented Su Luoluo, filling her with an overwhelming rage. Yet, despite her ethereal drifting through countless scenes and hearing much, She could never witness the precise moment of their demise. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy, shielding her from the sight of such harrowing events. Or perhaps it was a chance to relive her life, to uncover the truth piece by piece and seek vengeance. "I miss you all," she whispered gently to the wet nurse and the mute woman. It was a simple statement, yet it brought tears to their eyes. As servants, they could not embrace their mistress, but their longing to hold this child was palpable. A gentle breeze swept through, and as shadows approached, Su Luoluo leaned forward to tightly embrace both of them. "Thank you, dear wet nurse and mute woman. I'm truly grateful." Shock flickered in their eyes, quickly replaced by trembling excitement. Tears streamed down their faces as they nodded fervently. This was their cherished young miss, whom they had nurtured since childhood. What had she endured to transform into this? "Everyone please sit down," Madame Su, suppressing her sorrow, commanded, and the entire household, regardless of rank, gathered around the soft couch. Now that the divorce was finalized, the priority was to restore her health. "Shall see. You and one you shall stay here. I will ensure your needs are met." "Understood," Su Luoluo replied obediently, though her heart raced with urgency, for there were countless matters requiring her attention. If she faltered even slightly, it could lead to a repeat of her previous life, where all perished. Yet, she could not let her mother worry. She must remain composed and methodically untangle the threads of fate. "Second brother, send someone to the poetry mansion to convey that Sister One you will be staying here for a few days." The woman who impersonated Sure One Yu likely assumed that no one was familiar with her. She intended to thrust One Yu into the limelight, exploiting the connection between the poetry mansion and Su Mansion to draw closer to them, thereby severing her own escape routes. Rui Wang must have already learned of their abduction, and he would surely devise a plan to rescue them. After all, such a breathtaking beauty would be a waste for anyone else. Alternatively, the events transpiring at the poetry mansion may also intertwine with those of Rui Wang's residence, all of which demanded investigation. Su Yinluo had long been aware that her sister had a close friend named Shi Wanyu. Upon seeing her, she was indeed gentle and beautiful. Furthermore, had it not been for her, her sister would not have exited the palace so smoothly, so it was only right that she looked after Wanyu. "Second brother, this is what I require. Please procure it for me." As Su Yinluo glanced at the items, surprise glimmered in her eyes. These were medical instruments that must be crafted in a skilled blacksmith shop, along with numerous rare medicinal herbs, including poisons. "Wanyu, I will heal your legs. Do not worry." Afterward, she turned her gaze to the wet nurse and the mute woman. "I shall also restore your health, ensuring you live long lives. For my children will need your care." Listening to Su Luo's orderly arrangements, Su Yinluo glanced at the sky, then declared, "I shall find 2 wet nurses and attend to the matters my sister has instructed." Stepping out into the cold wind, she surveyed the expanse of white snow, her expression darkening as a realization struck her. Their brothers had fought valiantly for the emperor at the borders, hoping to earn the royal family's favor and protection. Perhaps that notion was misguided. Leaning against the window, Su Luoluo watched her brother's handsome figure, still grappling with disbelief that this was reality. "Gulme, rest your head upon your mother's lap and sleep soundly." As the snow glimmered, Madame Su noticed her daughter's swollen eyes and exhausted demeanor. She sat beside her, gently guiding her to lie down, resting her head on her lap. The wet nurse and mute woman approached with goat's milk, feeding the child bit by bit. Su Luoluo observed this warm scene, nodding as she nestled against her mother. The maid quickly arranged the blankets for them before checking on the young miss and young master. After a moment, she softly spoke. "The boy's nickname is Chun'er, and the girl's is Rong. Due to the poison and the suffering they endured, both Chun'er and Rong'er were incredibly small, their eyes tightly shut, yet their purplish little mouths opened in search of milk, evoking profound sympathy. The wet nurse and mute woman each tended to one child, their eyes never wavering, and soon tears welled up again. How pitiful these young masters were, so innocent and yet faced with such calamity at the moment of their birth. Although Su Luoluo had temporarily stifled the poison's effects with an injection, it was imperative to find an antidote swiftly. As she closed her eyes, appearing to sleep, her mind raced, compelling her to clarify every detail of the situation. Su Yao and her aunt had always coveted the positions of Madame Su and the legitimate daughter, seeking to usurp everything from her. And what role did Su Howie play in this scheme? Why did that woman seek to climb into Su Howie's bed? The primary reasons behind Rui Wang's actions in eliminating her elder brother and second brother remained unclear. The entire landscape of Shun Yu Kingdom unfolded in Su Lulua's mind. As she contemplated the borders safeguarded by her brothers, piecing together the conspiracies she had previously witnessed, certain truths began to surface. In a few days, envoys from Tianli Kingdom would arrive in the capital, ostensibly to foster diplomatic relations and secure a good marriage for Princess Biyuan. However, it was the princess's elder brother, the second prince of Tianli Kingdom, Long Xuanma, who had already established connections with Rui Wang, and they had been conspiring together. Yes, it was about the position of the crown prince. Though Shen Yu Kingdom had already named a crown prince, until he ascended the throne, his status was not secure, and the selection could be altered at any time. Rui Wang's ambition had always been the throne. To gain the emperor's favor, one must accrue military merit and the support of the people. Yet such achievements cannot be conjured at will. However, they can be created. If Su Luolua's suspicions were accurate, the arrival of the Tianli envoys would undoubtedly incite turmoil between the two nations, providing a pretext for war. Su Yunting and Su Yunluo have long been stationed at the frontier, steadfast as an ironclad fortress. The Yuhua Pass, which they guard, is the closest point to the Tianli Kingdom, making it the most convenient and swift route for its army to invade the kingdom of Shenyue. Moreover, the Tianli Kingdom is likewise embroiled in power struggles for the position of crown prince, with the second prince, Long Xuanma, and the fifth prince, Long Xianling, being the most fiercely competitive. Long Xuanma intends to ally with the Rui Wang to eliminate Long Xuanling's influence. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," holds true in this case. Should Long Xuanma secure the position of crown prince, he would then turn against the Rui Wang, who would feign support, allowing Long Xuanma to penetrate Shenyue's defenses, only to later repel him. Thus, the Rui Wang would gain military merit and draw closer to the throne. However, for such collaboration to succeed, hostages are necessary, and the beautiful Bai Shui serves as the pawn in this intricate game. Regrettably, despite their valor, Su Yunting and Su Yunluo are unwaveringly loyal to the emperor and are masters of military strategy. Even 5 Tianli kingdoms would struggle to breach their stronghold. Therefore, it is imperative that Su Yunting and Su Yunluo perish. Their demise would instill fear throughout Shenyue, for if even the renowned generals fall, the ensuing battle would be perilous, and any survival of the Rui Wang would be deemed miraculous. The arrival of the Tianli Kingdom's emissaries in the capital marks the inception of their conspiracy. Madame Su gazes at her daughter, whose brows remain furrowed even in slumber. With a gentle touch, she caresses her daughter's forehead, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she smiles tenderly, whispering, "It's all right, dear. Sleep soundly. Mother is here to guard you." Su Luoluo clutches her mother's hand, nestling it close, her body trembling as she chokes out a response, "Okay." As she watches her daughter gradually succumb to sleep, Madame Su wipes away her tears, directing her gaze out the window where a cold glint lurks in her eyes. An hour later, Su Yunluo observes the 2 infants finally being fed, collapsing into a chair, panting with anxiety, fearing that they might cry from hunger. "Second young master, 4th miss, please come with me." "Fulin graciosin." And Su Yunluo hurries to Su Lulua's chamber, only to find her writing a letter. He exclaims, "Why aren't you resting properly? You shouldn't be up and about so soon after giving birth. It's detrimental to your health." Second brother, Su Luluo replies with a serious demeanor, continuing to write as she speaks. This letter must be delivered by the most trustworthy person directly into eldest brother's hands. Ensure he reads it and burns it immediately. Furthermore, on the frontier, remember that you and eldest brother are the highest-ranking generals. No prince or official has the authority to command you. Always remember, those who disobey shall be executed. Chapter 16. Secrets unveiled. Regardless of Tianli's provocations, you must not step beyond the borders and remain vigilant to avoid falling into their traps. You are already aware of the Rui Wang's true nature. Heed his words with caution and never trust him. In a few days, the emissaries from the Tianli Kingdom will arrive, and Princess Bai Shui will certainly employ her cunning. She is ruthless and unfeeling, so exercise utmost caution around her. Su Yunluo listens intently to his sister's words, caught between surprise and admiration. His sister possesses exceptional wisdom, and he had assumed she would remain oblivious to worldly affairs. content to be a devoted wife and mother. Each of the four siblings excels in their own right, and with their grandfather's mysterious death and their father's growing estrangement, their mother is also not in a peaceful state. Thus, they have distanced themselves from the capital, with the third and fourth sisters concealing their talents. Yet perhaps it is better this way. Rather than hiding, it is wiser to reveal their strengths, ensuring that no one can harm them. The hatred gleaming in her eyes is something Su Yunluo has never witnessed before, indicating she has indeed suffered and has begun to harbor resentment. All right, I will. Once the letter is completed, Su Yunluo fetches water, dissolving a poison into it before submerging the letter, causing the ink to vanish. This letter is laced with poison. Should anyone attempt to open it, they shall perish instantly. Eldest brother will recognize it. A black butterfly is drawn in the lower left corner of the envelope, signifying the letter's toxic nature. This is a secret only the four siblings share. Different colored butterflies denote different events. However, Su Luoluo recalls that in her previous life, this secret seemed to have been leaked, though she cannot remember how. After everything is prepared, Fu Ling enters to assist Su Luoluo with a large bowl of medicine, while Su Yunluo steps outside, only to encounter a young man waiting there, accompanied by 3 large horse-drawn carriages. Upon seeing Su Yunluo, the young man hastily approaches and bows. Second young master, I am from the money house. Fourth miss previously deposited funds with our Tianxia money house. I have come to deliver the receipt. Tianqing and Tianbao are the personal guards of Jun Molin, who, although he runs the money house, is actually the only son of the Prime Minister Jun. While the world knows Jun as a handsome figure, few understand why he shuns official duties and studies, preferring to engage in financial dealings with a crowd of rascals. The May Garden, for instance, was a whimsical project he dedicated 6 years to crafting. The items following are gifts from the money house for the fourth miss, along with the receipt. Such hospitality? Su Yunluo had anticipated a few valuable items, but was taken aback by the arrival of several carriages. Glancing at the receipt, he realized that the Tianxia money house truly possesses vast wealth, which impressed him. Tianing, noticing Sunwoo's satisfaction, beamed kippily. Is only right. The master is aware of fourth miss's need for recuperation and has sent numerous precious medicinal herbs and supplements, along with silks and jewelry that young ladies adore. We hope the Su family will store their future funds with us. Su Yunluo was astonished to hear this. The Tianxia money house spans the entire realm. Yet depositing funds requires passing their stringent assessment. Only those who qualify may become esteemed clients. It is perplexing that, despite such strictures, the wealthy still flock to the Tianxia money house. As he observed Tianqing and the servants unloading the 3 carriages, he mused, can one receive such gifts simply for depositing money? I shall have to deposit all my funds there. Upon entering the courtyard, Tianqing surveyed the peach blossom grove, which appeared somewhat desolate in winter, unlike their May garden, where thousands of exquisite winter plums bloomed amidst a snowy landscape, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Hearing that the Tianxia money house's staff had arrived, Su Luoluo dressed and allowed Tianqing to enter. After exchanging greetings and presenting the receipt, they began moving in the items one by one. Fourth miss, this is the receipt for your funds deposited with the Tianxia money house. Should you wish to withdraw funds, simply send someone to inform us, and we will deliver the money to your door. Additionally, these are gifts from the money house. We kindly ask that you do not store your money elsewhere in the future. Su Luoluo stared in amazement at the continuous influx of items, nodding in acknowledgement. It was only when a room was filled with an assortment of necessities that she could not help but question Tianqing. I have only deposited 100,000 taels. Is it truly necessary to send so much? The list included rare medicinal herbs like a century-old lingji, ginseng, blood swallow, and deer antler, as well as exquisite silk and jewelry, and an entire box of jade rui. Moreover, Su Luoluo picked up several silk cloth tigers, noting that the embroidery alone must be worth over 1,000 taels. Cough. Tianqing coughed slightly, a flicker of something passing through his eyes as he respectfully replied, I am merely cultivating potential major depositors. In the future, when a young miss and young master grow up, I hope they will also choose to store their funds with us. Very well. Su Luoluo agreed without hesitation. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Fourth miss, please take care of your health. Understanding Su Luoluo's current frailty, Tianqing quickly stood to depart. Fu Ling personally escorted him out, and after a courteous bow, Tianqing waved goodbye with a warm expression. Hasten back to attend to Miss C. The weather is exceedingly frigid. As these words were spoken, the snow began to fall in flurries once more. Observing the figure of Fu Ling as she turned away, Tianqing finally reined in his smile and let out a sigh. Turning his head, a loud thud startled him as he recoiled, his head colliding with the carriage. Young master. The usually enigmatic and aloof young master had unexpectedly appeared in his humble carriage. Yet when he arrived, he had clearly not seen the young master. He had merely come to deliver a note. Was it truly necessary for him to accompany it in person? Typically, when others stored 1,000,000 taels, the young master would not even deign to show his face. Yet now, for a mere 100,000 taels, he not only delivered it himself, but also brought along various supplements and rare items. The value of those few carts of goods must have exceeded several 100,000 taels. With long fingers, he lifted the curtain, and Jun Mo Lin gazed at the estate before him, his phoenix eyes shimmering with light. It was indeed somewhat small and rather desolate. No wonder she wished to purchase the May Garden. Su Luo had adored plum blossoms since childhood. Tianqing, spread the word. The May Garden is for sale at 500,000 taels. Tianqing stared in shock at the young master. Selling the May Garden for a mere 500,000 taels? After 6 years of painstaking effort to create this estate, even if it were to be sold, it ought to be worth tens of millions of taels. He would wager that within the span of a single incense stick, it would be sold, believe it or not. Then he heard the young master's calm voice, only to the Rui Wang Fu, coughing from the hot tea that had gone down the wrong way. Tianqing was taken aback by the directed sale. Meeting the young master's icy gaze, he hastily wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and sat properly, stammering, "Why?" Tianqing had always found the young master somewhat peculiar. Ever since encountering Su Luo, he had seemed different, though he could not pinpoint how. Only to the Rui Wang? What qualifications does someone like him have? Tianqing suddenly realized. This was for Miss C. Indeed, young master. If Rui Wang pays Miss C, and she comes herself to negotiate, would there be room for bargaining? After all, Rui Wang's funds would surely be forthcoming. If Su Luo were to arrive in person with 500,000 taels to discuss the deal, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, Tianqing raised 5 fingers, then folded them one by one, each fold chilling his heart further until, in a hoarse voice, he asked Jun Mo Lin, "Would 50 taels suffice?" Chapter 17. Rescue her out if you wish to give it away. Just say so. Sitting there with a frosty expression and saying nothing, what does that mean? No one dares to oppose. Furthermore, the young master, who controls the financial institutions of the realm, is not lacking in wealth, or he would not send goods to Miss C as if they were flowing water. Has the wet nurse been arranged? Jun Mo Lin furrowed his brow slightly, and Tianqing hurriedly sat up straight. Yes, they have arrived at the peach blossom grove. The children are eating heartily. However, young master, the 2 children are truly thin and small, looking quite pitiful. Miss C, too, is deathly pale and appears utterly weakened. Jun Mo Lin paused, his elegant features momentarily paling, which only deepened Tianqing's confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that the young master's affections for Su Luo were rather excessive, especially considering she had just divorced and bore 2 children. Young master Tianqing ventured closer, but Jun Mo Lin abruptly set down the teacup. Tianqing quickly retreated, but boldly stated, "The master has arranged a marriage meeting and wishes for you to return for dinner." The atmosphere in the carriage grew instantly cold. Jun Mo Lin's long lashes fluttered as he slowly rotated his fingers on the teacup. Tianqing dreaded this gesture. It signaled that someone was about to face consequences. I do not comprehend why the entirety of the capital knows the young master to be a dandy, yet those maidens, upon seeing him, become entranced despite his indifferent demeanor. They still seek to infiltrate the Jun manor, investigate which young ladies are so eager for marriage, arrange for her to wed on the way here. Tianqing nearly tumbled from the settee. How could one find a suitable husband for her on such short notice? Jun Mo Lin regarded his dim-witted subordinate with cold eyes, patiently calculating. On her way back, Su Yun Luo collided with a horse. Might she not follow that pattern? Indeed. Tianqing nodded vigorously and then tasked someone with the arrangements, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed outside, troubled. In truth, the young master was already 19 years old, spending his days not reading nor serving in the court, nor taking a wife, merely counting his wealth. However, money cannot provide warmth, affection, or the joy of children. Outsiders merely label the young master as a dandy, surrounded by sycophants, mocking him at every mention. Yet only Tianqing understood how cold the young master truly was, as frigid as ice, keeping all at bay. Leaning against the soft cushion, Yunmo Lin glanced at Tianqing. Investigate her affairs more thoroughly. Understood. Tianqing felt increasingly troubled. He wanted to inform the young master that despite her divorce, he was still an unblemished bachelor, which was rather inappropriate. Young Master Tianqing decided to risk a question. Jun Mo Lin closed his eyes. The image of his brief respite resembling a masterpiece of a renowned painter. You cannot possibly have taken a liking to Miss C. This was truly unprecedented, bordering on the absurd. However, as the carriage creaked through the snow, seeking an answer that did not come, Tianqing noted that the young master seemed to have dozed off, covering him with a blanket. Such a fine cabbage. And now Su Luo had her eye on it. He was rather reluctant. Meanwhile, the news of the May Garden being sold for 500,000 taels spread like wildfire throughout the capital, igniting a frenzy, with people rushing from every household to seize the opportunity to purchase it. Naturally, Rui Wang caught wind of this news. Fuming, he shattered several objects in his rage. 500,000 taels, Jun Mo Lin certainly knew how to inflate prices. He thought that 200,000 taels would be reasonable, never expecting him to demand such an exorbitant sum, especially with many already en route to the May Garden. My Lord Chang phoned and stood behind Rui Wang, observing their furious master anxiously while glancing at Chin Fei, who sat calmly sipping tea. Your Highness. Chin Fei's eyes were icy as she set down her teacup. Chang Feng stoked the fire more vigorously. Chin Fei had just arrived and was quite irate. After a sip of tea, she gritted her teeth. The emperor had that old fool Yun Hai convey a decree chastising me severely. That Su Luo is no simple character. Rui Wang's eyes darkened with murderous intent, a metallic taste rising to his lips. Chang Feng hastily offered a handkerchief, which Rui Wang accepted, feeling a surge of turmoil within. He had never anticipated Su Luo's sudden transformation. She had single-handedly turned the tide and placed him in a position of vulnerability, forcing him to divorce her. Just a mere dog, he thought. In a few days, she would obediently return. She bore his children and adored him. Without his support, they would struggle to survive. This uproar was beneficial, as the crown prince would surely view him as a man enmeshed in romantic folly, thus lowering their guard against him, while the emperor would also feel some relief. In this way, they would perceive Rui Wang as merely a man entrapped by love for a lowborn girl, unaware that he was cleverly utilizing this situation to lessen their vigilance, allowing him to orchestrate his plans in the shadows. The envoys from Tianli Kingdom were soon to arrive in the capital, and this matter must not encounter any missteps. My lord, you do not intend to kill Su Luo? She presumed that with Rui Wang's ruthless nature, he would surely seek to eliminate her. Rui Wang's expression darkened further as he clenched his fist tightly, yet remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone icy. She has her uses. Even now, visions of Su Luo's proud and fierce countenance lingered in his mind, a stark contrast to her previously gentle demeanor. He knew her to be compliant and beautiful, yet he had not anticipated her to possess such a chilling and formidable presence. My lord, the dark guard entered, paying his respects. The princess of Bichue had encountered trouble. On her way, she met Su Luo. In order to enter the Su residence, she signed a contract of servitude with Su Luo, who then promptly sold her to the Wind and Moon Pavilion. To rescue her, no expense would be spared. Hurry. The Rui Wang shattered the table with a single blow, his fury spreading. Once again, it was related to Su Luo. Why did everything seem to involve her lately? What was her intention? The Bichue princess. She was a crucial ally he needed to collaborate with, and any mistake was intolerable. Although Bichue was young, she was cunning. Logically, she should not have failed. Once again, it was due to Su Luo. If access to the Su residence was denied, many plans would falter. He had to uproot the Su family entirely to eliminate future threats. Furthermore, he needed to discover the method to activate the divine jade. Bichue was the pivotal piece in this game. He had uncovered that Su Luo's divine jade could resurrect the dead, yet he still had no clue how to utilize it. Meanwhile, at the Peach Blossom Bank, Su Luoluo sipped on a nourishing medicinal soup while listening to Su Yunluo's gentle voice. The impostor had just entered the Wind and Moon Pavilion, and a customer had already requested her, offering 50,000 taels for her first night. However, after the encounter, the customer erupted in fury, claiming the woman was not a maiden and demanded compensation from Lin Mama. Enraged, Lin Mama sent her to entertain 10 more customers, charging 10,000 each, ultimately reimbursing the first customer with 100,000 taels. Truly satisfying. For the first time, Su Luoluo felt Lin Mama of the Wind and Moon Pavilion was a formidable figure. Once Su Yunluo finished speaking, Su Luoluo set down her bowl and looked at him. Second brother, how do you know about Lin Mama at the Wind and Moon Pavilion? Chapter 18. True Identity. Su Yunluo gazed at his sister's teasing eyes and quickly waved his hands. The last time I returned, I was pulled by my brothers for a drink. I haven't been there alone. Lin Mama must be furious by now, still seething with indignation. Su Luoluo listened, her gaze slightly lowered, her tone frigid. The speed of action from the Rue Wang's residence was exceedingly slow. By the time they rescued the woman, she would likely be in tatters. Good plays must be savored slowly. For now, they need not concern themselves with her. This principal culprit would one day face dire retribution. The kindness and sacrifices of the past had yielded no rewards. Thus she resolved never to be a good person again in this lifetime. The sound of snow falling filled the courtyard, and Su Yunluo opened the window, witnessing a subordinate jumping down from a tree. Second young master, the woman has been rescued. Su Yunluo turned to Su Luoluo, who leaned back, her expression unperturbed, merely watching the falling snow as she inquired, Second brother, do you know the true identity of that impostor? Both Su Yunluo and Shi Wanyue were taken aback, exchanging glances before shaking their heads. There's a third princess in the Tianli kingdom, 16 years old and extraordinarily beautiful. Her methods can hardly be described as cruel, to elevate her brother. She even resorted to using her body with the royal uncle, only to stab him to death in bed and seize his military power. Then she disguised herself and made her way to the capital. She and the Rue Wang must be conspiring on a grand scheme, which must begin with the Su residence. Su Yunluo clenched his fingers tightly, shattering the cup in his hand. He believed this information must have been gathered by his sister from the Rue Wang's residence. Indeed, the Rue Wang was no decent man. I learned of many of his secrets during my time there. I secretly observed numerous confidential matters. He could not yet disclose his rebirth nor reveal too much at once. He must convey information gradually as events unfolded, or they would not be able to accept it. For now, this was the best explanation. No wonder the Rue Wang was willing to deploy the Purple Cloak Guards to rescue that woman. It turned out her true identity was the third princess of the Tianli kingdom. Everyone was aware that an envoy from Tianli was to enter the capital. Yet no one knew the princess had already arrived. When the princess of Tianli revealed herself, one would see her unparalleled beauty. Could anyone be more stunning than Luoluo? Shi Wanyue gasped in surprise. She had been sewing small garments for the children when this revelation startled her. Furthermore, given her previous injuries and the Bichue princess's deliberate concealment of her beauty, she had not examined her closely. Su Luoluo regarded Shi Wanyue's gentle and lovely demeanor, patting her knee. Indeed, she is beautiful. I will administer acupuncture and a medicinal bath shortly. It will be painful, but you must endure. However, Su Luoluo's eyes flickered. We should handle this matter discreetly. Even when you can walk again, there is no need to rush to display it before everyone. Shi Wanyue's eyes gradually sparkled with hope. Previously, she had contemplated the possibility of walking, but considered it merely a fleeting fantasy. Now, upon hearing Luoluo's words, her anticipation ignited. Yes, I will listen to you. Shi Wanyue nodded firmly, then furrowed her brow. That Tianli princess impersonating me. Something feels amiss. Su Luoluo nodded. She is from the Tianli kingdom, and borrowing your identity serve a purpose. Because of my close relationship with you, this incident may indeed implicate me. I will ensure you receive an explanation. Shi Wanyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, sorrow enveloping her gaze as she gently shook her head. This incident should not implicate Su Luoluo. It likely involved her elder sister, once a favored concubine in the palace. Lost in thought, her emotions stirred, she inadvertently pricked her finger with a needle. Noticing her distress, Su Luoluo hurriedly grasped her hand, softly reassuring her. It will be all right. Sure, Wan Yue spoke with a smile. Compared to what Su Luoluo endured, her pain was trivial. She sensed that Luoluo harbored immense sorrow within, though it remained unexpressed. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck Su Luoluo, causing her to turn abruptly toward a specific direction. That sensation was familiar. It was the feeling of the divine jade. The Rue Wang had seized her divine jade, believing it could grant resurrection and enhance abilities. Yet, he was only aware of one aspect and ignorant of the other. Second brother, Su Luoluo, grasped his hand, pulling back the covers. Take me away. Without questioning why, Su Yinluo hoisted Su Luoluo onto his back and leapt away, arriving at a tavern where he secured a room. Su Luoluo then sat cross-legged. In just a brief hour, Su Yinluo observed as Su Luo's previously pale complexion gradually regained color, and her wounds healed rapidly. What was happening? Typically, a person would require time to recover from severe injuries sustained during childbirth. Yet his sister seemed to recover remarkably within a couple of hours. After several hours, Su Luo's enchanting visage finally radiated vitality. Opening her eyes, she felt an unprecedented lightness. She rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant Rue Wang's residence. Her eyes tinged with murderous intent. He was searching for a way to activate the divine jade. How absurd! He truly believed that the divine jade could grant resurrection. At that moment, the Rue Wang swept everything from the table, staring at the jade pendant in the air, utterly perplexed as to why Su Luoluo could utilize it while he could not. If he could activate the divine jade, he would be invincible, never needing to fear death. Raising his hand, the divine jade soared into his palm. My lord, please calm your anger. Chong Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his eyes filled with question. This jade appeared unremarkable, yet Su Luoluo had claimed it could bring the dead back to life and dispel all toxins after a drunken night. The Rue Wang had indeed noted her injuries, but the next day, she was completely restored, thanks to this pendant. Crash! A vase shattered as the Rue Wang's expression darkened. The steward entered to report, my lord. Miss Su Wu has awakened and has been crying. Perhaps it would be better to summon the imperial physician for her treatment. He understood that Su Yao had always been the Rue Wang's cherished one, so she received only the finest care and provisions. The Duke of Rue, upon receiving the divine jade, coldly turned towards Su Yao's courtyard. However, before he even stepped inside, he heard the anguished cries of her maid, Rose. Miss, you must not think this way. If the Duke finds out, he will be deeply worried about you. He treats you so well. How could you bear to die? As a stool crashed to the ground, Rose wept desperately, shouting for help. Help! Help! Something has happened to the miss. The Duke rushed in, swiftly embracing the suspended Su Yao as the silk ribbon was severed by the wind. She fell into his arms, tears streaming down her pale, yet still beautiful face. Looking up at the Duke with pitiful eyes, she cried out in despair, Why do you keep me around? I have brought shame upon you and disappointed the Empress Dowager. I deserve to die. Chapter 19. To kill him upon returning to the estate, despite her grievous injuries and the indignities she endured. The Duke had yet to step into her courtyard or seek justice for her. Furthermore, he seemed to be doubting her, which filled Su Yao with fear. Previously, she had relied on being the Duke's savior and his affection to act with impunity. But now, after this incident, she sensed his coldness towards her. It seemed the favor he once bestowed might soon be depleted. Moreover, the true savior of the Duke was Su Luoluo. She had merely usurped Su Luo's title as benefactor. If the Duke were to learn the truth. My lord, I am sorry for the disappointment I have caused you and the Empress Dowager. Please, allow me to die. Tears, glistening like jewels, fell from her eyes. She knew the Duke was most pained to see her in such a state. Initially irritable, the Duke's heart softened upon witnessing her distress. He embraced her fiercely, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? My mother just sent over some tonics. I was simply occupied and could not come to see you. Chong Feng hastily laid out the precious tonics and various ornaments on the table. Su Yao recognized them as coming from the palace, which eased her heart. The Duke was not lying. She clung to him tightly, weeping even more. My lord, I miss our child so much. I would rather it be me who died. Why could she not arrive safely by my side? The wet nurse, fearing my sorrow, disposed of her early, and I never even got to see her. Recalling the despairing and sorrowful eyes of the wet nurse before her death, a wave of fear washed over Su Yao. Yet, if she did not die, who would? In that case, there would be no witnesses, allowing her to extricate herself cleanly and evoke sympathy from others, garnering their trust. Upon hearing the mention of their child, the Duke's expression darkened as he thought of the two children Su Luoluo had taken from him. He lifted her and placed her on the bed, holding her hand tightly. "My lord." Su Yao wiped away her tears, her pleading eyes brimming with hope. "If you and fourth sister divorce, then it would be acceptable for our daughter to be lost. But having our son out there is not ideal. I'm also a daughter of the Su family. We are all kin. Why not let fourth sister hand the child over to me? I promise to raise him as my own." She could not believe the Duke would not want to reclaim his son. He was merely restrained by the Emperor's wrath. After all, he was the legitimate heir, and she would not allow Su Luoluo's son to obstruct her path in the future. "Despite how she treats you, you still have such kindness and wish to raise her son?" Seeing the Duke's wavering resolve, Su Yao felt a flicker of joy and rushed to add, "No matter how she despises or blames me, we are still blood sisters. Her child is as good as mine. If she wants to hit or curse me, I will accept it. After all, I love you so dearly, my lord, and cannot bear to part with you." "Very well, if you wish to bring him back, do so." However, with Su Luo's current temperament, it may not be so easy to persuade her. With Su Yao advocating for the child, it would ease the situation. If the Emperor inquired, it would be easier to navigate. This way, she could also keep Su Luoluo in check and utilize her better. "I will raise the child well, ensuring the Emperor is pleased." Thus, the matter of her becoming a consort could be revisited. Why should Su Luoluo effortlessly become the Duchess while she had to endure so much suffering? She was unwilling to accept it. She genuinely desired to reclaim the child, as only then could she restore the prospect of becoming a consort. Once everything settled, she would focus on her health and bear the Duke's legitimate son. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. The Duke's children could only be born of her. As long as she had a firm grip on that bastard's throat, it would be equivalent to seizing Su Luoluo's. At that time, she would have no choice but to obey. "My son, is the money ready? Are we certain about purchasing the plum garden?" When the Empress Dowager Chun spoke these words, her teeth were nearly ground in frustration. 500,000 taels. That was an enormous sum, nearly depleting all the Duke's and her own assets. "Yes," the Duke replied in a low voice, filled with irritation. If not for the divorce, he would not need to spend such a fortune. 500,000 taels could win over many people and train countless soldiers. He had no intention of truly paying that amount. Su Luoluo was not worth it. Upon hearing the words plum garden, Su Yao's eyes brightened. She had long desired the plum garden, famed as the most beautiful and largest estate in the entire kingdom of Shenyue, a paradise coveted by the wealthy. Was the Duke intending to compensate her by purchasing it? No wonder she was unaware of the inner workings, as she had fainted when Su Luoluo first demanded the Duke by the plum garden as recompense. "My lord." Tears of gratitude brimmed in Su Yao's eyes, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. Moreover, she realized that despite her grave injuries, a warm current had surged through her body, alleviating her pain significantly. Perhaps the heavens had taken pity on her suffering. Indeed, she was correct, as even fate seemed to be aiding her. "Please expedite this matter. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining it to the Emperor. If Su Luoluo desires the plum garden, give it to her, and we shall devise a plan once the situation cools down." "Understood," the Duke replied coldly. Having lost both money and resources, he could not feel pleased about this transaction. Su Yao suddenly raised her face, shock and despair flooding her as she realized the plum garden was not meant for her, but rather for Su Luoluo. What right did Su Luoluo have to the plum garden? She was the one deserving of such luxury. Empress Dowager Chun furrowed her brow, unwilling to say more, and left the Duke's residence, while the Duke remained oblivious to Su Yao's turmoil, being led away by his advisors. Fuming, Su Yao watched their retreating figures, her anger boiling over as she smashed everything around her. After a fit of hysterical screams, she suddenly dashed towards the mirror, shedding her garments to examine the wound on her back. The area that had been gushing with blood now appeared to be scabbing over, healing rapidly. What was happening? Overjoyed, Su Yao marveled at her astonishing recovery. What kind of physique is this? She wondered, astonished that she could heal without medicine. "Miss, what is happening? Why are you recovering so quickly?" Rose, equally astonished, stood speechless. Su Yao tilted her head slightly, caressing her graceful form, pride radiating from her eyes. She recalled overhearing the Duke speaking of seeking a miraculous elixir for revival and instantaneous recovery, mentioning the Su family. Thus, Su Yao's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that she was the treasure the Duke had been searching for? "Fetch me a knife," she commanded, turning to Rose with urgency. Rose hurriedly found a dagger, and Su Yao seized it, slicing her hand. Blood dripped down as she and Rose stared in awe, witnessing the wound heal swiftly. Unable to contain herself, Su Yao burst into wild laughter. "Indeed, I am that divine being, the one the Duke has been longing for. No wonder he loves me so dearly, treating me with such affection. It turns out I possess this miraculous power." Regrettably, had she known earlier, she would have accomplished much more. Rose, once the storm is past, sees an opportune moment to let the prince discover that I am the person he seeks. I possess the ability to revive the lifeless. It must not appear too deliberate. I wish for the prince to stumble upon this knowledge inadvertently, igniting within him a boundless joy. Fortune indeed favors her. Initially, she feared that today's events would diminish her standing in the prince's heart, but upon witnessing this scene, she realized that with this revelation, even the gravest blunder could be readily rectified by the prince. Summon that previous physician to come and assist in restoring my health. With this unique constitution, there is no need to be overly concerned about confinement. I shall commence my recuperation forthwith, ensuring that the Rue Wangfu flourishes. Yes, Rose was equally elated and hurriedly departed. Not far away, Su Luluo observed Rose exit through the side door with a cold gaze. She, along with Su Yinluo, had followed Rose until she entered an ordinary residence, after which a man resembling a physician stealthily followed her out. Is she seeking to restore her health? He certainly appears to be a doctor. But given Su Yao's extravagant nature, she would undoubtedly engage the finest physician for such purposes. Why then would she consult someone so unremarkable? Su Luo stepped forward quietly and remarked, "He is indeed a doctor, skilled in the art of blessings, yet his methods are shrouded in the sinister. He is not to be trusted. I have not perished. Yet Su Yao is anxious. The next step. The plum garden is priced at 500,000. The Rue Wang will surely concoct a scheme to evade payment, and Su Yao will undoubtedly intervene. Let us return home and await the revelation of her true intentions. Second brother, have someone keep watch over this doctor." "Very well." Su Yinluo scooped up Su Luoluo and leaped back to the peach blossom grove just as the medicinal concoction was completed. Su Luoluo drank it down before speaking to Su Yinluo. "Second brother, do you recall the divine jade left by grandfather?" They had both seen and worn the jade, which provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. A delightful comfort, especially during illness. It hastened recovery remarkably. After Su Luoluo had fallen seriously ill, she wore it constantly, as grandfather had instructed that it must not be removed nor its secrets divulged. She brought it with her to the Rue Wangfu, only to have it seized by the Rue Wang. I recall ancient texts stating that the divine jade can heal wounds overnight and even revive the deceased. Is this truly possible? Throughout their lives, they had only perceived the jade's qualities of temperature regulation and healing, nothing more. Was one of the reasons the Rue Wang wed you the jade's existence? Her expression grave. The Rue Wang has indeed exploited her to the utmost, causing her immeasurable anguish. Su Yinluo's brows knitted in fury. I shall retrieve the divine jade. Su Luoluo grasped her brother's arm, shaking her head. There is no need for haste. Let him keep it for now. The world knows but one aspect. The jade is indeed divine, yet what truly holds the power of resurrection is not the jade itself. It merely serves as a key unlocking the pathway. The jade becomes superfluous thereafter. Her deliberate intoxication, revealing the jade's significance, was merely a final test, a means to unveil the truth. Yet, she had not anticipated that someone could be so ruthless, the Rue Wang employing every cunning to seize the divine jade, only to end up with nothing but emptiness. The true divine jade had long been discarded by his own hand. My body has completely recovered. There is no need for concern, second brother. Su Yinluo was taken aback as he felt Su Luo's pulse, astonished to discover her health had indeed improved drastically. She was a transformed person from the last time they met. Joy swelled within Su Yinluo, who then regarded Su Luoluo with surprise. Su Luoluo smiled without uttering a word. Su Yinluo exhaled, his tone icy. Let us converse while we await that little wretch's arrival. Su Luoluo nodded in agreement. Second brother, when conflict arises between Tianli nation and the borders, the emperor will undoubtedly dispatch you to quell the unrest alongside elder brother. At that time, the Rue Wang will find a way to accompany you. I will not allow him to go. Su Yinluo rejected this without hesitation. Yet Su Luoluo continued, no, let him go, gently caressing the long sword by her side. Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled with deadly intent. Not only must he go, but I shall accompany him. I intend to find a way to eliminate him there. Chapter 20. Undertaking 2 tasks, listening to his sister's resolute declarations, Su Yinluo felt a sharp pain in his heart. The Rue Wang must have committed countless heinous deeds to inflict such suffering and hatred upon his sister. This man must be slain. Su Yinluo's brows darkened ominously as he nodded gravely. Very well. We shall both bring an end to him. All along, they had prided themselves on their righteousness, defending their family and aiding the royal family. Yet, the Rue Wang sought to extinguish their lineage, thus, for their own preservation. They too would have to take the Rue Wang's life. Indeed, perhaps even the life of the royal family. Take your time. Do not carry so much, or you may stumble. Madam, although I'm advanced in years, I'm still quite capable of serving, I assure you. The voices of Madame Su and the wet nurse echoed at the door, followed by the sound of the mute maid in fulling, who entered carrying a feast of delicious dishes. Su Luoluo instructed them to set a large table in the side hall, allowing them to dine together as a family without the constraints of formalities, enabling them to eat and converse freely, thus savoring the experience. The bountiful spread brought warmth and joy to Su Luoluo's heart as they gathered around the table. Miss, Fulling said while serving her dishes, the 2 wet nurses have already dined, and the young miss and young master are asleep. They ate a bit more than before. The wet nurse seems quite experienced in her care. Moreover, the medicine you instructed has already been administered to the wet nurse. It should yield results as it passes to the young miss and young master through her milk. Very well. Su Luoluo was also pleased with the 2 wet nurses, who appeared healthy and diligent. The window must be occasionally opened for fresh air. They could not remain sealed at all times. Their room should be warmed adequately, yet without open flames. Regarding the poison affecting the children, she needed to devise a long-term plan, seeking the most secure method. The maidservant has taken note, miss. This medicinal soup has been simmering for quite a while. Please drink it. Madame Su gazed lovingly at her children, relieved to see Su Luoluo's complexion had improved. She had feared her daughter might take drastic measures. Mother, have a piece of meat. Third sister, your favorite chicken leg. Second brother, mother's fish is the best. Su Luoluo stood, serving each person at the table. The wet nurse and mute maid, along with Fulling, beamed with delight at the dishes she offered, torn between propriety and their happiness at receiving such kindness. Miss, allow us to serve you. We are here for your care. You have sacrificed so much for me, enduring hardships. It is only right we show our gratitude. Here, wet nurse, mute maid, this medicinal soup is also beneficial for your health. I've written down the recipe. Follow it diligently, and after a year, you shall experience great improvement. Having previously lived in seclusion, deceived by Su Yiyao, she had neglected to acknowledge their struggles, especially the mute maid, who had undoubtedly endured countless injustices at the hands of Su Yiyao and the cold concubine. Eat well soon. We shall acquire great wealth to support you. Su Luoluo's words elicited surprise in Madame Su and Su Yingxue, prompting them to inquire, are you referring to the Rue Wangfu? Indeed. Su Luoluo sipped her soup slowly, for now that the emperor had spoken, there were matters he would have to address, whether he wished to or not. What do you plan to do? Madame Su was aware of her daughter's gentle nature. She always prioritized the feelings of others, even at her own expense. In the event that the Wangfu sends even a trifling sum and utters a few flattering words, she might. Rest assured, mother, I shall not yield an inch in this matter. Lady Su gazed at Su Luoluo, noticing her resolute demeanor, which seemed sincere. Thus she felt at ease to partake in her meal. Once they had finished dining, Su Yinluo stoked the fire vigorously, and everyone gathered around it. Su Luoluo reclined lazily on the soft couch, observing Fulling and Shi Wanyue as they debated the most aesthetically pleasing designs for garments. Su Yingxue was engrossed in a martial arts manual, thoroughly captivated. Lady Su held a cup of hot tea, occasionally leaning over to offer suggestions on embroidery patterns. while the wet nurse continuously peeled fruits for them. The old woman was forced by Su Luoluo to nestle in a chair by the fire. After a while, Su Ingxue, as if performing magic, produced 2 pairs of knee pads from behind her, presenting them to the old woman and the wet nurse, which brought them great joy, causing them to discreetly wipe away tears. The room was filled with warmth and affection. Su Luoluo watched them bustling about, her thoughts drifting to the 2 children peacefully asleep in the adjacent room, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. This small happiness she would guard with her very life. Not only did Su Yao arrive swiftly, but she also brought a considerable entourage. The guard stood imposing at the entrance, while Su Yao, seated in a carriage reserved for princesses, was assisted by maidservants as she gracefully descended, lifting her gaze to the small courtyard. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Yao's eyes. Presently, the Su residence was under the control of her father and stepmother, while the Wangfu was under her command, supported from the outside by the prince. With her extraordinary abilities, the prince would undoubtedly treasure her like a precious gem, treating her like a deity. This place seemed truly shabby. Rose observed the lakeside courtyard, devoid of peach blossoms, with thin ice covering the lake, creating a bleak and desolate scene that felt chilling. Even residing here was an elevation of their status. They ought to break down the door. The guards rushed forward, just as they were about to smash the door. It unexpectedly swung open with a loud bang. Rose, unable to control her momentum, charged inside, only to slip and crash into the icy water along with the guards. "My clothes, help me up quickly." Anger tinted Su Yao's eyes as she hurried to the entrance. Upon looking down, she discovered a large patch of ice at the threshold. Stepping on it carelessly would surely lead to a fall. The sight nearly made her vomit blood. She had intended to stride in with an air of superiority, but now she had to cautiously navigate her way inside. What a wretched place to reside in. No wonder she shamelessly pressured the prince for accommodations. In Su Yao's eyes, everything belonging to the Su family and the Wangfu was hers. Su Luoluo was truly a pitiful creature, possessing nothing at all. Having finally entered the courtyard, Su Luoluo was already serving hot tea, basking in the warmth of the room as she awaited her arrival. Clad in a flowing red gown complemented by matching jewelry, she appeared stunningly beautiful. Su Yao stood frozen at the threshold. She could not comprehend why, after being cast aside, Su Luoluo seemed to thrive. It had only been a day, yet her complexion had returned to a rosy hue. Surely, she must be wearing a thick layer of makeup? "Sister," Su Yao said, gently adjusting the hairpin adorning her temples, which had originally belonged to Su Luoluo but was now perched upon her own head. Contemplating Su Luoluo's fall from grace and her meager existence in this humble garden, Su Yao felt a surge of satisfaction. "The prince has instructed me to bring money to my sister, and then you shall purchase the Meiyuan. This way, we can all satisfy the emperor." Su Luoluo silent, lifting her teacup to gently remove the lid, a delicate fragrance wafting forth. Su Yao froze. This was the elusive Yunwu tea, produced only once a year, and even the emperor possessed but a small portion. She had longed to taste it, yet it was unavailable even at the Rui Wang's residence. Observing Su Luo's graceful demeanor and air of nobility, Su Yao gritted her teeth and straightened her back. "You may desire this money, but 2 conditions must be met. You may speak, but I may not comply." Su Luoluo's voice was languid as she gazed at the tea leaves swirling in her cup. The Yunwu tea had a characteristic of blossoming slowly after steeping, resembling a blooming flower, particularly beautiful. Su Yao, incensed, clenched her teeth, but soon raised her chin defiantly and seated herself with an air of authority. "The prince and I are to be wed shortly. I demand that you personally see me off, for I wish the citizens of the capital to witness that I am the true princess of Rui." Su Luoluo had usurped her position and ought to return it to her, and she was expected to obediently escort her through the grand gates of the Rui Wangfu. This was her fault, not Su Yao's. The child is of the Rui Wangfu's blood. Remaining with you would only tarnish his noble lineage. As his legitimate mother and your sister, I shall raise him. Otherwise, being with you, a discarded woman, would invite scorn upon us and bring disgrace to both me and the prince. Furthermore, the Meiyuan has been priced at 500,000 taels. Have you considered whether you are worth such a sum? The prince has decreed that the maximum is 200,000 taels. You may take it or leave it. I am about to marry, and as your elder sister, you ought to contribute a little. I require no more than 180,000 taels. The remainder shall be yours. You can manage to acquire a small courtyard for yourself, and from now on, do not trouble us further." Each word was like a knife, piercing to the heart. Su Yao spoke with arrogance, observing Su Luluo, eager to witness her fury, to see her unravel. This way, she could return to the Rue Wang and report her grievances, making it known that she had been wronged. Yet, Su Luoluo remained remarkably composed. She slowly placed her teacup back down, took a handkerchief to wipe her delicate fingers, and then gradually raised her gaze. Her eyes were as frigid as the swirling snow outside. One ought to maintain a semblance of dignity. Otherwise, being stripped of one's facade can be quite revolting. "You!" Enraged, Su Yao seized the cup and hurled it to the ground. Su Luoluo pointed to the shattered pieces, smiling slightly. "That cup costs 1,000 taels. Remember to compensate." "You!" "By the way," Su Luoluo interjected, "the Meiyuan has already been priced at 500,000 taels. You wish to take 200,000 taels while secretly pocketing 180,000 taels, and you want to take my son as well, expecting me to personally send you off to wed? Su Yao, do you think me a fool? Or do you believe you possess such grandiosity?" Su Yao realized that Su Luoluo would not easily acquiesce. Her patience had worn thin, and she erupted in fury, pointing at Su Luoluo as she yelled, "Do not take my kindness for weakness. The 20,000 taels I offer is solely out of consideration for our sisterly bond. Otherwise, you would receive not a single tael. Once I become the princess of Rue, all this wealth will be mine. Since it belongs to me, I shall decide its distribution, and the prince has no say in it. Have you brought my dowry?" Mentioning the dowry ignited Su Yao's jealousy, and she stormed toward Su Luoluo, shrieking, "Father said that you and I are true sisters, so those dowries are merely gifts prepared for me. You need not return a single coin to this wretched person. By all means, go ask father and see if he will not slap you across the face." She had already arranged with their father for all of Su Luoluo's belongings to be transferred into her name. Consequently, she could reap the rewards and simultaneously possess status and wealth, a thought that thrilled her. Moreover, she had always managed the shops on Su Luoluo's behalf. Handing them back to her would be futile, as no one would heed her commands, and they were all unprofitable endeavors. The more Su Yao spoke, the more smug she became. She had won over everyone in those shops, and now they all obeyed her. Even if Su Luoluo were to step in, she would earn not a single tael. "Su Luoluo, why are you sitting there idly? Go fetch paper and ink. We must clearly delineate our agreements in black and white." Su Yao was not foolish. She was quite astute, knowing that only with written agreements could she safeguard herself from any treachery Su Luoluo might attempt. Su Luoluo raised her hand towards the furious Fulling, who angrily stormed out to fetch paper and ink, spreading them before Su Yao. Overjoyed, Su Yao knew Su Luoluo would obediently comply, and quickly began to write. Afterward, she tossed the items onto the table beside Su Luoluo. After perusing them one by one, Su Luoluo handed them back to Fulling, her voice icy. "I'm sorry, but I didn't catch a single word of your ramblings just now. I will not concede to any of your demands. 5 million, and my dowry, not a single item can be less." Fuming, Su Yao retorted, "Don't get twisted. You are already divorced, they won't give you a single cent, and you could do nothing about it." Realizing she had been outwitted by Su Luoluo, Su Yao surged forward, lifting her hand to slap her. Su Luoluo deftly turned her face away and seized a teacup, splashing a scalding cup of water onto Su Yao's face. Su Yao screamed in pain, backing away frantically while she touched her face to ensure it was unharmed, before angrily hissing, "Su Luoluo, I came here with good intentions, and you rejected it." "Indeed, I refuse," Su Luoluo replied with a slight nod. Su Yao's chest heaved with rage. "Once I report this to the prince, he will surely be furious when he sees you like this. Su Luoluo, aren't you usually terrified of inciting his wrath?" In the past, whenever the prince was angry, Su Luoluo would be restless, desperately trying to remedy the situation and striving for perfection. Su Yao, feeling triumphant, awaited Su Luoluo's flustered reaction and hoped she would relent. However, with her arms crossed and her chin slightly raised, she waited in vain, only to hear Su Luoluo coldly declare, "Tell the Prince Ray, if my demands are unmet, do not show yourself before me." A bitter taste filled Su Yao's throat. This insufferable wretch truly lacked awareness. Did she not realize that her words were the prince's intentions? She had always obeyed like a loyal hound, accustomed to ordering Su Luoluo around for various tasks. Why was it different today? Fine, just wait, Su Yao spat, tossing her sleeves as she stormed out of the main hall. Since she was so ungrateful, she could anticipate the prince's wrath and her malicious schemes. Miss, here, Fulling handed Su Luo the item Su Yao had written. Glancing at them, Su Luoluo said, "Let us go to the palace." A flicker of doubt crossed Fulling's eyes. Su Luoluo straightened her attire, her voice cold. "I have been bullied to the point of having nowhere to stay. Shouldn't I go to the palace gates to voice my grievances?" "Yes," Fulling replied, her eyes lighting up as she hurried inside to prepare, even bringing along 2 thick cushions for added comfort while kneeling. The usual sparse traffic along Taohua Lake had been made easier by the snow, as the recent flurry of visitors had compacted the road. On their way, Su Luoluo instructed Fulling to purchase some food for the carriage. Amidst the crowd, Fulling called out, "Miss, you should eat something, otherwise, kneeling at the palace gates will be unbearable." Her words successfully caught the attention of those nearby, and as the carriage departed, they began to follow. Upon reaching the southern gate of the palace, Su Luoluo dismounted and tested the warmth of the deerskin knee pads she wore before approaching the palace entrance. She found a particularly waterlogged spot and knelt, the sound echoing sharply. The guard were startled to see a richly dressed woman kneeling and hurriedly reported to their commander. The commander rushed out, his expression stern, ready to admonish her, but upon recognizing Su Luo's face, he froze in surprise. Su Luoluo raised her eyes to meet the commander's scarred visage, inquiring, "Commander He, will you repay the debt of gratitude for saving your life?" Years ago, Commander He had encountered bandits when 10-year-old Su Luoluo fortuitously saved him. The scar on his face was a remnant of that fateful encounter. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's swift actions, his life would have been forfeit. She had given him money to recuperate and enlist in the army, allowing him to rise to his current position. He had always remembered her, and upon hearing of her marriage into the Prince Rue's household, he rejoiced, drinking several jars of wine in celebration of his benefactor's happiness. Now, seeing Su Luoluo transformed into a figure of elegance and grace, he knelt, lifting his robe and bowing deeply. "I will repay." Su Luoluo leaned in to whisper to him, and he quickly departed, rushing into the palace. Inside, the emperor was engaged in a game of chess with Jun Moling, seated in a pavilion surrounded by blooming flowers. Sheltered from the wind, yet able to admire the snowy landscape outside. The warm dragon heating the floor made the atmosphere cozy and inviting. "Commander," he entered the imperial garden, kneeling outside the pavilion. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Jun Moling, noticing the tension on the commander's face, looked up at the emperor. "Your Majesty, this is unusual for Commander He, as he typically avoids meddling in affairs. It must be of great importance." The emperor, having just won a game after 3 consecutive losses, frowned at the commander's serious demeanor. "Proceed." "Your Majesty, the 4th young lady of the Su family is currently kneeling at the southern palace gate, where the snow is thick and the cold is biting. She has recently given birth, and it is feared." The emperor paused, surprised. Wasn't this matter already settled? Why has it escalated to kneeling at the palace gates? Su Luoluo was competent and adept at articulating her grievances, and he was puzzled as to what unresolved issues could compel her to seek him. Jun Moling, noting the gravity of the situation, interjected, "It appears she wishes to reclaim her rights to the Meiyuan. I conducted an inquiry into her circumstances." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "A naive and joyful girl married into the Prince Rue's household, only to be cruelly schemed against by her husband and half-sister, losing her dowry and being treated as an expendable pawn. Despite the emperor's intervention, she has returned to plead her case, likely due to the prince's arrogance and his half-sister's mercilessness, leaving her with no choice but to seek your assistance. Given the harsh weather, one can only pity a frail woman like her. If you do not intervene, she may perish in the cold." The emperor looked at Jun Moling in astonishment, setting down his chess piece. "Young Moling, this is the first time you have spoken so much in one breath. It seems you are quite concerned for Su Luoluo." Jun Moling's long lashes fluttered as he met the emperor's gaze, but remained silent. The emperor continued, "You, a young lord, refused to serve in the court, claiming disinterest. Yet now you concern yourself with others' affairs?" Jun Moling gathered the chess pieces, standing tall like a resilient pine, before bowing to the emperor. He wished for the emperor to resolve these matters quickly so they could return to their game. The emperor turned to Commander He. Is she still kneeling out there? In the snow and wind? Yes, Commander He confirmed. The emperor glanced at the sky, noting the heavy snowfall. For her to endure such conditions, she must be suffering greatly. Summon Prince Rue. Let him personally invite Su Luoluo into the palace. The emperor was increasingly displeased with Prince Rue's behavior, noting his growing arrogance and lack of decorum. He wondered if concubine Shun had ever properly instructed her son. As the saying goes, the emperor and commoners are subject to the same laws. I shall see what grievances Su Luoluo has to present. At the palace gates, curious onlookers gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. Young men weaved through the crowd, pointing at the figure kneeling in the snow, exclaiming loudly. The Duke of Rue truly exhibits a ruthless disposition. Not only has he seized Miss Su's dowry, but he also favors his sister while disregarding his wife. Now that Miss Su has presented evidence to vindicate herself and sign the divorce papers, the Duke's house has shown a lack of integrity, refusing to assist her in purchasing a home. Subsequently, they dispatched Su Yao to reclaim her son while neglecting their daughter. The May Garden demands 5 million taels, yet the Duke offers only 2 million, and Su Yao insists on withholding 180,000 taels for herself, leaving Su Luoluo with a mere 20,000 taels. This is indeed quite amusing. Furthermore, as a mother, who would willingly relinquish their child to be raised by an enemy? It is said that Su Yao's mother was also a concubine, yet she has tyrannized Lady Su and her children in the Su residence for many years. I have heard that the emperor personally reviewed the matter. Su Luoluo was never unfaithful, and it was Su Yao who framed her, abducting Su Luo's son to pass him off as her own. One might speculate that it is Su Yao who is engaging in infidelity. The common folk, having overheard the discussions, began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding narrative, with some inquiring, "How do you know this?" "My distant uncle serves as a eunuch in the palace, working in the Yunshi Palace." Upon hearing the name of Yunshi Palace, the crowd's skepticism dissipated, and they nodded in agreement, signaling the truth of the matter. A swift steed galloped forth, and the Duke of Rue, clad in a striking black robe, approached. From a distance, he spotted Su Luoluo kneeling at the palace gates and, in a fit of rage, raised his whip to strike her. "Look, the Duke is attacking." Su Luoluo, aware of the whip's severity, could not evade it. Instead, she was flung backward by its force, landing in the filthy, slushy snow, appearing even more delicate than before. The palace gates swung open, and Captain He rushed out, accompanied by Eunuch Yanhai and Eunuch Shaosheng, who brought out the sedan chair, utterly astonished by the scene before them. "Your Highness, please dismount." Eunuch Yanhai positioned himself at the palace entrance. The Duke, his expression icy, reluctantly dismounted. Eunuch Yanhai bowed, relaying the emperor's command for Miss Su to enter the palace. The Duke's personal invitation to enter the palace carried a different weight. Although he was incensed, the presence of so many witnesses and the emperor's decree compelled him to approach Su Luoluo and bow slightly. "Please, now that we are divorced, why cause such a commotion? Why did you not act sooner? You know you cannot live without me. Only by depending on me can you thrive. Are you regretting it now? Are you envious that Yao wishes to marry me? Are you trying to reclaim the position of Duchess?" He gestured for her to approach, both hands clasped behind his back in a semblance of benevolence, awaiting her compliance to enter the palace together. Su Luoluo rose slowly, unhurriedly wringing the snow from her long skirt. She then addressed Eunuch Yanhai. "I shall walk on my own. Keep him at least 10 paces away. Such a person is repugnant to walk alongside." With that, she flicked the wet hem of her dress backward, the wind lifting her hair as she strode confidently towards the palace gates, her posture straight and proud, eyes fixed forward. Chapter 23. Tears of rage. The Duke observed her resolute figure, his fists clenched in fury. Miss Su is remarkably valiant. Indeed, she possesses the spirit of a warrior. I told you Miss Su cannot be a villain. Such a beautiful and resilient woman. How could the Duke be foolish enough to agree to a divorce? Miss Su, we support you. We await your return. Hearing the voices of support from the crowd, Su Luo slowly turned and bowed deeply to the townsfolk. I thank you all, dear villagers. The weather is frigid. Please return home. Once I exit the palace and return to Peach Blossom Creek, I will send people to thank each of you personally. Your sense of justice and compassion will surely bring the emperor great comfort. The townsfolk, having long admired the two generals of the Su family, were filled with a sense of pride upon witnessing Su Luo's unwavering determination. The Duke, observing her silently garnering public favor, felt his anger ignite further. This wretched woman, playing such tricks, it's all too predictable. Before long, both Su Luoluo and the Duke arrived at Yunshi Palace. After exchanging formalities, the emperor's expression darkened. Su Luoluo knelt before him, saying, "Your Majesty, the Duke has relentlessly pressured me. I find myself with no means of survival. Dare you speak such lies, Su Luoluo? This woman was originally his. What more does she want? He even had the decency to send 2 million taels to Yao. What else could she desire?" The Duke felt the coldness emanating from the emperor envelop the hall, prompting him to hastily kneel. "Father, there is no truth to her claims. Is that so? Then why did Su Yao arrive in a royal carriage, accompanied by dozens of guards, flaunting her power and leaving me with no choice? Is it not your indulgence that allowed this?" The emperor sought clarification on the Duke's stance. "You have already provided 2 million taels. What more do you wish, Su Luoluo? Do not overreach." "Indeed, the 2 million were provided," Su Luoluo quickly replied, bowing to the emperor. "But she insists I fulfill 3 demands. Otherwise, she will not part with a single coin." The emperor accepted the fragrant tea presented by eunuch Yanhai, momentarily taken aback by its familiar aroma, a cherished blend he had drunk many times with the Grand Tutor. Were these 3 demands? Recalling the Grand Tutor softened the emperor's tone slightly. "First, she demands that I, the former duchess, personally send her, the current duchess, off to marriage. Second, she seeks to abduct my son, discarding the daughter. But your Majesty, you know she has previously mistreated my son. How could I entrust him to her? Third, she requires me to provide her with a dowry. From the 2 million taels she brought, she intends to keep 180,000. The owner of May Garden is selling it for 5 million taels, but the Duke has only offered 20,000. Since marrying him, all my dowry and finances have gone to him. Where am I to find the money to purchase May Garden? Why must you reside in May Garden? Are not other residences equally suitable?" The Duke felt his vision darken, his fury surging. It was precisely because of this wretched woman's insistence on residing in May Garden that the price had escalated. Why not vacate the Duke's residence, so that my son and I might live there? The Duke was momentarily rendered speechless, for the Duke's residence harbored too many secrets to divulge. "Do not engage in slander here, Su Luoluo. Though we are divorced, should you continue to harm Yao, I will not hesitate to retaliate." With a palpable tension rising, Su Luoluo presented the terms previously drafted by Su Yao to eunuch Yanhai. "This was written by Su Yao. I implore your Majesty to investigate." The Duke was struck dumb, recognizing the handwriting on the paper as indeed belonging to Yao. Upon her return, she had cried, claiming Su Luoluo deemed the amount insufficient and refused to assist, even going so far as to cast her out, leaving her dress muddied. The Duke, having witnessed this, had readily believed her. Could the truth be so starkly different? A cold smile crept across the emperor's face as he crumpled the paper into a ball and forcefully hurled it at the Duke's forehead. As his chest heaved with rage, the emperor pointed at the Duke. "You have truly disappointed me, Father." Just as he was about to strike, the crown prince's voice rang out as he hurriedly approached, assisting the furious emperor to sit. He then spoke gently. "Father, no matter how chaotic their disputes may be, they are ultimately domestic matters. A proper mediation will suffice. Do not let it affect your health." The emperor's ire was not directed at harming himself, but at the Duke. He had once perceived him as a formidable figure, but now saw him as merely a buffoon. All these years of vigilance had proven futile. The crown prince stepped forward, offering Su Luoluo a gentle hand to assist her up, his demeanor warm as he handed her a small box. "You have rendered great service to the royal family, and this is a congratulatory gift from the crown prince to his 2 nephews." Su Luoluo expressed her gratitude and accepted the gift, only to discover it was a $1 million deposit certificate. The crown prince had indeed bestowed upon her a fortune. He then turned to King Rue, stating, "King Rue, you and Luoluo share a marital bond. She holds deep affections for you. It will be prudent for you to keep a safety net. Since Mei Yuan has set the price at 5 million, it is indeed ungracious of you to offer only 2 million, knowing the situation. Your Highness, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. There must be some misunderstanding. Yao is not one to scheme. Surely, Su Luoluo must have spoken unkindly." Each time they were together, Su Luoluo seemed to employ underhanded tactics against Yi Yao, and he had witnessed this clearly each time, making it difficult for him to believe that Yi Yao would resort to such malice. You truly are unaware of the treasure you have lost. The crown prince's words were stern, causing King Rue to stiffen slightly under the weight of the royal gaze. Biting his lip, he bowed and said, "Father, there is indeed a misunderstanding. I am willing to pay the sum immediately." Initially intending to give her 2 million, the amount had now escalated to 5 million without a penny less. "Your Majesty," Su Yao demanded that the entire dowry be transferred to her name, as she is soon to wed King Rue. "There is no justification for this. I refuse to comply. I kindly request that the entirety be returned to the Rue Wangfu." "Very well." The emperor nodded, warning that should there be any further discrepancies, King Rue would no longer hold his title. As King Rue lowered his gaze, a flicker of malice surged within him, and after a prolonged moment, he deeply bowed. Su Luoluo had executed her strategy with remarkable skill, forcing him into a corner. "Your Majesty, I request permission to personally raise the child. You bore him, thus you shall care for him. He has a beloved to assist him in childbirth. There is no need for concern over the child's upbringing." The crown prince spoke with a frown, his tone laced with reproach. The emperor did not counter his words, prompting Su Luoluo to perform a grand bow. As she rose, both the emperor and the crown prince observed her previously defiant demeanor transform into one of relief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 24. The downfall of King Rue. The emperor and the crown prince could not help but feel their hearts soften. Though women may appear frail, a mother's strength is indisputable. King Rue and Su Yao had indeed pressed too hard, forcing a gentle woman into such a state. This realization caused both the emperor and the crown prince to frown, casting a cold glance at King Rue. As they exited the palace, the emperor bestowed generous rewards, followed by the crown prince, both gifts of great value, along with an assortment of items prepared by the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the young ladies of the court, which were promptly delivered to Su Luoluo. Upon returning to Teowaban, less than an hour had passed before the Rue Wangfu's response arrived. This time, without any discrepancies, an exact 5 million. Madame Su Yunluo, and Shi Wanyue gazed at the vast amount of silver, each praising Luo's cleverness. The Rue Wangfu's representatives mentioned that the dowry was still being tallied and would soon be returned. When Su Luoluo married, Madame Su had exhausted her creativity to prepare an array of splendid dowries, complemented by contributions from various noble families and the palace's gifts, creating a truly resplendent affair. You say the entire dowry is returned, plus an additional 5 million, with 5,000 each month to be given? Wouldn't the Rue Wangfu find itself half empty? Naturally, the profits from my shops are considerable each month, and I have always managed the royal expenditures meticulously. In contrast, Su Yao's extravagant and reckless spending will inevitably lead to her downfall. Second brother, I must trouble you to inform the governor of Shuntian to send some men to seal my shops. After reviewing all accounts, those who are useful should be sent to Shuntian, and those who are not should be dismissed. Since they are all Su Yao's lackeys, they should be expelled from her shops. This way, those without options will inevitably turn to Su Yao for assistance, leading to her troubles. This matter will need to be stirred up once again. Very well, I shall handle it. By the way, do you truly intend to purchase Meiyuan? It is a $5 million estate. Just the thought of it is painful. Though creating such a paradise does require considerable time and effort, it is indeed enchanting. However, it still pains me to consider. At that moment, Fulling entered with a look of delight. "Miss, I have submitted the intent to purchase for Meiyuan. The steward will meet at Fengyue Tower tomorrow. It seems all potential buyers are gathering at Meiyuan." Second brother, Su Luoluo, turned to Yunluo. "I have heard that the owner of Meiyuan is young Master Jun. He must be a dashing young man, a figure akin to a celestial being. How could he have crafted such an exquisite estate? I am quite eager to meet him." Initially, she intended merely to complicate matters for King Rue and further undermine the Rue Wangfu, but unexpectedly, young Master Jun sought to sell Meiyuan, presenting a stroke of good fortune. Young Master Jun. Su Yunluo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a person should only exist in the heavens. It is rare to encounter one on earth. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but his demeanor is also exceptionally refined. Throughout the entirety of Shunyu Kingdom, I have never seen a more striking man. Yet, He remains aloof and difficult to approach. The key point is that his father is the current prime minister, yet he chooses not to engage in politics. Some say he is unwell due to poison. Others claim he is simply reclusive. There are even whispers that he is a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, I cannot precisely describe him. After all, he and my elder brother, Su Yunting, joined the official ranks early on and have rarely returned, only having encountered him once near the Rue Wangfu a year prior. With this, Su Luoluo found herself increasingly intrigued by Jun Moulin. What manner of person could create such a flawless estate? Moreover, whenever the name young Master Jun was mentioned, a peculiar feeling stirred within her, indescribable yet undeniably strange. One thing was certain. She was rather looking forward to their meeting the following day. With the capital teeming with influential figures, accompanied by wealthy merchants and aspiring buyers, the competition for Meiyuan would surely be fierce. Luoluo, your health cannot withstand such strain. You must not go. Hearing her mother's concerned voice, Suluo leaned against Madame Suza. Mother, have you forgotten? The divine jade from grandfather is with me. While others may require a month to recover, I need only a single night. After speaking, Su Luoluo blinked. The divine jade indeed provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, possessing healing properties. However, the true effect. Then rest early tonight and be in good spirits tomorrow. If you desire Meiyuan so much, give it your all. Madame Su said, rising to prepare the guest room, which she had always decorated with warmth and care. Once her mother had left, Su Luoluo handed a document to Su Yunluo. Second brother, distribute 2 million for yourself. From now on, you must secretly stockpile provisions, purchasing durable fabrics, horses, and the like. When the time comes for war at the border, it will be a matter of life and death. We must ensure the soldiers are well fed and clothed. But aren't you planning to buy Meiyuan? If Jun Moulin is asking for 5 million and you take 2 million, wouldn't that leave you at a disadvantage? Su Luoluo pursed her lips slightly. The crown prince has given me 1 million. The emperor has rewarded me generously, and I have my own funds. Moreover, I wish to attempt negotiating the price with young Master Jun. The crown prince? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yunluo's eyes, astonished that the crown prince would not only refrain from adding to her troubles, but rather extend his assistance. What could this imply? Was he attempting to win her over? Or was he acting under the emperor's watchful gaze? Even if he did not provide the million, I would still side with the crown prince. I intend to leverage his support to dismantle the Rue Wangfu. Su Luoluo spoke with a calm demeanor, her eyes glinting with determination. Su Yunluo immediately understood her intentions and nodded. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Thus, the plan was set in motion. Su Yunluo took the document and swiftly exited to handle her deposit, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications. Little did she know, a group of assassins suddenly emerged along the way, surrounding her. A dozen elite fighters were pitted against her, and she found herself at a disadvantage. Just as things began to look dire, the guards from the Tianxia Bank descended from above, swiftly dispatching the attackers in the blink of an eye, and then escorted Su Yunluo onward. Momentarily taken aback by the exceptional service at Tianxia Bank, she realized their ability to anticipate such threats was truly impressive. It seemed that depositing her money there was indeed a wise choice. In the main hall, while Su Yunluo was processing her deposit, Jun Moulin sat quietly in the back room. When he heard her allocate 2 million taels, his eyes flickered with surprise. Su Luoluo had indeed entrusted 2 million taels to her brother, demonstrating her concern for him. Was she not worried about the sufficiency of funds for purchasing a manor? Or had she prepared to negotiate? How astute she was. His gaze turned cold as he glanced at Tianqing, who was munching on snacks nearby. Startled by the chill in his gaze, Tianqing jumped up. Young master, I am quite tight-lipped. I have not divulged a word about any negotiation. I merely expressed an extravagant desire for Miss Su to deposit her money here. My point is, with her depositing several million taels here, shouldn't we offer some complimentary gifts? Tianqing hurriedly brushed crumbs from his hands, nodding in agreement. Well then, what should we offer? We've already given plenty of food, clothing, and essentials, so that should suffice for now. Perhaps we could move 2 warehouses worth of goods? Tianqing recoiled in shock, colliding with the door frame. 2 warehouses. Young master, do you have any notion of how much is in a single warehouse? What is it worth? Is it worth more than her? Jun Moulin lifted Su Luoluo's name, his phoenix-like eyes glimmering with an intoxicating allure, making it hard to discern what it was, yet it quickened the heart. In this world, there was only one Su Luoluo. Tianqing fell silent. He raised his hand, pressing it against his racing heart, as the situation began to clarify. Otherwise, how could the young master be indifferent to everyone except for Su Luoluo? June Mullen rose and approached the window, where a branch of plum blossom mischievously swayed in through the wind. Snowflakes fell, and the red petals were captivating. June Mullen gently caressed the petals, his eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. Send Dark 5 and Dark 6 to take care of the Rui Wang with 2 strikes. Understood. Tianqing accepted the command and then returned to the main hall, where Su Yunluo had completed her deposit. With a smile, Tianqing approached her. Second young Master Su. The master wishes to express his gratitude to Miss Su. As a show of support for young Master Su, we'll be sending over some gifts shortly. However, I noticed that your peach blossom grove might not accommodate them. So perhaps we should wait until Miss Su successfully purchases the plum garden, and then deliver them together as a congratulatory gesture? That sounds splendid. Thank you, Tianqing. Su Yunluo responded, and Tianqing beamed with joy. After seeing Su Yunluo off, he summoned an exceptionally luxurious carriage. Second young Master Su, this is a limited edition gift from Tianxia Bank, available only for deposits exceeding 2 million taels. The carriage is not only comfortable, but also ensures a smooth ride on any rough road. Please take it back for Miss Su and the children for future outings. Is that so? Su Yunluo beamed with delight, having just contemplated purchasing a spacious and comfortable carriage. She was thrilled to see her wishes fulfilled. After a round of polite exchanges, they departed. Tianqing watched the carriage fade into the distance, bemused that Su Yunluo remained unaware of the oddities. He scratched his head, realizing that General Su was indeed quite naive. He doubted she would ever be a match for the young master. Moreover, with such a method of gifting, it remained unclear who would ultimately profit. Oh well, Tianxia Bank had abundant wealth, so they could afford to indulge, solidifying their reputation as a prodigal establishment. As night fell, the cold wind howled, and amidst the rustling branches in the courtyard, Su Luoluo inhaled the delicate fragrance of sandalwood, gradually closing her eyes. A tall figure silently appeared in her courtyard, observing the simple decor with a slight frown. Indeed, it was somewhat shabby and ill-suited for their residence. His every move was exceptionally light, nearly inaudible. He did not enter the main room, but merely surveyed the area around the peach blossom grove before quietly departing. Leaping onto his horse, he galloped toward the plum garden. At the Rui Wang's residence, the lanterns illuminated the scene and shadows flitted about. The Rui Wang, with a brooding expression, had shed his outer garments as the physician swiftly tended to his wounds. Unexpectedly, on his way back, he had encountered 2 highly skilled assassins and had been unfortunate enough to receive 2 stabs. Upon returning to the residence, he instinctively called for Su Luoluo, only to realize that the place was desolate, devoid of her presence and belongings. In the past, upon his return, Su Luoluo would greet him with a radiant smile, attentively attending to his needs. But now, it was Su Yao who approached him, weeping and lamenting various grievances. Upon seeing his injury, she merely inquired a couple of times before continuing her tears, causing the Rui Wang to feel an inexplicable irritation. Your Highness, please do not be angry with me. It is all my fault. I cannot accept that she receives so much money that you have worked hard to earn, and it pains me. Those words, they were not penned by me. They must have been forged by Su Luoluo to frame me. You know she has always plotted against me, never allowing me a moment's peace. Yao. The Rui Wang retracted his sleeve, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Your father is currently very displeased with you and has no intention of bestowing upon you the title of Rui Wangfei. For now, you shall remain in the residence to recuperate. What do you think? Since Princess Bai Shui had arrived, Su Yao had missed her chance, and thus he had no intention of marrying her at this time. A man must prioritize the greater good. Su Yao's tears ceased almost instantaneously, and she stood frozen in shock. For all these years, she had known that the position of Rui Wangfei was hers alone, with no one else to contend for it. The Rui Wang had always loved her most dearly. How could he be so heartless towards her? As resentment surged within her, Su Yao's body trembled violently, her eyes brimming with tears as she seemed to suppress her sorrow, nodding in acquiescence. I will heed your wishes. Her long fingers dug into her flesh, almost tasting the scent of blood, as the coveted position she yearned for slipped away. No, she must devise a plan to reveal her healing abilities to the Rue Wong. She had tested it, after stabbing a rose and sleeping beside it. The next day, the rose could walk again. She could not allow the Rue Wong to abandon her. She absolutely must not. Very well, you should return to rest and recuperate. I have matters to discuss. The Rue Wong no longer indulged her with affection, but rather insisted she depart first. Su Yao sensed the change in him, her heart sinking. Your Highness, allow Yao to stay and attend to you. Seeing you so injured pains me. She aimed to have the Rue Wong inadvertently discover her secret rather than offering it up herself, for otherwise, he would surely reproach her for not revealing it sooner. That is unnecessary. You may leave. The Rue Wong coldly rejected her, and Su Yao, feeling helpless, wiped her tears and exited. The Rue Wong strode towards the study without looking back, ensuring no one was around before pressing a hidden switch behind the desk. The door to the secret chamber revealed itself, and he pushed it open, stepping inside. Inside the secret chamber, light flooded the space, where a beautiful figure lay upon a stone bed. The Rue Wong gazed at her, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Su Yao stood in a daze at the entrance, glancing at the flickering candlelight in the study. After waiting for a long while, without seeing the Rue Wong emerge to console her, she turned away in anger and stormed off. As she stepped into her courtyard, she was met with the sound of a tender cry. With a swift kick, she pushed open the door to the side room, only to be met with a biting chill. The thin blankets offered little comfort, and there lay her daughter on the bed, weeping until her voice was hoarse. Rose was desperately attempting to feed her with a bowl of goat's milk, but the task was proving futile, resulting in a messy scene. This child was the product of her own suffering. The resemblance to the stableman was striking, and the bitterness she felt towards Su Luo's exquisitely crafted son and daughter ignited a wildfire of hatred within her. Irritated, she stormed over, snatching the bowl of goat's milk and forcefully pressing it against the child's small face, attempting to pour it into her mouth. All she did was cry, just a wretched creature, ruining everything for me. It was utterly unfathomable that Su Luo could have been pregnant with twins, giving birth to one and not immediately the other, allowing her to remain oblivious. How could she have come back to life after seemingly drawing her last breath? Everything had seemed certain, yet it all crumbled at the hands of that shameless woman. From a young age, she had plotted with her aunt to manipulate everything within the Su household. Cold Andy, of humble origins, had emerged from the brothel, imparting all her skills in beguiling men to Su Yao. Coupled with Su Yao's cleverness, she had learned to design schemes against Su Luo, deceiving Su Leoi. Su Luo had once been so easily manipulated. A few pretended rescues and a couple of wounds were all it took for her to trust Su Yao, offering her the best of everything and granting her every desire. She had exploited Su Luo's status as the legitimate daughter to accomplish what she could not achieve on her own. Yet this time, her plans had faltered. Or had it all gone wrong? Su Yao erupted in a fit of rage towards the child, who shrieked in pain, her cries only further inciting Su Yao's fury. What had gone awry? Su Luo was supposed to be her trained hound, the dog of the esteemed Prince Rue. So why had this hound suddenly gone astray? Miss, please stop. Rose's voice trembled as she rushed forward, her face pale with fear at Su Yao's madness. She will die. But the mere utterance of Miss sent Su Yao into a frenzy. She whirled around, her face contorted in rage as she glared at Rose, hissing, I will kill you all. How dare you bear the prince's legitimate son and daughter while I am cursed with this abomination? Do you think your wretched spawn will survive? Witnessing the child's cries grow weaker, Rose collapsed to the ground in terror. She realized she could neither persuade nor restrain Su Yao. It was not until the cries abruptly ceased that Su Yao, as if jolted by a shock, released the child and staggered backward, gasping for air. Pointing at the bed, her voice dripped with malice. She exclaimed, Throw it into the mass grave. It is nothing but a vile creature, unworthy to remain by my side. I will eventually ascend as the noble Princess Rue, and I shall bear many beautiful children for the prince. After all, the physician had returned, and her health would soon improve. The next child would undoubtedly be lovely, unlike this one, which was as ugly as could be, its two brows resembling worms. Trembling, Rose reached out to check the child's breath, only to let out a shriek as she collapsed to the ground. Dead. Suddenly aware, Rose swiftly wrapped the tiny form in a blanket placing it in a basket and quietly slipping out through the side door. Within the Prince Rue's residence, dark currents flowed beneath the surface, while those by the peach blossom bank enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Madame Su had deliberately lit calming incense, accompanying Su Luoluo until she drifted into sleep. It was only when she awoke to the dawn's light that she realized she had not slept so soundly in ages. Upon noticing the time, Fu Ling hurriedly assisted her mistress with her morning wash and breakfast. Following this, Su Yunluo arranged for their comfortable carriage to take them to the Fengyue Pavilion, the grandest and most luxurious entertainment venue in the capital, where anything imaginable could be procured, provided one had sufficient funds. Su Luoluo was thoroughly satisfied with the carriage. It was not only comfortable but also remarkably steady. The spacious interior allowed for ample storage, and ingeniously, it even featured 2 small beds for the children to lie upon. Her appreciation for the Tianxia Bank continued to grow. The Fengyue Pavilion stood tall, adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with excitement. Today's gathering, hosted by young Master Jun, promised opulence beyond measure, ensuring that all guests would depart thoroughly entertained. For young Master Jun was known for his generosity. Despite his reputation as a dandy, he was genuinely amiable. As the guests conversed merrily, Su Luluo listened, her gaze lowered, contemplating young Master Jun Mo Lin and finding him rather agreeable, far more so than the ruthless nobility of Prince Rue's court. Thus, her impression of the capital's most notorious dandy improved considerably. Young Master Su, Miss Su is here. Madame Lin from the Fengyue Pavilion greeted Su Luoluo with respect, assisting her into the building. Please be cautious. The private room on the 2nd floor has been prepared for you. The attendant will escort you up. Thank you, Madame Lin. Su Luoluo smiled as she placed a large silver note into Madame Lin's hand, prompting an ecstatic grin on her face as she hurried to lead Su Luoluo upstairs. Once seated in the private room, Su Luo noticed the presence of various distinguished guests: the Crown Prince, Prince Rue, Prince Jing, and numerous young lords and ladies from affluent families, along with an array of merchants, filling the hall to capacity, all eager for the festivities. At the prominent northern position, the esteemed seat remained conspicuously empty, presumably that of young Master Jun Mo Lin. Behind the stage on the 1st floor hung an expansive scroll depicting a vibrant plum blossom garden in full bloom, exquisitely rendered. The stage featured mechanisms that allowed the plum blossom scene to transform, creating a magical ambience as patrons moved about, illuminated differently by the light. Enchanting melodies filled the air, and 2 ethereal beauties danced gracefully, scattering plum petals like a gentle rain, filling the atmosphere with a sweet fragrance. Ah! Gasps of wonder erupted from the guests, captivated by such beauty and the immersive experience. Young Master Jun has arrived. A clear voice rang out, prompting the guests to rise in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the northern seat. As the circular double doors swung open, a maid appeared, smiling as she curtsied. The plum petals danced in the air, and a stunning figure clad in a crimson brocade robe strode in, as if walking on clouds, capturing the attention of all. With each step, the fallen petals swirled around him, creating waves of blossoms in his wake. Su Luoluo blinked, her long lashes fluttering, as the dazzling figure seemed to radiate 1,000 glimmers of light, momentarily stunning her. He was undeniably handsome. Even Su Luoluo, who had little concept of beauty, couldn't help but marvel. As young Master Jun Mo Lin took his seat, he cast a fleeting glance in Su Luoluo's direction, his gaze somewhat frosty, yet imbued with an air of sanctity. Although rumors painted him as a dandy, an unapproachable aura surrounded him, demanding reverence. Petals cascaded from his luxurious dark hair onto his shoulders, prompting gasps from the ladies present. I wish to be that petal, one young lady sighed wistfully, met with unanimous agreement. Leaning forward, Su Luoluo discreetly covered her lips with her sleeve, engaging her second brother in conversation. As for the second brother, is he not a tad too handsome for a man, almost resembling a celestial being who has strayed into the mortal realm? How could such a splendid individual be labeled a wastrel? It is truly a misjudgment by the world, who says that a man's path must solely lead to the official court, the battlefield, or the halls of academia. There are myriad pursuits to be undertaken. Just as this was being said, the plum blossom lantern on the table before Su Luoluo illuminated. Jun Molin raised his phoenix-like eyes slightly, surveying the entire gathering, and immediately, Everyone felt as if they had been brushed by the petals of the plum blossoms, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Can everyone see the plum blossom lantern before you? June Mullen's melodious voice rang out. Though softly, it reached the ears of every attendee. They turned their gazes toward the lantern, which was crafted with exquisite precision, both aesthetically pleasing and functional. However, some lit up while others remained dark. Those whose lanterns glowed were the guests whose fortunes surpassed 5 million, thus qualifying them for the contest. The guests whose lanterns did not illuminate were momentarily stunned, gazing at June Mullen with astonishment. How remarkable that young Master June could discern their secrets. How is this possible? The Duke of Rouet cast a cold glance at the lantern that had lit up before Su Luluo, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He had anticipated that Su Luluo would ascend to the second floor and promptly sit beside him, serving tea and attending to his needs. To his surprise, she occupied the most favorable position, using his funds to illuminate the lantern. Standing in a prominent spot, Tianqing surveyed the room and respectfully bowed to June Mullen. Young Master June, there are a total of 20 guests. Subsequently, 20 beautifully adorned maidens took the stage, holding golden trays, and lined up. Tianqing continued. The first assessment is quite simple. Do you see this red plum blossom beneath the lantern? Please embroider a branch of red plum within the hour, and it must be double-sided. You may either embroider it yourself or seek assistance. Success is all that matters. The male guests were about to voice their objections, but upon hearing Tianqing's words, they fell silent. Let's extend the time by half an hour, allowing everyone to seek assistance. Thus, a stir arose among the crowd as the maidservants distributed tools to the guests. The crown prince and the king of Jing quickly sent for embroiderers from the palace, while others either sought help from those nearby or ventured out to find assistance at any price. After all, it was the plum garden, and regardless of the cost, they were determined to secure it. The Duke of Rouet observed the embroidery tools on the table, turning to speak with Chong Feng, who then dashed out. Su Luo pursed her lips slightly, and within a quarter of an hour, she witnessed Chong Feng returning with the resplendent Sui Yao. Beautiful and haughty, she made her way directly to the Duke of Rouet, attracting the attention of many. What beauty! That figure, that visage, that delicate voice, truly enchanting. A wealthy merchant from afar gazed dreamily at Su Yao's stunning silhouette until nudged by another guest. A siren. Would you care for her? The merchant instantly retracted his infatuated gaze, wiping away drool. Beautiful women were abundant. He already had dozens at home, and didn't he need another? Thank you, my good sir. He replied politely, bowing in gratitude. Such affluent individuals do not cherish wealth, but rather value their lives. Su Yao greeted the Duke of Rouet, who personally assisted her to her feet and seated her beside him. She presented herself with the grace of a refined lady, elegantly taking up her tools to begin her task. Her embroidery skills, honed to please concubine Shun and the prince, were no small matter. Strategy and skill must be employed, yet one's own abilities should not be neglected. In this regard, Su Yao was far more aware than others. Though she spent a considerable amount of time plotting, she also dedicated a portion to mastering various skills. She cast a cold glance at Su Luo, confident that her embroidery skills far surpassed hers. Thus, Su Luo would surely be eliminated, and the plum garden would be beyond her reach. My lord, Su Yao nestled closely against the Duke of Rouet, her soft form brushing against him. Why don't we purchase the plum garden? Very well, the Duke of Rouet replied without hesitation. Once he acquired the plum garden, he was certain Su Luo would come to plead with him. On the first floor, the stage was alive with song and dance, the music divine, while maidservants flitted amongst the guests, pouring drinks and engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the esteemed guests on the second floor focused intently on embroidering plum blossoms. The gauzy curtains of the private room fell, obscuring visibility, and no one could discern the progress of another. June Mullen sat regally, lifting a cup of hot tea, every gesture akin to a work of art. As the dancers soared into the air, their sleeves unfurling to release long silks, June Mullen's figure vanished in an instant, causing a stir among the onlookers who erupted in applause, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Madame Lin watched the lively scene unfold, delight radiating from her as she beheld the stunning performances. She seized Tianqing, whispering, "Where is our master?" "I do not know," Tianqing replied with a smile. Glancing at Su Luoluo's position, a striking figure approached from behind Tianqing. It was Li Gu, the most beautiful man in the brothel. He cast a glance at Tian Qing, and together they ascended to the second floor, seeking a quieter place. Dressed in a blue brocade robe, Li Guo's attire differed from that of the affluent gentleman outside, appearing more ethereal, more celestial. To meet Li Guo, one must part with at least 10,000 taels. Just moments ago, someone had spent 100,000 taels to acquire information about Jun Moulin, and that person was Su Luoluo. Tian Qing was taken aback, his eyes widening as Li Guo turned to leave. Crossing his arms, Tian Qing gazed toward Su Luoluo's private room, pondering why Miss Su did not simply inquire about the masteress' whereabouts directly. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and spending money seemed so unnecessary. At the very least, she could have summoned the master for a personal inquiry. However, the intelligence pavilion conducted business without discrimination. As long as one could pay, they would provide information, even concerning their master. Su Yunluo opened the information she had just obtained, placing it on the table as Su Luoluo embroidered the plum blossoms while reading. Yun Moulin, maid, 19 years old, unmarried. What is this? Su Luoluo looked at her elder brother with confusion. Is the intelligence pavilion not a fraud? She continued reading. Jun Moulin controls the wealth of the world, possessing immense riches, enough to last 10 lifetimes, and is extraordinarily handsome. Was this truly the information provided by the Intelligence Pavilion? No matter how one looked at it. The Intelligence Pavilion was the most formidable intelligence agency across the entire Divine Mist continent, with a web of spies spanning all 7 kingdoms. No one could escape their grasp, and this was all they could uncover? Indeed appeared so. Su Yunluo regarded the description with equal incredulity. Why does this resemble a matchmaking profile? With 6 years dedicated to cultivating 20 varieties of plum blossoms, each planted by his own hand, every year on October 20th, he plants a new plum blossom. Wait, isn't October 20th your birthday? Su Yunluo remarked with a hint of surprise. How fortuitous. Sister, your birthday falls on this day, and you have a particular fondness for plum blossoms. Do you think young Master Jun might share a connection with you? Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Su Luoluo felt an inexplicable pang in her heart and resumed her focus on embroidering the plum blossoms. In the distance, Jun Moulin frowned slightly at Su Yunluo, noting that they had overlooked the final page detailing her birth date and time. With a flick of his wrist, he let the document fall into the brazier, where it quickly ignited. Su Luoluo gasped softly and then remarked, "Never mind, there is nothing particularly interesting to behold." In the shadows, Jun Moulin flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The guests on the first floor lost interest in the performances, instead directing their gaze toward the second floor. After completing her embroidery, Su Luoluo pursed her lips slightly and peered through the gauzy curtain towards the crown prince. She noticed him suddenly rise, seemingly startled by something. Su Luoluo leaned towards Yunluo, whispering something to her, and Yunluo nodded before moving over to bring something back. To Su Luoluo's dismay, it turned out there was an issue with the embroidery. Chapter 28. Provocation in the Spirit of Competition. The embroiderers employed the most intricate double-sided stitching technique. However, it appeared that time was running short for the crown prince. Would she assist them? Su Yunluo held a favorable impression of the crown prince, and given his overture of goodwill, she was willing to lend a hand. Certainly, Su Luoluo affirmed. Her needlework swift and precise. Although the palace embroiderers possessed exceptional skills, they were overly cautious, fearing that a single mistake might lead to dire consequences. Unlike them, they approached their craft with a more relaxed attitude. Su Yunluo and the nearby Fu Ling nodded in agreement. Miss, ultimately, isn't it a matter of mindset? That embroiderer must indeed be quite skilled, Fu Ling remarked. Yes, her embroidery skills are likely the finest in the palace. However, they often take months or even years to complete a piece, thus becoming accustomed to meticulous work. Fu Ling eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her mistress. Miss, you are truly remarkable. The crown prince stood at the railing, gazing through the curtain at Su Luoluo, who was diligently focused on her stitching. Her grace and beauty softened his furrowed brow. He had no real intention of purchasing the plum garden. He merely sought to secure a place and ultimately concede to Su Luoluo. Even if he succeeded in acquiring it, he would gift it to her. For the sake of Su Yunting and Su Yunluo, such actions were undoubtedly justified. At the moment the drums sounded, Su Luoluo snipped the final thread and handed her work to the crown prince's attendant. The time had come. The plum blossom lanterns before everyone illuminated once more as the curtains slowly parted. The maidservants approached with silver trays, respectfully collecting the embroidered pieces and arranging them on stage. Tianqing stepped forward with a smile. All 20 pieces of embroidery have been collected. We shall soon present them to everyone. This round will leave us with only 10 guests. The participating guests felt a pang of anxiety. The prospect of being reduced to 10 was indeed harsh. Su Yao cast a smug glance at Su Luoluo, her eyes narrowing in a provocative glare. Just wait. That wretched girl will gain nothing. She'll be eliminated in the first round. In terms of embroidery, Su Luoluo is but a fraction of my skill. With her gaze slightly lowered, Su Luoluo lifted her cup of hot tea, gently blowing on it before pausing in surprise. It was her favorite plum blossom tea. The Fengyue Tower truly excelled at catering to their guests' tastes. Su Yinluo took a sip from her fragrant tea, remaining unfazed as she continued to drink while observing the stage. Upon hearing Tianqing's announcement, she hastily set her teacup down. The 10 young women adorned in plum blossom embroidery smiled brightly as they showcased their creations before the audience. The first piece hailed from the Jing Wangfu, the second from the Rui Wangfu, the third from the Crown Prince's residence, the sixth from young Master Chong, the eighth crafted by Miss Su Si, the 20th from the wealthy merchant Lu. Guests knowledgeable in embroidery eagerly approached, admiring each piece. Soon, 5 pieces were eliminated from the first display, leaving 15 behind. Tianqing announced, "Now we shall present the other side, which will also eliminate 5, leaving us with 10. Let us see who will emerge as the ultimate victor." As the maidservants unveiled the other side, one piece astonished the crowd. Even Jun Mo Lin, lurking in the shadows, blinked in surprise. Su Yao raised her chin in triumph. She had learned from many masters, including palace embroiderers, and had endured countless injuries to perfect her craft. "This is mine. Surely I will win," she declared, leaning into Rui Wang's embrace. He instinctively glanced towards Su Luoluo, only to find her unperturbed, casually conversing with the crown prince, who appeared quite pleased. "Very well. 50,000 taels it is," Tianqing announced, approaching with a smile as signatures were exchanged publicly. He turned to Su Luoluo, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that she was content with the arrangement. Tianqing beamed. Su Si's progress had been remarkable, akin to the master's own penchant for saving, thus establishing a prosperous money-lending business. The crown prince was taken aback. In just a couple of hours, she had earned such wealth. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. "On that note, I may require the crown prince's assistance. The dowry returned by Rui Wang includes 20 shops, 2 taverns, and an inn. But these have long been under Rui Wang and Su Yao's control. I plan to have my second brother audit the accounts. Any discrepancies will be reported to Shuntian Prefecture, while the rest will be liquidated. This may lead to complications, and I would appreciate your help." Upon hearing this, the crown prince removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Su Luoluo. "Use this. It will facilitate matters greatly." Chapter 29. Who taught you thank you? Your Highness. Su Luoluo graciously accepted the pendant, truly in need of assistance. Her future endeavors to elevate the crown prince to the throne warranted such support. She then passed the pendant to Su Yinluo, who looked up at the crown prince, who waved his hand dismissively at her inclination to bow. "Enough of this. In our childhood, you would call me crown prince repeatedly for even the smallest of matters. Yet now, you seem so distant." Su Yinluo chuckled, reminiscing about their childhood antics. But Su Luoluo's expression shifted slightly, hinting at deeper complexities. In the tapestry of her past, she found herself struggling to recall the details, perhaps a consequence of her rebirth, which seemed to have erased the memories of her childhood. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something were amiss. "Let the 10 guests who remain prepare for the second round of competition," Tianqing proclaimed, tossing a bead towards the circular ceiling. The bead penetrated a silver blossom, which then burst into bloom, casting a radiant light that transformed the stage's aesthetic. The guests resumed their seats, captivated by the spectacle and by Tianqing. The first round had showcased the embroidery of plum blossoms. Thus, for the second, they would indulge in a musical performance. Our musician will play a piece titled Cold Plum, and should anyone manage to replicate it flawlessly, expressing its essence with precision, they shall be permitted to remain. The air was imbued with the delicate fragrance of plum blossoms as the music began, prompting Su Luoluo to gently close her eyes. This melody, it evoked a faint sense of familiarity, though she felt certain she had never heard it before. As the piece concluded, before Tianqing could speak, Su Yao stood up. "I shall go first." Her aunt, Lady Lung, had diligently nurtured her musical talents. For a woman's most vital skill lay in charming men while masterfully wielding subtlety behind their backs. Mastering both arts was the mark of true expertise. Su Yao had been vexed by her prior loss and was determined not to succumb a second time for her. Playing music was a domain where Su Luoluo was utterly inept. "Sister 4, Su Yao taunted, her gaze fixed on Su Luoluo, a smirk of provocation gracing her lips. "Would you care to play first?" "No, you go ahead," Su Luoluo replied calmly, her demeanor unfazed. Su Yao chuckled. "Sister 4 has never played the piano during family banquets. I would often hide behind the curtains to assist." The guests turned their attention to Su Luoluo, their expressions laden with meaning. Su Yao, reveling in her triumph, settled back as the accompaniment commenced. Her pale, slender fingers danced upon the piano strings. The melody flowed like a babbling brook, only to suddenly dry up, leaving the audience feeling as if something vital had been lost, their experience marred by an inexplicable discomfort. As the performance concluded, Su Yao stood and curtsied, receiving thunderous applause. "That was splendid, even better than the musician's earlier performance. I have never heard such a marvelous piece. I had no idea Miss Su 5 was so talented." Roses stared daggers at the group, exclaiming, "How dare you speak of the side consort so casually?" The crowd soon realized that Miss Su 5 was the side consort of the esteemed Prince Rui, and from then on, she would be addressed as Lady Su. "Sister 4, shall you attempt a performance? We might as well enjoy ourselves, even if you cannot play." After several guests took their turns, Su Yao could no longer contain her urge to provoke Su Luoluo, intent on humiliating her in front of the city's elite. "I shall play on your behalf, sister." Su Yinluo set down her teacup, yet a warm hand grasped her wrist. Su Luoluo rose, exuding an air of solitude and aloofness as she glanced down imperiously. Then, with a graceful leap, she ascended the stage, her flowing gown swirling around her, plum petals cascading in her wake, swirling around her enchanting figure. The prince's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he rose, hands clasped behind his back. Su Yao scoffed, eagerly anticipating Su Luoluo's folly. How could one who possessed no musical talent possibly redeem herself with a single performance? The audience gazed with rapt attention at the ethereal figure that had just descended, a vision of celestial beauty. With delicate fingers raised, she gently brushed the piano strings, and with a mere flick, the entrancing melody sprang to life, resonating within their hearts. Some guests closed their eyes, surrendering to the music, envisioning themselves in an endless garden of blossoms, where various plum flowers competed in splendor. And the exquisite maiden danced beneath the trees, frolicking amidst the falling snowflakes, riding a celestial deer, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Suddenly, the melody surged with fervor, and the countless plum trees burst into bloom, akin to an army charging forth in battle. Those who had closed their eyes bore faint smiles upon their lips, rising to extend their hands, yearning to seize the plum blossoms swirling in the air. It was a spectacle of grandeur, a vision of unparalleled beauty. As the piece drew to a close, the audience was left in a state of profound reflection. The first to regain composure was Prince Rui, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Luoluo, his fists clenching with incredulity. He could not comprehend it. When Su Luoluo was with him, she had never displayed such astonishing talent or intelligence. Why, after their separation, did she flourish in ways he had never anticipated? This was inconceivable. Su Luoluo had once loved him deeply. She would have rushed to him at a mere gesture. As applause erupted, a guest lamented, "What a stroke of fortune! Traveling thousands of miles from home, I came here out of curiosity, and today, whether in the wind and moon pavilion or in the presence of the enchanting maiden of Shunyu, it has truly been worth my journey. Even if this piece were to cost me 100,000 taels, I would gladly pay." Listening to the accolades, Su Luoluo executed a graceful bow, her sleeves billowing as she soared to the second floor. Her elegant demeanor captivated all who beheld her, The merchant who had previously praised Su Yao now regarded her with disillusionment, suddenly realizing how unappealing. Furious, Su Yao's fingers dug into the table, her teeth gritting in frustration. Curse Su Luluo, why must she continually overshadow me, making my existence unbearable? Sister 4, Su Yao stepped forward, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Has your skill with the piano and embroidery improved, perhaps due to your clandestine dealings with that gentleman? Her intent was clear, to ensure that everyone knew of Su Luo's alleged indiscretions, that she bore a scandalous child, and to brand her as a discarded woman, a disgrace to be scorned, for the truth was of no consequence. Otherwise, how could you have acquired such abilities? Where did you learn these arts? Pray, enlighten us. Sister 4, so that we may follow in your footsteps. Many ladies and gentlewomen, intrigued, turned their gaze towards Su Luoluo. Su Yao narrowed her eyes, confident that Su Luluo would remain silent, thus incurring the disdain of those present. Of course, she learned from my mother. Su Luoluo, unfazed by the provocation, responded with poise, her noble bearing evident. Fifth sister, you have long relied on our father's affection, shunning ties with the legitimate family. You have often neglected to pay respects, much less serve our mother with tea or meals. Are you unaware that mother excels in the arts? She has always taught us to unite and cherish one another. Over the years, have you seen us quarrel with you and your mother? It is you and your mother who have schemed, forcing us into a corner, leading us to reside in a remote place like Taohuaban. You lie. Su Yao's face paled at Su Luoluo's words, her rage erupting as she pointed an accusing finger. How could Lady Su possess such abilities? Someone must have taught her in secret. It is evident that Lady Su favors her own children, neglecting us, the illegitimate ones. How shameless to learn in secret. Why should it be any different? We are all her children. Why should she only teach you? Su Luoluo's expression remained serene, her demeanor composed as she spoke with a blend of grace and firmness. Fifth sister, your words reveal your self-interest. You have placed us, the illegitimate children, in a position of inferiority. You just said it yourself. Su Luo's voice was calm, yet resonated with authority, drawing the attention of all present. She looked directly at Su Yao, emphasizing her words, illegitimate. The blatant suppression of the illegitimate offspring is indeed a rare occurrence, yet it inexplicably brings a sense of satisfaction, particularly for the primary wives and their daughters. The young master, when gazing at Su Luluo, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Su Luo's words provided them with a much-needed release, an exhalation of pent-up frustrations that had long been swallowed. Su Luluo, did you not once declare that you would treat me as your own sister, bestowing upon me all that is good? Why do you hoard these things for yourself? Prince Rue, the cold voice of the crown prince echoed, causing all to rise in unison, with even the ordinary wealthy merchants kneeling. It is permissible to indulge in favored concubines, but do not bring disgrace upon the royal family in the presence of outsiders. The expression of Prince Rue darkened ominously, but he stifled his anger and stepped forward to pay his respects, responding curtly, I have taken your lesson to heart. Your Highness. Su Yao, with tear-filled eyes, tugged at Prince Rue's robe. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he brushed her hand away, his countenance icy as he turned to leave the Fengyue Tower. Your Highness, did you not promise to purchase the plum garden for Yao? Su Yao's heart sank. Her initial intent had been to showcase her favor, yet she had inadvertently created a disaster. She glared at Su Luoluo with resentment, like a weeping pear blossom, before hastily pursuing him. That wretched Su Luoluo had provoked her into losing composure, and now, everyone bore witness to her folly. If the prince were to become enraged and abandon her, the situation would become dire. Luoluo. The crown prince turned to face Su Luoluo and bowed. It seems my royal family has truly wronged you. His handsome features turned cold as he surveyed the crowd, solemnly declaring, as the crown prince, I take it upon myself to inform everyone that the twins born to Su Luoluo are indeed of royal lineage. As you can all see, Su Luoluo is intelligent, beautiful, capable, and astute. Should anyone provoke her with careless words, be it known that I will not hesitate to retaliate. Indeed, the assembly bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with astonishment. Even the crown prince had vindicated her. It appeared that Su Luoluo had indeed been wronged. Whispers circulated regarding her being ensnared by her own sister. Some began to realize that she had likely been harmed by the very Yao they had just witnessed. How cunning! Su Yunluo clenched her fists, her heart swelling with excitement, nearly rendering her speechless. She had been troubled over how to publicly proclaim her sister as an innocent, virtuous girl, one who was kind and capable. Unexpectedly, this contest over the plum garden had not only showcased her sister's talents, but had also led to her vindication through the crown prince's endorsement. Henceforth, no one would dare to insinuate impropriety or question her legitimacy, for the children were of royal blood and destined for the palace, where speaking ill of royal offspring is punishable by death. This was splendid. Su Yunluo turned to her sister, who had endured so much suffering and injustice. At long last, esteemed guests, Tianqing emerged, bowing gracefully, his handsome face adorned with a smile. Today has truly broadened our horizons. The capital indeed brims with talent. We have successfully eliminated 5 contestants, leaving the final 5. For the third and final round, please proceed to the plum garden, where the examination will take place. The remaining guests, aside from Su Luoluo, were filled with excitement. They were to visit the plum garden. Typically, a visit to admire the blossoms would cost 50,000 taels, yet now they could enjoy it for free, witnessing the extraordinary sights and unparalleled beauty. This opportunity was not afforded to just anyone. The envy in the eyes of the crowd nearly overwhelmed her, and someone shouted, "We'll wait at the entrance for the outcome." "Yes, we shall remain in our carriages," they chimed in unison. Tianqing glanced at Su Luoluo, who considered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Perhaps we should acquiesce to their wishes. Please prepare some warming lanterns, hot tea, snacks, and blankets to distribute. As for the expenses, deduct it from the proceeds of my recent embroidery sales. Let us ensure our esteemed guests are well cared for and not left in the cold." Her words instantly warmed the hearts of all present, be they ladies of nobility, young lords, wealthy merchants, or those who had traveled from afar. Each regarded Su Luoluo with newfound affection, bowing in unison. "Thank you, Miss Su Si. There's no need for such formality. Since I entered the Prince Rue's residence, I have an occupied day in and day out." However, Su Luoluo paused, eliciting a wave of sympathy from the crowd. Then, forcing a smile, she continued, "I must venture out more often. If you do not mind, I would be grateful for your company." After she concluded, she sincerely bowed to the assembly, prompting a noblewoman to step forward and assist her. "You speak as if we are strangers. We did not understand before, but now that your grievances are avenged, it is time for you to enjoy some fresh air. The next time we host a banquet at home, we shall be sure to send you an invitation." This lady was the wife of the Minister of Revenue, accompanied by her son and daughter. "Thank you, Madame Zhao." Madame Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight, pleased to find that Su Luoluo was aware of her existence, which only added to her joy. Consequently, as they chatted and departed, they enveloped Su Luoluo, leaving the Fengyue Tower. Chapter 31. The stars surrounding the moon. The lively scene, reminiscent of stars encircling the moon, filled Su Yunluo with warmth. Her sister was no longer troubled by Prince Rue, nor was she sorrowful. Instead, she embraced life anew, dreaming of the future. "How wonderful! Thank you, Your Highness." Su Yunluo deeply bowed, and the crown prince kindly assisted her. "There is no need for such distance. You know I do not assist without reason." The crown prince spoke candidly, leaving Su Yunluo momentarily speechless. She smiled softly, and no one continued the topic as they exited joyfully together. The crown prince was unhurried, believing that while winning hearts was important, it was equally crucial to maintain good relations. This had always been his philosophy. He was not like Prince Rue, who combined allure with intimidation. He preferred a more conciliatory approach. At least for now, half were friends and half were allies, which suited him well. "In a few days, I intend to host a horse racing event for everyone to enjoy, especially since the envoy from Tianli Kingdom will be arriving. Let's find some amusement." "Very well." Suijun Wanadith. Her sister's instructions to stockpile grain and procure cloth were being swiftly arranged behind the scenes. By the time they were prepared for the campaign, everything should be in order. There would still be time for leisure. "Your Highness," as they mounted their horses, Su Yunluo spoke softly, "Our household is somewhat complicated. I am aware. Take your time to address it. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." The crown prince smiled nonchalantly as he climbed into his carriage. "The complexities of your home pale in comparison to the hidden dangers within the palace. Everyone survives by their own merit." In the distance, Prince Rue's carriage lurked in the shadows, The curtain lifted as he coldly observed the scene. Just moments after their divorce, the crown prince was already eager to court the Su family. He seemed oblivious to the bond he shared with Su Luoluo, which had spanned over a year. Even in separation, he remained their child's father. Thus, for the sake of their child, Su Luoluo could only assist him, while Su Yunting and Su Yunluo would also be compelled to do so. The crown prince's desire for their support was nothing short of self-degradation. Turning his gaze, he coldly regarded Su Yao, who was quietly wiping her tears, and spoke icily. "It has been some time since I last saw Lord Su and Lady Long. Shall we pay a visit to the Su residence?" Initially terrified, fearing the prince's wrath and potential punishment, Su Yao was taken aback by his gentle treatment despite her defeat in the contest. She quickly wiped her tears and nestled into Prince Rui's embrace, speaking sweetly. "Your Highness treats me so well. It is all my fault. In a moment of impulse, I lost your face. Your Highness, I am inexperienced and naive, not like the scheming Su Luoluo. I promise I will not act like that again." She tightly embraced Prince Rui, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. Once back at the Su residence, she planned to have a serious discussion with her parents about their next steps. The prince's solitary carriage made its way toward the Su residence, while Su Luo's procession resembled a long dragon, with carriages joyfully heading toward the Meiyuan. Despite the swirling snow, the guests who could not attend felt a sense of delight due to Su Luoluo and Fengyue Tower as hospitality. The multitude of carriages delayed their arrival, taking nearly an hour before the crowd reached Meiyuan. Su Luoluo lifted the curtain and gazed at the vast estate before her. Though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still awestruck by its beauty. She never anticipated such an expansive and magnificent estate. Meiyuan elegantly encircled the distant mountains, showcasing a breathtaking landscape, complete with a waterfall in the distance. Branches of red plum blossoms peeked over the walls, their vivid petals contrasting beautifully against the surrounding white, creating a truly enchanting scene. Guests participating in the competition, please follow me into the estate. For the other guests, I will promptly summon the staff to attend to you, she announced. As entry was restricted, guests could only enter alone. Su Luoluo wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, donned a hat, and held a warming stove. Standing at the center of the garden while taking in the exquisite vista, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Tianqing, I heard this estate was crafted by your young master?" Tianqing's handsome face lit up with pride upon hearing this. "Indeed, my young master spent 6 years meticulously creating this place. Each of these plum trees was personally planted by him." As Su Luoluo approached a red plum tree and gently caressed its beautiful petals, a tear unexpectedly fell from her eye. The estate boasted a variety of plum trees, the most prized being one known as Bijiao Wanshui, revered as the finest plum in the world. Its petals were complex and layered, with delicate fragments dancing within, resembling a fairy stepping through clouds. "Esteemed guests, I have 5 tokens here. Each of you may draw one. The number you draw corresponds to your entry into the formation. The first to decipher the formation and reach my young master will become the next owner of the estate," the prince remarked as he walked alongside Su Luoluo, smiling softly. "Jun Mo Lin is adept at formation techniques, and they're ever-changing, so be careful, Luoluo." Though Su Luoluo had surprised the prince greatly and altered his perception of her, he still viewed her as a delicate woman, and Jun Mo Lin's formations were not easily traversed. While the competition posed no mortal danger, injury was still a possibility. "I will be cautious. You should as well," Su Luoluo replied softly, reaching for a bamboo stick only to have another young lady snatch it first. The young lady shot Su Luoluo a fierce glare and coldly declared, "Who knows if you'll cause any trouble? I want this one. Suit yourself." Su Luoluo replied with a hint of resignation in her eyes. Once everyone had drawn their tokens, she picked up the last one, which bore the number 2. A maid dressed in a green gown approached, guiding Su Luoluo toward the second formation gate, while the other guests moved toward their respective numbers. The main gate stood open, yet no one dared to rush in, as everyone understood the rules. Stepping inside meant they would never again see Meiyuan. No one wished to miss the spectacle unfolding before them, eagerly watching. As the participants reached their positions and hung their tokens on the branches of the plum trees, a brilliant light surged, and the 5 guests vanished without a trace. "My goodness, young Master Jun is truly remarkable. He made them disappear right before our eyes," one exclaimed. "I cannot fathom how young Master Jun is so formidable. If he were to go to battle, he would surely become a war god. Another chimed in. Rich young masters have their own amusements. You wouldn't understand. If they took on official roles on the battlefield, where would the joy in life be? Chapter 32. The revelation, listening to their musings. Each held their own thoughts. However, young Master June commanded a wealth beyond measure. With a mere flick of his finger, he could have others do his bidding. In truth, it was far more enjoyable to lead a life of leisure, allowing them to occasionally admire young Master June's ethereal presence. I wonder how Miss Sue is faring. A young gentleman ventured, a hint of color rising to his fair complexion as he spoke of Sue Luoluo. I recall before her marriage, Miss Sue often distributed porridge and aided the elderly and the weak. I recall when I was 12, I was bullied and nearly drowned. It was Miss Sue who saved me. Indeed, Miss Sue is the true beauty, not only lovely but also exuding charisma. The way she reprimanded Sue Yao was simply awe-inspiring. What you speak of is trivial. I once witnessed Miss Sue perform a breathtaking dance at a royal banquet. It was the most beautiful display in the world in truth. I have always admired Miss Sue, yet she is never noticed. The noble and affluent families engaged in animated discussions, only to suddenly realize the true nature of Miss Sue. If that were the case, how had the rumors of the past year emerged? Had anyone truly witnessed her wrongdoing? This question left everyone momentarily speechless, exchanging glances in silence. Many shook their heads, and the previously disdainful Lady Zhao interjected coldly. It is merely a case of misplaced trust. She was too kind-hearted, too restrained. Or perhaps she was simply manipulated, or she loved that man too deeply as she spoke. Lady Zhao lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes, revealing the scars of time that had faded but not vanished. Many ladies fell silent, each a primary wife in a prestigious household, having experienced similar trials. Sue Luoluo had not ventured far. She remained in place, her figure concealed by the formation. While they could not see her, she could see them. Listening intently to their words, she gently caressed her warming heart, her lips pressing together. Step by step, she traversed the snow, wandering among the plum blossoms. It was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful it intoxicated her, finally sowing a seed of joy within her heart. She adored the plum blossoms deeply. A petal drifted down, and Sue Luoluo raised her hands to catch it, gazing down with a smile in her eyes. However, the scenery before her began to swirl, transforming abruptly. She found herself in a dim, damp prison cell, where her mother was confined. Her mother's collarbone was shackled by an iron hook, blood having long darkened and crusted over. Yet, with the slightest movement, fresh blood would flow anew. Prince Rui's cold figure appeared, his hand gripping a black-scaled whip, which he lashed against her mother, who cried out in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Mother! Sue Luoluo's face paled in terror as she rushed into the cell to embrace her mother, only to find herself transparent, visible but untouchable, reminiscent of her drifting spirit after death. Tell this king, how is the divine jade to be used? Copy this letter word for word. Prince Rui's gaze was dark and menacing, as he had asked this many times without receiving an answer, growing increasingly impatient. He threw the letter meant to frame Su Yunting and Su Yunluo before her mother, stating that if she copied this response, the evidence of Su Yunting and Su Yunluo's culpability in the deaths of 60,000 soldiers would be established. Once the border operations proceeded smoothly, his schemes with Tianli Kingdom could advance to the next phase. Madame Su was released, the iron chains on her shoulders pulling her down to the ground with a thud. She had long been tormented to the brink of death. Gazing at the letter, Madame Su trembled as she grasped the pen and ink. Looking at Prince Rui, she suddenly disregarded the excruciating pain in her shoulder and fiercely struck him. The black ink splattered onto Prince Rui's blue brocade robe, while Madame Su, drenched in blood and tears, pointed at him and unleashed a torrent of curses. Beast! Ouyang Huaijin, you are worse than a pig or dog. You have ensnared the Su family in injustice. Cause my daughter to lose her life. I will not spare you even in death. You want me to write such a thing? Dream on. Suddenly, Prince Rui moved closer, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He tightened his grip on the hook on Madame Su's shoulder, causing her to scream in agony. Do you think this matter was solely orchestrated by me? Madame Su's eyes, bloodshot and tearful, widened in disbelief as her body fell backward, unable to move. Blood pooled beneath her, and the despair in her eyes overflowed. A figure clad in moonlight emerged coldly from the shadows. With blurred vision from blood and tears, Madame Su closed her eyes in pain upon recognizing the person. It was Lord Su. Summoning her last ounce of strength, Madame Su slowly sat up from the bloodied ground, leaning against the wall as she struggled to stand. Though it was a simple action, it seemed to take her an entire lifetime to accomplish. Turning her head, she glared hatefully at the man. Lord Su raised his hand and slapped Madame Su across the face. Su Luoluo watched in heartbreak, wanting to grasp the sword at Prince Rue's waist, yet found herself unable to reach anything. The entwining hatred and excruciating pain in her heart left her at a loss. So, this was the immense suffering and torment her mother endured in her lifetime. Lord Su produced a piece of paper filled with writing from his pocket and grasped Madame Su's hand. She struggled desperately, ignoring her weakened state. But how could she overpower Lord Su, a man? He pressed her blood onto the paper. Qi Mingwei, Madame Su shrieked in hysterical anguish. Upon hearing that name, a dark fury surged in Lord Su's eyes. Indeed, if it weren't for her reminder, he would have almost forgotten that his real name was Qin Mingwei. Madame Su's eyes burned with hatred as she glared at the man before her. Years ago, when the Qin family faced calamity, the Su family, their close friends, had sacrificed their own daughter, Madame Su, to save Qin Mingwei, allowing him to become the Su family son, while Madame Su Wairu became his fiancée. Little did they know, this young Qin Mingwei was cunning and deep-minded, calculating from a young age, gaining their trust, and once he acquired the Su family, he could not wait to reveal his true nature. Chapter 33. Witnessing the scene in less than a month after causing the death of Su Taifu. While still in mourning, he took 5 concubines, indulging in their company each night, making noises for Madame Su to hear. His 6th concubine, Cold Jade, was a woman of ill repute who had already borne a daughter. He brought her home brazenly during Madame Su's birthday banquet. Such humiliation and provocation were unbearable for anyone. Yet, Madame Su endured it all, graciously welcoming the woman and arranging her accommodations, while she silently licked her wounds. This beautiful yet ruthless cold concubine eliminated the other concubines one by one within a few years and orchestrated the deaths of their children, all of which she cunningly attributed to Madame Su. My father and I truly were blind, inviting a beast worse than a pig or dog into our home. Lord Su's rage ignited upon hearing the word save, his greed unabashedly evident. He yanked Madame Su's hair painfully, and as he clutched the handful of strands, Su Luoluo felt her heart shatter, the hatred in her eyes nearly overwhelming. Your father is the Emperor's general. Being close to him makes it easy to approach the Emperor and gain rewards. I certainly won't let this opportunity slip. I know your Su family looks down on me, so I orchestrated a plan to force the Qin family into ruin, compelling you to allow me into the Su family. Only by becoming a Su would the Emperor spare me, ensuring my safety for life. This way, I can obtain everything I desire. You. Madame Su stared in shock at the man before her. After years of marriage, it was as if she had never known him. She was aware of Qin Mingyue's malice, but never imagined it was so deeply rooted. For his own interests, he was willing to harm his own family and then kill her father, his savior. Qin Mingwei, I treated you well. With a mouthful of blood, Madame Su spat onto Qin Mingyue's face. He retaliated with a slap, sending Madame Su crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Weak and on the brink of death, the hatred in her eyes deepened as she uttered every word with conviction. If there is an afterlife, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. Hearing Madame Su's words and witnessing the hatred in her eyes caused Lord Su's malevolence to churn. He lunged forward, kicking Madame Su's body. Since you let me in and allowed me to take the Su surname, all of the Su family's wealth should be transferred to my name, not merely changing my name and household registration for a trifle. Since we are married, you ought to be magnanimous, allowing me to take concubines and raise children, yet you heartlessly caused their deaths. It was merely a matter of having that old fool arrange me in the Ministry of Revenue. Just a mere minister. How hard can that be? He actually refused me, claiming I lacked the ability to manage the world's wealth. Someone offered $1 million for a night with you, yet you refused, causing me to lose $1 million. Tell me, should you not die for this? Suddenly, Lord Su erupted into wild laughter, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue as he leaned closer, mercilessly whispering something into Madame Su's ear. Madame Su, filled with rage, bared her teeth in agony, her expression sorrowful as she glared at Lord Su, letting out a piercing scream. The sorrow, the disbelief. Su Luoluo stood by, watching her mother succumb to despair. Witnessing the moment she learned the dreadful news. Mother, mother! Su Luoluo embraced her mother, yet she understood she was but a shadow, able only to observe without touch. The pain in her heart was unbearable, urgent, and frantic. Su Luoluo, she knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing Lord Su tighten his grip around her mother's neck, as if he had gone mad, Su Luoluo's fear spread like wildfire. No! Please no! She lunged toward her mother's body, but in that instant, Su Luoluo found herself transported to another scene. It was a battlefield. The cacophony of battle filled the air. Blood flowed like rivers. Swords clashed mercilessly. As she beheld this harrowing sight, she realized the battlefield was devoid of mercy and fraught with peril. Were her elder brothers enduring such torment out there? No wonder they were reluctant to marry, knowing all too well that they could perish at any moment, not wanting to bring sorrow to their wives and children. Elder brother, second brother. She ran through the chaos of battle, desperately calling out for them, yet all she saw was death. Witnessing the soldiers of a Shanyu nation fall one by one, she cried out in anguish, "Who are their sons? Whose husbands are they? Who are their brothers?" All of this was the result of a conspiracy between Prince Rui and Tian Li, aiming to annihilate the Su family army, leaving no one behind. Then, all the blame was shifted onto the elder brother and the second brother, implicating them in collusion with Tianli, allowing the Tianli army to invade, overthrow the crown prince, and seize the throne. General, amidst the chaos, a piercing cry seemed to reach her ears, and Su Luoluo dashed towards the source without a second thought. Swords pierced through her body, knives struck at her waist, as if they sought to sever her in two, as if they aimed to extinguish her very existence. Tears fell like raindrops, carried away by the wind. When she collapsed before her elder brother, his heart had already been pierced by a great sword. His body drenched in blood, his face muddied, yet the object in his palm remained pristine. A young soldier clutched him, trembling as he placed a delicate plum blossom hairpin into his hand. "Take it back. To my sister." Su Luoluo threw herself onto Su Yunting, pounding her fists against him, crying out, Don't sleep, elder brother, elder brother." Su Yunting, at 14, had guarded the borders, returning only once a year, never inquiring about them. She had always thought him cold and indifferent, believing he cared not for her, even harboring resentment towards him. Yet, she never anticipated that even in death, he clutched a gift meant for her. Su Yunting struggled to lift his long lashes, his gaze vacant, staring at the brooding sky. And it seemed he saw Su Luoluo. His eyes softened, and his trembling hand slowly rose. Su Luoluo wept inconsolably, hastily grasping her elder brother's hand. Though it was but a phantom, she strained to maintain their joined grip, her entire being trembling. He wished to speak, but pain engulfed him, breath escaping him, blood streaming beneath him like a river. "I miss mother, I miss my siblings, have always missed, but I cannot say. I am the legitimate son of the Su family. I must protect this home. But forgive me, I have failed." Chapter 34. Restoration of belongings quickly. Quickly, Su Luoluo and Su Yunting shouted simultaneously at the young soldier. Su Luoluo was on the brink of collapse. Her elder brother's eyes remained unclosed in death. He could not rest, for he bore too many regrets, too much guilt. Through her tear-filled vision, she saw the young soldier secure the item tightly, as if it were a treasure, before turning and fleeing in tears. Yet barely a few steps away, a sharp arrow pierced his heart, and a figure on horseback charged forward, snatching the plum blossom hairpin from his grasp, ruthlessly snapping it, then discarding it into the mud. The horse's hooves trampled down, making the precious hairpin vanish from sight. It was the second prince of Tianli, Long Xuanma. "I will kill you." Su Luoluo soared into action, her hand reaching for Long Xuanma. However, the scene before her shifted once more, and Su Luoluo found herself leaping off a cliff. Plummeting into the abyss, the icy wind howled, slicing through her body like daggers. Yet at that moment, Su Luo's heart was filled with sorrow, having long since lost the will to survive. One by one, her family members had met their tragic ends, and she remained blissfully unaware. She had even forgotten the manner of their deaths. Truly, it should not have been. It was indeed a fate worse than death. As she plummeted swiftly, Su Luo spread her arms wide, closing her eyes, surrendering herself to the fall, wishing to perish together. Suddenly, the clouds parted. A crimson figure burst forth from the clouds, soaring towards her. His speed was blinding, like a flash of light. As he moved, trails of red light shimmered like a magnificent dragon. His gaze was icy, his form fierce as the wind, extending a hand towards her. Su Luo beheld him, both unfamiliar and familiar. The great revenge was yet to be avenged. The grievances remained unvoiced, with her kin falling one after another. How could she relinquish hope? As the murderous intent rekindled in her eyes, Su Luo reached for him. As she clasped his hand tightly, he swooped down, enveloping Su Luo in his embrace. They descended rapidly, no longer falling, but flying. He gazed into her eyes, and she into his, as if 1,000 years had passed, as if they were reunited after a long separation. That moment, if witnessed by the world, would be forever etched in memory. The beauty amidst the despair was heart-wrenching. They traversed through the mist, swirling until they landed in a grove blooming with plum blossoms. Gently descending, the sensation of reality surged within her. The fragrance enveloped her, a chill lingering in the air. Su Luo found herself unable to escape the clutches of sorrow, succumbing to unconsciousness, while Junmolin gazed down at her with a profound intensity. He then cradled her, turning to walk towards a resplendent small building behind them. At the same time, 2 guests rushed forth from the formation, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. The crown prince, hands bound behind him, observed the inexplicably beautiful scene before him, a flicker of warmth crossing his eyes, though his heart felt a slight pang. So be it. It was originally meant for her, and now that she had claimed it for herself, it was not without merit. How beautiful it was! Some stood in a daze, taking in the scene, when the plum blossoms shifted and everyone suddenly realized they had exited the formation, returning to the front courtyard. Eagerly, they rushed forward, counting heads. The entrance of the estate burst into life. Junmolin gently placed Su Luo on a soft couch, lifting a hand to brush away a plum blossom petal from her hair. No one knew that the key to entering the formation lay in that very petal. As long as the plum blossom petal remained, one could not escape the formation. His elegant fingers caressed her icy face, and he carefully tucked the quilt around her. Simultaneously, he placed a deed on her pillow. This was obtained through her own wisdom and strength. Thus it would return to its rightful owner. Kaising Yunmuling, cloaked in red, departed slowly. Tianxing smiled as he exited the door, observing Fu Ling and Su Yunluo bowing in respect. Miss Su has triumphed. The deed has been entrusted to her. From now on, this estate belongs to Miss Su. Second young master, Miss Fu Ling, the formation is exhausting. Miss Su is currently resting. You may enter to attend to her. Ah, second young master, the various gifts from the money shop have yet to be delivered. Shortly, I shall arrange for them to be brought in, and second young master may also organize the moving arrangements. The master has instructed that our people will assist fully. Thank you so much. Su Yunluo and Fu Ling's faces radiated joy, and they bowed to everyone again. My sister has said that once this estate is acquired and everything is set, she will host a banquet for the ladies and gentlemen she wishes to befriend. Until then, let's gather again. Envy flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Upon hearing Su Yunluo's words, they became even more jubilant. While others required 50,000 taels of silver for a single day in the garden, by befriending Su Luo, they could visit and partake in the banquet, a truly perfect arrangement. Moreover, the crown prince had publicly praised her. Su Luo must be a splendid young lady. Thus, everyone bowed and departed in unison. They needed to hurry back, preparing additional invitations and including Su Luo's name. From now on, they would have a reason to come and go. Su Yunluo and Fu Ling hastened to the Lincian cottage. Finding Su Luo quietly sleeping on a soft, warm couch, the heating beneath a blaze, and tea steaming hot. The little building was luxurious and beautiful. Every detail arranged with warmth and comfort. Wow, second young master, this is truly remarkable. Had it not been for the fact that Miss and young Master June were unfamiliar, I would almost think this was specifically arranged for Mississippi. Miss has loved plum blossoms since childhood. She adores this elegant decor, enjoys sitting on soft cushions, and prefers the blossoms peeking through the window. Look, everything is here. A gentle smile adorned Su Yunluo's handsome face as he poured a cup of tea. then rose. Fu Ling, you must manage alone for now. I will return to arrange everything and move over shortly. Fu Ling's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she patted her chest in assurance. Young master, rest assured, I will get everything ready. Moving entails many tasks, so we must be swift. Very well. Su Yinluo found this reasoning sound, and thus they split up. He hurriedly set out. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the crown prince's carriage. Yinluo, I have sent someone to guard this place. Additionally, this group will accompany you back to move the belongings. I must return to the palace first. Thank you, your highness. I should have hosted you, but my sister has already fallen asleep from exhaustion, and with the move, I hope you can forgive me today. Very well, go ahead. The prince replied, waving his hand at Su Yinluo. She quickly mounted her horse and departed with her companions. As the prince watched her figure fade away and lowered the curtain, a wave of melancholy surged within him. Your highness, what troubles you? Ming Tang, his personal guard, inquired upon noticing the sudden shift in his expression. The prince took a moment to open his eyes and replied lightly, nothing. In the plum blossom maze, he had seen a figure, someone who shielded him and perished for his sake. Yet, he could not discern who that person was. He only remembered the anguished voice urging him to flee. Does such a person truly exist in this world? He could sense that the young lady did not act out of obligation or necessity, but rather because she could not bear the thought of his demise. Who could it be? Su Luo slept soundly for an extended period, inexplicably comfortable in the unfamiliar plum garden. She remained unaware until the belongings were gradually moved inside, with Tianqing transporting the gifts from the two storages, assisting in organizing and arranging them. As the night deepened and the flickering of the glass lanterns illuminated the cold wind, Su Luo abruptly sat up, terror flooding her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. Bewildered, her hands flailed, as if searching for something. Madame Su, busy sewing, rushed to embrace her daughter upon seeing her frightened awakening. My dear, what is the matter? Since the separation, although Su Luo had been behaving well, Madame Su still felt a deep concern. Thus, she discreetly informed the Su residents that they would be staying at the estate for some time, not wanting to witness the ugly faces of those in the family, now managed by the cold concubine. Su Luo stared blankly at her mother, examining her features closely, her hands tenderly tracing her mother's face, hair, and shoulders, until she confirmed that her mother was well. Then, she leaped in her mother's arms, tears flowing even as she smiled through her sobs. I miss my elder brother. That tall, handsome brother, who always adhered to propriety, actually longed for the family to gather for a meal, to chat, to play together. Sister, Su Yinluo entered, noticing Su Luo's red-rimmed eyes, and gently stroked her head. Su Luo opened her arms. Second brother, hug me. With a smile, Su Yinluo embraced his sister, a hint of blush gracing his fair, handsome face. Their bond had always been strong, but this was the first time his sister had sought his embrace. The warmth in his eyes deepened as he held her tightly and whispered, Did you have a nightmare? Do not fear. Your brother is by your side. Su Luo nodded, her throat tight with emotion. She had forgotten how her second brother had perished in her past life, but she knew it must have been tragic. Their bond was profound. Those who loved her, whom she loved in return, like Rui Wang and Sui Yao, had faced relentless torment and suffering. Lo, this estate is truly beautiful and vast. Your second brother and I were exhausted after merely traversing a small part of it in the carriage, he remarked. Madame Su felt a surge of joy within her heart, for this vast home belonged to her daughter. Returning to the Su residence would undoubtedly bring more trials and indignities. Yet, with wisdom and strategy, she had secured such a grand estate for herself. Moreover, the home reflected all that Su Luo cherished, and thus, Madame Su was genuinely pleased. Everything is well now, Su Yinluo said, accepting a cup of tea from Fu Ling. Initially concerned about where to store the food and fabrics they had purchased, he realized this expansive estate was ample enough to accommodate it all. Speaking of this, Su Luo's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned to Su Yinluo. Second brother, are there palace maids about to be released from the palace? Calculating the time, Su Yinluo explained that every 3 years, a batch of palace maids and a few eunuchs were allowed to leave, with most opting for freedom, while eunuchs, due to their unique status, often remained in the palace, ridiculed and unwanted. What do you mean? Su Yinluo asked with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The estate requires management. Hiring maids externally may invite complications, but the palace maids and eunuchs are well-trained and familiar with the rules of service. Retaining them would allow the eunuchs to assist us, while the maids can produce cotton and silk garments in abundance. With merely a month to prepare for the needs of 60,000 people, time is of the essence. We must find a reason to enter the palace. I intend to enter the palace to express my gratitude. Mother, here, only immediate family may enter. Not even Lord Su may pass through. Anyone who violates this will face dire consequences. Madame Su gazed at her daughter, startled, as she realized the depth of Su Luo's understanding. Su Luo's eyes brimmed with compassion as she gently brushed a stray white hair from her mother's temple. I know everything, mother. Do not strive for those unworthy of your efforts. Focus on yourself, seek what you desire, eat what you wish, and live freely. Leave everything to me. I will reclaim all that belongs to you. Tears welled in Madame Su's eyes, her grip on her daughter's hand tightening as she nodded, choked with emotion. All right. She was uncertain how her daughter had acquired such knowledge or how much she truly understood, but hearing her words filled Madame Su with immense joy. Countless sleepless nights had been spent in anguish, fearing that her children would be shamed because of her, unable to hold their heads high. Mother, do not concern yourself with our reputation, nor the Su family's standing. Nothing is more important than your happiness. Life is fleeting. Do not wait until you are laid to rest to seek joy. She understood that her mother had upheld the promises made by their grandfather, constantly prioritizing her children's dignity while enduring everything in silence. However, those burdens would no longer be hers to bear, for she would not allow it. From now on, each member of the Su family must take responsibility for themselves and strive for their own happiness. My elder brother and second brother should encounter the women they love, marry, and have children, while my third sister should wed her beloved. We must all live harmoniously. Their hearts stirred by her words. Su Yingshue's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to Shawanyu beside her. You too, Monsieur. Shawanyu, taken aback by Su Luo's boldness, felt inspired to change her own fate. Thus, she pushed her wheelchair forward, excitement bubbling within her as she asked Su Luo. Luo, how can I assist you? I want to reclaim everything I have lost. Of course. Su Luo gently wiped away Shawanyu's tears and nodded. Stay here for now. I will heal your legs and investigate the Sure family's affairs in secrecy. We must prepare adequately. If the palace maids and eunuchs are willing to join us, you will oversee their garment making. We must work tirelessly. Additionally, Su Luo took a sip of water and expressed her desire for those outside to know that she had acquired wealth, thus providing you with a sum of money to rekindle hope. You aspire to heal your legs. So you have consulted numerous doctors in the capital and secretly procured all the medications listed, with the rationale of seeking remedies for Sure Wanyu. Even if she indulges in a frenzy of purchasing medicines, onlookers would merely perceive it as a desperate attempt to find a cure, without delving deeper into any suspicions. Moreover, these medications are common. Even if scrutinized, they would merely relate to her leg ailment. However, should they be reformulated, the situation would differ entirely. Nursing mothers. You and the mute woman should accompany my mother, keeping a close watch over the two wet nurses. Brew the medicinal broth to be consumed by themselves to restore their health. As for the others, I will find a way to arrange for their entry. There is no need for haste. Leidisu gently betitsu Lois head. Her mother abhorred idleness. Thus the kitchen affairs would be entrusted to her. For her culinary skills had always been exceptional, only that those unworthy had dissuaded her from cooking. Really, mother? Su Yinluo's voice brimmed with delight. In their childhood, they relished their mother's cooking, which had gradually diminished, almost vanishing entirely. Later, as he engaged in military campaigns, it became even scarcer. Yes, your mother will care for you from now on. With so few people in the household, preparing meals for a handful is quite manageable. The maid will assist the lady. The mute woman also gestured, indicating her willingness to help care for everyone. As Su Luo listened, her eyes sparkled with warmth. The wet nurses approached, cradling two children and placing them between Su Luo and Lady Su. Gazing at the children, Su Luo felt a pang of sorrow and bent down to inspect their condition. Yingxue smiled softly, commenting, "These two little ones, though twins, are truly distinct, their only shared trait being their astonishing beauty. Indeed, the wet nurses were abundant with milk. Having eaten and slept well over the past few days, coupled with Su Luo's medications fed to them, the children, albeit still small, appeared more spirited, their ailments well contained. Leaning down, she gently kissed the foreheads of her son and daughter, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she whispered, "You are truly the most precious gifts of my life." At that moment, Luo felt immense gratitude towards the heavens, appreciating everything, for without this second chance at life, she would never have witnessed the existence of her beloved children. Yet, there remained many things unseen and numerous mysteries unresolved. She must hasten her pace. How adorable! Fulling gazed at the little master and little mistress, unable to suppress the warmth in her eyes. How could such delightful children exist, resembling celestial beings? Lady Su handed a piece of pastry to Fulling. Children should not be overly praised. Excessive flattery may lead to misfortune. Instead, one must speak in the opposite manner for better management. Ah! Fulling was startled, quickly pointing at Chun'er and exclaiming, "Wow! The little master is quite unattractive with tiny eyes, a large mouth, and flat nose. The little mistress, too, is rather ugly, not cute at all, and her eyes hardly resemble jewels." As Su Luo listened to Fulling's words, she pressed a piece of pastry in her hand, urging, "All right, very well said, but refrain from such comments next time." Suidun Wachekiv. Though he understood that such remarks were meant to manage the children better, he could not help but feel reluctant to hear them. Fulling giggled, munching while stepping back. Lady Su gently caressed the children's foreheads, finding their temperatures normal. She squeezed their little hands, feeling their movements, and was reassured. Su Luo then turned to the two wet nurses, expressing her gratitude. "You two have worked hard caring for the children. Please come forward." The two wet nurses, named Axie and Alien, were sturdy peasant women accustomed to labor, and aside from nursing the children, they readily assisted with other tasks. Fourth Miss, Axie, and Alien approached, somewhat apprehensive, unsure of how to address her. Though she was a delicate young lady, her presence inspired a sense of reverence that rendered them speechless. "I have inquired about your backgrounds and am quite at ease, but I would like to ask, would you prefer to stay here alone, or discuss with your family about moving in altogether? You have seen, such a vast garden requires tending. The wages are higher than outside, yet the rules are stricter. I will ensure your needs for food and clothing are met, but one thing is imperative: unwavering loyalty. Should any disloyalty arise, I shall act with unyielding resolve." Upon hearing this, Alien and Axie hastily knelt, bowing their heads in earnestness. After a moment, Axie softly replied, "I implore the young lady to purchase me, severing all ties with my family. I do not wish to return, nor do I want them to come here." Since marrying into her husband's family, her mother-in-law had subjected her to relentless criticism and abuse. After a year of failing to conceive, she was incessantly belittled, likened to a barren hen. When a doctor finally revealed her husband's impotence, her mother-in-law sent her youngest son to her chamber under cover of night. Following the birth of her son, she was again berated for not adhering to her duties as a wife, accused of bearing an illegitimate child, and was urged to take her own life by jumping into a well. Enduring relentless torment, she ultimately jumped into the well with her son, surviving while her child did not. Overwhelmed with regret and despair, Axie had no desire to live, but upon seeing the little master and little mistress, her heart reignited with purpose. Such pitiable children, so frail and small, require care. I intend to remain here for the rest of my life. Miss, I am willing to sign a lifetime contract. Tears streamed down Axie's face as her body trembled. After a moment's contemplation, Alien gathered her courage and spoke. I too wish to stay at the estate as a servant. However, I have a younger brother whom I wish to bring along. With both parents deceased and a frail brother left behind, she had no one to marry him nor any love to give. Whenever she quietly assisted him, her husband would berate her mercilessly. After giving birth to a daughter, her husband abandoned the child in the mountains, where wild dogs devoured her. She could never return to that place, never again. Miss, I vow to wholeheartedly care for the little mistress and little master, serving faithfully for life without any treachery. Chapter 37. Mother has always been here, Su Luo nodded, handing them the prepared contract, and once they signed it, she continued, I will handle the subsequent matters. You may remain at ease, for no one will mistreat you again. Live your lives in peace. Alien and Axie wept profusely, bowing deeply in gratitude towards Su Luo. while the world spoke ill of her, claiming she was licentious, colluding against her sister. In their eyes, Su Luluo was akin to a bodhisattva, the epitome of goodness. Those who judged were blind, for such a virtuous young lady was a rarity. Axie will care for Chun'er, and Alien will look after Rong'er. What does that sound? Axie, having lost a son, would tend to the boy, while Alien, who had lost a daughter, would care for the girl, thus mending their past regrets. I am willing. Both women joyously bowed, unbound by the need to care for a specific child, as they would always be together, allowing the children to support one another. This way, they would have companionship and could engage in conversation, alleviating loneliness in their lives. I do not condone scheming or manipulating the masters. I would never dare. They were simple, honest peasant women, unfamiliar with such matters. Yet they understood the importance of loyalty, thus they assured her. Lady Su gazed at her daughter, organizing the household with grace and efficiency, her heart swelling with pride. The Duke truly was blind to the brilliance of such a daughter, repeatedly attempting to harm her while keeping the lowly Su Yao in his company. As dusk deepened and the chill intensified, the quaint abode of Lincian exuded an enchanting aura of spring. Due to the cold, everyone chose to stay in this building, awaiting the arrival of more guests before further arrangements were made. The servants bowed in unison, their hearts brimming with joy. It felt like a warm spring here, and the picturesque scenery that greeted them upon waking was utterly delightful. "Mother, I wish to sleep with you," Su Luluo said, entwining her arm with her mother's. Reluctant to let go, Su Madam glanced at Su Yunluo with a hint of helplessness. Su Yunluo's eyes were filled with affection as Su Yingxue playfully pinched Su Luoluo's cheek. "Even as mothers, you still cling to your own," she mused. With no other option, Su Madam decided to stay. As they snuggled into the quilt, Su Luoluo nestled in her mother's embrace, holding her tightly. "Mother," she whispered softly, her tone reminiscent of a child's endearment. Su Madam felt a pang in her heart, tender and warm, as she enveloped her daughter and gently stroked her silky hair. "There, there," she cooed, patting Su Luo's back and lulling her sleep, just as she had done in her childhood. The way Su Luoluo called her mother this time felt particularly special, embodying the essence of their mother-daughter bond. "Rest assured, Mother is here," Su Madam replied, glancing down at her daughter, wondering why she seemed increasingly attached, as if she would never grow up. "What about the two little ones next door?" She pondered. "Mother, I am so afraid that when I open my eyes, you won't be there," Su Luoluo murmured. Su Madam chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Mother will always be with you. When you wake tomorrow, you shall see me again. All right?" "Yes." Su Luoluo nestled closer into her mother's shoulder, feeling her warmth and inhaling her faint, fragrant scent. "You smell wonderful, Mother. This is the fragrance you crafted? I assent it? Have you forgotten?" Su Luoluo would never forget. Before her marriage, she had made a box of perfume for her mother, and it seemed that after all this time, her mother still hadn't used it all, perhaps reluctant to part with it. "I shall make more for you, Mother, so you can use it freely," she promised. "Very well," Su Madam replied contentedly, as a tear slipped quietly from Su Luoluo's eye, and she closed her eyelids. The air was infused with a subtle plum blossom scent, enveloping the room in tranquility. The garden was adorned with lanterns, resembling a sea of light, a stunning array of flowers. June Molly stood beneath a grand old tree, quietly admiring the beauty around him. Previously, there was merely a single building illuminated, but tonight, even the long corridors were aglow, extending endlessly and winding beautifully, creating a scene that was utterly captivating. "Young master, I cannot help but feel that women and men are so distinctly different. When you resided here, it always felt lonely and cold, but now, with Miss Su Ci's presence, it feels as if a celestial being has descended into the mundane world, infusing it with warmth and vibrancy," Tianqing observed. Though the beauty was once present, it lacked a touch of the ethereal. Now, with both beauty and grace, it has become perfection. Tianqing folded his arms, his eyes brimming with envy. The flickering candlelight, the camaraderie shared, the gentle instructions given to the servants. This was indeed a delightful time. "Young master, I have a feeling that you are not merely managing the estate. You have made a significant strategic move, though I cannot decipher it," he asserted, convinced by his instincts that the young master was up to something. "After tomorrow, Su Luo's name will spread throughout the capital, no longer just the consort of the wise king, but the unparalleled Su Luoluo. The sudden transformation over these few days was truly astonishing. Jun Moli, with his hands clasped behind his back, draped in a cloak, stood in the wind, exuding an air of noble elegance. Just as he was about to leave, the wet nurse opened the door to the chamber. "You're still awake?" Jun Moli's gaze turned icy, a hint of murderous intent brewing within him. He noticed Axie kneeling in the corridor, hands clasped, her voice trembling as she softly wept. "My child, please bless your mother and young master. I am sorry, and once I have raised him, I shall come to seek your forgiveness." After bowing, she wiped her tears and returned to her room silently. Instantly, Jun Moli's murderous aura dissipated, leaving behind his frosty, exquisite demeanor as he vanished into the plum grove. At dawn, the world was draped in white, while the garden burst with red blossoms. When Su Luluo opened her eyes, she instinctively reached out, catching a whiff of her mother's fragrance, prompting her to finally awaken. "Are you awake?" Su Madam had actually been awake for an hour, but since her daughter clung to her clothing, she had no choice but to stay. Watching her daughter's serene face, she felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been some time since she had gazed at her daughter so intently. Su Madam felt deeply moved and content. This was the Su Luo she cherished. "Mother is truly wonderful," Su Luo exclaimed, noticing her mother had not risen yet. She dove into her mother's embrace, nuzzling her. Su Madam patted her head gently. Time to get up. This marked the first time in over a decade that Su Madam had awoken so late, yet it felt incredibly comfortable. No longer did she have to rush to serve Su Howie or endure the ugly faces of the concubines. Fu Ling entered, serving breakfast dish by dish. Although they dined together, 2 tables were set, separated by a screen, tradition insisted upon by the wet nurse. "Luoluo," Su Jingsui exclaimed, astonished as she turned to Su Luoluo while eating. Chapter 38. The enchanting beauty in the mirror. I just realized that the items delivered from the Tianxia Bank are simply mountainous. They encompass everything: food, clothing, necessities, and entertainment. Gold, silver, and jewels all are present. We need not prepare anything further. Su Jingsui continued, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Moreover, astonishingly, everything inside fits either you, mother, or Luoluo and second brother perfectly. It seems we have found suitable recipients for all. That is splendid. I shall personally express my gratitude to the owner of Tianxia Bank when I find the time. Speaking of which, the owner of Tianxia Bank seems to be the same person as the former master of this plum grove, none other than Jun Moli. Su Luoluo's mind conjured the image of that breathtaking figure, the young man, ethereal as frost yet strikingly handsome. It appeared she must seek an opportunity to invite him for a meal, to thank him for his generosity and gifts. After breakfast, Fu Ling eagerly selected a set of elaborate and stunning attire, meticulously adorning Su Luoluo. Previously, she had always dressed her conservatively, with subtle jewelry that lacked any striking allure. But now things had changed. With her newfound single status after the divorce, Fu Ling boldly embraced vibrant colors. As Su Luoluo admired her stunning reflection in the mirror, she slowly stood and twirled around, causing Fu Ling to beam with delight. "Miss, you are truly exquisite. These garments are luxurious and intricate. Had anyone else worn them, they might have been overwhelmed, but on you, they merely accentuate your beauty." Even Su Luoluo herself had never realized she could be so enchanting. After giving birth, she possessed a unique beauty, a mesmerizing allure impossible for a young girl to embody. Yet, she was still youthful, brimming with a sense of girlhood. The merging of these two qualities was simply captivating. "This is splendid. Moving forward, let this be my style." Su Luoluo was satisfied. As a wealthy young lady and the mistress of the Plum Grove, her beauty was undeniable. "Sister, let us go." Su Yinluo lifted the curtain to enter and was momentarily speechless upon seeing her sister turn around. Finally, she could only exclaim, "You are simply too beautiful." Even as they boarded the carriage, Su Yinluo continued to gaze at her sister, a sense of inexplicable pride swelling within her. Such a sister is truly wonderful. As the carriage rolled into the bustling capital, they sipped tea and chatted, passing by a carriage emblazoned with the Su family emblem. Inside that carriage, Su Howie sat with a cold expression, simmering with anger, while the cold concubine massaged his shoulders, leaning in to brush against him, speaking in a soft, coaxing tone. "My lord, since Su Luoluo's divorce, she has not even stepped through the threshold of her family home to visit her father. Now, having purchased a grand estate, she has failed to invite us to reside there. My lord, that estate cost 500,000 taels of silver. You ought to inquire why she exhibits such disloyalty and unfilial behavior, neglecting her own family. Logically, she should have entrusted the plum garden to your care, allowing our entire family to move in, thus permitting me to serve you with peace of mind. Su Luoluo has seduced Su Howie in every corner of the Su residence, having indulged in her desires. Transitioning to the plum garden, surrounded by blossoms in the snow, would be delightful. Over the years, she has only borne Su Yao, a daughter, while she has desperately yearned to give Su Howie a son. Yet, that wretched Su madam has been fortunate, producing 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, by the grace of heaven. My lord, I cannot shake the feeling that since her divorce, Su Luoluo's methods have become increasingly ruthless and her filial piety has waned. The elder remains stationed at the border, earning not a single tael of silver throughout the year, while the younger stays at home, yet does not grow close to you. Su Luoluo may be adept at earning money, but she shows no respect towards you. At the mention of Su Luoluo, a crimson light suddenly flickered in Su Howie's eyes, startling concubine Long, who, in her fluster, pretended to stumble into his embrace, only to frown in anger and command the carriage to hasten to the plum garden with utmost speed. An hour later, Su Luoluo once again arrived at Yunshi Palace. As she surveyed the familiar scenes, her heart inevitably stirred with emotion. This was the place where she had given birth to Rong'er and where her grievances had been resolved. The emperor, gazing at the elegant and noble Su Luoluo, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile this vision with the bloodied, wretched figure he had encountered previously. You! The emperor stared at the beautiful and dignified young woman, momentarily rendered speechless. Despite the numerous beauties in his harem, none could compare to her. Cold yet ethereal, stunning yet proud, Su Luoluo gracefully approached and bowed deeply. This humble servant comes to express gratitude to your majesty. Were it not for your assistance, my son and I would have likely perished in the streets. Perished? The emperor furrowed his brow, recalling that this was his grandson. Is my grandson well? He inquired, knowing that despite being raised in the plum garden, a fine place indeed, the royal bloodline would flourish best within the palace. Their frail health having been poisoned, necessitated careful nurturing, and if the poison could be dispelled, they might regain their strength in 2 to 3 years. Once they are well, I shall bring them to pay respects to your majesty. 2 to 3 years? The emperor's expression darkened. What cruelty had Rue Wang and Su Yao inflicted upon her, rendering her children so weak? Your majesty, I am deeply grateful to the crown prince for his support, not only in clearing my grievances, but also in purchasing the plum garden. He has also stationed guards there to ensure our safety, and I must express my thanks at the Eastern Palace. Go ahead, the emperor replied, then added, here is a token for you. Should anything arise concerning the royal grandchildren, report to the palace promptly. Feel free to summon the imperial physician if needed. This humble servant expresses her gratitude for your majesty's grace. Su Luoluo said as eunuch Yunhai smiled and handed her a token. After standing, she presented a vial of medicine to eunuch Yunhai. This is for treating nocturnal coughs. Additionally, you must remember to avoid cold water and have little Sheng prepare warm water for you at all times. Otherwise, your cough will not improve. You have treated me so well, and I wish for your well-being. A glimmer of surprise flickered in eunuch Yunhai's eyes, while the emperor narrowed his gaze slightly. Subsequently, the emperor turned to eunuch Yunhai, who quickly summoned the imperial physicians for inquiries. Has Miss Su inquired about our medical records? Upon checking, the medicine boy shook his head. Returning to eunuch Yunhai, Miss Su has never reviewed our medical records. After a moment's thought, the medicine boy knelt and added, I dare to say that upon our arrival, I saw Miss Su taking the pulse of a young eunuch, diagnosing the ailment clearly and prescribing appropriate medicine. I believe Miss Su is quite proficient in medical knowledge. Chapter 39. Ruthless methods indeed. They recall that when Su Luoluo gave birth to her daughter, the imperial physician merely assisted from the sidelines, and she had devised the prescription herself. It appeared her skill was not merely in cunning, but in genuine medical expertise. Having received assistance from eunuch Yunhai, she repaid him in kind. She truly remembers kindness. The emperor murmured, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. A person who remembers even a eunuch's favor would surely hold the prince's kindness in even greater regard. Moreover, they were united by their children. Such a mother was indeed suitable for nurturing royal offspring. Observing Su Luo's upright posture and graceful demeanor, the emperor abruptly turned to Eunuch Yunhai. Is her current status unworthy of my royal grandchildren? Eunuch Yunhai was momentarily bewildered by the question. How could she be unworthy? However, upon meeting the emperor's inquisitive gaze, he quickly smiled and replied, Your Majesty, she is merely a young lady from the Su family, and having been divorced, she does have some shortcomings. Yet, she is powerless to alter her status. Who says it is fixed? The emperor's voice rose sharply, prompting Eunuch Yunhai to beam with joy. Soon, he heard the emperor's directive. Then grant her the title of Princess Anning for now. We shall observe her. If no mishaps occur, we shall proceed further. Yes. Eunuch Yunhai replied with a bow, casting a glance at little Sheng, who hurriedly took his leave. Afterward, little Sheng, clutching a pigeon, scribbled a few words before releasing the bird, which soared towards the direction of Junmolen. After a considerable time, Su Luluo and Su Yunluo arrived at the Eastern Palace, where the dashing crown prince hurriedly returned. Indeed, there was a discernible difference between the formidable crown prince within the palace and the gentle demeanor he exhibited outside. Upon seeing the beautiful figure seated in the hall, the crown prince's expression softened, gesturing for them to forego their formalities. Once seated, he inquired, What brings you here? Your Highness, I wish to ask if there are many palace maids and eunuchs leaving the palace this year. The crown prince paused, setting down his teacup and turning to Ming Tang and Ming Yu, his trusted bodyguards. Ming Tang stepped forward, bowing. In response to Miss Su, there should be 20 eunuchs and 31 palace maids departing this year. Is that so? The crown prince pondered, a smile forming as he discerned her intentions. He could not help but admire Su Luo's decisiveness and intelligence. Those who had witnessed the palace's perils would not fare well outside, but if someone offered them refuge, their circumstances would change. Indeed, who would wish to remain in the palace for the rest of their lives? Here is the contract I have prepared. Su Luoluo handed the document to the crown prince, who began to read its contents. The plum garden is simply too vast, and I require assistance in managing it. Since it has been purchased, it must be well maintained to ensure the garden flourishes next year, honoring young Master Jun's goodwill. Furthermore, I hope to have individuals who understand etiquette and know their place. Otherwise, I would prefer not to train new maids and servants from scratch, as I lack the time. I believe those from the palace, provided there are no issues, will be quite suitable. The crown prince nodded, acknowledging the fairness and clarity of the conditions laid out. Those loyal may live in peace, while those who betray will find no resting place. He queried, Why not directly transfer them from the Su residence? The crown prince's inquiry left Su Luoluo somewhat puzzled. She did not offer assent nor dissent. Su Luoluo's long eyelashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. Her father favored his concubine over his wife, and with a cold auntie in power, even if I were to be transferred here, I would still be surrounded by their people. It was likely that the plum garden would change hands overnight. Just then, a shadow guard rushed in, whispering something in the prince's ear, causing his eyes to sharpen slightly. Lord Su had audaciously brought his concubine to the plum garden, demanding to take it over, only to be blocked by the prince's men outside the garden. The prince found himself both amused and exasperated. He had intended to lend a helping hand to Su Luoluo, but had unwittingly stumbled upon these secrets, echoing her words precisely. This woman is indeed earnest. The Su residence belongs to my mother. I shall reclaim it in due time. Su Luo's gaze turned icy as she spoke softly, and the prince nodded in agreement, stating, I shall take you there. Those individuals would be released in 3 hours, and her speed was commendable. Otherwise, they would have departed by then. Consequently, they arrived at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where the head steward led them to a simple, dilapidated courtyard. The palace was opulent, filled with grandeur and power. Yet the sight of such desolation made Su Luoluo frown. She despised the feeling of being treated like a cold cup of tea. In the courtyard stood 51 individuals, who hurriedly paid their respects upon seeing the prince. He spoke sternly, This is Miss Su, the rightful owner of the plum garden. The garden requires caretakers, and Miss Su needs personal attendance. This is the contract. You may review it, and if you are willing, follow Miss Su. However, I must make it clear that loyalty lies with one master. Any ulterior motives must be set aside. Miss Su is not to be trifled with, and I shall not allow anyone to scheme against her. After this admonition and the stipulations of the contract, it was not long before many stood up, signing and kneeling before Su Luoluo. An hour later, only 5 individuals chose to leave the palace, while 46 followed Su Luoluo. Su Yinluo placed the contract in an exquisite box, handing it to Su Luoluo, who held it in her hand, scanning the faces before her and committing them to memory. I shall remember your names, appearances, and the duties you once held in the palace. Upon our return, I will assign tasks, and after a month of adjustment, we may consider changing roles if necessary. A master values their own, and only those close to them will be treated well. You will understand my intentions in due course. Yes. The 46 palace attendants stood in perfect formation, their heads bowed at identical angles. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Su Luoluo's eyes as she approached the prince and whispered, "Your Highness, dispose of those 5. What? The prince was taken aback, unsure why she would want them executed. If the prince did not trust her, keeping them alive for questioning would surely reveal their true masters who had sent them out. The prince's expression darkened at her suggestion, intrigued by the implications. If the hidden masters were using the opportunity to send their people out, it suggested some grand scheme, and uncovering their plans would be a significant accomplishment. The prince found himself increasingly impressed by the Su siblings. The elder brother was valiant, the younger sister cunning. This Su family truly knew how to produce remarkable offspring. Yet, he pondered about Su Yingxue, who had always been compliant. He wondered what strength she possessed. Later, Chapter 40, The Matter of Divorce. It was only by chance that everyone discovered Su Yingxue was a wolf in sheep's clothing, quite cunning indeed. After discussing the 5 individuals, the prince promised rewards before allowing them to leave the palace. He intentionally reassured the 5, calming their nerves, and Su Luoluo led her newfound entourage through the palace corridors. Su Yinluo glanced back at the growing procession, smiling at Su Luoluo. "Sister, the plum garden shall soon be bustling." It felt akin to a military march, and Su Luoluo smiled in agreement. This is just the beginning. In the future, when elder brother, second brother, and third sister marry and reside in the plum garden, having children of their own to grow up together, now that would be a true celebration. "Miss Su," Mingyu's voice called out. Su Luoluo turned to find the prince's personal guard. Mingyu, disguised as a man, stepping forward to pay her respects. "Miss Su, the prince forgot to inform you that Lord Su and Annie Lung are currently at the entrance of the plum garden, but they have been stopped by the prince's men." "Oh," Su Luoluo scoffed, finding their swift arrival amusing. She had assumed Lord Su, that disgraceful man, would lack the audacity to confront her, and Annie Lung was equally shameless for attempting to claim the garden. "Thank you, Mingyu." Su Luoluo expressed her gratitude, and Mingyu, slightly taken aback, bowed before departing. After running several dozen paces, she turned back to watch the large group from a distance, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Brother, she is unworthy of the prince." Su Luoluo's constant appearances before the prince surely indicated her intentions towards him. She was a discarded woman and could not possibly befit the prince. "Then who is worthy?" Ming Tang asked helplessly, causing Mingyu to fall silent. Ming Tang gazed into the distance, where the figures were nearly out of sight. In a single night, Su Luoluo had turned the tide, restoring her reputation and even forcing the Rui Wang to compensate with a plum garden and kneel in apology, while Su Yiyao faced punishment, unable to secure even a side consort position. Even the emperor and prince praised her, and concubine Qin dared not provoke her. Such formidable tactics were rare among young ladies. The prince was wise, but if he were to pair with a capable consort, together they could seize the world. Would that not be splendid? Otherwise, even among the princes, the conflicts with their mothers and concubines would be overwhelming. Ming Tang understood Mingyu's sentiments, yet after so many years without any indication from the prince, it was clear he had no intention of marrying. Ming Tang feared Mingyu's impulsiveness might provoke the prince's wrath, endangering her life. The eunuchs and palace maids followed Su Luoluo in an orderly manner as the palace gates swung open. Stepping outside, they were struck speechless by the sight before them. Over 20 carriages lined up in a grand procession, with a fire pit placed before the first carriage. Su Luoluo smiled, declaring, "Crossing over the fire pit signifies a complete severance with the past. From this day forth, your eyes and hearts shall recognize only one master, and that is I, Su Luoluo. Therefore, I have come personally to escort you home." The 40-odd palace attendants gazed at the blazing fire pit and listened to Su Luo's gentle words, tears welling in their eyes. Having entered the palace at a young age and endured countless hardships, they had never anticipated that their departure would be met with carriages, fire, and a master to greet them. Suddenly, they aligned into 3 neat rows, kneeling in unison to perform a deep bow. "We thank our master for your great kindness." "As do I, my lord." As they rose, tears glistened in their eyes, warmth blossoming in their hearts. A young eunuch of similar stature to Su Luoluo stepped forward. She recognized him as the young attendant who had helped her when she left Yunshi Palace. Upon learning he was departing the palace, she had asked him to relay a message to everyone, ensuring they had ample time to consider their choices and avoid hasty decisions. The young eunuch, known as Shaowen, was 25 years old and bore internal injuries from severe beatings, requiring recuperation. "Upon our return, I may consider renaming you all. We shall discuss it then." As the curtain fell, the master entered the carriage, and one by one, they crossed the fire pit and climbed aboard, marching grandly towards the plum garden. The chef from Fengyue Tower has already been invited into Meiyuan, fervently preparing delectable dishes. The carriages of the palace maids and eunuchs entered quietly through the side gate, while Su Luo's carriage approached through the main entrance, arriving just as the interior was nearly set. At this moment, Lord Su and concubine Lung found themselves in a deadlock with the crown prince's entourage. Lord Su, unable to contain his rage, kicked several guards, yet they stood firm, refusing to yield, for Madame Su had decreed no entry. Miss Su had mandated that anyone who defied her would face death. The crown prince had declared that all must heed Madame Su, and Su Luoluo. With the rightful master back, questions could finally be posed. Seeing Su Luoluo disembark, concubine Lung's eyes brimmed with jealousy, and she hastily nudged Lord Su. Just then, Su Yiyao's carriage arrived, still the beloved of the Rue Wang. She was adorned with the finest of everything, exuding an air of grandeur that dwarfed Su Luo's former status as a princess at the Rue Wang's residence. Upon noticing her parents barred from entry, Su Yiyao's fury ignited. Nevertheless, she maintained her poise, supported by the roses, and approached the assembly with an air of arrogance. "Father, mother, why are you kept outside? Have you suffered from a cold? Have you gone hungry? Why not go to the Wangfu? What brings you here to Meiyuan?" When Su Yiyao learned of her parents' presence at Meiyuan, a triumphant glint appeared in her eyes. It was she who had informed Lord Su and concubine Lung, subtly prompting them to come and claim what she deemed rightfully hers. This splendid garden, she believed, should belong to her, for she was the most esteemed member of the Su family. Pretending to be deeply concerned for her parents, she pressed a pre-prepared warm stove into their hands. Lord Su, observing one daughter showering him with care while the other ignored him, felt a tempest of anger brewing within. He lamented that Su Wairu had failed to raise good children, as each seemed intent on betraying him. Not only were they ungrateful, but they also aided others against him. How could the noble Lord Su be denied entry to the garden while that paralyzed daughter of the Sher family resided there? "Father, this is a cloak chosen by your daughter. Wrapped in it, you shall not feel the chill," Su Yiyao proclaimed, draping a grand cloak over Lord Su's shoulders. Seeing her parents suffering, tears glistened in her eyes as she choked back her emotions. It is the daughter's unfilial conduct, her lack of capability. Had she the means to acquire such an exquisite residence, she would have paraded her parents into the finest courtyard. Lord Su glared at Su Luoluo with venomous rage, pointing towards the courtyard and bellowing, "Bring out that wretched Su Wairu. I have words for her." "What words?" Su Luoluo retorted, her expression icy. "Are you referring to the matter of separation?" Chapter 41. What nonsense is this at her words? Lord Su erupted in fury, staring at Su Luoluo in disbelief. His crimson gaze pierced her, and he accused separation. "Su Luoluo, how can you be so wicked as to counsel your parents to part ways? Do you think that if you separate, all loving couples will follow suit? Do you love each other?" Su Luoluo asked, a smile tinged with mockery gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Lord Su. "Your mother's death lies at your feet. For you and the Rue Wang, one for wealth, the other for power, tormented her until her last breath, all to fray my brothers." As her resentment surged like a torrent, Lord Su staggered back, his expression hardening. He coldly glared at Su Luoluo and raised his hand to strike her. Bang! Su Junwo necesita tingli intervened. Blocking the blow with her formidable presence, nearly causing Lord Su to lose his balance. Concubine Lung watched the scene unfold, her jealousy boiling over. If only she could have borne 1 or 2 sons, if only her first child had been a boy. Suddenly, memories flooded her mind, leaving her pale and breathless. She dare not dwell on those thoughts. Lord Su, I have only just moved into this estate, and you are already eager to claim it? Do you not fear being deemed shameless by others? Lord Su's face turned crimson with embarrassment, yet he feigned indifference. Concubine Lung stepped forward sharply, declaring, "We have reason on our side. What is there to fear? Even if we are scorned, it is you, Su Luluo, who will bear the brunt of the blame. Since the property was transferred, it belongs to the Su family. As a woman, how can you manage such a large estate? If someone with ill intentions were to approach and deceive you, it would be disastrous." Su Yiyao savored the unfolding drama, pleased that both her father and mother stood by her side, ensuring her victory. Su Luoluo, however, merely smiled with lowered eyes, her heart ablaze with anger. Yet her expression remained mockingly serene. "Ill intentions? Are you referring to yourself?" Concubine Lung's expression darkened, and she hissed, "Su Luoluo, I advise you to behave. If this escalates, it will be you who suffers the consequences." In the past, whenever they wanted something, they would create a scene, and Su Luoluo would invariably comply, granting them their wishes. This time, however, Concubine Lung gazed upon the enchanting Mei Yuan, resolute in her desire to claim it. Fourth sister, Su Yiyao stepped forward. "The funds for this garden were provided by the Wang, which entitles me to half. Hurry and register at Shuntian Prefecture to transfer half of the deed to me. Go to a doghouse." Su Luluo suddenly pointed at a small building by the entrance. "And have a good sleep. Perhaps your dreams will come true." Vile creature! Concubine Lung's face turned dark with rage as she trembled, raising her hand to strike, yet hesitated before the imposing figure of Su Yunluo and the guards at the entrance. Not giving up the garden is fine. Su Yiyao thought of the garden she so desperately desired, but knowing it was difficult to obtain, she decided to retreat strategically, seeking something else first, planning to later pressure Su Luoluo to relinquish the garden to Concubine Lung. "Do not return any of the dowry. It all belongs to me. I do not want the son. You can raise him. I will bear my own, for most of that dowry has already been squandered, yielding no profit, merely empty vessels. I will manage it. Perhaps I can still earn a bit." "Oh." Su Luoluo's eyes turned frigid. "How much do you intend to give me monthly?" Seeing her relent, Su Yiyao smugly replied, "For the sake of sisterhood, I will give you 100 taels of silver a month. That is quite generous, considering your shops only earn 200 to 300 taels monthly." Su Yao. Su Luoluo suddenly called her name, startling Su Yao. She turned in a panic only to hear Su Luoluo's cold voice say, "The Crown Prince has already notified Shuntian Prefecture. I have engaged 5 accountants. All my shops are currently sealed, and we are calculating the finances. The wealth you have seized over the years will be itemized and returned to you. You better prepare to return each piece, or else I shall report this to the Emperor, and who knows if he will show you mercy. You despicable wretch. You vile creature." Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, realizing the shops were sealed and someone was auditing the accounts, while she, the master, had been completely oblivious. She had already bribed those people. How could they be acting against her? "Those shops and taverns I have managed for a long time. They heed my commands. Why should they listen to you? Father promised that all would be my dowry. Su Luoluo, if you dare touch my belongings, do not blame me for being ungracious." "Father." Su Yunluo, who managed the army outside and rarely returned home, was enraged to discover the reality of their household. "Do you also share this sentiment, Father?" He finally understood why his wife was always so indifferent towards him, and why his sister never mentioned him. It became apparent that the 3 before him were the true family. Under the pressure of Su Yunluo's fierce demeanor, Lord Su retreated a step, coldly stating, "That was originally meant as a dowry for the Rue Wang. Whoever resides at the Rue Wang should rightfully claim it. You speak without shame." Madame Su's cold voice echoed in the courtyard, causing Su Howie and his companions to hastily turn their heads. Upon witnessing Madame Su's resplendent figure, accompanied by her maids, gracefully approaching, a renewed crimson fury surged within Su Howie's gaze. "My possessions are to be claimed solely by my offspring. Others have no relevance to me. If you dare contest this, perhaps you should inquire about the ancestors of the Qin family." The mere mention of the Qin name sent a surge of murderous intent flickering in Su Haoi's eyes. As it was a surname he associated with humiliation, one he had long wished to forget, yet could not. He loathed that he did not bear the surname Su. But what of it? He had entrenched himself within the Su family for decades. Everything belonging to the Su family was his. What nonsense are you spouting here? Is this how a proper matriarch behaves? Favoring only your own offspring while disregarding the others? Su Haoi's words ignited Su Yao to tilt her chin and cry out in indignation. Indeed, Madam Su, you are being utterly unreasonable. You prepared an extravagant dowry for her. While I asked for nothing but for those tattered remnants to be bestowed upon me, I am aware you do not regard me as your daughter, and I have never imposed upon you. With a resounding slap, Madam Su struck Su Yao's cheek, leaving her stunned, prompting concubine Lung to rush forward in shock. On what grounds do you strike my daughter? Another slap echoed as Madame Su retaliated fiercely against concubine Lung. Chapter 42. Turning away, the atmosphere fell into stunned silence, with both concubine Lung and Su Yao clutching their sore faces, their eyes wide with disbelief. How had Su Weirou, who had always been docile and compliant under Su Haoi's rule, transformed into such a formidable presence? Was she not merely a pet of Su Haoi, who would not dare to bark without permission? Master, look at her, concubine Lung implored, burying her face in Su Haoi's chest. My fate is truly wretched. Upon my arrival, she caused my miscarriage, forcing me to drink a concoction to ensure I could bear no children, while she herself has given birth to 4. Whenever you show me a modicum of kindness, she schemes against me, wishing for my demise. At the mention of this, Su Haoi's fists clenched in rage, yet Madame Su maintained her serene demeanor, her eyes glimmering with derision. Listening to concubine Lung's outcry, she remained unfazed until the woman quieted down, then coldly remarked, Lung Yuha, do you think I am unaware of everything? Concubine Lung's face drained of color as she gazed fearfully at the once subservient Madame Su. You hail from the Pink Tower. You are well aware of the number of men you have served. You know how many times you have been pregnant before him. And Su Yao was conceived before your arrival. Whether she is even his child remains uncertain. After you entered the household, you have caused turmoil with the other concubines, and now blame me for your own miscarriage? Aunt Hong endured great hardships to give birth to Su Duoduo, and out of fear of her favor, you threatened her with her family's lives to keep Su Duoduo close while treating her poorly. Did you think I was oblivious? What nonsense are you spouting? Concubine Lung exclaimed, rushing at Madame Su, only to be forcefully pushed aside by Su Luoluo, landing unceremoniously in a pile of mud. Her appearance a disarray. She glared hatefully at Madame Su, trembling with rage. How did she know these secrets? Facing the scrutinizing gaze of Su Haoi, concubine Lung initially felt a pang of panic, but inexplicably regained her composure and stood defiantly. Su Weirou, we shall see about this. This plum garden, you will not deny me, it is owed to me. This exquisite estate, the only one of its kind in the capital, was meant for her. Why should they indulge in luxury while she remained deprived? She was determined to claim what Su Haoi had promised her. Su Haoi's expression darkened, his hatred palpable. Yet he hesitated in the face of Su Yunluo's imposing son. A decree has arrived. A loud proclamation interrupted the ongoing dispute as the young eunuch emerged from the carriage, holding the imperial edict with reverence. Forth, miss, the emperor has a message. Carriages halted, and palace attendants disembarked, each carrying various gifts. Concubine Lung and Su Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Yao quickly assumed the role of hostess, stepping forward to greet the eunuch. If that is the case, please enter and speak. It is too chilly here for everyone. The young eunuch, aware of the situation, bowed to Su Yao before turning his attention to Su Luoluo. With a gesture of invitation, Su Luoluo expressed gratitude for their efforts. The prince's guards opened the garden gates, allowing Su Haoi, concubine Lung, and Su Yao to proceed with grandiosity. Su Yunluo's fists trembled with restraint, as Su Luoluo gently shook her head, signaling for them to follow behind. The young eunuch halted, waiting for Su Luoluo to advance before entering the residence. Meanwhile, Su Haoi and his companions boldly strode into the main hall, taking the seats of honor, appearing more like hosts than guests. Serve the tea, Su Haoi commanded, his brow furrowed. Furong glared defiantly at them, remaining still until the mute maid gently urged her to prepare the tea. Subsequently, Su Luoluo and her family knelt to receive the edict. Upon its conclusion, the eunuch smiled and helped Su Luoluo to her feet, presenting the decree. Princess Chongning, I must return to the palace to report. I cannot linger. The emperor has stated that this plum garden is tranquil. Please reside here peacefully with the children. Once the young master and young miss are well, please bring them to the palace for a visit. This statement carried a weight of significance understood by the perceptive. However, Su Howie, concubine Lung, and Su Yao, after their surprise, were engulfed by rage, their pride preventing them from comprehending the implications. Su Luoluo personally saw the young eunuch off, gifting him a silver note of 1,000 taels before returning to the main hall. Fuming, Su Yao felt as though she was on the brink of losing consciousness. The title of Princess Chongning held immense prestige, far surpassing her own rank as the 5th Mississippi Su Howie. It is growing late. We shall not see you out. Madame Su regarded the man before her with cold disdain, directly dismissing him. There are 12 concubines awaiting your return. My abode is too desolate for your presence. Indeed, this Su Howie, believing himself to be learned and handsome, exuded charm while harboring resentment towards the Su family, all the while exploiting their resources, accumulating numerous concubines, 12 in total. As for why his concubines bore no sons, perhaps he should investigate concubine Lung. Su Wei Ro, are you incapable of tolerating my happiness? Su Oye, embarrassed by his own wife's dismissal, slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Observing the mistreatment of his mother and sister, Su Yunluo advanced, his towering frame radiating an aura of menace, causing Su Howie to flinch. Lord, Su Wei Ro's cunning is matched only by the shamelessness of her offspring. We could summon the Su ancestors to adjudicate this matter. Yet, Su Howie felt a weight in his heart. He was not truly a member of the Su family. And in truth, no one would come to his aid. The elder members of the Su clan, privy to the truth, had never regarded Su Howie with respect. Concubine Lung surveyed the lavish surroundings, glancing out at the breathtaking scenery, each detail crafted to perfection. Her heart raced. Such opulence was only attainable through wealth, explaining the exorbitant price of 500,000. This place far surpassed the Su residence by 1,000-fold, perhaps even more, representing the true realm of the affluent. It was more beautiful than the palace itself. She desired it. She yearned to reside here. Su Yao, consumed by jealousy, felt as though she were a pariah. Loathed by all, she despised Su Luoluo with every fiber of her being. Su Yunluo's sword emitted a dragon's roar, her eyes brimming with ferocity as she raised her hand and coldly commanded, "Please." The Su lord was compelled by his son, losing both face and dignity. And with a flourish of his sleeves, he stormed out. Upon witnessing his departure, concubine Lung became frantic, having promised to seize control of the estate, and hurriedly pursued him. Su Yao suddenly found herself isolated, realizing that her ambitions for the day were dashed, and she turned away in resentment. Chapter 43. Investigating her cause of death shameless. Fu Ling could not hold back her anger, prompting the wet nurse to cover her mouth. Let them create a ruckus. Once they find themselves cornered, they will resort to cunning schemes. When the evidence is irrefutable, I shall strike them down decisively. My lord, the meal is served, announced Little Lin, bowing as he approached. After changing into new attire, the palace maids and young eunuchs, each youthful and graceful, added a splash of color to the plum garden. Everyone knew that the renowned chef from the Fenghua Tower had prepared the delightful feast for them, as their master was eager to welcome them. Each was overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears, while they longed to reunite with their families or seek their own livelihoods. Stepping through the palace gates felt akin to plunging into a deep abyss. They were aware of countless secrets that could endanger their families, or perhaps they had already been forsaken by them, or their homes had been left desolate. Thus, they preferred to accompany Su Luoluo and lead a stable life. They perceived that their master did not regard them as mere servants, yet having witnessed the palace's capriciousness between life and death, they dared not abandon decorum and cherished the present. They lined up neatly, awaiting their master's arrival. When Su Luoluo entered the main hall, supporting Lady Su, they collectively knelt in reverence. Lady Su, taken aback, turned to Su Luoluo. You mean, they are all eunuchs and palace maids from the palace. Who will serve here from now on? Su Luoluo replied. Lady Su's eyes softened with kindness and a gentle smile, as she fretted over how to manage such a vast estate. not to mention the thousands of plum trees that required care to bloom beautifully in the coming year. Please, everyone, be seated. It is your first day here, and there may be some unfamiliarities, so I permit you to act without strict formality. Lady Sue's voice was warm, imbued with nobility, and the others understood, rising to express their gratitude. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with delightful aromas as they dined quietly yet warmly. As the meal drew to a close and night began to fall, they returned to their quarters to rest for a while. Fuling entered, bowing. Miss, everything is prepared over there. Su Luluo nodded, and then proceeded to the Yushu Hall. The Yushu Hall was an exquisite pavilion built over a tranquil lake, typically used for reading and enjoying the scenery. Su Luoluo had arranged tables and chairs there, inviting everyone to wait. Su Yunluo, somewhat surprised by her intentions, followed her. By now, everyone had shed their eunuch and palace-made garments, donning clothes designed by Su Luluo. The men wore blue brocade robes, while the women adorned themselves in verdant cross-collared skirts. Only Fu Ling and a few close maidservants wore pink. Each outfit was embroidered with lifelike plums, symbolizing the plum garden. Su Luluo observed their radiant appearances, and with the new attire, they seemed even more spirited, their eyes gleaming with joy, which pleased her greatly. You all look splendid. You bring this plum garden alive. Now, do as I instruct and take up your pens. As Su Luluo spoke, they complied, and she continued, her voice steady. Write down the valuable experiences you have witnessed or heard in the palace over the years, one by one. I will reward you with 1 or 2 silver coins for 10 accounts. You may keep this money for yourselves, and should you wish to leave, you may do so at any time to forge your own path. 10 accounts for 1 or 2 silver coins. They listened in astonishment, some having entered the palace at 8 years old, and now, after more than a decade, they had witnessed countless events. This was an opportunity for great profit. Rest assured, as long as you maintain confidentiality among yourselves, I will not disclose anything. Moreover, remaining in the plum garden is undeniably safe. Half of them did not hesitate and began writing immediately. Within 15 minutes, all were engrossed in their tasks. The earth dragon burned vigorously, although they were over the lake. It was quite warm. The snow outside presented a picturesque scene. Su Luluo and Su Yunluo, draped in their flowing robes, sat on a soft couch by the window, enjoying the snowy landscape while sipping tea. Though it was merely a plum garden, seated within it felt akin to witnessing the entirety of the world, as the interior was arranged with remarkable ingenuity and grandeur. Su Luoluo pointed towards a distant mountain range. That mountain, Junimo Lin, must have some mechanisms and wild beasts, allowing for hunting and providing sustenance, while also deterring intruders. Indeed, Su Yunluo sipped his hot tea lightly, turning to Su Luoluo with a soft inquiry. Did you know that our mother lived in such circumstances? They spoke quietly, aware that the servants should not overhear. Su Luoluo gazed at her second brother, her eyes reddening. Mother endured more than just this, second brother. Do you not realize that she was the true Su family member? Seeing Su Yunluo's astonished expression, Su Luoluo revealed fragments of the truth. For years, Su Lord has plotted against the Su family. Grandfather's death was likely orchestrated by him. Had I not discovered it early, Mother would have perished at his hands as well, and his ambitions extend far beyond merely usurping the Su family's name. Su Yunluo abruptly stood, his fist clenched tightly, his expression darkening as he turned to the window, his chest heaving with suppressed fury, like parched straw ready to ignite. He could hardly fathom that the truth was thus. Those people deserve death. Sister, what shall we do now? They were certain that those outside would not spare them, each one a ravenous wolf, devoid of humanity. Su Luoluo stood tall, gazing at the frozen lake, and picked up a stone, hurling it with force into the heart of the lake. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, her cold voice resonating. I shall meet gods with violence and slay Buddhas with fury. Iminue, lenigriwache, suyao, ruiwang. These wretched beings shall endure torment until death. Agreed. Suyun wanadigrabli. Whatever you plan to do, second brother will support you. Sister, do not bear this burden alone. In the distance, Su Yingxue assisted Lady Su, both mother and daughter sharing laughter as they strolled leisurely through the garden, a picturesque scene. Su Luoluo watched them, warmth filling her heart. Look at that warmth. We almost lost sight of it. That shall not happen. I will safeguard everything. Listening to Su Yunluo's words, Su Luluo remained in a daze for a while before murmuring, "I believe. Our eldest brother has long known everything, troubled in heart. Hence he journeyed to the border, seeking achievements to intimidate Qin Mingyue and others, hoping to exchange his merits for royal protection for our safety." With this realization, Su Luoluo felt even more guilty. She had wronged her elder brother. Perhaps this was why he had refrained from marrying. After writing for an hour and a half, Fu Ling collected a substantial stack of papers, and then Shi Wanyue was pushed forward by Su Yingxue. Su Luoluo spoke gently. "Sister Wanyue, do you remember your sister's death?" Shi Wanyue trembled violently, her eyes reddening. She certainly remembered. Her sister, Shi Ranran, had been favored by the emperor after entering the palace, honored as a third-rank consort. Yet, 3 years ago, she had died within the palace, her demise shrouded in disgrace. Since then, they had faced relentless misfortunes, enduring humiliation and schemes. Their mother struggled in the manor, soon taking her own life by the lake, and Shi Wanyue herself had suffered a broken leg. Her sister, Shi Xianxian, endowed with talent, had also been ruthlessly trampled upon. Chapter 44. Secrets. I suspect that those who have managed to survive in the palace until now are exceptionally astute individuals. Having spent such a long time within its confines, they must harbor numerous secrets, whether witnessed firsthand or heard through whispered conversations. Hence, I instructed them to meticulously document these secrets for 2 primary reasons. First, to gain insight into the palace's hidden intrigues. Second, to discern their thoughts and capabilities. Additionally, we could investigate the circumstances surrounding Sister Ran's demise. Thank you, Luoluo. Listening to this, Shi Wanyue forced herself to compose her emotions, wiping away her tears as she eagerly grasped a sheet of paper to scrutinize. We discussed the matters as we read, thus alleviating the necessity of examining each document individually. They settled in the pavilion, poring over the papers and conversing until dusk. One by one, they spoke until their throats were parched, and Fuling dutifully replenished their tea for several hours. Once they had finished reading, Su Luluo leaned against the old woman's embrace, too fatigued to move. The old woman, filled with tenderness, held Su Luoluo tightly, her eyes exuding kindness. Since taking the medicine prescribed by Su Luoluo, her spirits had indeed improved considerably, and her physical pains had subsided, allowing her vision to clear somewhat. It was astonishing to discover that within a mere palace, involving only a handful of individuals, there existed such an abundance of startling revelations, dark, sordid, and scandalous secrets. On the surface, it appeared that concubine Shen not only had a close bond with consort Shi, but also actively introduced the royal physicians to assist consort Shi in her health, facilitating her conception of the dragon heir. Consort Shi was immensely grateful to concubine Shen and often expressed her appreciation in front of Shi Wanyue, deeming her a good person. Shi Wanyue nodded, acknowledging this as true, as her sister had mentioned it several times in her letters. If my suspicions are correct, concubine Shen's fondness for consort Shi served 2 purposes: to project an image of magnanimity to the emperor and, more insidiously, to ensure that consort Shi would be vulnerable in her 7th month of pregnancy, at which point she could enact her sinister plan to eliminate both mother and child. Shi Wanyue's eyes widened in horror, her hands gripping the fabric of her long skirt tightly as tears fell. Concubine Shen and Su Yiyao excelled in the treachery of framing others once they were with child, orchestrating their demise in a most cruel manner. The combination of physical incapacity and the inability to escape or prove one's innocence rendered their victims utterly helpless. Shi Wanyue's mind was in turmoil. Her sister had once returned and insisted that concubine Shen was a good person, urging her to express gratitude towards her. Coupled with Valois' marriage to Prince Rue, her impression of both concubine Shen and Prince Rue had been exceptionally favorable. Yet, the revelations now uncovered painted a different, more sinister picture. While publicly feigning generosity and sisterly affection, they were secretly plotting how to ensure the most brutal demise for their rivals. There was no greater anguish than witnessing the death of one's own child. It was likely that Shi Jianhong, the illegitimate son of the Shi family, had sought refuge with Prince Rue, thereby garnering his support. Currently, Shi Jianhong served as an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, which substantiates this connection. Shi Wanyuan nodded in pain. Shi Jianhong was her elder brother, born of a concubine, while Shi Ranran, Shi Wanyue, and Shi Xianxian were the legitimate offspring. The imposter. Princess Bihue, masquerading as Shi Jie, sought to transfer the blame onto her sister, believing wholeheartedly that Shi Jie would remain oblivious to the entire scheme, even until her death. I will seek vengeance, Shi Wanyue declared, trembling with anguish, unable to contain her despair. Her mother, sister, and her own reputation had all been sullied by their machinations. With a sudden crash, Shi Wanyue tumbled from her wheelchair. Su Yunluo rushed to assist her, but she painfully shook her head in refusal. Crawling on her own to kneel and gaze up at the night sky, her eyes ablaze with hatred. I want revenge, Luoluo. Please heal my legs. I beg you to make me strong enough to exact my vengeance. Su Luoluo grasped Shi Wanyue's hand tightly, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying her plea. Shi Wanyue, filled with fury and desperation, coughed up blood, her grip on Su Luo's hand tightening painfully. Her body trembled as she wept in anger, striving to straighten her legs. She longed to rise, to stand, for how else could she avenge her wrongs? Su Luoluo observed the trembling legs, noting the struggle. After several attempts, Shi Wanyue fell again with a thud. Yet, unlike before, she was not defeated. Even in pain, her determination burned fiercely. She bit her lip until it bled, all the while pushing herself to rise. Finally, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as her body leaned slightly forward, as if she wished to assist, yet hesitated. Gradually, Shi Wanyue managed to stand upright, her knees screaming in agony, but she had indeed risen. Quickly, help Sister Shi to sit down, Fulling urged, rushing forward as the old woman maneuvered the wheelchair closer. After Shi Wanyue seated herself, her legs continued to tremble uncontrollably, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. Tearfully, she asked Su Luoluo, "Did I stand up?" "Yes, you did, Sister Shi. You are incredible." Su Luoluo gently caressed her hand, wiping away her tears. Shi Wanyue, once radiant in beauty, had been diminished by her prolonged illness and despair, lacking vitality. From tomorrow onwards, you must exercise diligently and adorn yourself beautifully every day. All right. Shi Wanyue nodded vigorously, collapsing into Su Luoluo's embrace. In a decisive moment, Su Luoluo cast the thick stack of papers into the fire. Once they had completely burned away, she sighed deeply. From a distance, the servants in the building observed their master disposing of the documents and secretly felt relieved. Subsequently, Su Luoluo entered the building, and Fulling distributed silver notes according to the significance of the events. Su Luoluo continued, "I need to expedite a batch of clothing and footwear. If you can sew, I will compensate you separately. The more you produce, the more you earn. The first batch is time-sensitive, only 1 month. Create as much as you can within that time frame." "We are willing." The servants eagerly raised their hands, never having anticipated such a favorable existence upon entering Meiyuan. Not only would they earn money for themselves, but they could also work together in a pleasant environment, considerably better than the palace. They sensed that their current mistress was perhaps even more formidable than those in the palace. The designs and requirements are all detailed on paper. You can view them in the embroidery room. Those who wish to participate may do so. Those who prefer to attend to their own tasks need only follow my instructions. Understood. They all bowed respectfully. Having spent many years in the palace, they were acutely aware of their mistress's temperament, which could shift like the weather, sunny one moment and stormy the next. She could elevate them to great heights or cast them into despair, so they remained dutifully compliant. As they walked, Su Luoluo softly remarked to Su Yunluo, "Do you remember when I first entered the palace, and the people rallied to support me? I promised to express my gratitude personally." Chapter 45. Overstepping boundaries. I remember, Su Yunluo nodded. They owed a debt of gratitude to the kind and understanding elders in their community for their support. Elder brother, you should use your gratitude as an excuse to visit each household, distributing gifts while inquiring if they can sew. If they can, leave them the fabric and have them expedite the work within 20 days. Relying solely on this small group, it would be impossible to produce tens of thousands of garments in a month. She needed to devise another strategy. Inform them that I am still a thorn in Prince Rui's side. Hence, this operation must take place at night to avoid detection from the prince's household. Otherwise, they could find themselves in trouble. Given the hardships faced by the common folk, as long as she compensated them fairly and they kept their mouths shut, they would likely be willing to earn a substantial profit. All right, I will take care of these matters. As Su Yunluo finished speaking, Su Luoluo leaped into his embrace. holding him tightly. "Brother, I am sorry for making you run around like this, but there are too many preparations to be made, and we cannot afford to relax." Guilt filled Su Yunluo's eyes. He felt inadequate for not being able to protect his sister. Otherwise, how could they endure such suffering? "Let's not dwell on that. Whatever you choose to do, brother will support you and follow your lead." The members of the Su family were unreliable, and it was imperative to find an opportunity to deal with them. However, the immediate task was to ensure the safety of their close family members, shielding them from danger. As night deepened, they split into two groups. Su Luoluo and Shi Wanyuel led the others in crafting garments, while Su Yunluo disguised himself to distribute gifts among the common folk. In the kitchen, Madame Su was preparing soup, while Axie and Alien tended to the children. Each person had their task, their eyes resolute. Su Luoluo observed the creation process while adjusting the designs. This time, the garments were different from before. They were to be more convenient and agile, allowing for ease of movement and the discreet carrying of personal items. Flickering candlelight illuminated the scene, and outside, snow occasionally fell from the branches. In the middle of the night, Madame Su brought food and drink, and everyone knelt in gratitude. After they finished eating, they resumed their busy tasks. Watching her daughter teach while discussing designs, Madame Su felt tears welling in her eyes. They had truly grown up. It was not until dawn approached that Su Yunluo, weary from the night's work, returned to the courtyard. These activities had been conducted in utmost secrecy, involving changes of horse-drawn carriages and disguises. Once all business was settled, the common people also closed their doors to make garments, as producing one more piece meant an additional wage, a significant opportunity for them in the harsh winter. The public was aware that Su Luoluo had been wronged, and thinking of her unyielding bravery, they were eager to assist her. 4 days later, news arrived that the people from Tianli Kingdom had reached the relay station, prompting palace officials to go greet them. Su Luoluo realized that they had been working tirelessly for several days. The garments, shoes, and socks were neatly stacked, now featuring an inner layer of thin yet dense cotton, providing warmth several times greater than before. The Rue Wang had temporarily shifted his focus to Tianli Kingdom, with the Crown Prince's people watching the Meiyuan, so he had not noticed the activities on their side, inadvertently granting Su Luoluo an excellent opportunity. "Sister." Early in the morning, Su Luoluo took Su Yingshue's hand as she wiped sweat from her forehead after practicing with a large sword. "I am relying on you for mother. Please take care of Chinner and Ronger. Rest assured, I will handle everything at home. You and brother will manage the external affairs. There is no need to fear." After Su Yingxue spoke, Su Luoluo gestured for her to freshen up and change. Although Su Yingxue seemed less prominent among the 4 siblings, her martial skills were formidable. Su Luoluo intentionally downplayed her sister's presence, ensuring that if any trouble arose, they would still have one more person to rely on. Su Yingxue never minded. She simply wished to live her own life, and her thoughts drifted to a refined young gentleman she had encountered, a smile gracing her lips at the memory. Meanwhile, Su Yunluo appeared remarkably handsome today. Su Luoluo admired her brother's spirited demeanor, her eyes brightening as she approached him. The Rue Wang's people will personally greet the newcomers to the capital, and the palace banquet will proceed as planned. I have arranged to dine with young Master Jun. No matter what, we must express our gratitude for his generosity. Indeed, though Su Yunluo felt overwhelmed with busyness, his heart was increasingly at ease. He never realized how challenging it was for a woman to manage a household. It was far more intricate than military affairs, requiring one's very life to stake. He had secretly investigated the matter concerning Lord Su and uncovered some truths. He thought it was imperative to inform his elder brother soon. Then, Su Luoluo groomed herself and hurriedly left the Meiyuan, heading toward Fengyue Tower. It is true that fate often intertwines foes. Barely had she stepped into Fengyue Tower when the Rue Wang entered, leading the envoys from Tianli Kingdom. Every time Mama Lin saw Su Luoluo's stunning beauty, she felt a pang of jealousy. How could business not flourish with such a captivating figure in Fengyue Tower? Su Luoluo grew more enchanting by the day, her innate air of nobility enchanting all who beheld her. "Princess." Mama Lin approached, and Su Luoluo greeted her with a gentle smile. "Mama Lin." Upon hearing Su Luoluo's voice, the Rue Wang turned sharply, yet upon seeing her radiant and gentle visage, he felt a sudden discomfort. "Today, Su Luluo wore a pale yellow pleated gown that accentuated her slender waist, making her appear tall and her skin as fair as snow, adorned with delicate floral accents in her hair. Her smile exuded the innocence and allure of an unwed maiden, especially her eyes, which sparkled like the stars above when they arched in joy. This was a side of Su Luoluo he had never encountered before. Princess, young Master Jun is waiting for you in the Xiangxi Pavilion. All right, thank you, Mama Lin. The conversation reached the Rui Wang's ears, and seeing Su Luoluo shamelessly ascend to the second floor, he instinctively grasped her wrist. Su Luoluo stumbled and quickly turned, her beautiful eyes meeting his, and he could almost hear his own heart racing. Su Luoluo, are you deliberately meeting Jun Moli before my eyes? When did you two become so close? It has only been a few days since the divorce. The Rui Wang now suspected that purchasing Meiyuan might have been a scheme devised by Jun Moli and Su Luoluo to deceive him out of 500,000. Hui Wangi, isn't your concern a bit excessive? Chapter 46, the most life-threatening. The divorce decree stated clearly that henceforth they were to have no connection, and his confrontational approach gave her the impression that they had not yet parted ways. Su Luoluo, how long do you intend to make a scene? The Rui Wang's irritation grew. Since Su Luoluo's absence, the royal residence had lost its warmth and vibrancy. The absence of someone who had once filled his thoughts left him feeling unsettled. Previously, Su Luoluo managed the household with finesse, ensuring everything was in order. Even the temperature of his water was to his liking. But now, with these responsibilities handed over to Yuan, she sent out whatever was deemed precious without consideration. Lacking the attentiveness Su Luoluo had shown, resulting in repeated rejections from several noble ladies, who, more than half the time, disparaged her as a concubine and were aware of the recent rumors circulating. Returning home, the atmosphere felt cold and desolate, driving the Rui Wang to the brink of frustration. After weighing his options, he changed his mind. If Su Luoluo would kneel and admit her faults publicly, he would allow her to return, provided she ensured Su Yunting and Su Yunluo's compliance. However, the position of princess would never be hers again. He would grant her the title of secondary consort, at best. Let go. Su Luoluo forcefully pushed him away, her eyes filled with detachment. The Rui Wang stared at this unfamiliar version of her, his fists clenched tightly. Misu. Tianqing's voice sounded, and Su Luoluo turned to see him approaching, greeting the Rui Wang before gesturing for Su Luoluo to proceed. As she ascended the stairs with a cold demeanor, she brushed her hand against the place where the Rui Wang had grabbed her, causing a pang in his heart. Her long gown trailed gracefully behind her. As the envoys of the Tianli kingdom entered, they chanced upon this scene. Princess Bishui, upon recognizing the familiar figure of Su Luo, felt an intense animosity, akin to that of enemies meeting, and leapt forward to stand before her. Today, she presented her true self, noble and beautiful, testing whether Su Luoluo would recognize her. If she did not, Bai Shui could approach her without hesitation, biding her time for an opportunity to eliminate her. I am Princess Bai Shui of the Tianli Kingdom, Miss Su Si, she proclaimed. Su Luoluo immediately identified her and had no intention of engaging in false pretenses or seeking her favor. She regarded Bai Shui with indifference and coldly inquired, "What is it? Are you planning to frame my second brother again?" Bai Shui's expression darkened with malice, her eyes wide with shock. How could Su Luoluo recognize her so easily? Did she know of the events that transpired in the Fengyue Tower? Yet, observing Su Luo's demeanor, it seemed she was oblivious. Otherwise, she would certainly have mocked her to her face. Bai Shui hastily composed herself, adopting a haughty attitude as she retorted, "You sold me to the Fengyue Tower, yet I was rescued before I could even enter. Su Luoluo, did you truly think I would not confront you again, regardless of the circumstances?" She could not allow Su Luoluo to discern the truth of what had occurred in the Fengyue Tower. The memories of those days flooded her mind, bringing forth an insatiable thirst for vengeance. For it was Su Luoluo who had caused her suffering, and she would not rest until she avenged this grudge. Su Luoluo, momentarily uninterested in the confrontation, replied, "Please move aside, Princess Bai Shui." However, Bai Shui refused to yield, instead blocking her path with increasing obstinacy. "Since you are aware of my identity, why do you not kneel before me? You are the princess of Tianli, and I am a subject of Shenyu. Why should I bow to you?" At that moment, the door to the private chamber swung open, and a powerful aura surged forth, startling Bai Shui into taking a step back. Su Luoluo raised her gaze to see Jun Mo Lin emerging from the chamber, his presence radiating an ethereal brilliance. He looked at Su Luoluo with a refined tone. "Miss Su, please." Bai Shui stood transfixed by Jun Mo Lin's exquisite visage, her eyes brimming with unrestrained desire. Such beauty! If only she could fashion a mask from his face, it would be perfection itself. Yet, this young man possessed not only stunning looks, but also an extraordinary aura and physique that rendered him irresistibly captivating. Su Luoluo caught a hint of her murmurs and felt a surge of hostility as Jun Mo Lin descended the stairs. He shielded Su Luoluo as she ascended into the chamber. It was only once she was safely inside that he turned his gaze toward Bai Shui. That look chilled her to the bone, as if he regarded her as though she were a mere specter. Tianqing closed the door behind his master and stood guard at the entrance. The Rui Wang and the envoys of the Tianli kingdom ascended the stairs, engaged in conversation. Upon witnessing the scene, a dark shadow flickered in Rui Wang's eyes. How audacious of Su Luoluo to openly rendezvous with Jun Mo Lin in the private chamber. Bai Shui tightened her grip on the white jade railing, her gaze frigid as ice. As a princess and the most beautiful woman of Tianli, she had never before been regarded with such disdain. Jun Mo Lin treated Su Luoluo with utmost courtesy while completely ignoring her, failing to approach her with the customary respect that others afforded. Bai Shui felt her indignation swell, glancing at her maid, who promptly shouted toward the entrance of the Xiangxi pavilion. "Princess, she is merely a discarded harlot. Do not be deceived by her." Bai Shui scoffed, unwilling to believe that a gentleman of such refinement could share laughter with Su Luoluo. "Do not be foolish." Rui Wang's deep voice resonated from behind. Bai Shui balked, her temper flaring as she turned to enter the opposite private chamber with Rui Wang. Inside the Xiangxi pavilion, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. Su Luoluo and Jun Mo Lin sat upon a soft couch, the bustling scene outside the window a stark contrast to the celestial beauty seated across from her, while the rich aroma of tea lay between them, creating a delightful ambience. They overheard the outside chatter, and Su Luoluo smiled graciously, while Jun Mo Lin remained unresponsive, merely arranging the tea set in preparation for brewing. Su Luoluo observed his elegant hands, marveling at their exquisite beauty. "Do you not believe those words?" she asked. "Why should I believe her? They are merely irrelevant individuals uttering trivial remarks. If I am in a good mood, I might allow them a few words. But should I be displeased, they may not see the sunrise tomorrow," she replied with a smile, feeling a sense of joy. Jun Mo Lin, upon witnessing his mead, faltered momentarily, pondering how her laughter was akin to a feather brushing against one's heart, irresistible yet elusive, a most dangerous allure. Chapter 47. "I suspect you. What is it?" Seeing him pause, Su Luoluo extended her delicate hand. "I shall brew the tea." Though brewing tea is indeed a refined art, it also reflects the character of the one preparing it. She was adept in this craft, certain that Jun Mo Lin would find no fault. Jun Mo Lin regarded her with a placid expression, observing her dainty fingers, each fingertip tinged with a rosy hue, round and charming. He placed the tea set into her palm, their fingers inadvertently brushing against each other, a soft warmth coursing through them. Su Luoluo bit her lip, captivated by Jun Mo Lin's face, which resembled a blooming peach blossom, delicate and enchanting, causing her heart to flutter. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his usual cold demeanor, as if that brief moment of warmth had never occurred. With a gentle flutter of her long lashes, Su Luoluo resumed washing the tea set, gesturing toward the water. "Is the water boiling?" The water was drawn from an ancient spring nestled deep within the mountains, flowing uninterrupted for a century, yet it was scarce. Thus, every day, individuals from the Fengyue Tower would fetch it, racing back to deliver it. This water was sweet and invigorating, perfect for brewing such fine tea and sharing it with a handsome companion. Truly a delightful experience. Indeed, Jun Mo Lin replied with a hint of detachment as he began to heat the water. They busied themselves, one preparing the water and the other the tea leaves, alleviating the inexplicable tension that had arisen between them. As the first cup of tea was brewed, the room filled with a delightful fragrance. Su Luoluo carefully presented the steaming tea to Jun Mo Lin. Noticing the heat, he furrowed his brow and reached out to accept it, but his swift movement caused their fingers to brush once more. A subtle tremor coursed through them both. Jun Mo Lin gracefully accepted the hot tea, while Su Luoluo quickly withdrew her hand, pouring a cup for herself, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she admired the tea's hue. "Are you skilled in brewing tea?" he inquired, having observed her seamless, fluid motions and the perfectly aromatic brew she had created. "I learned this at the Rui Wang's residence, hoping to win his favor," she replied, but as she spoke, Jun Mo Lin's expression inexplicably turned colder. Realizing he was no mere dandy, but rather a celestial being, the opinions of the world were not to be wholly trusted, just as she, labeled as a debased woman who bore an illegitimate child, was far from the truth. Perhaps Jun Mo Lin was indeed different from the rumors, and the true Jun Mo Lin would bring forth surprises beyond her imagination. The dandy cannot produce the exquisitely crafted plum garden, nor can he cultivate such a flawless appearance. Though he belongs to the class of dandy, there lingers an air of nobility and aloofness about him. "What else do you intend to do to win his favor?" Jun Mo Lin suddenly inquired, his voice deep and melodious, akin to a clear spring, a delight to the ears. "Me?" Su Luoluo was taken aback, not expecting him to pose such a question, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She set down her teacup and began to count on her fingers. "There is much I have done, such as foolishly pouring my dowry into his abyss, disregarding my own exhaustion to rise before dawn to prepare his meals, staying up late to sew various garments for him, and waiting each day for his return to brew his favorite tea, ensuring it was always at the perfect temperature. No matter which woman he favored, I would feel heartache yet still deliver her to his bed. There is so much. As long as it pleases him, I would do anything." Jun Mo Lin poured out the tea before him, not even glancing at it. Yet, all these sacrifices could not rival a single tear from Sui Yao, a cunning vixen who calculated my every move, appearing delicate and helpless. A single wound, a drop of sorrow, a feigned illness could all be manipulated to my detriment, and he would unhesitatingly fall into Sui Yao's embrace, rendering all my efforts a mere jest. At the doorway, the Rui Wang listened to Su Luo's words, his eyes swirling like a turbulent river. What she had done was her duty, but she should not have woven tales about Yao wherever she went. Yao had always been guilt-ridden in his presence, only speaking of her virtues. With a flick of his sleeve, Rui Wang turned and departed. "Will Miss Su marry again?" Jun Mo Lin cleared the tea leaves and boiled fresh water, casually inquiring as he prepared to brew anew, his voice pleasant and somewhat refined. "Of course," Su Luoluo replied without hesitation. Jun Mo Lin's gestures became lively as he heard her add, "I am only 18, and I wish to experience the true essence of love. To know the feeling of growing old together. There is still much life ahead. Why should I remain a widow? For someone like Rui Wang, it is not worth it." Miss Su had once wholeheartedly loved Rui Wang. How could she so quickly forget? A fresh cup of tea was brewed, and Jun Mo Lin poured a shallow serving, tested its warmth, and placed it before Su Luoluo. She blinked, finding his questions somewhat peculiar, but being young, she felt inclined to converse openly, eager to express her feelings that had long been bottled up. "I love him." Su Luoluo cradled her chin in thought, unable to find an answer, and ultimately shook her head. "I don't know why I once devoted so much to him, but after everything that has transpired, he has become nothing less than an enemy in my eyes." "Miss Su, do you have any requirements for your future partner?" Yun Mo Lin pressed on, finally reaching the crux of the matter, his expression subtly tense as he gazed earnestly at Su Luoluo. She met his shimmering eyes and suddenly leaned forward. "Young Master Jun, if you keep asking, I might suspect you wish to act as my matchmaker. Really now? It has only been a few days since the divorce. The children are still not well, and my vengeance remains unfulfilled. I have no plans for such matters," she stated firmly. "I have many things to attend to, and the children's health must come first." "Understood." Jun Mo Lin lowered his gaze, his long lashes fluttering slightly, his tone inexplicably tinged with a hint of disappointment, which Su Luoluo sensed. The door opened gently, and the maids entered, bearing exquisite dishes. Su Luoluo raised her glass to toast with Jun Mo Lin. "Young Master Jun, thank you for selling me the plum garden. It is evident that you poured your heart into crafting such a beautiful paradise. I truly adore it." Chapter 48, a litter of offspring I know. June Mullen, serve her some food. She cherished plum blossoms, grand gardens, serene lakes, and places adorned with flowers, longing for a piece of heaven. In her childhood, she had pointed to a location and declared her desire to reside there and raise a brood of children with him. Thus, he hastily returned to gather all his savings to purchase the land. But not long after, the emperor arranged her marriage to Rue Wang. He stood there for days and nights, drenched in rain, memories blurred in that time. Ultimately, he spent 6 years meticulously crafting the plum garden with his own hands. Some memories are too painful to dwell upon. Contemplating them rends the heart as if torn apart. Yet, she seated across from him had seemingly forgotten everything. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. June Mullen spoke little, his gaze dark and profound as ink. However, for reasons unknown, Su Luo felt a sharp pang in her heart as she observed his furrowed brow and the fleeting pain in his eyes. "Young master, I am June Mullen, your senior. You may call me Brother Mullen." He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, mesmerizing in their radiance. Su Luo was momentarily entranced, feeling her heart race as she bashfully averted her gaze from his intense stare. "Brother Mullen." She hesitated to utter, aware of their unfamiliarity. "Practice saying it. With time, it will become second nature." "Understood," Su Luo murmured shyly, and he redirected his attention, skillfully serving her more dishes with a touch of distance. I wish to revisit the illusion array you previously set in the plum grove." She was certain that everyone who entered would witness something profound, as the array was designed based on one's deepest fears, hopes, and loves. She had seen her mother's death and her elder brother's demise, but she had yet to witness the experiences of others. She was eager to see, even if it would cause her great anguish. She resolved to uncover the truth. "I want to go again. Do something to make me happy, and perhaps I will arrange the array for you once more. Such a formation consumes all my internal energy." At the doorway, Tian Qing, leaning against the wall, nearly rolled his eyes. Setting up the array was merely a matter of raising a hand for the young master. What internal energy was required? It was a blatant lie without a flicker of hesitation. If Miss Su were to discover his deception, he could only imagine the consequences. He recognized that she was indeed formidable and could be ruthless when provoked. "Is that so?" Su Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was indeed inappropriate to press him further. "Well, what can I do to make you happy? Think for yourself." June Mullen's curt response carried a hint of annoyance. Su Luo, sensing his irritation, looked at him innocently, realizing that it would be more straightforward for him to issue a request rather than leave her to speculate. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing young Master June might genuinely become upset. After all, one must be somewhat humble when seeking favors. "Then, shall I prepare a meal for you, young Master June?" She pondered. He likely lived a life of luxury, accustomed to the finest of everything. Her culinary skills might not meet his standards. She truly did not know how to please him. Unnecessary. With those delicate fingers, why should she engage in such menial tasks? He had no need for her to do so. Just as Su Luo was deep in thought, June Mullen abruptly dropped his chopsticks with a thud and stood up. It was then she realized just how tall he was, his presence eclipsing all the brilliance of the world around him. "I have matters to attend to, Miss Su. Should you think of anything, please feel free to notify me at any time." "Very well." Su Luo sensed that June Mullen appeared somewhat displeased, making it inappropriate to continue their conversation. Coincidentally, she also had affairs to manage, so she set down her chopsticks, rose gracefully, and offered a respectful bow to June Mullen. "I, too, have pressing matters to address, so I shall take my leave, young Master June." The title Young Master June rendered June Mullen's handsome visage frigid. He donned his robe and coldly settled onto the soft couch, watching as Su Luo departed. She left without hesitation, leaving him to grip the teacup, his hand trembling slightly. The door swung open once more, and his long lashes fluttered. For a fleeting moment, he wished for Su Luo's return. However, an unfamiliar fragrance wafted in, and his eyes promptly turned icy. "Young Master June." Princess Wei lifted the curtain, calling out haughtily as she entered step by step. "I am Princess Bihui of Tianli Kingdom. I apologize for any disrespect shown earlier, and I hope you can forgive me." She was confident that, knowing her esteemed status as a princess and witnessing her unparalleled beauty, June Mullen would hasten to welcome her, elevating her to a position of honor. Princess Bihue was perpetually audacious. She scrutinized Jun Moulin. Having never encountered such a flawless man before, none in the entirety of Tianli Kingdom could rival his handsomeness. At that moment, Jun Moulin was enveloped in gloom. The fragrance that had previously filled the room was distinctly Su Luo's, and he longed to linger a while longer. What is the meaning of this? Young Master Jun, she said, her expression self-satisfied. Now that you are aware of my noble identity, you should come forth and kneel before me in reverence. Jun Moulin's countenance remained cold, his eyes brimming with impatience. The word leave left Princess Bihue momentarily stunned. Her gaze sharpened as she stepped forward angrily. You can meet with that harlot Su Luoluo, yet you fail to recognize your place before me, a princess of high standing. Bang! Su Luoluo had been delayed by her own affairs and had just exited the brothel when a loud crash startled her, causing her to step back. After a moment, she discerned that a person had fallen. Indeed, a woman. The crowd quickly gathered, and Su Luoluo soon realized it was Princess Bihue who had plummeted. She glanced up, noting that it appeared to be the elegant chamber where she had met Jun Moulin. Yet how could the princess have fallen from there? Princess Chongning, are you all right? Lin Mama, pale with fright, rushed over to support Su Luoluo, while Fuling, equally terrified, exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? My lady was walking just fine, and something fell down. Was it meant to crush her? Is someone attempting to murder her?" It was their first encounter. It seemed that every woman associated with Prince Rue had a vendetta against her. Chapter 49. Shamelessness unveiled. Listening to Fuling's outcry, the onlookers quickly grasped the situation. It must be the result of Prince Rue's scandals. Now that Su Luoluo had separated from him and lost royal protection, these women were emboldened to act against her. Truly shameless. The entourage of Prince Rue also noticed the commotion. Changfeng squeezed through the crowd, whispering urgently to him. Prince Rue's expression darkened as he hurried to assist Princess Bihue to her feet. The onlookers, witnessing his action, became even more convinced of Fuling's assertions. Indeed, the situation was as she described. Turning to Su Luoluo, who stood with her arms crossed, observing the spectacle, he thundered, "Su Luoluo, what is your intent?" Su Luoluo gazed innocently at Prince Rue and Princess Bihue, genuinely perplexed about what she had done wrong. The princess, in agony from her fall, was furious. Jun Moulin had acted swiftly, not even touching her, merely sending her tumbling down from the second floor before Su Luoluo. The humiliation was unbearable. "No matter how much you stir up trouble, I will not reinstate your title as my wife, so give up hope." He intended to leverage Su Luoluo. Yet the title of princess was not something she could simply demand or relinquish. With the presence of a lofty princess like Bihue, who could aid his grand ambitions, he needed to strategize carefully. "Prince Rue, are you out of your mind? Do I appear to harbor any expectations of you?" With that, Su Luoluo impatiently kicked him. "Return my dowry promptly, or we shall meet in the Dali Temple." How infuriating! She had no desire to converse further. Had it not been for the Tianli envoy's concern for national dignity, she would have gladly struck that insufferable Prince Rue. To her, the separation felt as if nothing had changed. Prince Rue still regarded her as his pet. How vexing! Princess Chongning, suddenly, a young man donned in a pale blue long robe approached, bowing deeply to Su Luoluo. Upon seeing him, her eyes filled with disdain, and she took a step back, distancing herself. Wasn't this the renowned genius Chu Mingjian of the Lingtian Academy? He was no good person. This individual was knowledgeable, yet possessed a sharp tongue. Anything he deemed unworthy could be verbally dismantled with ease. In her previous life, Su Luoluo had been mercilessly slandered by him, her reputation ruined, and she could attribute much of that to this Chu genius. Indeed, she felt a pang of fear towards him. "Monsieur, que?" The world referred to him with respect, and thus Su Luoluo addressed him likewise. Observing Chu Mingjian's handsome visage, she felt his looks were wasted on such a sharp tongue. "Princess Chongning, I recently learned that for many years you have been supporting the Lingtian Academy. Your courage to love and hate, to confront scoundrels and combat shameless women, is truly commendable. After your separation, you have not succumbed to despair, but rather emerged more upright. You are indeed a paragon for the women and children of our Shenhua kingdom." Su Luoluo was taken aback by Chu Mingjian's words. This scoundrel had not said such things in her past life. Previously, he had claimed she was a seductress. engaging in illicit affairs with a stable boy, bearing an illegitimate child, and was a disgrace to Shen Yue, a prime example of what not to be, deserving public scorn for her supposed immorality. Seeing Su Luluo silent, he assumed a pitiful demeanor, casting a cold glance at Prince Rue and unleashed his sharp words. Prince Rue, as a noble, your actions should serve as a model for others. In broad daylight, how can you be entangled with a woman? Is this the conduct expected of a prince of Shenhua? And you, who is this woman? Which esteemed family does she hail from? How were your parents able to raise you? Grasping at Prince Rue's sleeve without cause, are you so willing to sacrifice your own virtue, disregarding his? Princess Bihue, insulted by Chu Mingjian, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she quickly released Prince Rue's sleeve, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Que Mingjian, notre signal défiance, stiped cruiser. What? In a crowd? Do you wish to commit murder? Our Grand Shenhua Kingdom does not permit such one violence. Women should maintain their modesty and decorum. If you behave so recklessly, what order remains? I shall kill you. Enraged, Princess Bai brandished a dagger at Chu Mingjian, and Su Luoluo instinctively leaped in front of him, blocking with her hands. Prince Rue seized Princess Bihue's wrist, his veins standing out as he glared at Su Luoluo for protecting someone irrelevant. Chu Mingjian was shocked by her selfless act. He had always despised pretentious young ladies. Yet Su Luo's bravery was commendable. He hurriedly bowed to her, his eyes filled with gratitude. Princess Chongning, your selfless act of saving me is deeply appreciated. Chu Mingjian flicked his long sleeves, casting a cold gaze upon the princess of Bihue, who was seized by the Rue Wang. With a voice laced with anger, he remarked, as a dignified princess, you ought to uphold the decorum befitting your station. What manner of conduct is this? You are nothing short of a disgrace to the Tianli kingdom. At this rebuke, the common folk instantly recognized her as the princess from Tianli kingdom, their disdain palpable as they noted her lack of propriety, concluding that even the citizens of their own Shen Yu kingdom surpassed her in virtue. Thus, they began to point fingers at the Tianli princess in derision. Fuming with indignation, Princess Bue gritted her teeth, while the envoy from Tianli hastened to the scene, his chest heaving with anger. However, with their forces not yet in position, this was not the time for discord, and he promptly bowed to the Rue Wang. Your Highness, my princess is unwell. I beg your understanding as we take our leave. He grasped the princess and attempted to depart, but she turned to glare at Su Luoluo with venomous eyes, blaming her for the misfortune. The Rue Wang, maintaining his stoic demeanor, boarded the carriage, and only when the crowd dispersed did Chu Mingjian address Su Luoluo with a softened tone. Princess Chongning, throughout life, one inevitably encounters scoundrels. As long as you keep your gaze forward and make a little effort, you shall not falter. Mr. Chu speaks wisely yet. It was unnecessary for you to offend both the princess and the Rue Wang, Su Luoluo replied, sensing his underlying arrogance. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes as he regarded the departing carriage. Can they silence my voice or stifle the opinions of scholars across the land? A chill ran through Su Luoluo as she recalled Chu Mingjian's esteemed status among scholars, akin to a star surrounded by the moon. Resolving to distance herself from him, she bowed respectfully and departed. Once in the carriage, she pressed her hand to her heart, whispering to Fu Ling, one must tread carefully around such obstinate scholars. They can be lethal. These individuals may lack in many respects, but their quills possess formidable power. A single article could attract thousands of scholars' eyes, and the ensuing drama would be dire. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Mingjian bowed as he bid farewell to Su Luoluo, then glanced at the window on the second floor. Jun Molin acknowledged him with a nod before Chu Mingjian turned to leave. A true talent, indeed, yet he had merely been subdued by Jun Molin. Within the hour, an article surfaced, lambasting the Rue Wang for his audacity in publicly humiliating the former Rue Wang Fei, accusing him of greed and shamelessness for appropriating her dowry. The emperor, incensed, shattered 3 cups in fury. As Su Luoluo sat on the soft couch, perusing the sharply worded article, cold sweat trickled from her palms. In her past life, such scathing critiques had been directed at her. The article was vividly crafted, as if depicting her disgrace in real time. Thus, Su Luoluo became the cautionary tale of Shen Yu Kingdom, subjected to public scorn upon venturing outside. While the Rue Wang and Su Yiyao exploited Chu Mingjian's words to confine her within the estate, effectively obliterating her awareness of the outside world. They led her into a chasm of despair from which escape seemed impossible. Opening the window, she gazed skyward, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Was this a sign of divine intervention? She had not intentionally sought to alter Chu Mingjian, yet he had transformed on his own. Truly a blessing from above. Miss, are you truly so fearful of the one surnamed Chu? Indeed I am, Su Luoluo replied, her heart still racing, as she sipped her tea slowly. Various factions seek to curry favor with Chu Mingjian, hoping to harness the influence of his pen. The allegiance of scholars would grant dominion over the realm. She recalled how in her previous life, Su Yao had won Chu Mingjian's admiration by feigning innocence and virtue. To her delight this time, Chu Mingjian had turned his ire towards the Rui Wang instead. Miss, a letter has arrived. The wet nurse presented a gilded invitation, announcing a banquet at the palace the following day in honor of the Tianli envoys. Su Yunluo approached, noticing her sister's troubled expression, and sat beside her with a gentle smile. What troubles you? Have you encountered a dilemma? As she laid several account books on the table, she explained, every account from the shop has been reconciled, and all funds have found their way into Su Yao's pockets, an amount totaling 150,000 taels. The evidence is irrefutable, and both the shopkeeper and his assistant have confessed to being bribed by Su Yao. I reported this to the authorities, and Lord Huang of the Shuntian prefecture promptly dispatched men to seal the shop and imprison the culprits. Well done, dear brother. While the siblings were deeply engaged in conversation, a eunuch entered, announcing the arrival of the Rui Wang's men to return the dowry. Su Luoluo exchanged a glance with Su Yunluo, both slightly pursing their lips. It seemed Chu Mingjian's article had indeed compelled the Rui Wang to reconsider. Should the scholars unite against him, his ambition to rule would be thwarted. The steward of the Rui Wang's estate stood in the courtyard of the plum garden, astonished by the idyllic surroundings. He had never seen a divorced couple living so well, excluding the Princess Jinghe, of course. Upon seeing Su Luoluo emerge in splendid attire, the steward was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. Miss Su, I have come to return your dowry. Please verify the list. Additionally, the Wang has included some gifts. Should there be any discrepancies, do not hesitate to send someone to address them. If all is in order, I shall take my leave, with carts laden with goods. Matching the items proved a daunting task. As Su Luoluo opened box after box, she was filled with nostalgia, recalling the joy and anticipation she had felt when she first entered the Rui Wang's estate with these very possessions. She had envisioned a life akin to that of celestial beings, yet had unwittingly gambled away her life and those of others. Brother, sell off all the shops and taverns, and convert them to liquid assets. Why? Su Yunluo furrowed his brow. The shops could be reopened. They're the foundation of our wealth. They will not allow us to reopen smoothly. We must sell them first, then find suitable locations to begin anew. We shall be the behind-the-scenes owners. Very well. I will follow your lead. As they conversed earnestly, Su Luoluo recalled the areas south of the city, where business had been lackluster. Yet soon after, a building rivaling Fengyue Tower emerged, adding an air of mystery and excitement, which sparked a surge in commerce and inflated property values. Furthermore, with her plum garden gaining fame, the southern area gradually transformed into a bustling trade hub. Brother, acquire all the properties on the second and third alleys in the South City. I will provide blueprints for reconstruction as per my instructions. Such an ambitious endeavor? Su Yunluo felt a tremor of apprehension. The area was rather desolate. Sister, while we may possess wealth, we must remain cautious. What is there to fear? Life itself is a thrilling gamble. Moreover, elder brother, you and third sister shall soon establish families. I must ensure you have ample resources to provide for your households and leave a legacy for your children. Within 2 years, it shall flourish. Trust my vision. Listening to his sister strategizing for their future filled Su Yunluo with guilt. Su Luoluo grasped his hand, smiling. You all protect our home and nation. We shall earn a living here. Isn't that splendid? Su Yunluo smiled faintly, though unease lingered in his heart. Let us transform one street into a comprehensive entertainment district, while another becomes a mid-range consumer area. We shall also acquire 2 prime properties in the heart of the capital, focusing solely on high-end business that will yield swift profits. What business do you wish to pursue? Su Yunluo asked as she pinched a fruit, directing her question to Su Luoluo, who pursed her lips in contemplation. I need to think about this. I shall take a stroll in the market later, and see what unfolds. Although she currently possessed a considerable sum of money, with her dowry fully restored, she understood that if she only spent without earning, it would inevitably lead to ruin. Moreover, her elder brothers had thousands to support, and she needed to devise a strategy to ensure their soldiers pledged unwavering loyalty to her brothers, harboring no treacherous thoughts. This would become their greatest support in the future. Elder brother, second brother, please arrange to send some silver to the families of the soldiers under your command. Do not inform them of this. Let them discover it for themselves in due time. It is paramount to win their hearts. As long as their loyalty is secured, all else will follow. Informing them of the support now is far less impactful than allowing them to hear about it from their parents later. I truly appreciate this idea, Su Yunluo remarked, gazing at her kind and beautiful sister with profound admiration. The Duke is nothing short of a fool. He possesses such an admirable girl, yet fails to cherish her. Su Yao, that wretched individual, relies solely on her superficial charms and false tears. It is only a matter of time before her facade crumbles. The ensuing hours were filled with bustling activity as each individual tirelessly attended to their tasks. Su Yunluo ventured out to sell all the shops owned by Su Luluo, subsequently identifying 2 expansive storefronts in the most vibrant district of the capital to discuss with her sister. He then proceeded to negotiate the purchase of a street in the southern part of the city. After a long day, Su Yunluo returned to his carriage, quenching his thirst, and suddenly burst into laughter. He, a warrior, was increasingly resembling a businessman. Who would have imagined he would one day acquire an entire street? Yet, the sensation was quite delightful. Chapter 51. A source of joy, he rode forth to the Tianxia Bank and the post station, discreetly managing the compensation for the 60,000 soldiers. By the time he had completed these tasks, night had already fallen. Sweaty and exhausted, Su Yunluo returned home, refreshed himself, and made his way to the silk workshop, where he could easily guess his sister would be diligently occupied. New garments were continuously being crafted, with styles constantly evolving. Observing the rows of garments, Su Yunluo deeply felt that although they fought valiantly on the battlefield, if those behind the lines failed to lend their strength, it would render their efforts increasingly arduous. Everyone faced their own challenges. Su Luluo offered Su Yunluo 4 different styles of clothing for him to try on, ensuring they fit comfortably before she felt satisfied. Only after finishing dinner and sinking into warm water did Su Luluo finally exhale in relief. The fatigue in her body gradually dissipated. After cleansing herself, she let her long hair fall freely, wrapping herself in a blanket while seated on the soft couch. Pushing open the window to gaze at the nocturnal landscape of the garden. Let us light the lanterns in the distance, she suggested, pointing to the expansive courtyard adorned with intricately carved beams and tranquil corridors, envisioning the beauty that would ensue. Upon hearing their mistress's command, Fu Ling nodded and promptly summoned the others to light the lanterns. Consequently, dozens of servants rushed out, each clutching fire sticks, hanging lanterns one by one, illuminating the surroundings. Despite the chill in the air, an inexplicable warmth began to spread in their hearts. In the distance, Jun Mo Lin stood atop a roof, observing the brilliance akin to 1,000 homes alight. Gripping his cloak, he settled down, watching the woman leaning against the window, her long hair cascading without a trace of makeup, her eyes reflecting both weariness and determination. This was perhaps the first moment she had taken to rest in days. Young master, Tianqing suddenly frowned. Had we known that the plum garden would flourish so vibrantly due to Miss Su, we should have sold half and retained the other half. This way, we could be neighbors and occasionally meet. How delightful that would be. Jun Mo Lin regarded Tianqing with a profound gaze, causing the latter to feel an even greater chill. Clenching his fists, Jun Mo Lin suppressed the urge to retaliate. Why did you not think of this sooner? Would it not have been better to use that clever mind earlier? Fu Ling, observing her mistress preparing the bedding, smiled brightly. This is wonderful. In a previous life, Fu Ling had suffered a broken leg due to Su Yao's cruelty, delaying her treatment and leaving her with a permanent limp. What can I do to bring joy to young Master Jun? If only he could be pleased, he would reorganize his forces. Allowing me to uncover the tragic fates of my other relatives, I must uncover the truth. You speak of young Master Jun? Fu Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he was a figure of divine elegance. She rushed to Su Luoluo, pouring her a cup of water while smiling. I cannot fathom what could possibly bring joy to such a cool and distant person. He has wealth and lacks for nothing. This left Su Luoluo in a quandary. How could one please someone so ethereal, who wanted for neither food nor clothing? Ah, fetch the finest cloud brocade, she mused. Its brilliant hues resemble the clouds at dawn, exuding elegance and nobility. Surely such fabric is fitting for one of divine stature. Very well, I shall procure it immediately. Fu Ling grinned, delighted that her mistress was beginning to take an interest in another man, fearing she would otherwise dwell on the Duke and desire to return to the Duke's residence. Among the gifts from the Tianxia Bank were numerous exquisite fabrics, including cloud brocade, shu brocade, and zhuang brocade, each more precious than the last. After much deliberation, the most beloved piece was a vibrant red cloud brocade. Fu Ling rushed back, exclaiming, "Mistress, young Master Jun possesses fair skin and a tall stature. The last time I saw him, he donned red, looking utterly magnificent. Why not create an even finer set for him?" Fu Ling secretly plotted, her spirits soaring at the thought. If the mistress agreed to craft an outfit for young Master Jun, she would enlist Miss Ing Xue's help to make a matching outfit for Su Luoluo. You are so beautiful, and young Master Jun is equally so. If they were to appear in matching garments at the same venue, the thought made her beam with delight. Fu Ling, startled. Fu Ling quickly snapped back to reality, adjusting the satin. Why do I sense your smile is rather strange? I'm not smiling at all. It's just... You cannot possibly have feelings for young Master Jun, can you? Do you like him? Su Luoluo was taken aback, understanding that it was quite normal for young girls to admire someone as refined as he. However, such a pairing seemed ill-fitted. No, 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 Fu Ling exclaimed, startled by her mistress's conjecture, hastily waving her hands. I merely recalled the moment I saw young Master Jun in red, and thought there was no one more beautiful in the world. Su Luoluo found herself in agreement before shaking her head. You are mistaken. After all, Chen'er will surely grow into a captivating young man. Indeed, that makes sense, Fu Ling replied, her eyes twinkling. The young master and young mistress are both exceptionally beautiful and charming. She placed the satin before Su Luoluo, who caressed the exquisite fabric, envisioning that tall figure and the aura of unapproachable coolness that surrounded him. The design must be bolder, more ethereal, evoking the image of a celestial being traversing the heavens, leaving a trail of lotus blossoms in their wake. With this inspiration, Su Luoluo took out paper and pen to sketch. Mistress, you are truly remarkable. Your talent for designing and creating garments is unparalleled. We should open a ready-to-wear shop. Indeed, but given the variety of shops in the capital, we must establish a high-end boutique, one that will yield substantial profits. With a few strokes, a divine figure emerged on paper, and Su Luoluo diligently illustrated the attire, adding color as Fu Ling mischievously pointed to an empty space nearby. Miss, if she is a woman, what style should she wear? In that case, Miss Ing Xue only needs to follow the embroidery, without any need for contemplation. It is truly perfect. A woman worthy of Jun Molin must be exceedingly beautiful. Su Luoluo slightly pursed her lips and began to draw again. What a pair of celestial beings. Fu Ling was genuinely astonished by the striking duo of the red-clad handsome man and woman. She looked at Su Luoluo with wide eyes, imagining that if the young lady and young Master Jun wore these outfits together, they would undoubtedly surpass the beauty depicted in the painting. Su Luoluo approached the table, spreading the cloud-patterned fabric smoothly. Gazing at the exquisite material, she envisioned Jun Molin's figure and picked up the scissors to begin her work. Although the night would not allow for much progress, she aimed to cut the fabric entirely. Without having measured his physique, she relied solely on her memory. As for height, Jun Molin was similar to her second brother, though her second brother was a touch more robust, while Jun Molin appeared softer. Hey sister, what are you doing? Su Yinluo entered with a bowl of soup, her delight evident upon seeing her sister engrossed in her task. Making clothes for second brother? Su Luoluo's scissors clicked as she blinked and nodded with a smile. Originally, she planned to create one set of men's attire and one set for women. But if she included her brother, it would not suffice. Never mind then, she decided to craft two sets of men's garments, one dignified and imposing, the other graceful and handsome. Together, they would be the most dazzling sight in the capital. With a cheerful wave, Su Luoluo beckoned to her second brother, who quickly rushed to her side, arms wide open. After measuring him, Su Luoluo felt more assured about June Mulin's dimensions and began her late-night endeavor. Fortunately, Madame Su came to check on her, and upon seeing her still working, she ordered her to bed, insisting on a rest. When Su Luoluo reopened her eyes, she hurriedly sat up, nearly forgetting that today was the palace banquet. Fulling, have you become bold? Why did you not wake me? Upon checking the time, Su Luoluo realized it was indeed late. Fulling smiled as she approached, assisting her with her morning routine. Everything is prepared. Once you finish your meal, we shall dress you. We have a fine carriage, and with no snow falling, we will arrive swiftly. Turning to look outside, Su Luoluo noted that it had neither rained nor snowed, and the temperature had risen somewhat. This was fortunate, as it alleviated her worries about Ronger and Chen'er falling ill. With swift, meticulous motions, Fulling transformed Su Luoluo into a vision of a noble lady. Su Yinluo had been continuously amazed by her sister, but when she beheld her in such splendid attire, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Supporting her sister, she helped her into the carriage, and they set off. The banquet was held in the feast palace. By midday, officials, noblewomen, and young gentlemen began to enter the palace in succession. The seating arrangements were organized according to rank, and many guests had already settled in. The envoys from Tianli Kingdom and Princess Bue appeared haughty, followed closely by Su Yiyao, who had also entered the hall. Su Luoluo, Su Yiyao, and Princess Bue appeared together, and the once lively palace fell silent, all eyes turning toward the three beauties. Princess Bue exuded pride, Su Yiyao radiated charm, while Su Luoluo commanded an aura of authority. Strangely, everyone felt as though Su Luoluo was leading two maidservants into the hall. How beautiful! The young gentleman who had previously expressed a desire to marry Su Luoluo could not help but exclaim again, "She is truly stunning. I still wish to marry her. What should I do?" Su Yiyao and Princess Bue both assumed the praise was directed at them, lifting their heads and smiling as they walked to their respective seats. Su Luoluo found her place and, upon turning, noticed June Mulin seated directly opposite her. As Su Luoluo glanced at him, June Mulin gave a slight nod, to which she responded with a gentle bow. The crown prince had not taken his eyes off Su Luoluo since her entrance. Each glimpse revealed a new facet of her beauty, more breathtaking and unfamiliar than the last, igniting an inexplicable frustration within him. He glanced at the empty seat beside him, having expected Su Luoluo to obediently sit there. "Your Highness," Su Yiyao spoke softly, her eyes brimming with softness, contrasting sharply with Su Luoluo's commanding presence, one exuding the elegance of a principal wife, the other the allure of a seductive concubine. "Your injuries have not yet healed. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not attend the banquet," the crown prince stated solemnly. Su Yiyao smiled Volkert, and as she lowered her gaze, tears threatened to spill. This tactic was always effective. Lord Qin cheers. Yet, the crown prince turned to toast to Qin Changza, the envoy from Tianli Kingdom. Su Yiyao's expression shifted to one of anger as she noticed that, in her moments of vulnerability, the crown prince had once immediately comforted her. But now, panicked, she looked towards Su Luoluo, who was warmly greeting several noble women and young ladies, returning their salutes with grace and poise. Yet what of her? No one had approached her since her arrival. "Hey!" Princess Bue regarded Su Yiyao with disdain. "You are merely the crown prince's concubine? You are not all that impressive. Your face looks perpetually sour, as if someone owes you a fortune. Is the crown prince blind? In terms of beauty and poise, Su Luoluo surpasses you by 1,000-fold." Princess Bue's provocations aimed to incite conflict between Su Luoluo and Su Yiyao, with hopes of reaping the benefits. Her father had instructed her to evaluate for herself. If she favored the emperor, she should marry him. If she preferred the crown prince, she should wed him. For now, her affections lay with the crown prince, as she had always been drawn to domineering and cunning men, finding them intriguing. As for the crown prince, he seemed too mild-mannered, clearly unfit for the throne, likely to be betrayed. However, the crown prince was different, strategic and ruthless. A beauty like Su Luoluo could be discarded at will, indicating he was not a man driven by lust, but rather one who enjoyed the chase. As for June Mulin, Princess Bue raised her glass, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Su Luoluo and Su Yiyao followed her line of sight, observing June Mulin sitting alone, unaccompanied, his dark robe accentuating his fair complexion. captivatingly beautiful. The more Princess Bua gazed, the more she wished to possess Jun Molin's handsome visage, though she resolved to play with him first before claiming him. Such a sequence would be perfect. Su Yao felt a pang of jealousy and anger, but dared not act out for fear of displeasing the crown prince. However, she sensed a complex connection between Princess Bua and the crown prince, a realization that instilled a sense of urgency within her. Since returning from the brothel, the crown prince had coldly demanded she return her dowry, warning that further missteps would lead to severe consequences. Reluctantly, she complied, even adding nearly 200,000 taels, rendering her and Lady Lung's private coffers entirely depleted, leaving them sleepless with frustration, almost to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 53. Her provocation currently. Su Luoluo was increasingly radiant and regal. Princess Jinghe, adorned in luxurious garments, resembled a frosty plum blossom. The crowd hurriedly offered their respects as she lazily raised her hand, sashaying towards Su Luoluo. Su Xiaoluo. Princess Jinghe, aged 24, had once been betrothed 6 years ago but was divorced after 3 months, with her husband and maid meeting a tragic end in bed. Rumor had it their demise was horrific. Since then, she had remained unmarried, instead enjoying a carefree life with several favored gentlemen in her residence. Initially, she faced harsh criticism, accused of shamelessness and tarnishing the royal family's reputation. Upon hearing such slander, she would send people to confront the accusers, quite literally tearing the roof off, tossing them into the water, and abducting their sons into her household. Such actions were commonplace. Accompanied by 4 young gentlemen, they indulged in feasting, drinking, and merriment, and within a month, everyone found the princess and the 4 young men remarkably charming. Now, whenever Princess Jinghe and her companions remained in the palace for a few days, the common folk would inevitably inquire, "Are the princess and her gentlemen not venturing out today?" Upon seeing Jinghe, Su Luoluo beamed with joy, for her bond with Jinghe had always been strong. Rising to pay her respects, Jinghe took Su Luoluo by the hand and led her towards her royal seat. "What are we doing just sitting here? Come, let's converse together," she said. Jian Moli glanced up to find the seat across from him vacant. Su Luoluo had disappeared. He cast a sidelong glance at the crown prince, who looked momentarily perplexed. However, Jian Moli continued to regard him coolly. The crown prince instinctively glanced at the empty spot beside him, remaining silent as Jian Moli rose gracefully and departed. Seating himself next to the crown prince, Jian Moli announced, "Thank you for your invitation, Your Highness." The crown prince stared at him in disbelief, wondering when he had ever invited Jian Moli. He had merely cast a glance. After all, turning his attention to Su Luoluo and Jinghe across the room, and then back to Jian Moli, he suddenly grasped the situation. He placed a hand on Jian Moli's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Moli, Jinghe is not the best choice. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. She already has 4 esteemed gentlemen and has no intentions of taking a husband. What is it that you find appealing about her? Are you considering becoming the 5th? Even if you agree, Minister Jun would never consent. I can assure you, the moment you enter the princess's residence, Minister Jun will create quite a scene, believe it or not." Jian Moli, with a cold expression, swatted the crown prince's hand away without uttering a word, which only solidified the crown prince's conviction. "She already has 4 suitors, and I hear that sometimes they all sleep together at night. You would have no place there and would need to procure a larger bed." Meanwhile, across the room, the conversation was lively. "Luoluo, you performed admirably. You did not bring shame upon me," praised Princess Jinghe, who held great admiration for Su Luoluo. "You acted decisively, and you even kept your children close. I was compelled to retaliate, as they sought to endanger my family. I had no choice but to fight back, or else we would all be doomed," Su Luoluo replied. "How have you been lately, princess?" she inquired, genuinely pleased to see Jinghe in good spirits, with a rosy complexion and bright eyes, exuding vitality. "I am well, as you can see," Jinghe replied, clad in a resplendent purple gown, her attendants similarly adorned. Together, they would form a strikingly beautiful sight on the streets. As the emperor and empress entered the hall, everyone rose to pay their respects. Princess Bishu cast a sharp glance at the emperor, her eyes glinting with ambition. If she were to marry Prince Rue, upon his ascension, she would become empress, a position far superior to that of the current emperor. Clearly, the emperor must perish. Once the emperor and empress were seated, the guests followed suit. As music filled the air, dancers descended from above, and amidst the clinking of cups, the guests raised their glasses in greeting and began to drink. Today, the Crown Prince. Prince Rui, Prince Jing, Prince Jing, Prince Da, Prince Xian, Princess Jingha, and Princess Xining were all present at the imperial banquet, with some faces being new to Su Luoluo. As the dance reached its zenith, Princess Bishu suddenly leaped to her feet, twirling gracefully to the center of the stage. With the music swelling, her movements captivated everyone's attention, a blend of grace and vigor. As the most beautiful princess of the Tianli kingdom, nurtured by the empress, she had certainly honed her skills. When the performance concluded, applause erupted, and the Tianli envoy beamed with pride. However, Su Luoluo furrowed her brow slightly. The first dance was meant to be a welcoming performance prepared by the Shenyue kingdom, traditionally without guest participation. Yet, she not only joined in, but also matched the melody with her own enchanting dance. This could only imply that she had arranged this well in advance. The Crown Prince, too, recognized this, his gaze darkening as he turned towards Prince Rui, the only one capable of orchestrating such a scheme. Prince Rui, however, merely clinked glasses with Minister Qin, ignoring the scrutiny around him. As Princess Bishu basked in the applause, her eyes alight with pride, she coldly challenged to properly welcome me. Why not invite Miss Su to perform a piece? The renowned 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix. Can you play that? The audience fell silent, taken aback. That was a celebrated piece from the Tianli kingdom. While the Shenyue people might manage to play it, performing it at such a significant banquet was another matter altogether. I can, Su Luoluo replied nonchalantly. In her previous life, she had studied diligently for 3 months to please Prince Rui, and now she understood why he found it so captivating. Let me play, and you shall dance. Since it was a piece from Tianli, it was only fitting that a Tianli dancer perform it. Princess Bishu smirked. Very well. Let's see how well you play. Do not embarrass my dance. Confidence is indeed a virtue, Princess Bishu. As the musicians set up the qin, Su Luoluo gracefully rose, bowing to the emperor before stepping onto the stage. Changing into her dance attire and donning a veil, she acknowledged Princess Bishu with a nod. Her fingers glided across the strings, and a melody flowed forth like a babbling brook. Jian Moli, holding a drink, gazed at Su Luo, feeling a flicker of something profound within him. The emperor's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He had always believed that Su Luoluo was no ordinary talent. The 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix resonated with an enchanting quality under her touch. The crowd envisioned a majestic landscape, sunlight filtering through dense forests, as phoenixes called out and soared towards the heights. While Princess Bishu's dance was indeed captivating, it paled in comparison to the sudden shift in Su Luoluo's performance. The once serene atmosphere transformed into a tumult of emotion, as if countless phoenixes were confronting a fierce predator, fighting valiantly for survival. As blood and cries mingled, the audience felt a pang of anguish, struggling to breathe. Princess Bishu's expression shifted dramatically. She spun and shot a furious glare at Su Luoluo, bewildered by the sudden change. Her dance could not keep pace with the frenetic rhythm of the music, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. In the end, Princess Bishu stumbled over her gown, falling to the ground, while Su Luo's melody softened at the climax. Suddenly, a melodious call rang out, drawing everyone's gaze toward the flung-open palace doors, where a multitude of beautiful birds, akin to phoenixes, flew towards Su Luoluo. Chapter 54. A Fearful Transformation. Both Minister Jun and Minister Luo stood in astonishment, their glasses held high as they exclaimed in unison, "Truly, the 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix. Marvelous, marvelous!" They abruptly paused, exchanging incredulous glances, before slamming their cups down on the table and resuming their seats. How could anyone possess such extraordinary musical skill to summon a flock of birds? This was the genuine 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix. Su Luo's qin was positioned at the empress's side, and the birds flocked around her, yet directed their attention towards the empress. As Su Luo's notes flowed, the birds drew closer to the empress. Overjoyed, she stood, raising her hands as beautiful birds perched upon her phoenix robe. Even the emperor regarded her with a hint of admiration. The crown prince observed this spectacle, downing his drink in one gulp, lips pursed. The appearance of the 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix was indeed splendid, perfectly countering the recent palace gossip that the true phoenix was consort Shun, not his mother. Now, the slap in the face was undeniable. This Mrs. Su truly continued to astound him. The speaker was Chu Jiaming. Upon hearing Chu Jiaming's voice, Su Luoluo nearly trembled. Birds fluttered around the queen, chirping incessantly. Su Luoluo signaled them to disperse with the sound of her zither. After circling the grand hall once more, the birds finally took flight, but the last yellow oriole unexpectedly let loose, a dropping right atop Princess Bihui's head. Ah! Princess Bihui felt something warm and wet on her temple. When she reached up to touch it, she was immediately seized by shock and horror, nearly retching. The palace maid rushed forward to assist her, and only then did Su Luoluo rise and bow to her. It seemed that Princess Bihui was indeed favored, as all the birds adored her. The envoy's eyes brimmed with malice, yet he refrained from unleashing his wrath, opting instead to coldly admonish, "Miss Su, why have you altered our nation's 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix? You possess an audacious spirit. In Tianli, such an act is punishable by death." The envoy's tone was commanding, and Princess Bihui's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, Su Luoluo could not evade the consequences now. Slowly lifting her gaze to the envoy, "So Luoluo for that cheating is my. Do you, esteemed envoy, know the origins of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? This melody was composed 20 years ago by our imperial consort, a piece that astonished the world. After the consort's passing, no one has been able to replicate its divine essence. Yet you, a mere daughter of a marquis, have dared to modify our national treasure. I shall seek justice from the emperor regarding this matter." "Oh," Su Luoluo replied nonchalantly, raising a cup of wine as she approached the envoy. Lifting her goblet, she solemnly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed true that 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is renowned in Tianli, and it was indeed played by the imperial consort. However, do you recall that the imperial consort was of our Shenyue nationality? Furthermore, prior to departing Shenyue, she paid a visit to my grandfather." The emperor paused, his memory of the past somewhat hazy, but the empress nodded in agreement. "Luoluo speaks the truth. That is indeed the case. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was created by my grandfather, and the original melody I played was the true form. The imperial consort attempted several times, but could not evoke its stirring passages, leading to the Tianli version we see today. Strictly speaking, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is a composition of Shenyue, not Tianli." With a laugh, Chu Mingjian downed his drink. "In light of this, it is Tianli that lacks propriety, playing our Shenyue's melody while accusing us of impropriety, all while the original score belongs to another's lineage." This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion among the attendees. The envoy's expression hardened as he turned to Princess Bihui, who was already on the verge of fainting from frustration. Once was unfortunate, twice was intolerable. No matter how she tried, she could not vanquish Su Luoluo. The woman before her was nothing like the meek figure of rumor. Su Yao stared blankly at Su Luoluo, as if gazing at a stranger. She did not recognize this version of her sister. The past her was entirely different. Glancing towards the Rue Wang, she observed his unwavering gaze fixed upon Su Luoluo. What a splendid melody it was. The Jing Wang expressed admiration as he toasted Su Luoluo, who smiled graciously and drank alongside him. "Luoluo, do play for me again next time." "Certainly," Su Luoluo replied, while Jun and Mo Ling felt a chill enveloping the room. The Rue Wang's cup slammed down onto the table with a resounding thud, his expression dark and foreboding. Su Yao, consumed by a mix of anger and despair, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes reddening. She had dressed to the nines to dazzle and impress, yet she found herself overshadowed, with no opportunity to shine. "Your Majesty," Princess Bihui interjected, eager to divert attention from the matter at hand. "I have brought a gift for the palace and would like to present it for everyone's enjoyment." Her fierce gaze turned towards Su Luoluo. During her earlier dance, she had discreetly scattered a powder upon Su Luoluo, believing this would ensure a spectacle. "Oh!" The emperor, seizing the moment, did not pursue the previous topic but gestured for the gift to be brought forth. All eyes turned to the entrance as a massive iron cage was carried in by a dozen burly men. Inside was a gigantic silver wolf, its size comparable to that of a horse, exuding a formidable presence. With a thunderous roar, the silver wolf stood, shaking its massive body, causing many to instinctively retreat in fear. Such a colossal wolf was an unprecedented sight for most. The Wolf King, imposing and menacing, fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Su Luoluo as it sensed her presence. Su Luoluo furrowed her brow, and discreetly moved her sleeve to her nose, catching a whiff of a barely perceptible fragrance. Jun Mo Ling's knuckles tightened as he glared at the beast. Let us abide by Tianli's customs. Whoever can tame this wolf shall claim it as their own. This statement was met with trepidation. Who could possibly subdue such a formidable creature? Su Luoluo glanced at the crown prince, tilting her head toward the emperor. The crown prince promptly rose, striding toward the emperor, followed swiftly by several other princes who shielded the emperor and empress. The emperor, noticing the crown prince approaching, felt a momentary warmth in his heart, while the empress regarded Luoluo with evident approval. The Tianli envoy, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "This wolf is merely of average stature in Tianli. Our warriors are capable of subduing 3 at once. What? Is it caged here in Shanyue, reduced to this state?" The envoy continued, "Our noble women and ladies in Tianli are adept at taming beasts, unlike you timid folk of Xinhue. If any ladies or young misses are frightened, they may retreat to a safe distance." Su Luoluo cast a cold glance at the Rue Wang, who had been the envoy's host. Little did they know that Tianli would present such a ferocious beast. The Rue Wang, finally garnering Su Luo's attention, moved closer to her and furrowed his brow. "He speaks the truth. Anyone in Tianli can tame beasts. Su Luoluo, do not be reckless. Come hide behind me." His voice was laced with irritation. "You create such a ruckus. It gives me a headache. With your children in poor health, you should remain in the garden and tend to them." The Rue Wang reached out to pull Su Luoluo closer, but she resisted. Princess Bihue smirked and taunted, "Su Luoluo, I thought you were formidable. If you're afraid, why not seek refuge in the prince's embrace?" With that, she arrogantly stepped away from the crowd, positioning herself at the center of the banquet. For her, taming beasts was an everyday affair, and the scent emanating from Su Luoluo would undoubtedly attract the silver wolf, ensuring that no matter where she hid, the beast would pursue her relentlessly. Should she seek shelter among the princes, and the wolf attacked, it could very well result in the death of one or more royals. If the silver wolf were to inadvertently harm the emperor or empress, the Su family would face annihilation. Even if the matter were investigated later, it could easily be spun to suggest that Su Luoluo had intentionally laced herself with powder to provoke the wolf. As for Xinhue, it was merely a small nation lacking in strength. Even if everything were to come to light, a war between the two nations would suit her purposes perfectly, which is why they treated Shanyue with such disdain, looking down upon it entirely. She was certain that Su Luoluo, in her cunning, would retreat to the prince's side. Jun Mo Ling, radiating an icy aura, slowly approached Su Luo, his broad chest drawing near as he whispered in her ear, "Do not fear. I am here. From now on, I will stand by you through any ordeal." Su Yinluo did not approach Su Luoluo, but he secretly prepared his position. As soon as the silver wolf charged, he would leap up from the side, using his iron fist to repel it. Su Luoluo turned to glance at the handsome Jun Molin, revealing a faint smile. Jun Molin lowered his gaze, captivated by her alluring red lips. "I am not afraid. I know a silver wolf is coming." "How do you know?" This matter had always been confidential. How could Su Luoluo possibly know? She turned, drawing close to Jun Molin's chest, gazing up at his striking features. Rising on her toes, her red lips brushed against his ear, her breath sending a shiver down his neck. "The birds told me." As soon as they entered, they chirped about a large cage containing a ferocious silver wolf. And they were terrified. "Ladies and gentlemen, the cage is about to open. We stand by our word. Whoever can tame this silver wolf shall be rewarded." Many young ladies, though frightened, displayed a glimmer of anticipation. Having such a magnificent pet would be a remarkable status symbol. Su Luoluo cast a glance at Jun Molin before slowly making her way to the center of the hall. All eyes were upon her, each gaze revealing different emotions. Chu Mingjian's admiration for her reached an all-time high. Indeed, Su Luoluo was a true heroine among women. Princess Baishui's eyes glimmered with pride, while Su Yao's gaze flickered with malice. It was splendid. She was heading to her doom. Suddenly, the silver wolf, in a fit of impatience, leapt and forcefully collided with the cage, breaking through the sturdy iron bars crafted from dark iron. Its massive form emerged, exuding an aura of menace. Someone had tampered with it. Su Yinluo and Su Luoluo exchanged a quick glance, both grasping the implication in each other's eyes. Such a cage, forged from dark iron, was notoriously secure. The silver wolf could not have escaped without deliberate interference. Its imposing stature instilled fear in onlookers as it growled, its eyes glowing red. Advancing step by step toward Su Luoluo. "You are utterly inept, Su Luoluo," the Rue Wang could not help but roar. "If not for your provoking princess by Shui's ire, the silver wolf would not have been brought to the banquet. It was supposed to be sent to the royal beast enclosure after the feast for proper training before being showcased." After his outburst, Rue Wang cast a cold glance at Princess Bai Shui, who, knowing her breach of trust, quickly averted her gaze. She understood that Rue Wang dared not direct his anger at her. They had their schemes, and cooperation was essential. Standing at the hall's center, a cold wind swept in, causing the silver wolf to become increasingly agitated by Su Luo's scent. Yet, oblivious to the impending danger, she reached out her hand toward the silver wolf. Princess Bai Shui was nearly overcome with laughter. Did Su Luoluo think she was a citizen of Tianli Nation? How audacious of her to attempt taming the beast before her. This silver wolf was notoriously difficult to train, even she had failed. Otherwise, it would not be here. "Luoluo, come back." Princess Jinghe, frightened by the creature's size and ferocity, tugged at Su Luoluo's sleeve, urging her to retreat. However, Su Luoluo merely smiled, patting Jinghe's hand, and extended her hand toward the wolf. "Come here." Such reckless bravado. The silver wolf could tear her apart with a single bite. The envoy spoke with satisfaction, his eyes glinting with malice. They had endured great hardship to bring the silver wolf here, intending to suppress Shun Yu, and moreover, the wolf had not eaten for a day. It was ravenous. Su Luoluo would not even suffice for a mouthful. Closer and closer. The tension mounted, hearts racing with trepidation. To everyone's astonishment, the silver wolf approached Su Luoluo, sniffing her palm, and unexpectedly rubbed its head against her hand. Su Luoluo gently caressed its head, then scratched its neck. "Good boy, such a fine creature." Suddenly, she swirled her sleeve toward Princess Bai Shui, using her internal energy to expel her scent toward the princess. The silver wolf instantly turned ferocious, leaping and chasing after her. Terror filled Princess Bai Shui's eyes as she raised her whip, striking at the silver wolf and commanding kneel. This beast had never been tamed. It was wild and untamed. In that moment of panic, Princess Bai Shui raised her specially crafted taming whip, hoping to instill fear in the wolf. But it roared and lunged at her with its iron hoofs. The envoy's face paled as he dashed forward, snatching Princess Bai Shui and fleeing toward the hall's exit, with the silver wolf hot on their heels. Su Luoluo adjusted her long sleeves, smiling as she addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, are you and the empress unharmed? Father, mother, allow me to escort you back to rest." The crown prince hurriedly shielded the frightened emperor and empress, swiftly retreating from the side hall, while the bolder ones followed Su Luoluo out of Yunshi Palace, witnessing the silver wolf ferociously pursuing them. Originally a delegation of 7, only 5 remained. "Little leopard," Su Luoluo called to the silver wolf, which suddenly leapt toward her, obediently standing by her side. Beaming with joy, she mounted its back, patting it. "What a delightful surprise to see you again." The Wolf King let out a fierce howl. Su Yinluo and Princess Jinghe hurriedly followed, and Su Luoluo pulled Jinghe onto the wolf's back. Su Yinluo gazed at the silver wolf, marveling at its recognition of her sister after nearly a decade apart. Chapter 56. Infuriating her. "I am equally surprised," Su Luoluo admitted. The little leopard had been her childhood companion, although she had little recollection of those days. Perhaps, if she slowly remembered, she might recover all her memories. Su Luoluo felt a profound sense of loss for a significant part of her past. Though she could not recall it, her heart ached. Jun Molin watched her from the side, observing her smile and the way her eyes sparkled at the sight of the silver wolf, while his clenched fists ached with pain. She remembered the Wolf King, yet she could not recall him. Princess Bai Shui and several others found themselves in a dire predicament, glancing at the tamed silver wolf with a flicker of resentment in their eyes. Originally, they had intended to bring the beast to eliminate Su Luoluo to prevent the secrets of Fengyue Tower from being revealed. Unexpectedly, not only had Su Luoluo subdued the silver wolf, but they also suffered the loss of 2 high-ranking officials. In that moment, Su Luoluo and Princess Jinghe, both discarded women, sat upon the silver wolf's back, resembling ethereal beings of the forest, noble and beautiful, captivating all gazes. Su Luoluo regarded them coolly. Those are the envoys from Tianli Nation. Otherwise, one might mistake them for assassins sent to eliminate the royal family of Shunyu. Su Luoluo, cease your slander. Lord Qin, feeling cornered, dared not counter her accusations. After all, a month from now, war was imminent. As long as they survived here, they could continue their ruckus. The forces of Tianli Nation were gradually approaching the borders, and they feared no one. How's it slander? The crown prince's icy voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to bow, only to see the crown prince striding forth, his demeanor cold and resolute, standing atop the steps and glaring down at Lord Qin and his entourage. From the moment you entered the palace, your attitude has been arrogant and disrespectful, disregarding the realm of Shunyu. You have repeatedly provoked during this banquet, frightening the esteemed guests. Now, you have brought calamity upon yourselves, and you dare blame us? The crown prince and Su Yunluo had conspired in secret, extracting information from the 5 eunuchs in palace maids who intended to leave the palace, piecing together their connections to a certain prince. The envoy from the Tianli kingdom has never regarded him as the crown prince, likely believing that he would perish soon and that the position would eventually change hands. When he escorted his father, the emperor, and his mother back, he requested his father to grant him the authority to address this matter. The emperor, with a solemn expression, consented. Thus he harbored no further reservations. You have traveled a great distance, wishing to secure a favorable marriage for Princess Bihui, which I wholeheartedly welcome. However, should you dare to provoke and insult my people of Shunyu here, I must inquire whether I agree to such conduct. With that, the crown prince cast a cold glance at Prince Rue, who has recently been quite prominent. Not only has his residence been filled with various troubles, but he has also extended his reach into this affair. Does he believe that the support of his courtiers and his amassed military and financial resources are sufficient to topple me, the crown prince? Last night, imperial physician Chen entered the palace late at night, meticulously checking the emperor's pulse, confirming that he had been poisoned. He is now secretly concocting an antidote for the emperor. Although there is no direct evidence pointing to them, the one who orchestrated the poisoning is indeed exceedingly sinister. Crown Prince, they are merely envoys. A marriage between our 2 nations ultimately serves the greater good. Today's incident. Prince Rue. The Crown Prince interrupted Prince Rue, his demeanor frosty. You have failed in your oversight, allowing the entire banquet to plunge into danger. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. I have previously cautioned you. Why do you forsake the precious pearls to favor mere dust? Prince Rue felt as though he had received a crushing blow to the chest, his handsome face darkening suddenly. He bowed with hands clasped, his gaze lowered, yet his eyes burned with defiance as they met the crown princess. It seems the crown prince intends to show him no mercy. Previously, the crown prince had been exceedingly courteous to all the princes, often turning a blind eye to their antics. Why has he suddenly become so sharp-tongued? Prince Rue's eyes darted to Su Luoluo, his anger boiling over. So, it is because of Su Luoluo. What prowess does she possess that has transformed her so drastically? Seeing his expression, Su Luoluo realized he had deduced the entire situation. But if Prince Rue were to discover they had long foreseen all his plans, she could only imagine his reaction. Prince Rue, with a grim countenance, turned his gaze toward Princess Bihui. The princess had always been willful, accustomed to dominance in the Tianli kingdom, where no one dared to oppose her. Furthermore, with the Shunyu kingdom not being as formidable as Tianli, they had arranged to wage war in a month to seize the throne. Thus, Princess Bihui and her entourage looked down upon everyone here. Crown Prince Jun Moli slowly approached, standing beside Su Luoluo. The moment they stood side by side, a chill ran down Prince Rue's spine. This dandy exuded an imposing aura. The Crown Prince addressed Jun Moli with utmost cordiality, contrasting sharply with his earlier sharpness. Since Tianli has sent us a congratulatory gift, we too should reciprocate. Su Luoluo subtly pursed her lips, and upon seeing her delight, Jun Moli continued. I have a beast training ground. Since the Tianli envoys are adept at taming beasts, why not ask for their assistance? An eye for an eye. It is only a request for beast training, which is quite reasonable. Surely, Princess Bihui would not refuse. Su Luoluo smiled at them. Sensing that Jun Moli's beast training ground must be quite extraordinary and perilous enough to leave a lasting impression, for otherwise, he would not have spoken up. Lord Qin, we shall trouble you then. All the lords stood resolutely behind the crown prince, their gazes sharp. Prime Minister Jun and Prime Minister Luo exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison. Prime Minister Jun coldly declared, "If Princess Bihui and Lord Qin are unwilling to consent to this minor request, then discussions of marriage may as well cease." Indeed, Prime Minister Luo, rarely aligned with Prime Minister Jun, looked down with an authoritative gaze, sharply asserting, "I am quite intrigued by young Master Jun's beast training ground. Lord Qin, please proceed. Internal strife is one matter, but the conflict between nations is another." Princess Bihui, witnessing the collective support for the crown prince, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, utterly humiliated. She glanced at Prince Rue, only to find him standing silently among the other princes, not uttering a word. That damn Prince Rue must not wish to marry her. If he had the guts, he would draw his sword and slay the crown prince, eliminate the old emperor, and then seize the throne for himself. The thought infuriated her. Upon returning to Tianli, she would surely lodge a complaint, compelling her royal brother to raze this place to the ground. "Lady," the voice of little Shengzi resounded from the crowd, parting the way as he approached, holding a stack of items, and bowed to Su Luoluo. "The artist has captured everything from the banquet. I humbly request the lady to take a look." Chapter 57. To amuse you, Su Luoluo dismounted the wolf, landing beside Jun Moli, as little Shengzi presented the sketchbook. Both Su Luoluo and Jun Moli reached for the drawing paper simultaneously, resulting in Su Luoluo grasping the paper while Jun Moli held her hand. The warmth of their touch caused both to shiver imperceptibly, their ears flushing. Su Yinluo observed the scene of Jun Moli and her sister standing together like a pair of celestial beings and blinked in surprise, feeling the softness in his palm. Jun Moli gently squeezed, causing Su Luoluo's heart to race. She wondered whether he was being intentional or not. "Young Master Jun." She called his name helplessly, prompting him to release her hand, and they each took a page to examine. Previously, she had instructed the crown prince to summon all the palace artists to capture every aspect of the event, focusing particularly on the individuals from Tianli. Thus, this volume depicted all their haughty and provocative actions from earlier. The artists had done well, rendering lifelike images. Su Luoluo was quite pleased. "If you wish, I could create a portrait for you." Yun Modi softly suggested, causing Su Luoluo's face to light up with excitement as she recalled the long scroll he had painted during the Fenghua Tower competition. His artistry was truly transcendent. Really? Su Luoluo felt a surge of joy, wondering why, whenever she was with Jun Moli, her spirits lifted. Indeed, just as she was about to inquire when he would paint, Jun Moli casually added, "After you do something that pleases me." Su Luoluo loosened her grip on the drawing paper, her mind racing back to the fabric she had prepared the previous night. "All right, I shall first craft a robe by hand to see if it can delight him. If not, I will devise another plan, for I must make him happy. You cannot pretend to be unhappy when I have clearly amused you." As Su Luoluo conversed with him, she failed to notice Jun Moli stepping closer, his chest gently brushing against her, creating an appearance of intimate whispers. Prince Rue watched this scene with cold eyes, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. The sight before him pierced his vision and heart. Had Su Luoluo truly let go? And after leaving him, she had suddenly become so formidable and domineering. A bitter taste filled his mouth. Had he truly discarded a precious gem, as the crown prince had suggested? The crown prince must have garnered Su Luoluo's support, thus winning over Su Yunting and Su Yunluo. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so arrogantly here, originally intending to spare their lives. It now seemed that none of them could be left unscathed. With this thought, as Prince Rue gazed at Su Luoluo, he forcefully suppressed the pain in his heart, allowing only a surge of murderous intent to rise within him. "The beast training ground lies beyond the palace. I kindly request everyone to follow me." Tianqin, witnessing his young master so close to Miss Su, feeling an unending wave of flirtation, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Su Luoluo turned to see Su Yunluo stepping forward to grasp her hand. "Sister, shall we go take a look?" Jun Moli silently observed their interlocked hands, his brow furrowing slightly, an icy aura emanating from him. The crown prince sensed a discordant atmosphere and turned his gaze towards them. At that moment, Jinghe stood protectively in front of Su Luoluo, causing Jun Molin's line of sight to fall squarely upon Jinghe. The crown prince stepped forward, speaking earnestly and with heartfelt concern. Molan, Jingha is truly not suited for you. Jun Molan, however, brusquely shook off the crown prince's hand and strode away with determination. Subsequently, Su Luoluo and Jingha boarded the carriage, while the silver wolf trailed behind Su Yunluo's steed, exuding an imposing presence that elicited cheers from the onlookers. General Su is so majestic and handsome, and look at that enormous silver wolf. The crowd marveled. It is tamed by the fourth Miss Su. They say she merely beckoned with her finger. How impressive! General Su was equally remarkable. Su Yunluo, sitting atop her horse, greeted the citizens with a smile amidst the biting wind, prompting applause. When the crown prince noticed that the people intended to kneel in reverence, he kindly interjected, "There's no need to kneel. The weather is frigid, and we wouldn't want anyone to catch a chill. If you're interested, feel free to head to the beast taming platform." The peasants expressed their gratitude for the crown prince's benevolence, their faces lighting up with joy, as the image of the crown prince loomed larger in their eyes. Su Luoluo lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the crown prince with a smile. "Your Highness, the common folk are so simple and easily satisfied. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is an immutable truth." The crown prince shared in the delight of the scene, and together they made their way towards Jun Molan's beast arena, conversing and laughing. Half an hour later, the view before them opened up dramatically, revealing a grand circular beast taming arena. Columns adorned with fierce beast carvings blazed with flames, radiating a wave of heat. The crowd swelled, many venturing for the first time into the mysterious and intimidating arena, erupting into exclamations of awe. In truth, as soon as Jun Molan mentioned the beast arena, preparations had already been underway, swiftly cleaning and arranging the space. In the elegant chambers, charcoal burned warmly, gauzy curtains billowed, and soft cushions lay on the circular platform, providing comfort and warmth. Below the circular viewing platform was a taming pit capable of accommodating thousands of fierce beasts, with hidden chambers containing countless wild creatures. Tianqing smiled and greeted the guests, assuring them that if anyone feared the cold, they could retreat to the elegant chambers for a safe viewing experience. Soon, the guests settled in, and with a gentle blow on his whistle, a thunderous rumble echoed beneath them. The gates of the taming pit swung open, unleashing dozens of ferocious beasts that surged forth like an army. Princess Bichue, Lord Qin, everyone in Tianli is capable of taming beasts. If you accomplish this task well, I shall commend you. The events of the banquet will not be held against you. With that, the crown prince casually revealed the artist's painting. Otherwise, I might send these beasts to Tianli for your royal family to witness. Princess Bichue's expression darkened. The struggle for the throne in Tianli was fierce and unresolved. Should this information leak, her royal brother would undoubtedly face repercussions, while Lord Qin dared not voice his anger. The others were equally filled with dread. The beasts that emerged numbered at least 30, and it was impossible to tame them all at once. The crown prince was clearly seeking vengeance. Su Luoluo stood on the steps, observing the ferocious beasts below. They appeared wild and untamed, not like those raised in captivity. Jun Molan was indeed formidable. Princess Bichue's eyes glinted with malice as she coldly declared, "Very well, I shall tame them." With a crack of her whip, she soared into the air, only to suddenly direct her gaze towards Su Luoluo, raising the whip to ensnare her and drag her towards the taming pit. A gasp escaped the crowd as they watched in horror. Su Yunluo rushed forward, but Jun Molan restrained him firmly. "Trust her," he urged quietly. Su Yunluo turned sharply to Jun Molan, sensing his tension. "Young Master Jun, why do I feel you are more anxious than I?" The grip on his shoulder was almost painfully tight. Startled, Jun Molan released him just as a scream erupted from the crowd. Their eyes turned to Su Luoluo and Princess Bichue, now encircled by the ferocious beasts. In Chapter 58, Su Luoluo's body tensed, her eyes glinting coldly as she scanned the scene. 37 beasts of 12 different kinds, not large but fiercely savage, had gone at least 2 days without food. They were now in a frenzy at the sight of living beings. The beasts advanced, baring their fangs and growling threateningly, inching closer with every step, escalating the tension in the onlookers. Some covered their eyes, too frightened to watch. Princess Bichue stood back to back with Lord Qin, both watching Su Luoluo, who was isolated. Princess Bichue smirked smugly. "Su Luoluo, you seem to have forgotten that we can all tame beasts while you stand alone. Kneel and beg." and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, when they devour you, there will be nothing left. Lord Qin's gaze greedily lingered on Su Luo's exquisite visage and graceful figure, almost drooling as he turned to Princess Bichue. Your Highness, I wish to savor the taste of the former royal consort. While Princess Bichue was renowned as Qianli's most beautiful woman, she was a legitimate princess, and he dared only to fantasize. Yet Su Luoluo was the true embodiment of beauty, fierce and alluring, with skin as delicate as jade. In another setting, Lord Qin might only dream, but in this arena, it was their domain. If he could enjoy her here, it would be a unique experience. Princess Bichue chuckled darkly. If you have the skill to get close to her, do as you wish, I shall not mind. They often lived among the beasts, witnessing the savage nature of the creatures, leading to a more liberated attitude towards relationships in Tianli compared to the more conservative Xinyu. Lord Qin, fueled by excitement, tightened his grip on the whip and leered at Su Luoluo. Fourth Miss Su, if you are afraid, you can leap into my arms. I will hold you tight. Have you ever tried being close to a man on the back of a beast? His words dripped with humiliation, as he knew the roars and rush of the beast drowned out the crowd's response. He believed he could humiliate Su Luoluo however he pleased in this arena. Yet, Su Luoluo's aura radiated a fierce determination, her posture unwavering as she ignored Lord Qin's taunts, focusing instead on the ravenous beasts. A sudden sound sliced through the air as Su Luoluo spun back, only to feel the sting of a dagger cutting into her shoulder. As blood flowed, the beasts roared to life, charging towards her. Su Luoluo sprang into action, cold determination in her eyes, pulling the dagger from her wound and landing atop a tiger's back before launching the weapon at Lord Qin. Both he and Princess Bichue gasped, blood staining their garments. Cursed be it, she thought. Blood only serves to entice the wild beasts. Su Luoluo gazed at Jun Molin on the circular platform, her eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty glint as she coldly commanded, "Young Master Jun, release the large ones." Jun Molin stood there, exuding an aura of icy authority that seemed to command the very winds. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, a fleeting smile flickered at the corners of his lips. He cast a glance at Tianqing, who was momentarily taken aback, before Tianqing regained composure and withdrew a flute, producing a sharp, piercing note. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, eliciting screams from the crowd. The ground trembled beneath them. Oh heavens! Why does the earth quake as if it might split apart? The onlookers stretched their necks to peer into the pool below, where they witnessed massive stone gates, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, being forcefully flung open. Moments latte. A dozen colossal beasts surged forth into the center of the pool. With each stride they took, the ground shook violently, instilling a sense of dread not only in the common folk, but also among the noble ladies and young masters present. It was no wonder that people labeled Jun Molin as a debauched young man, indulging in these terrifying creatures. One alone was enough to instill fear. Yet he had raised so many. Princess Bichue and Qin Huairua gasped in shock. Su Luoluo, have you lost your mind? Although they were accustomed to taming beasts in Tianli Kingdom, they had only trained them one by one. Facing such a multitude was beyond their experience. Princess Bichue's complexion began to pale, and Qin Huairua hesitated to further insult Su Luoluo. Yet, Su Luoluo merely sneered. After all, taming one beast or two was the same. She might as well invite the princess and Lord Qin to share in the toil of taming them. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Princess Bichue hastily looked up at the sky, noticing the shadows gathering as dark clouds raced overhead, signaling an impending downpour. Soon, the citizens observed the mechanisms of the taming platform springing to life, and in no time, a canopy shielded them from the rain. Young master, you should also take shelter, Tianqing advised Jun Molin, but he remained still, his gaze fixed intently on Su Luoluo. Tianqing followed his line of sight and scratched his head. Realizing that it was likely true, this was going to complicate matters. Suddenly, rain poured down in torrents. Su Luoluo raised her hand to catch the raindrops. Tilting her head back to gaze at the darkened sky, her lips pressed into a slight smile. It had been a long time since she had felt the rain. To kill amidst the rain was exhilarating. Damn it, I'm soaked. This is so uncomfortable. Cold Bichue's expression twisted in disgust as she glanced at her drenched attire, her mood plummeting. The bloodstains on her garments mingled with the rainwater, yet the scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. A fierce tiger roared and leaped towards Su Luoluo. Just as Princess Bishui was about to mock Su Luoluo, a swift black panther lunged at her, claws raised. "Watch out, princess!" Qin Hua drew a concealed soft sword, shoving cold Bishui aside as they both rolled away and charged at the panther. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo found herself encircled by 5 ferocious beasts, their thunderous roars echoing around her. Yet, rather than fear, a bloodthirsty smile blossomed in Su Luo's eyes. Leaning back to evade the tiger's claws, she simultaneously drove her dagger into its belly. As blood gushed forth, it provoked a chorus of growls from the surrounding beasts, who lunged at the injured tiger. In the blink of an eye, the creature was torn to shreds, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood. Continuing her methodical dismantling of the beast horde, Su Luoluo would wound one, drawing the attention of others to join in the fray. In no time, she had dispatched a dozen beasts. Cole Bishui and Qin Huairao, observing her technique, quickly adapted, seizing their chance to breathe. "Su Luoluo, let's join forces." Cole Bishui realized that even amidst the chaos, Su Luoluo thrived, seemingly reveling in the brutality of the fight. From the outset, she had no intention of taming the beasts. Her desire was for slaughter. If her strength was sufficient, she would see all these beasts fall beneath her dagger. The gale howled, and the downpour intensified. Blood mingled with rainwater in the taming pool, a chilling aura penetrating to the bone, provoking shivers. Cole Bishui, delicate and privileged, could scarcely endure such hardship. Though she was trained in beast taming, it was always under the protection of guards, with her subordinates instructing her. And the creatures chosen for her were relatively docile, something she remained blissfully unaware of. In stark contrast, Su Luoluo exuded a wildness that only ignited her ferocity with each challenge. Upon hearing Cole Bishui's words, she turned to them with a cold smile. "Join forces? Perhaps you should kneel and beg me." Cole Bishui's expression darkened considerably as she lashed out with her whip towards Su Luoluo, fury etched across her features. "Why do you have to demand I kneel before you, lowly wretch? Is this how your nation treats its guests? Are you a guest? A guest who continuously provokes and seeks to harm others, engaging in misdeeds? In my eyes, you are worth less than a mere dog." In a swift motion, she vaulted onto the back of the panther, driving her dagger into its neck, blood spurting forth as the other beasts lunged toward her with unbridled ferocity. Her movements were fluid, her techniques lethal. Standing amidst the rain, Jun Molen appeared as a solitary figure, cold yet proud, his gaze unwavering upon Su Luoluo. Though his heart ached for her, he refrained from intervening, not out of inability, but because she yearned for this thrill. The rain intensified, washing away the blood from her form, revealing her lithe silhouette. The lords observing from the elevated chambers were taken aback by the scene unfolding below them, astonished by this new revelation of Su Luoluo. Prince Jing Ouyang Chiyuan, a tall and handsome youth of 17, turned to his elder brother, Prince Rui, perplexed. How could Prince Rui suggest a divorce from such a captivating and intriguing woman? Each prince present had witnessed Su Luoluo's prowess at the Fenjiula competition, having disguised themselves to remain incognito. Prince Jing was certain that had Su Luoluo not been divorced, the crown prince would have proposed to her. Meanwhile, Prince Rui's gaze remained fixated on Su Luoluo, oblivious to his companion Su Yiyao's complaints of discomfort. Su Yiyao's eyes glinted with malice, her fists clenched tightly as she seethed, wishing for Su Luoluo's demise. "Miss Su Wu, you must be worried about Miss Su Si, aren't you?" A lesser noblewoman, sensing Su Yiyao's tension, approached her gently, hoping to forge a connection through their shared status as illegitimate daughters. However, upon assessing the other woman's attire, Su Yiyao's disdain flared. She withdrew her hand and coldly addressed Chong Wei. "What impertinent cur dares to bark near me? Do you not recognize your place? A mere illegitimate daughter seeking to curry favor with this side consort?" The lesser noblewoman's face flushed crimson, tears welling up as she stood there awkwardly. Su Yao, irritated by her pitiful demeanor, scoffed. "Who are you trying to deceive with your feigned vulnerability? You illegitimate daughters lack both talent and beauty, forever playing the victim and crying at the slightest provocation. How utterly tiresome. My apologies, Miss Su Wu. I did not mean to offend." The girl named Rong Yu quickly bowed her head, wiping away her tears as she turned to leave. Just then, she caught the eye of Chu Mingjian, who frowned at her. "Cousin Rome, are you causing trouble again?" He chided, regarding her with a dispassionate gaze. Though he acknowledged her as a distant cousin, he held no particular fondness or aversion toward her. She simply existed in his periphery. As Rong Yu caught sight of Chu Mingjian, she was taken aback and hurriedly offered her formal greeting. Rong Yu's maid stepped forward to recount the earlier events. Chu Mingjian regarded Su Yao with a look of incredulity. Yet he was not in the mood for reprimands. His attention was focused on Su Luoluo. In his eyes, Su Luoluo was nothing short of a valiant heroine, possessing both courage and intellect. She was cunningly orchestrating the carnage among the ferocious beasts in the beast training pond, while both Lung Bisui and Qin Huairua found themselves in a dire predicament. At that moment, a flock of birds inexplicably appeared, trailing after Su Luoluo. Whenever a beast attempted to attack her, these birds would swoop in, pecking fiercely at the beast's eyes. Several creatures had their eyes bloodied and rendered blind, quickly becoming prey for others. Su Luoluo was being relentlessly pursued by a black panther, and though she was nearly out of breath, the panther moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly blocking her path. In a state of panic, Lung Bisui shouted, "Help me! I will offer you 100,000 taels of silver." Qin Huairua leaped into action, only to have a wolf latch onto his robe, tearing it as he called out, "I will pay 150,000 taels. Miss Su, save me." They were truly at their wits' end. The beasts were ferocious and incredibly swift, far surpassing the training they had experienced in Tianli Kingdom. This prompted laughter from the onlookers, one of whom remarked, "How amusing. They boast of their beast-taming skills, yet they require Miss Su's assistance." Such a swift dose of reality. Su Luoluo merely raised an eyebrow at this, delivering a dagger into the body of a black bear as she quipped, 250,000 taels, as you have stated. Lung Bisui and Qin Huairua's eyes lit up. Nodding eagerly, Su Luoluo soared into the air, her dagger transforming into a projectile aimed at the panther that clung to Qin Huai. Just as she prepared to unleash chaos, an elongated figure descended from the high platform, encircling Su Luo's waist with one arm, while the other released a flurry of projectiles, sending the surrounding beasts into a frenzy. Yet, amidst the cacophony of roars, Su Luoluo heard his gentle voice. "Enough, the rain is too heavy. Prolonged play will lead to illness." His voice, soft as if woven with magic, echoed in her heart, even as the beasts roared. She turned in haste, her long lashes glistening with raindrops, meeting Jun Moli's gaze, which bore a penetrating intensity. A familiar sensation washed over her as she noted the brightness in his eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. At that moment, he appeared almost unnaturally tender, yet there was an undercurrent of pain within. Jun Moli held Su Luoluo as they ascended toward the observation platform. Midway, she suddenly exclaimed in urgency, 250,000 taels. Don't rush up. We just agreed on the price. We can kill a bit longer." Jun Moli's eyes flickered with a hint of exasperation as he tightened his embrace and spun around, sending plum blossom petals as projectiles toward a colossal elephant near Princess Bisui. As blood flowed, the beasts pounced upon the elephant, granting Lung Bisui and Qin Huairua a brief respite. They cast dark glances at Su Luoluo, only to see her retrieving a soft whip from Jun Moli's waist, which she then flung toward them. As two leopards lunged at Lung Bisui and Qin Huairua, they hurriedly grasped the whip, and together, the four of them leapt onto the platform. Su Yunluo, witnessing Su Luoluo drenched, quickly unfastened her cloak and approached. However, just as Su Luo's feet touched the ground, Su Yunluo saw her sister once again swept into Jun Moli's arms, and the two figures vanished into the carriage in a flash. The horses galloped away as if fearing pursuit. Su Yunluo stood bewildered on the platform, her hands still suspended in the air, mouth agape. But given the current situation, calling out was futile. In the end, he managed to utter, "That is my sister." With the rain having ceased, he needed to hurry and bring his sister back to bathe, change, and enjoy a steaming bowl of ginger soup, rather than allowing Jun Moli to take her away. Such an arrangement was wholly inappropriate. Yes, it was indeed unsuitable. Su Yunluo hastily mounted his horse, pursuing their direction. However, just as he burst forward a few paces, a fiery steed shot past him like an arrow. It was the Rue Wang, emanating an aura of menace. The abandoned Su Yao, in a state of panic, rushed out, calling after the Rue Wang. "Your Highness, I'm still here." Chong Feng and Chong Ming quickly approached, bowing respectfully. "Fifth Miss, the carriage is just ahead. We shall escort you back." With a swift motion, Su Yao turned and slapped Chong Feng's face, her fierce gaze leaving both Chong Feng and Chong Ming momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, Su Yao realized that any explanation now would only appear as a cover-up, especially since she aspired to be the Rue Wang Fei. These were merely servants. A few slaps would serve to remind them of her status as the new mistress of the Wangfu. Thus, she coldly furrowed her brows and haughtily made her way toward the carriage. Both Lung Bisui and Qin Huo were drenched, their exquisite garments accentuating Princess Bishui's alluring figure, making her appearance even more captivating in the eyes of the men. The onlookers, witnessing her striking form, were left speechless, while the ladies felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, Princess Bisui was unperturbed. In Tianli Kingdom, women were often encouraged to boldly showcase their beauty. The more stunning the woman, the more entitled she was to do so, attracting suitors to vie for her attention. Princess Bishui's suitors had likely formed an extensive queue. How utterly shameless. Let us depart quickly lest we adopt such disgraceful behavior. They commented on her arrogant demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their own recent humiliation. The common folk whispered amongst themselves as the crowd surged toward the square's exit, with the ladies hastily guiding their sons and daughters away, deeming the scene scandalous. The princes emerged one by one, overhearing the murmurs, casting glances at Princess Bisui. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, her skin as delicate as snow, droplets of water cascading down her body, exuding an unspoken allure. The crown prince furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a look with the Jing Wang, who smiled and approached, removing his cloak and draping it over Princess Bisui. "Princess, do return to the palace, lest you catch a chill." When Princess Bisui noticed the prince approaching, she proudly arched her back, fully aware that her beauty would surely garner admiration. Once the Jing Wang secured her cloak, she tilted her face upward, a hint of haughtiness in her eyes, neglecting to offer a greeting as she turned toward the carriage. Inquiring, "Which prince are you?" He was indeed handsome, yet it was evident he lacked substantial power. Nevertheless, she deemed him somewhat perceptive for attempting to curry favor. "I am Ouyang Chiyuan, the fourth son of the emperor, titled Jing." Princess Bisui nodded, reaching the carriage and standing imperiously. The Jing Wang observed her with a smile, only to be met with her irritated gaze as she chastised him for his inaction, demanding he assist her into the carriage. "Oh," the Jing Wang, taken aback, stepped forward to lift the curtain and helped Princess Bisui ascend slowly into the carriage. "Return to the palace," she commanded coldly, ignoring the Jing Wang entirely. Yet he remained unfazed, smiling as he watched them depart. Once her carriage had vanished from sight, the smile on the Jing Wang's face evaporated instantly. With a cold expression, he mounted his horse and shouted fiercely, catching up to the prince's slowly moving carriage. The prince lifted the curtain and observed the frost in the duke's eyes, smiling slightly. The duke, looking hurt, remarked, "The fragrance of the 10-day incense has already settled upon her. Its name comes from the fact that once it clings to someone, it lingers for 10 days. Your Highness, is it truly necessary? Crafting this 10-day incense is quite troublesome, and using it on that brainless princess seems rather unwarranted. You need not concern yourself. Have Ming Tang deliver the Moonfall sword and the blood-sweating horse to your residence." The duke's spirits lifted at this. He had coveted those two items for quite some time, yet the prince had always been reluctant to part with them, delaying for 2 years. To think that such a simple request could yield 2 treasured possessions instantly alleviated the duke's earlier annoyance. As the duke joyfully rode away, the prince slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Su Luoluo was tightly wrapped in a cloak made of fox fur by Jun Molin, as their horse galloped swiftly, soon entering the courtyard of an inn. Chapter 61. Not peeking at you, the innkeeper hurried over, bowing deeply as he saw Jun Molin carrying Su Luoluo off the carriage. "Young Master Jun, the medicinal bath is ready." Jun Molin leapt gracefully through the window. Su Luoluo surveyed her surroundings, discovering that it was a particularly large and luxurious private room, with rows of neatly arranged clothing and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. From the window, one could see many sights. "This is my private chamber. You should bathe first, and fresh clothing will be sent shortly." He placed her by the bath, and, after instructing her, turned to leave. As the door closed, Jun Molin's refined voice echoed, I'll be right outside. Call for me whenever you need. Thank you. Su Luoluo responded with gratitude and promptly began to shed her damp attire. Although her body had nearly healed, it did not mean she was immune to illness. She certainly did not want to pass on any chill to Ronger and Chunner. As she slipped into the steaming water, the sensation was so delightful that it almost made her want to scream. The water was infused with medicinal properties, and as the warmth enveloped her, a soothing current coursed through her body. With her long lashes fluttering, Su Luoluo glanced toward the door, only to see June Mullen's tall silhouette framed by the intricately carved door. Young Master June, you should change your clothes quickly. Don't catch a cold. My clothes are all in the bathing chamber, came June Mullen's calm reply. Su Luoluo was taken aback. She had indeed seen many exquisite garments upon entering, each more valuable than the last. Everything in this chamber, from the furnishings to the fabrics, was precious. This, Su Luoluo began to worry. In such cold weather, failing to change into clean garments promptly could lead to illness. Furthermore, during her training with the beasts, she had noticed June Mullen standing like a deity on the platform, never retreating into the private room to avoid the rain. For as long as she had been drenched, so had he. Young Master June, perhaps the innkeeper could prepare an outfit for you? If June Mullen fell ill, she would not feel at ease either. For reasons unknown, the sight of his vague figure at the door tightened her heart. I do not wear clothing bought from outside. June Mullen turned slightly, his hair trailing down, glistening raindrops adorning his figure. Rest assured, once you finish bathing, I will change. At that moment, the capital was no longer the balanced city it once was. Danger lurked at every corner. June Mullen worried that if he turned away, Su Luoluo might encounter peril while bathing, making it difficult to respond. Moreover, he truly did not wear outside garments. All his clothing was meticulously embroidered by skilled seamstresses, each piece worth a fortune. In the entire capital, only June Mullen could be so audacious and extravagant, effortlessly solidifying his reputation as a dandy. The warmth enveloped Su Luoluo's body, the medicinal properties gradually intensifying, surging within her. Hearing June Mullen's words, she quickly stood up. I'm done washing. I'll put on my clothes and come out. Foolishness. June Mullen's brows furrowed slightly as he admonished her. The herbs must steep for a full quarter of an hour to achieve their optimal effect. Each herb is worth a fortune, and the process cannot be interrupted. Su Luoluo hastily shrank back into the water, fully aware that these herbs were her lifeline at this moment. She needed a robust physique to tackle the challenges ahead. It was crucial. However, June Mullen was also drenched, and she could not bear to see him standing in the cold. Suddenly, the sound of a struggle echoed from afar. Su Luoluo furrowed her brows, listening intently. It seemed several individuals were engaged in combat, all possessing formidable internal strength. Could they be intending to harm her or June Mullen? Just as that thought crossed her mind, a gentle voice sounded from the door. No matter what happens, do not come out, be obedient. The herbs are not easy to procure. A few of the ingredients had nearly cost the shadow guards their lives. 2 prized horses had perished in the effort. If she emerged now, all of their efforts would be in vain. Listening to his serious tone, Su Luoluo circulated her internal energy. Feeling astounded by the results, it was far better than she had anticipated. After this soak, her body would be significantly improved. Yet, the sounds of clashing weapons drew nearer. Seemingly right beneath her window, glancing at the door, she bit her lip and submerged her chin beneath the hot water, calling out to June Mullen, young Master June. Come in and change. I want to peek at you. If she hesitated too much, and danger truly breached the door, nothing would matter anymore. June Mullen's long lashes lifted slightly, his heart fluttering lightly. I truly want to look. Hurry in and change. With the screen and gauzy curtain in place, he could not see her, nor could she see him. At that moment, the medicinal vapors continually surged into Su Luoluo's body, the potency overwhelming. As if darkness was meeting light, she felt increasingly comfortable and relaxed. June Mullen had not deceived her. This was indeed a remarkable remedy. As she maneuvered the medicinal energy through her body, she kept glancing at the door. You really want to look at me? June Mullen asked softly, to which Su Luoluo eagerly nodded. Yes, truly. The door swung open, and an imposing presence silently entered. June Mullen, drenched from the rain, appeared effortlessly elegant, exuding a unique charm despite his soaked state. Su Luoluo quickly turned her back to him. You mustn't look at me either. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, She heard June Mullen glance at the screen in front of the bath and then move toward the array of clothing. Which set should I wear? Su Luoluo, slightly shifting in the water, cautiously peered at the row of garments. The black one seemed quite striking. Perhaps she should try it? It would showcase a different kind of allure compared to the previous stunning red. I'm starting to change, June Mullen announced as he began to shed his wet robe. Su Luoluo quickly retreated, remaining submerged in the hot water. Young Master June, that medicine must be quite precious. I feel my body absorbing its potency. He responded softly. The sound of clothing being removed was subtle, yet she heard it distinctly. Su Luoluo felt her heart race, her palms gripping the edge of the tub, nervously revealing her large eyes to peek through the screen. Wow! Through the screen, the view was obscured, yet she could vaguely see June Mullen's broad and sculpted back, a vision of perfection. Chapter 62. Veiled and revealed, it was precisely because of the screen that the sight was tantalizingly ambiguous, half visible and half hidden, intensifying her longing. June Mullen appeared slender, yet his physique bore perfect lines. A mere movement revealed the robust and captivating form of the man. Several crystalline droplets cascaded down his back, tracing a path to his narrow waist, before slipping into the garments he had yet to remove. A flush crept onto Su Luoluo's cheeks. Hastily, she pressed down her racing heart, covering her eyes with one hand, and stealthily retreated back into the bathtub. She found it slightly hard to breathe. After a while, she finally managed to take deep breaths, yet the air felt inexplicably heated. As June Mullen donned his attire, his lips slightly pursed. He recognized that a mischievous girl like Su Luoluo would hardly sit obediently in the bathtub. Young Master June, is there something happening outside? Su Luoluo softly inquired, her voice reaching June Mullen's ears with a unique charm, as she had just faintly heard her second brother's roar. With an elegant demeanor, June Mullen slowly arranged his brocade robe, his voice melodious like pearls falling onto a jade plate. It is of no concern to us, do not pay heed. But I believe I heard my elder brother's voice. No sooner had she spoken than the high shadow of June Mullen loomed over, standing beyond the screen. His brows slightly furrowed. If you do not focus, I shall come over. Do not come over. Su Luoluo quickly nestled deeper into the water, only to realize how swiftly June Mullen had changed his attire. He did not argue with her, but instead utilized his internal energy to dry his damp hair. He spoke to Su Luoluo while gazing at the screen, guiding the medicinal effects to circulate throughout his body, ensuring a faster release. Channeling her internal energy to adjust her breathing. After a while, the room fell silent, her breaths becoming increasingly even and light. At last, June Mullen stealthily approached the bathtub, parting the curtain to behold Su Luoluo, enveloped in warm mist. How long had it been since they had shared such tranquil moments together? 6 years? 7 years? The fissures in his heart seemed to throb anew, the pain surging within him. The complexities of their situation were intertwined. Perhaps forgetting would be for the best. A knock sounded at the door. Young Master June, the clothes are ready. The inn attendant had swiftly ridden to the tailor to fetch Miss Sue's garments, delivering them just in time. June Mullen opened the door, accepted the attire, and gently placed it on the rack beside her. Beads of sweat cascaded down Su Luoluo's forehead, her pale face gradually blooming with a rosy hue, tender as congealed fat, captivatingly beautiful. Observing her arduous endeavor to restore her health, a profound pain stirred in June Mullen's eyes. He quickly turned, opening the room's door, standing at the threshold as the cold wind seeped in, gradually calming his heated body. Inside the room, Su Luoluo slowly opened her eyes, feeling refreshed as she emerged from the water. Droplets glistened on her skin, cascading down. With a graceful leap, she snatched a garment from the rack, landing with her inner garment already donned. Catching a glimpse of the towering shadow at the door, Su Luoluo's long lashes fluttered. He was indeed a gentleman. This June Mullen was quite agreeable. As she donned one exquisite garment after another, standing before the mirror, Su Luoluo marveled at her reflection. From the fabric to the embroidery, every detail exuded elegance, fitting her as if tailored specifically for her. She did not overdo her makeup, but instead fashioned a poised hairstyle, securing it with a white jade hairpin. Approaching the door, she opened it. Lifting her gaze, she found June Mullen turning to her, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, causing both their ears to flush a delicate pink. Are you feeling comfortable? June Mullen observed her delicate visage and could not resist reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. At that moment, she ought to have been recuperating properly at home, yet a series of events had left her so wearied. Fortunately, she had found a potent remedy, and with her unique constitution, she had begun to recover swiftly. It was fortunate that everything had transpired in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The mere thought of her facing unfortunate outcomes made June Mullen's heart tremble. Startled by his gesture, Su Luluo recoiled like a frightened deer. Clutching the door as she softly said, "I feel much better, thank you, young Master June." The more he beheld her endearing, flustered demeanor, the harder it became for him to suppress his feelings. Fixing his gaze upon her, he slowly stepped into the room. The wind rushed in, tousling his dark hair, which brushed against Su Luo's face, prompting her to cover it with her hands, biting her red lips. The tingling sensation was unbearable. "What is it?" "Nothing." Su Luo hastily shook her head, then pointed to his cascading locks. "You should comb your hair. Going out like this might lead to misunderstandings." "I shall not comb it." The strikingly handsome man cast his gaze upon Su Luo, a peculiar light shimmering in his eyes. Su Luo pondered, indeed. Such a precious young master should not have to lift a finger for anything. However, you do wear your clothes exceptionally well. Isu Luluo sincerely complimented June Mullen, noting his meticulous attire and commanding presence, giving the impression of a king rather than a dandy. "I shall comb your hair." As she said this, she inexplicably grasped his sleeve, guiding him towards the mirror. Observing her gesture, waves of emotion surged within June Mullen's eyes, and as his long fingers curled, he nearly grasped her hand. This was a motion she had performed numerous times before, so instinctively it came to her now. June Mullen obediently sat on the stool, and Su Luo regarded his lustrous hair, thinking how much better he maintained it than many women did. His skin was as pale as snow, his features exquisite. No wonder her heart raced each time she gazed upon him. "Luo." June Mullen, sitting upright, addressed her while looking into the mirror. Su Luo's eyes met his in the reflection, only to dart away quickly. "You keep combing the same spot." In the mirror, Su Luo appeared adorably foolish, evoking a desire to gently stroke her head. Reminded, Su Luo felt a bit embarrassed, pursing her lips, and began to comb his hair earnestly. Her technique was skilled, swift, and proficient. "Do you often comb the Prince Rue's hair?" June Mullen's dark eyes sparkled. Su Luo leaned forward to select a white jade crown. Just as June Mullen turned to look at her, the fragrance emanating from her enveloping him. In that moment, he could even see her willow-like waist up close. "I have done it once or twice. Yet every time I touched Prince Rue's hair, before I could finish, Su Yao would intervene and take him away, only to later gloat before Su Luo, claiming the prince did not favor her styling, finding it too ugly. After that, I lost the inclination to continue." June Mullen's handsome face gradually lost its expression, and a chill returned to his demeanor. "Well then, young Master June, does my styling look unpleasing?" Su Luo earnestly asked, confident in her work. With a white jade crown securing his hair, 2 strands fell in front of her forehead, giving her an ethereal appearance. "It looks splendid." June Mullen nodded, satisfied with her efforts. "Then, will it please you if I comb your hair?" June Mullen had previously mentioned that as long as she engaged in activities that brought him joy, he would reopen the formation, allowing Su Luo to uncover the fates of others. Though she did not understand why the formation granted such insights, it was her only recourse at present. Regardless, she had to try. These grudges, these resentments, should be indelibly etched in her heart, ingrained in her very bones, never to be forgotten. That does not count. June Mullen neither expressed joy nor discontent. As Su Luo prepared to speak, heavy footsteps echoed at the door, followed by the furious shout of Su Yunluo. "Prince Rue, I beseech you to show some respect and cease disturbing my sister." Su Luo hastily opened the door of the chamber and was met with the sight of Prince Rue striding toward her with fervent determination, his chest heaving and fury blazing in his eyes. He beheld Su Luo transformed and radiant, and noted the fresh attire of June Mullen, as well as the identical hairpins they shared, one for a man and one for a woman, perfectly paired. His gaze darkened with rage. Indeed, Su Luo had not realized that the 2 hairpins were complementary. How dare they bathe and dress together, emerging from the chamber as one? For over a year since her marriage into the royal household, She had never once disrobed before him, nor had she ever attempted to seduce him. Even their sole encounter remained a blur in his memory, were it not for the undeniable fact that her child was of royal blood. Prince Rue might have doubted the validity of their union altogether. Su Luoluo, have you grown so accustomed to lewdness that a single day without enticing a man leaves you restless? Su Yunluo's eyes burned with indignation as he raised his sword, ready to strike Prince Rue, but Jun Molin intervened, his voice laced with a hint of menace. Prince Rue dismissed Jun Molin with contempt, viewing him as nothing more than a frivolous dandy, incapable of anything beyond indulging in extravagant games. I have maintained a pure relationship with Miss Su. When she changed her attire, I stood guard at the door. If you doubt my word, feel free to investigate. Jun Molin's assertion was corroborated by the servant who had delivered the clothing, confirming his presence at the door. Yet, these words did little to quell Prince Rue's anger. Even in the absence of inappropriate conduct, their entanglement was still intolerable. Su Luoluo glared at Prince Rue, her fingers clenched in fury, each knuckle aching with the force of her restraint. She longed to resolve this conflict with a single stroke, but every action bore consequences, and she desired a resolution that would satisfy all parties involved. Prince Rue advanced towards her, a fragrant aura enveloping him, his gaze fixated on her delicate lips. Abruptly, he seized her head, intent on kissing her. A resounding slap echoed as Su Luoluo struck his face, and Jun Molin swiftly pulled her behind him. In a fit of rage, Su Yunluo charged at Prince Rue, while Jun Molin exchanged a knowing glance with Tianqing. With a subtle signal, several arrows flew toward Prince Rue, striking his arm. Only then did Jun Molin furrow his brow and speak. Prince Rue, do not engage in actions that displease me within my domain. Su Luoluo. Prince Rue disregarded the blood trickling from his arm and fixed his gaze upon her. Return to my residence. The position of Princess Rue is still yours. Is that true? Su Luo's voice rang clear as she gracefully descended the staircase, her eyes locked onto Prince Rue. He observed her regal beauty, his heart racing, and coldly stated, "Kneel and admit your fault, and I shall permit your return as my princess." It was inconceivable for her to escape his grasp. For years, since the emperor's decree of marriage, she had given him everything he desired, supported his every ambition. Her loyalty had long since become ingrained in her very being. "Kneel," Prince Rue commanded, gesturing toward the steps with an air of entitlement. This matter was far from over. He could not fathom that a man like Jun Molin would remain unaffected by the allure of such a beautiful Su Luoluo. Jun Molin, standing protectively behind her, felt her gown slip from his grasp, leaving his hand cold and empty. He watched her enchanting silhouette, pain piercing his heart. Ultimately, she could not forget him. The title of Princess Rue remained paramount to her, so, regardless of his actions, she remained oblivious to his turmoil. Just moments ago, he had believed their connection had grown closer. In this world, he feared nothing, save for witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene. As Jun Molin entered the chamber, his complexion pale and fists clenched, he leapt from the window. Su Luoluo, seizing the moment, delivered a swift kick to Prince Rue's chest, sending him staggering backward. Chang Feng and Chang Ming swiftly caught him, yet blood seeped from his lips due to the excruciating pain. How unfortunate, Su Luoluo laughed, her brilliance eclipsing everything around her. I no longer desire it. Listening to his sister's words, Su Yunluo finally felt his heart lift as he smiled broadly. This is my sister, able to take and let go. He approached Su Luoluo, grasping her hand in encouragement. Sister, I support you in seeking your true love anew. Life is long, and let the past be regarded as mere misfortune. From now on, fortune shall favor you, and everything will proceed smoothly. Thank you, second brother. Su Luoluo felt a surge of gratitude for her family support. Countless women endure hardships in silence after marriage, suffering indignities for the sake of reputation, never daring to seek freedom, often resulting in tragic ends. Yet, she was blessed with a family that offered her the chance to start anew, step by step, toward a brighter future, no matter how arduous the journey. Let's go, second brother. Without a glance back, Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo elegantly maneuvered past Prince Rue. Witnessing Su Luo's resolute departure, rage surged within him, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Chapter 64. The target is her my lord. Chang Feng and Chang Ming exchanged puzzled glances, noting that whenever Prince Rue encountered Su Luluo, his emotions spiraled out of control. Moreover, he repeatedly sought to take her back to the royal residence. This was unlike the prince of old, whose affections had solely been directed toward Miss Su Wu. Hardly sparing a glance for Su Luoluo. Having accompanied Prince Rue since childhood, they were aware of his ruthless methods and cold demeanor, how he meticulously built his current standing. They had seldom witnessed him reveal such vulnerability before anyone else. Su Luoluo was the first. Prince Rue's icy gaze shifted as he observed Su Luoluo's diminishing figure, and blood erupted from his mouth. As Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo exited the cloud guest inn, they beheld the vibrant marketplace. Su Yunluo pointed excitedly, "Sing, come. Whatever you desire, second brother shall procure for you." He feared the earlier incident had dampened her spirits. Her past experiences were burdens few could bear. He could sense the overwhelming animosity radiating from her whenever Prince Rue drew near. Thus, he was determined to take her shopping, to buy her countless treasures, and uplift her mood. Very well. Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled with delight as the siblings shared light-hearted smiles while rushing toward a nearby stall. This warmth and joy were what she had yearned for in her previous life, but never experienced. Now, they could freely express their desires and partake in joyful activities, which was truly wonderful. Prince Rue emerged from the cloud guest inn, his long robe billowing behind him. Su Luoluo flitted about like a butterfly, pausing at various stalls to admire inexpensive trinkets, her joy evident as she donned a flower made of pearls in her hair. How astonishing it was! The treasures of the royal household could not capture her heart, while the simple wares of the street brought her such delight. It was utterly incomprehensible. However, Su Luoluo indeed found joy in these humble items. Though they were neither valuable nor exquisite, they were lovingly crafted by the hands of the common folk. Each piece held significance, a testament to their lives. Su Luoluo continued to buy, engaging in cheerful conversation with the vendors. The townspeople had come to recognize Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo. In just a few days, Su Luoluo's reputation in the capital and the kingdom of Shanyu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, she has not only cleared her name, but has also given birth to a prince and a princess, subsequently being bestowed the title of Princess Chongning by the emperor. The crown prince has personally praised her, elevating her status to unprecedented heights, even winning the admiration of the talented Chu Mingjian. Consequently, the common folk are filled with joy upon encountering Su Luoluo. Su Yunluo gazes tenderly at her sister, who is engaging warmly with the crowd, occasionally interjecting with her own remarks. She converses with the elderly about everyday life and the struggles faced by soldiers at the border, inquiring about their sons' regiments and sharing amusing anecdotes from military camps, eliciting both admiration and sympathy from the elders. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo discusses with the women how to craft exquisite small items and gain popularity, further solidifying the bond between her and Su Yunluo in the hearts of the people. Second brother, let us stroll through this bustling area. I wish to observe the commercial activities here and contemplate what business ventures might thrive in the heart of the capital. Additionally, I will draft the plans for the southern city and later seek a suitable candidate to oversee it, allowing Mother and Sister Wanyu to manage the expenses. However, it is imperative to find someone trustworthy. With elder brother and second brother returning to the border and third sister attending to Mother, we require a shrewd and capable individual, one who is adept with numbers. Su Luoluo furrows her brow, pondering whether there was such a person in her previous life whom she had overlooked. Indeed, there was such an individual. In her past life, he served the Rue Wang, amassing great wealth for him while raising private troops. Ultimately, after establishing his business, the Rue Wang concealed weapons within his estate, leading to his entire family being executed for treason. It was the Duke Lin's residence. The Duke's wife bore 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Lin Yifeng, is 19. The second son, Lin Weiran, is 17, and the youngest daughter, Lin Yanran, is 15 and possesses enchanting beauty. The Lin family's most notable members are the eldest son and the youngest daughter, while the second son, Lin Weiran, is rumored to be frail, yet he is, in truth, a prodigious talent meticulously nurtured by the Lin family. From the outset, the Rue Wang had been aware of the Lin family's subtle maneuvers. To win them over, he orchestrated a chance encounter with Lin Yanran. Naturally, Lin Yanran was no match for such a seasoned player, but Lin Madam was reluctant to offer her daughter as a concubine, adamantly refusing. Consequently, the Rue Wang's associates devised a scheme at a banquet to intoxicate Lin Yanran. When the Rue Wang fortuitously appeared, they found themselves entangled, believing the situation was ripe. They informed Lin Madam, who, concerned for her daughter, hurried to investigate, only to overhear them together. The Rue Wang assumed Lin Yanran was infatuated with him. With his esteemed status, he believed that once he expressed his intentions, the Lin family would be immensely grateful and would promptly present their daughter to him. Thus, he remained unruffled throughout, cradling Lin Yanran in his arms to shield her, claiming she had been schemed against and drugged, assuring he would take responsibility and elevate her to the position of concubine. Lin Madam said nothing at the time and took Lin Yanran back to the Lin residence. The following day, when the Rue Wang's betrothal gifts arrived, he was informed that Lin Yanran had entered a nunnery as a nun. The Rue Wang was incensed by this turn of events. Su Yao seized upon this incident, alleging that Su Luoluo had met with Miss Lin the day prior and must have said something that led Lin Yanran to choose a life of seclusion. Su Yao accused Su Luoluo of disrupting the budding romance and exploiting her status as a princess to act against the Rue Wang's interests, thus tarnishing his mood and thwarting his prospects. Without hesitation, the Rue Wang dealt Su Luoluo a harsh punishment of 30 strikes. Su Luoluo sought to summon Lin Madam for a confrontation, but Su Yao, obstructing her intentions, covertly manipulated circumstances, leading to Lin Madam's tragic demise by suicide. Thus, the blame shifted towards Su Luoluo, branding her as the murderer. Lin Weiran, observing the myriad of evidence, resolved to avenge his mother and sister. Through a series of fortuitous encounters, he made his presence known before the Rue Wang, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Su Luoluo. One instance of Su Luoluo's poisoning was orchestrated by Lin Weiran. During the period when Lin Weiran assisted her, the wealth flowing into the Rue Wang's residence was staggering. If she could recruit Lin Weiran to her side, her business endeavors would be secured. Su Luoluo absent-mindedly toyed with a trinket that Su Yunluo had gifted her, meandering forward while contemplating these matters. Logically, the Lin family should have fallen from grace by this timeline, yet her rebirth had seemingly afforded them a new lease on life. This implied that her resurrection had ushered in a plethora of opportunities. Thus, she resolved to keenly observe and seek out both the pleasant surprises and the disconcerting shocks that awaited her. On another street, Jun Moling strode alone, exuding an icy demeanor as he faced the biting wind. A tavern stood between him and her. His expression remained frosty, and his formidable aura deterred the surrounding common folk from approaching. Yet the passing young ladies gazed at him with unabashed infatuation. It is young Master Jun. He is truly exquisite. I wish to be his concubine. I do not desire to be a mere concubine. I will be content to serve him as a primary partner. Several young maidens blushed as they beheld Jun Moling's chilling yet breathtaking visage, summoning their courage to approach him. However, before they could draw near, a force repelled them, causing them to stumble backward. The young women understood that Jun Moling forbade their proximity, each casting sorrowful glances at his retreating figure. Why do I feel that young Master Jun appears to be grieving? Just look at his silhouette. It evokes such sympathy, one girl murmured, clutching her aching heart. Not far away, Princess Jingha was also wandering about when she spotted Jun Moling, her brow slightly furrowing as she turned to her maid. "Siu, is that Jun Moling? He appears to be suffering from heartache. Previously, he lived a solitary existence, untouched by mundane affairs, engaging in games that others could not endure. What could possibly be troubling him today? Go inquire if he wishes to join us for a drink." Chapter 65. Supporting her Princess Jingha's two attendants were vying for her attention, having just engaged in a scuffle, both sporting bruised faces as they bickered. Seeking peace, Princess Jingha slipped away, her desire for alcohol surfacing. Suyu hurriedly intercepted Jun Moling, exchanging a few pleasantries before returning to assist Princess Jingha. The group chose not to visit the pleasure house, but instead entered the nearest tavern, opting for a table near the roadside. This way, they could enjoy fine wine while observing the everyday lives of the common folk. What has dampened your spirits, young Master Jun? This is uncharacteristic of you. Having known him for over a decade, she had never witnessed him so dejected. Something significant must have occurred. In her recollection, Jun Moling was typically aloof and reserved. Even when troubled, he never revealed his feelings. One could stand in the rain alongside him for an entire night without discerning his emotional state. Yun Moling remained silent, elegantly sipping his drink, while Princess Jinghe found solace in simply sitting beside a handsome man. She leaned in, playfully asking, "The Crown Prince claims you have taken a liking to me?" At the mention of this, Princess Jinghe felt a pang of discomfort. The Crown Prince's expression when discussing this matter resembled that of a cabbage being prodded by a pig. She was the pig in this scenario. As a princess, was she not worthy of someone better than a dandy? Jun Moling's demeanor remained frosty as he furrowed his brow slightly at her comment. Princess Jinghe, relieved that he did not react with anger, felt reassured. Having grown up together, they could read each other's intentions. It was only the Crown Prince who was foolishly infatuated. "You may fancy me, but I do not return your affections. I already have 4 suitors vying for my attention, each day filled with jealousy and rivalry. The key is that all 4 are exceptionally handsome, exquisite young men. Pray tell, what do you find appealing about me?" As they rounded the corner, a vibrant figure approached, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, and upon overhearing their conversation, Su Luluo quickly halted her steps, slowly turned around, and discreetly departed. As she walked ahead, biting into the candied hawthorn, she turned to her brother and inquired, "Second brother, do you think young Master Jun and Princess Jinghe are a good match? I believe they complement each other well. After all, a dandy belongs with a dandy. One possesses wealth, the other power, making them a perfect pair, crafted by fate." Su Luoluo pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although there were 4 esteemed suitors in the Princess Jinghe's residence, none were suitable candidates for marriage. If she could find happiness once more, it would be a welcome turn of fate. "I no longer wish to eat, second brother," Su Luluo said, handing all her candied hawthorn to Su Yunluo, who frowned in confusion. "Did you not just say they were delicious and that you wanted 2 skewers? You've only eaten 1. It's sour." Su Luoluo shook her head, unable to stomach even a single piece. Su Yunluo took a bite, enjoying the sweet and sour taste, the sweetness far outweighing the sourness. "It's not that sour. You used to devour a whole skewer without pause." However, Su Luoluo remained resolute in her refusal to eat. The mood shifted as their conversation dwindled, and sensing her fatigue, Su Yunluo patted her back and said, "Let us head home. I'll carry you back. It's time to rest." "No." Su Luo's gaze was drawn to a beautiful young lady who had just alighted from a carriage, her long eyelashes fluttering. "I need to resolve something first." She had been contemplating how to meet Miss Lin San, and unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself. Su Luoluo quickly tugged Su Yunluo in the direction of Miss Lin San, who stood before a charming and prosperous tailor shop, presumably to browse for garments. As they approached, Miss Lin San ascended 3 steps. Su Luoluo flicked a small stone from her palm, hitting Miss Lin San's leg. The sudden pain caused her to lean back, nearly losing her balance. In a swift motion, Su Luoluo pushed Su Yunluo forward, who, bewildered, instinctively caught her. A fragrant aroma enveloped Su Yunluo, causing him to panic slightly as he steadied Miss Lin San, quickly lowering his head in a bow. "I apologize." His intentions were merely to assist her in avoiding a fall. Hearing the voice of the unfamiliar young man, Miss Lin San's cheeks flushed crimson. Though he had helped her, he was the first to apologize, revealing himself to be a well-mannered gentleman. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she dared not look up, hurriedly bowing before turning to her maid and hastening towards the tailor shop. Once hidden behind some fabric, Miss Lin San finally took a deep breath, her heart racing. Outside, Su Yunluo looked at his sister with exasperation, while Su Luoluo smiled and asked, "Second brother, what do you think of Miss Lin San?" While the world speculated on why Miss Lin San chose to become a nun, Su Luoluo understood her true sentiments. She harbored feelings for Prince Rue, but held herself to a high standard, unwilling to become a concubine. She believed in establishing a genuine connection first, deciding whether to pursue a lifelong commitment based on compatibility rather than engaging in intimacy before marriage. Thus, after conferring with Lady Lin, she resolved to become a nun and contemplate her future. Su Luoluo admired her for this decision, understanding his sister's implication. Su Yunluo felt a faint blush rise to his handsome features. In truth, he hardly knew what Miss Lin San looked like. He was merely enchanted by the subtle, elegant fragrance she exuded earlier. Touching his warming cheeks, he felt a twinge of bashfulness and turned to leave, prompting Su Luluo to chase after him. Don't run away. Second brother, it's perfectly normal for men and women to marry, and I wish for you and our elder brother to lead happy lives, surrounded by children. In a private chamber on the second floor of the tailor shop, a shadow leaped through the window. With a brooding gaze, he stood behind the gauzy curtain, coldly observing Miss Lin San's bashful demeanor before glancing at Changfeng. That is Lin Weiron's sister, Your Highness. On the surface, the Lin family appeared leisurely. Yet behind the scenes, they maintained close ties with several high-ranking officials in the court. The Lin family, boasting several accomplished children, had long been biding their time. Lin Weiron's abilities remained understated within the capital, but outside his business thrived. Their plans included both Lin Weiran and Lin Yinjin. Let's go. Prince Rui turned on his heel, descending the stairs. He glanced at Changfeng, who approached Miss Lin San, offering her a luxurious gown. Miss Lin San, this is a gift from our prince. I trust you did not suffer any harm earlier? Miss Lin San turned to see Prince Rui engaged in conversation with another gentleman. Sunlight streaming in through the window, casting a radiant glow upon him, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Realizing it was Prince Rui who had saved her, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she smiled at Changfeng. I am unscathed. I sincerely thank Prince Rui. There's no need to send gifts. I should be the one to express my gratitude in person. Changfeng's eyes flickered, remaining silent. After all, he had not explicitly stated that Prince Rui had aided her. He merely felt a stirring in his heart upon seeing her and wished to present her with a garment. Chapter 66. Falling for the prince, even if Miss Lin San later learned of this incident, Prince Rui, being of royal blood, would casually acknowledge a misunderstanding, claiming he had not communicated clearly, thus creating a minor confusion. His objective achieved, he would not genuinely reprimand Changfeng, merely feigning irritation in Miss Lin San's presence. By that time, it was quite possible that Miss Lin San would have become a favored consort, already enamored with Prince Rui. When reminiscing about this event, it could be recounted as a delightful tale of fate, with Miss Lin San perhaps even expressing gratitude for the serendipity that led to their beautiful union. Your Highness, Miss Lin San, strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised, approached, exuding an enchanting fragrance that wafted with her flowing gown. The lotus flowers embroidered on her skirt blooming beautifully with each step. Miss Lin, Prince Rui nodded, his voice regaining its usual cold composure. Miss Lin San moved gracefully, stealing a quick glance at Prince Rui before momentarily losing her composure and bowing. Thank you for the gift, Your Highness. However, I cannot accept it. I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance earlier. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself. With that, her maid, Amour, gently placed the exquisite outfit on the table beside Prince Rui. I truly adore this outfit. I will purchase 2 sets for myself later. To accept Your Highness's gift would be inappropriate. Amour assisted her mistress in bowing again before they turned to head toward the elegant hall on the second floor. Prince Rui's eyes darkened as he watched Miss Lin San depart, a hint of menace flickering within. To reject his goodwill, apart from Su Luluo. Miss Lin San was the second. Miss Lin's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Su Luluo, even her radiant smile echoing that familiar charm. Your Highness, Changfeng stepped forward, surprised by Miss Lin San's reaction, deeming her ungrateful. He was concerned that Prince Rui might lose his temper, but unexpectedly, the prince remained silent. His expression dark as he gazed toward the second floor, his eyes icy. Let be, let her purchase it. Su Yao had endured some grievances recently, and it would be a kind gesture to buy her a gift. There are plenty of women who would accept his offerings. On the second floor, Miss Lin Yinjin perused the exquisite garments, appearing deep in thought. Amour approached, puzzled as she asked, Miss, are you not worried that refusing Prince Rui might leave a negative impression of you? However, aside from the crown prince, he is the highest-ranking royal son. If Prince Rui harbors resentment towards her and utters even a few words in public, the young lady's reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Lin Yinran listened, her brows slightly arching as she selected a violet pleated gown and approached the copper mirror, slowly trying it on. She glanced at Amour and softly said, Amour, did you think that it was His Highness Prince Rui who supported me when I almost fell just now? Wasn't it? Amour replied, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, recalling clearly what the subordinate had said moments ago. Moreover, when the young lady expressed her gratitude, it was evident that this was indeed the implication. Yet, Lin Yinran merely smiled lightly and shook her head. It was not he who assisted me, gently caressing the exquisite garment in her hands. Lin Yinran's long eyelashes shimmered with a hint of shyness. The gentleman who had helped her bore a uniquely refined fragrance, one not sourced from any perfumery, but rather crafted by a skilled artisan. Perhaps it was a gift from his beloved? Such a pity. Lin Yinran's gaze gradually cleared. That gentleman was a true connoisseur of elegance, who not only refrained from seeking credit in her presence, but also vanished from the clothing store to spare her any embarrassment. Thus, even if his cherished maiden were to learn of this encounter, it should not lead to any significant trouble. Approaching the window, Lin Yinran felt somewhat disinterested when she noticed Chang Feng and Chang Ming exiting with several garments. She turned to Mo and remarked, "You see, although Prince Rue wields considerable power, he is never short of female companions. I have no need for him. There are others who will." With his recent actions, it seems he has begun to take notice of the Lin family. Lin Yinran tightened her grip on the hem of her gown, realizing she would need to discuss this matter with her parents. The Lin Guogong residence has always maintained a low profile, never flaunting its presence. How could Prince Rue have perceived their existence? Although Mo found Prince Rue remarkably handsome and influential, she did not lament the young lady's sentiments. She nodded and softly replied, "Miss, you are right. Our future son-in-law cannot be such a person. We do not seek power or high positions. We only desire a lifetime of happiness." Growing up in a prestigious household, they had always witnessed the intricacies of human relationships. The Lin family remained discreet to avoid the misfortunes that befell previous generations, who had engaged in ruthless conflicts, nearly suffering annihilation. Therefore, in their generation, they began to cultivate obscurity, recognizing that now was not the time to emerge. Both she and her elder brother must tread carefully to prevent exposing their second brother, thereby sparing everyone from calamity. "Miss, is that the fourth Miss Su?" Montakia exclaimed. "I truly envy someone as carefree as her. Despite just having divorced, she shows no signs of sorrow or despair, but instead appears joyfully before everyone, proving she is thriving. In Xinyu country, women who divorce may remarry, and their former spouses cannot use past grievances against them. Otherwise, they would face public apology and punishment. She is indeed a strong woman. Had it been anyone else, the three of them would likely have met their demise at the Rue Wangfu." Lin Yinran watched Su Lulua's figure, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She appreciated such women and admired their spirit. Conversely, her perception of Prince Rue grew increasingly difficult to articulate. "Ah, Mo, do you think a capable woman like the fourth Miss Su would be well suited for our second brother? When he employs his keen methods, he is swift and decisive in business, leaving no room for error. If paired with a woman of Su Lulua's formidable presence, would our family's ambitions not be expedited? However, our second brother seldom leaves the house, leaving little room for acquaintance." Montakia listened, her enthusiasm peaked. The Lin family had 3 children. The eldest son was gentle and could not command Su Luluo, but the second son was formidable. If he could marry a capable second wife, it would be perfect. While the Guogong's wife outwardly seemed unconcerned, she was discreetly observing potential matches. Yet, there seemed to be none in the entire capital who met her standards, and arranging a meeting would likely require considerable effort. On the street, Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo chatted and playfully bantered, their sibling bond evidently strong. "Their relationship is truly delightful," Lin Yinran mused, her eyes brimming with warmth. The Lin Guogong residents maintained a low profile, appearing isolated from the world, yet their familial ties were robust. Her father cherished her mother, and both parents doted on their 3 children, including her elder brother. Thus, she hoped that her future sister-in-law would also be someone with whom they could coexist harmoniously. Chapter 67. A true heart, the second brother, handsome and diligent behind the scenes, while the elder brother engaged with the outside world. Lin Yinran was often confined by her mother to learn various arts and etiquettes. Yet her father imparted knowledge of physical skills to her. They understood that each individual bore their own mission, likely requiring a lifetime to fulfill, a lesson instilled in them since childhood through their parents' earnest teachings. As she observed Su Luluo and Su Yunluo enter the clothing store, Lin Yinran hurriedly turned to the entrance of the elegant hall, watching their figures. "Elder brother, let us purchase garments for mother, the wet nurse, and the midwife, and see if there are any fine fabrics for Chun'er and Rong'er as well." All right, you choose. I shall cover the expenses for anything suitable. Having spent a considerable amount of time, Su Yunluo assumed Lin Yanran and her party would be leaving soon. As they ascended the stairs, he exuded a relaxed demeanor and graceful movements. Upon reaching the upper level, he glanced towards the elegant hall lined with men's garments, inadvertently overlooking Lin Yanran, who had just lifted the curtain to gaze at them. I will check the men's section, Su Yunluo declared as he made his way toward that area. Lin Yanran bit her lips slightly, lowering her gaze as she exited the elegant hall, descending the staircase slowly. The two groups brushed past each other. However, as Su Luluo and Lin Yanran crossed paths, Lin Yanran was captivated by the unique fragrance emanating from Su Luluo. She turned and softly asked, "May I inquire, Princess Chongning, is this scent one of your own creation?" Su Luoluo, aware of her reputation in the capital, smiled back at Lin Yanran, who recognized each other with graceful gestures and supportive hands. Miss Lin was the first to notice. Lin Yanran's face lit up with a joyful smile, a hint of pride in her voice. "I particularly adore subtle fragrances. I believe I am somewhat sensitive to scents." Upon hearing this, Su Luluo produced 2 vials of fragrance, presenting them to her. "Then, please accept these 2 scents, casually made just the other evening." Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled as she expressed her gratitude, accepting the vials and inhaling their aromas. "I am certain my second brother will favor the blue one, while I prefer the pink." "Thank you, Princess Chongning." "Not at all. I have plenty of these. If you wish for more, just come to Meiyuan and ask. I must accompany my second brother to select garments, so I will not engage in further conversation with Miss Lin." "Very well. I shall certainly send an invitation next time." With Su Luo's words, Lin Yanran's smile deepened as she cast a glance at the tall figure in the hall before departing. Su Luoluo entered the hall. Watching Lin Yanran's retreating silhouette, her lips slightly pursed. This Miss Lin was exceptionally radiant, with clear eyes. Her smile was particularly enchanting. The fact that she could mention her second brother indicated a close relationship, which sounded promising. Afterward, Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo made numerous purchases, loading their bundles onto the carriage before heading back. In the distance, within an alley, Prince Rui lifted the curtain, observing the scene with a cold gaze. Chongfeng tightened the reins and asked softly, "My lord, should preparations be made regarding the Lin family? All plans are brewing in secrecy. Yet the sudden separation has inflicted significant financial losses on the Prince of Rui, delivering a heavy blow. If the plans are to proceed as intended, the absence of financial support will undoubtedly lead to considerable troubles. They require a savvy businessman to manage affairs, ensuring a continuous influx of wealth into the prince's residence. Moreover, while the Lin Guogong mansion appears understated, remnants from the previous generation continue to exert influence on their current one, and these forces are precisely what the prince desires. After Su Luluo married into the Prince of Rui's household, the prince entrusted all affairs to her, merely attempting to compel her to contribute her dowry, thus fulfilling the wishes of the beloved Yao. The prince's estate is far more formidable than they could ever imagine. For Su Luoluo is a union bestowed by the emperor, and Su Taifu is also a loyal servant of the emperor. The prince has harbored concerns that Su Luoluo's entry into his residence serves as a means of surveillance over him. As it turns out, Su Luoluo has maintained an excellent rapport with the crown prince, leading to the troubling thought that she may indeed be aligned with him. This realization ignites a fury within him, churning uncontrollably in his chest. For over a year, has Su Luoluo been acting as a spy for the emperor and the crown prince? Did she ever invest a genuine sentiment in him? His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. "Your Highness, should we proceed with Miss Lin now?" A sense of unease washes over him at the mere thought of their encounter. He instinctively feels that Su Luoluo harbors ill intentions. The prince's voice is cold and somber as he lowers the curtain, directing the carriage towards the Prince of Rui's residence. On the rooftop, Tianqing observes their departure before dashing towards Junmolen. "Young master," Tianqing reports the recent events to Junmolen, whose countenance appears even more ethereal after indulging in a few drinks. Aware of his master's current state of mind, Tianqing quickly steps forward to assist him. "Oh, young master, how could you get drunk like this? I have no carriage prepared here. Miss Su's carriage is just ahead. Perhaps we could catch up and request her assistance?" Tianqing, unable to contain his agitation over his master's sorrowful demeanor, hoists Junmolen onto a horse and hastens towards Su Luo's carriage. Inside, Su Luoluo examines her recent purchases, discerning the lives of the common folk as well as the affluent young ladies and gentlemen, along with the promising future that lies ahead. The sound of iron hooves echoes as they gallop swiftly. Su Yunluo, a general with exceptional hearing honed by years of military service, hastily lifts the curtain to glance back, spotting Tianqing and Jun Molin riding swiftly towards them. Young Master Su, my master is intoxicated, and I am unsure how to care for him. May I? Very well. Without hesitation, Su Yunluo instructs the carriage to halt, then dismounts to assist Jun Molin towards his sister. Detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, she gently checks his forehead, frowning as she softly remarks, "How much of that sweet wine have you consumed to be in such a state?" Swiftly, she retrieves a blanket to wrap around him and places a warm water bag against his chest before conversing with Su Yunluo. "Brother, let us hurry home." "Then I must trouble Miss Su," he replies. "I truly have matters to attend to and cannot look after the young master." Tianqing chuckles inwardly, thinking that perhaps this would brighten his master's spirits. Indeed, Su Luoluo nods, and Tianqing promptly turns the horse around, galloping forward in fear of her changing her mind. "Brother," Su Luoluo inquires, "should we summon Jinghe to care for him?" If Jun Molin harbors feelings for Jinghe, she could create opportunities for them, thereby fostering their relationship. Jun Molin, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly turns at the mention of her name, clutching his forehead in pain. Chapter 68. A tearful moment, this infuriating crown prince. If he refuses to grant him peace, then he shall not allow the crown prince to have it either. The emperor has been diligently selecting candidates for the crown princess, and he finds a young lady from the Yun family quite appealing. Plump and substantial, though not particularly tall, she possesses a commanding presence. It is said that her temperament is rather fiery. Once entangled with the crown prince, he will likely experience considerable headaches, leaving him little time for trivial matters. This could also be communicated to Princess Jinghe to alleviate her concerns. Thus, Su Yunluo instructs a servant to notify Princess Jinghe at the palace. Observing the siblings' actions, Jun Molin feels an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Has he not made his feelings sufficiently clear, or is Su Yunluo simply being foolish? Is it necessary to clarify his intentions with this future brother-in-law? The thought of Su Luoluo relinquishing him to another is unbearable. Suppressing the turmoil within his heart, Jun Molin feels as though it has shattered irreparably. Upon returning to Meiyuan, Su Luoluo distributes the items one by one, while Su Yunluo ensures that Jun Molin can rest, after which she heads to the kitchen to prepare a restorative soup. Slowly, Jun Molin opens his eyes and sits up, taking in the surroundings of the chamber, which had once been his but is now Su Luoluo's. The room, redecorated by her, feels cozier and more elegant than ever. Even simply sitting by the window, watching the scenery outside, could occupy one's time for hours. The adjoining courtyard likely serves as the children's quarters, adorned with an array of delightful decorations, every detail meticulously crafted. Jun Molin leaps from the window and into the side yard. Who goes there? A Sheng, the wet nurse's brother, emerges with a wooden stick, his eyes filled with suspicion. Upon recognizing Jun Molin, he quickly kneels. "Greetings, my lord. Su Luoluo is your true master, and those two children are your true masters," Jun Molin responds, his expression darkening as he casts a sharp glance at a Sheng, who bows his head in compliance. "Yes, young master. How may I serve you?" "I wish to see the children." After a moment's contemplation, the Sheng steps aside, and Jun Molin is satisfied with his behavior. Entering the children's chamber, he gazes upon the innocent and vibrant decor, feeling a surge of tenderness. The room is immaculate, serene, and adorned with exquisite furnishings of the finest quality. The wet nurse approaches, quietly bowing before stepping aside. Jun Molin approaches the two delicate little beds, his heart overflowing with warmth as he gazes upon the two adorable children. Are these her children? Though he knows the answer, he still seeks confirmation, his voice trembling slightly. Even he does not understand why. "Indeed, young master." The young master and young miss differ in appearance, yet their eyes are reminiscent of 4th Mississippi. Both children are as exquisite as intricately crafted dolls, remarkably beautiful, akin to masterpieces of art. His fingertips tremble slightly as he gently touches the soft cheek of the little miss, who furrows her brow and stirs slightly, uttering a soft sound that startles Jun Molin, causing him to step back. The wet nurse reassures him, "It's nothing. The young miss is quite well behaved and won't cry." "And what of the young master?" June Mullen inquires, observing that the little boy sleeps soundly and appears to be slightly plumper. The young master is even more well behaved. When he opens his eyes, he can gaze at his surroundings for a while. However, the young master and young miss are still in delicate health. Fourth miss has indicated that after a month, the dosage can be increased, and for now, they must be nurtured slowly. June Mullen nods solemnly, gently stroking the children's tiny hands. Wind Shadow will return soon, and when he does, he will come to examine the two children. The renowned healer Feng Ying has been away in search of medicine for Li Ge for 3 months, with 20 days remaining until his return. Additionally, he has dispatched individuals to seek out herbs that may cure the children. No matter the difficulty, he is determined to find a way to restore the children's health. He emphasized the importance of caring for them without any mistakes. Alien and Aishi bowed respectfully, while Junimo Lin dared not look too long, fearing the scent of alcohol might disturb the children. He then turned and exited the chamber. Upon hearing light footsteps approaching, Junimo Lin quickly returned to the soft couch. Just as he settled in, Su Luo entered, carrying a cup of hangover tea. Noticing the blanket had slipped from him and his hair was tousled, half resting on his chest, she gently blew on the tea before setting it down. Fu Ling stepped forward to assist June Mo Lin, who was about to drink when the voice of Princess Jing he rang out. "What is so urgent, Su Xiao Luo?" she inquired. Just as she returned, the two gentlemen leaned against her knees, expressing their grievances and assuring her that they would refrain from fighting in the future. Princess Jing he held one in each arm, filled with warmth and affection, but upon hearing that she was summoned to the plum garden, she decided to bring all 4 young gentlemen along. Previously, she would not have come without a hefty sum of 50,000 taels for a night, but now it was different. She was generous with her rewards. Moreover, she planned to stay the night to enjoy the blossoms the next day. Su Luo, having given birth to a son and a daughter, had not yet sent proper congratulatory gifts, but she brought them along today, 2 carts worth, along with the 4 young gentlemen, for a day of appreciating the plum blossoms. Princess Jing he, elegant and fair as snow, took a seat on the soft couch and was taken aback upon seeing June Mo Lin. Is he truly this intoxicated? This cannot be right. June Mo Lin is known for his resilience against alcohol. How could he be reduced to this state after just a few bottles of daughter's red and June Shanzhe? Princess Jing he felt a nagging sense of something she ought to know, but did not. Jing he, are you here to care for him? Isu Lulu points it at Yunmu Lin. Is he so distressed over not being able to be your prince consort? Yunmu Lin remained silent, while Princess Jing he looked at him in confusion and then back at Su Luo. At that moment, the 4 handsome young gentlemen entered, and upon hearing Su Luo's words, they all turned their gazes sharply toward June Mo Lin. As they beheld his unparalleled beauty, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The one in green, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, looked as if he were on the verge of crying, evoking sympathy. He gazed at Princess Jing he, every word trembling from his lips. I told you, she must have someone outside. Otherwise, why would she not visit my room for an entire day? Princess Jing he felt a chill run down her spine and shot a fierce glare at him. The green-clad gentleman's long lashes fluttered, and a tear fell. Look, the princess is glaring at me. She used to call me her precious darling, but now she glares at me. Regret washed over Princess Jing he for having brought them out. Old 3, if you speak out of turn again, I shall silence you. The gentleman known as Old 3 knelt before Princess Jing he, his fair and handsome face raised. Then do as you wish. After all, I am no longer the princess's darling. You always have been, she replied, unable to find a way to handle him. He cried at the drop of a hat and felt wronged, yet she could not do much about it. She pinched his cheek gently. Be good. Go enjoy the plum blossoms, as you've always wanted. None of the 4 gentlemen moved, their gazes icy as they fixed them upon June Mo Lin. They sensed that with June Mo Lin's presence, their positions would be threatened, for no one in the entire Shenyu kingdom could rival his beauty. Yet they remained defiant, staring daggers at him, determined to protect their standing. Princess Jing he seized the green-clad gentleman's shoulder, shaking him as she declared, I have never stated that it would only be the 4 of you from now on. If you continue to cause trouble, I shall cast you all out. The 4 gentlemen turned pale, falling silent as they bowed to Princess Jing He and retreated quietly. Su Luo observed her fierce demeanor and murmured, "You frighten them. They are used to thinking they can monopolize my attention. Do they believe I would forsake a forest for a single tree?" Princess Jing, he replied, drinking the hot tea in one go before slamming the cup back onto the table. With a glimmer in her eyes, she smiled at Su Luo. "Why not take a page from my book and keep a few gentlemen of your own? I have plenty of handsome suitors, all pure and untouched. Interested?" Su Luo nearly choked on her drink, while Junimo Lin felt an urge to leap up and kick the princess away. Why bring such chaos? Teach her something useful instead of these nonsensical ideas. I have no objections to Su Luo and Li having children, but I will not permit her to smile at other men. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing to sit up and protest. "I desire nothing more than to raise my 2 children well. As for everything else, I shall leave it to fate," Su Luo declared. Princess Jing, he nodded, understanding Su Luo well. She knew that her union with Rui Wang was a matter of imperial decree, but afterward, she would choose a path that pleased her. "You have been misled by the royal edict." Gently patting Su Luo's hand, Princess Jing, he inquired, "Do you have someone you like?" She remembered that a few years ago, Su Luo had had someone in her heart, but for reasons unknown, she had grown increasingly tranquil and detached. Deep within, Su Luo felt a sudden pang, as if a rift had been torn open in her heart. Yet as she came to herself, she dismissed it as a fleeting feeling and shook her head gently. Not at the moment. She turned to Junimo Lin, adjusting the blanket over him. "I thought you liked him, so I brought you to care for him. Now, it seems all 5 of you are upset. Wait a moment." Princess Jing, he felt the misunderstanding was escalating. "I have grown up alongside Junimo Lin. I do not know whom he loves, but I do know he does not love me, nor do I love him." Su Luo was taken aback. But the crown prince, clearly do not listen to the crown princess nonsense. He is simply unwell, unable to find his own fate and entangling others in his web. "Do not worry. I shall give him a sound thrashing another day." Su Luo chuckled, her fondness for Princess Jing, his spirited personality and carefree nature shining through. Despite the apparent insignificance of her 4 gentlemen, they were actually sons of esteemed families or wealthy merchants. Thus, Princess Jing, he possessed both wealth and power. "I shall take them to enjoy the blossoms. I previously hesitated to spend 50,000 taels for a single night, but now I shall indulge." Su Luo nodded in agreement, and Princess Jing, he set off to find her 4 gentlemen. Turning back to Junimo Lin, Su Luo noticed he had opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze shimmering as he quietly regarded her. "Are you feeling better?" As she offered him the hangover tea, Junimo Lin leaned back, his brow slightly furrowed. "I lack the strength. I shall not drink." With no other recourse, Su Luo began to feed him spoonful by spoonful, a droplet of water sliding from his lips down his throat, disappearing into his garments. Especially when he swallowed the sobering tea, the movement of his Adam's apple caused Su Luo to instinctively raise her fingertip and gently stroke that area. The softness and warmth of her fingertip caused Junimo Lin's body to stiffen, as a wave of heat enveloped him. He stared blankly at Su Luo's beautiful visage, his breath quickening. "I do not harbor feelings for Jing and the princess." His warm voice unexpectedly whispered in her ear, as the warm breath brushed against her earlobe. Su Luo turned her head in surprise, only to find Junimo Lin lifting his gaze at that very moment. Their lips inadvertently met in a soft collision. Both Junimo Lin and Su Luo were momentarily stunned. The fragrance of the garden wafted into the room, and the charcoal fire beside them blazed hotter, making them feel a bead of sweat forming on their foreheads. Su Luo gazed at Junimo Lin's snow-white face now tinged with a peach blossom hue, feeling a bit flustered as she stammered an explanation. "I did not mean to." Though it was merely a fleeting brush, her lips felt as if they had been scalded, leaving her at a loss for words. Junimo Lin felt the same, his gaze fixated on her red lips, wanting nothing more than to dive in and savor the fragrance that lingered there. They say that impulse is the devil, but if not for the devil, where would such impulses arise? Mississippi. The voice of Fu Ling broke the heated moment between Su Luo and Junimo Lin. They quickly composed themselves, turning to see Fu Ling lifting the curtain, noticing Junimo Lin awake, and hurriedly concealing something behind her. Chapter 70. Silencing witnesses, Jun Molan observed Fu Ling's evasive actions, his handsome face darkening, while Su Luoluo remained composed, pursing her lips and stating, "Bring it over. It is of no concern." Having allowed him into the plum garden signified her trust in him. And Su Luoluo felt that there would be many future collaborations with Jun Molan. "Miss, do you find these garments satisfactory? I've selected 5 sets." Yun Molan said up, examining the clothes. They were quite ordinary yet exceptionally durable, lined with a thin but firm layer of cotton, effectively warding off the cold, and appeared more convenient than those of the past. "Fu Ling, have the funds from Lung Bisui and Qin Huairua been delivered? The promised sum of 250,000 taels must not fall short, lest there be repercussions." "Yes, miss, it has been deposited into the Tianxia Bank." Su Luoluo nodded in contentment, raising her gaze to Jun Molan. "In the future, we shall earn more." Jun Molan agreed. "If that is the case, there are certainly ways to manage it. The Crown Prince intends to host a horse racing event. If you wish to profit, some manipulation might be in order." Su Luoluo blinked, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. To tamper with the Crown Prince's horse racing event? She must be fearless. Wait, the Crown Prince's horse racing event? It is currently winter, and many have been dormant for some time. If the Crown Prince organizes such an event, there will surely be many looking to take action, leaving no room for us. We must advise the Crown Prince to exercise caution. Indeed, Jun Molan's eyes were filled with a cold glint. This matter was a deliberate bait cast by him and the Crown Prince, with numerous eyes watching closely, eager to see who would take the bait. However, just as they were speaking, the eunuch Shaoan entered, greeting the masters and delivering a letter to Su Luoluo. It was from the Crown Prince. Su Luoluo opened the letter and, after reading it, was left in a daze. Previously, at the beast taming square, the Crown Prince had sprinkled 10 miles of fragrance on Princess Bisui, which had naturally reached Qin Huairua. However, the scent had inexplicably reached Lord Su. The fragrance would not immediately transfer to another person. One must be in close proximity for over an hour for it to permeate another's skin. This indicated that Lord Su had been in the company of either Lung Bisui or the envoy Qin Huairua or Qin Changza for at least an hour. Sulwolwarose, her expression darkening, her eyes filled with frost. Why had Lord Su met with Qin Huairua and Qin Changza? They were seemingly unrelated individuals. The Qin surname. But suddenly, Su Luo's gaze deepened, realizing they not only shared a surname, but were also of a similar age with subtle resemblances in their features. "Shaolin." Su Luoluo raised her hand toward the eunuch, who hurriedly approached. "Keep a close watch on Lord Su and those of the Qin surname. Do not miss any slightest movement." An unsettling sensation churned within Su Luoluo, her mind racing as past events connected with her current speculations, leaving her feeling as if the ground were crumbling beneath her. This was utterly absurd. Su Luoluo, deeply troubled, turned and retreated into the inner chamber, pulling out a book to read. "Young Master Jun, is there a prominent family in Tianli Kingdom that bears the Qin surname?" Jun Molan lounged lazily on the soft couch, his dark hair cascading, the scent of alcohol dissipating considerably. He lifted his gaze slightly at Su Luoluo's question. "Yes, they're the second most powerful family after the royal family, possessing both strength and wealth. Furthermore, the Qin clan excels in nurturing talent, producing many remarkable individuals. The Qin family has endured for over a century, standing strong through various dynasties, so their influence should not be underestimated. How could they endure for over a century without falling? It is quite impressive. Why do you ask?" Jun Molan sat up, wrapping a blanket around himself before walking to Su Luo's side. She turned to him, her face pale. "Lord Su bears the Qin surname, and my mother was a true member of the Su clan. To save him back then, a cat was exchanged for the Crown Prince, leading to the current Lord Su." Jun Molan's gaze darkened slightly, as he was already aware of these matters. "So you suspect?" Su Luoluo's book fell to the ground, her body weakening as she realized that the deeper she probed, the more profound the darkness became, culminating in an overwhelming sense of despair. In the plum blossom formation, she had witnessed her mother perish at his hands, hearing him whisper something that shattered her mother's emotions, inciting boundless hatred. What could that be? I suspect the real Qin Mingyue has long since died, and this one before us is merely an impostor. The Tianli Kingdom has a penchant for counterfeits. It is possible that many in the capital are impostors of the Qin clan. I will investigate this matter. Whoever they are, good or bad, they shall be eliminated. The thought of Lord Su and King Rui having caused the demise of her lineage ignited an unquenchable hatred within Su Luo's eyes as she murmured softly, "If that is the case, he should have kept my grandfather alive. Why did my grandfather have to die?" This point was perplexing. Jun Moulin picked up the book, reading while stating, perhaps Su Taifu discovered his secret, hence the need to silence him. This seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Su Luoluo approached the window, catching a falling plum blossom petal, which she clutched tightly. Lord Su likely intended to nurture not just two valiant generals, but also two princesses who could freely enter the palace. If so, once the gates were opened, Tianli Kingdom could freely enter and exit. After the princess bore a son, the prince would seize the throne, and upon his death, the son would inherit, allowing Tianli to dominate the realm of Shenyue. The stakes in this game were immense. As these speculations left her lips, Su Luoluo felt an icy chill enveloping her, instinctively tightening her grip on the blanket. The Tianli Kingdom's encroachment on Shenyue had persisted for many years. Jun Moulin approached Su Luoluo, casting a protective shadow over her, as if to shield her within his embrace. Yet, human plans often fall short of divine will. Su Yunting and Su Yunluo remained steadfastly loyal, while neither Su Yingxue nor Su Yiyao sided with her, leaving only Su Yiyao in connivance with him. The Lord Rui and Tianli have conspired together. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Jun Moulin's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that she would deduce even this matter. At that moment, the dominance and coldness in Jun Moulin's eyes became palpable. He gazed at Su Luoluo, no longer seeing a cherished woman, but rather a lofty princess of Shenyue. Chapter 71. Not of this world, he comprehended that the woman he loved was indeed no ordinary person. Young Master Jun. Su Luoluo suddenly turned, her delicate hand clutching the fabric of his chest. Jun Moulin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixated on her hand, a ripple of emotions stirring within him. This was a gesture she often made in her childhood. "If I wished to hire an assassin from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, how much would it cost? I require a top-tier one." Jun Moulin's eyes gleamed momentarily. Fortune seemed to be on his side. He replied, "I have acquaintances there. A friendly price would be 50,000 taels of silver." He continued, "For outsiders, it would be at least 200,000 taels. Then I shall hire one." Su Luoluo resolved to enlist a master to accompany her. This way, she would have a helper in times of danger and buy herself some time. Cultivating individuals now would be too rushed, and this matter needed to be discreetly handled by her elder brother and second brother in the military, training them secretly before they returned to assist her. Jun Moulin recalled that he had a set of purple brocade robes hidden away, along with a delicate mask as thin as a cicada's wings. At that time, a mysterious and handsome assassin would surely appear by Su Luoluo's side, making them a perfect pair, ensuring she would not be embarrassed. The relationship between Lord Su and Tianli Nation needed to be investigated once more, and every Tianli person concealed within the capital must be found. Since Tianli had cultivated talents to send to Shenyue, he would use them one by one, discarding them once they had served their purpose. The cry of children echoed from the courtyard, prompting Su Luoluo to dash out of the chamber, with Jun Moulin following suit without hesitation. What happened? Stepping through the door, they heard the tiny cries of Ronger, which tugged at their hearts, soon joined by Chen'er. As the two siblings wept in unison, Su Luoluo hurried over to gently caress their foreheads, finding their temperature normal and their bodies fragrant. The maidservant just checked. "The diapers have been changed and they have fed. They must be crying for their mother," she said. "Fourth miss, have you noticed that at this hour every day, the children want you to hold them? I feel the same." Although the little ones had only recently been born, they were particularly spirited, needing her embrace and affection to sleep peacefully at night. Su Luoluo nestled into the soft couch, extending her arms as the wet nurses carefully placed the children into her embrace. With a smile in her eyes, she looked at her children, her heart swelling with joy. "Missing your mother, are you?" Tears sparkled at the corners of their eyes, and Su Luoluo felt a pang of heartache. "They have even shed tears." Jun Moulin approached, leaning down to observe, confirming that indeed, both little ones had glistening tears. He gently brushed away their tears, and together, they tenderly gazed at the children. "Do not cry. Do not cry. Your mother is here, always by your side, watching you grow." Perhaps hearing their mother's gentle voice and sensing her familiar scent, the two little ones, who had initially whimpered and pouted, soon fell asleep in Su Luo's embrace. From now on, the young miss cannot leave home without returning. Fuling spoke softly, and Su Luo smiled, her eyes brimming with tenderness. June Mullen looked up, feeling as though the world's radiance shone upon them. The children had grown a little over the past few days, their faces less wrinkled and pale, beginning to gain some color. Shi and Yin listened, their faces aglow with joy. The young miss is so well behaved. The young master is also good. He rarely cries. Once fed, he sleeps. After taking the medicine, they seem to sleep better than the previous day. Indeed. Su Luo nodded with a smile. Then let us follow that formula, changing it every 7 days. Also, you no longer have any ties to your former family. Yin, has your brother arrived? Yin hurriedly pulled her brother, A Sheng, from behind the curtain, and the two knelt before Su Luo, bowing. In response to fourth miss, this is my brother, A Sheng. He may be a bit frail, but he is otherwise capable and efficient. Fearing Su Luo would reject him, Yin quickly added, although A Sheng is timid. He is afraid of being sent away and has bowed 3 times. Get up. When I have time, I will examine his legs. For now, let him guard your courtyard and look after you both, since he was unable to run errands due to his legs. Watching over the courtyard and living with his sister should not pose a problem. Moreover, A Sheng appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, timid and still too young for other tasks. A Sheng, do not be afraid. Consider this place your home, a true home, one worth protecting with your life. Do you understand? A Sheng's delicate face turned pale, his clenched fists trembling. He was unsure why. Although fourth miss was gentle and beautiful, her gaze commanded authority, instantly making him feel subservient. This place was so beautiful, like a paradise, that A Sheng felt somewhat dazed. A Sheng, fourth miss is speaking to you. A Sheng jolted awake, his face flushed, as he replied respectfully from his kneeling position, I will heed fourth miss's words. I will certainly do so. Seeing that he was still young, yet comprehended her meaning, Su Luo felt quite pleased. You are still young. You should engage in more activities. Run and jump to grow taller. A 13-year-old child appeared to be merely 10, clearly lacking proper nourishment. Yes. A Sheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Yin, who felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening. Su Luo leaned down to kiss her children's foreheads, gazing at them for a while before reluctantly entrusting them to the wet nurse. The little ones had their own cozy beds, adorned with tiger and rabbit motifs. Soft and warm, Su Luo and June Mullen approached the beds, watching the adorable sight of their sleeping children. Su Luo could not help but murmur, I could sit here all night, watching them, and it would be a pleasure. I feel the same. June Mullen replied, his gaze tenderly fixed on her. Su Luo was entirely absorbed in the children, not noticing June Mullen's attention. However, Fuling cast a surprised glance at June Mullen, sensing his excessive concern for Su Luo. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Su Luo turned to Fuling. Are mother and the others asleep? They are. The third miss has been attending to them. Miss, I noticed that the third miss snuck out during the day. I am unsure for what purpose, but when she returned, she appeared elated, even skipping. Su Luo was taken aback. Her third sister, either graceful and dignified or behaving like a fierce heroine, skipping about like a little girl? Really? Gently brushing a strand of hair from her shoulder, she pondered, could it be that my sister has taken a liking to some young lord? I shall investigate quietly another day, without alarming her. The third sister will not speak of anything unless she is entirely sure. I will look into it myself. And I won't mention it to my second brother, as I fear he may not be able to contain his curiosity. Indeed, Fuling stifled a laugh. Without the master and those concubines around, everyone is living comfortably and happily. This life is truly delightful. If only it could last. Fuling yearned for a lifetime of hope. Yet reality often diverges from one's desires. Chapter 72. A grave situation. Fuling tidied a room to prepare for young Master June's rest. As Su Luo had just instructed, Eunuch Shaoan approached with a formal invitation, announcing the arrival of Dr. Chun. Su Luo exchanged glances with June Moli, both sensing that Dr. Chen's visit at this hour must be of great significance. They proceeded to the main hall. Eunuch Shaoan led Dr. Chen inside, while Su Luo and June Moli walked towards the main hall. Fuling prepared tea, stepping outside briefly. She turned to gaze at the silhouettes of her mistress and young Master June, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Why did it suddenly seem as if young Master June was the male head of the household, and her mistress the female head? Their figures appeared so harmonious, so entirely natural and undeniably beautiful. What fell amiss? Upon entering the main hall, Fulling arrived with the tea just as Dr. Chun's expression turned grave. He hurriedly bowed, acknowledging the princess, and explained that he regrettably had to intrude. Su Luoluo exchanged a glance with Fulling and eunuch Shaoan, who promptly understood and left. Standing guard at the door, Dr. Chun produced a medical record from his robes and handed it to Su Luoluo. As she opened it, her heart tightened. It was about the emperor. Princess, the emperor has indeed been poisoned and has received the correct dosage of medicine. However, rather than improving, his condition has worsened significantly, to the point where he can no longer rise. This matter was known only to Dr. Chun and the head of the medical institution. They were solely responsible for the emperor's health, and should anything happen to him, it would not only cost them their lives, but would also plunge the entire kingdom of Shenyue into chaos. It was unthinkable. Su Luoluo's eyes glimmered with frost. She had meticulously prescribed this formula, which should have improved his condition day by day. Her brows knitted in concern as she rose. Let us go to the palace. We must investigate personally. Without a thorough examination, we cannot draw any reliable conclusions. The emperor must not die. If he does, the crown prince may ascend. But if he cannot, turmoil will surely ensue in Tianli Kingdom, and the border wars will escalate prematurely. Though preparations are being made in secrecy, they remain insufficient. If war breaks out, the lives of my elder brother and second brother will be at stake. Thus, she resolved to protect both the emperor and the crown prince at all costs. Dr. Chen glanced at Jun Moli, who blinked his phoenix-like eyes in response. Dr. Chun hastily stored the medical record and prepared to depart, while Jun Moli spoke to Su Luoluo. I shall accompany you. As Su Luoluo met Jun Moli's gentle gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, both feeling a strange tingling on their lips, an indescribable sensation that left them feeling disoriented. The sky-blue carriage awaited outside. To avoid drawing attention, they boarded swiftly and sped towards the palace. The horses galloped swiftly, the cold wind howling in their ears, especially biting in the night. Jun Moli wrapped his cloak around Su Luoluo and poured her a cup of hot tea. She accepted it gratefully, sipping slowly while glancing at him, only to find him looking back at her. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they hurriedly turned away, feeling a tad embarrassed. Eunuch Shin sat uncomfortably between them, feeling oddly warm despite the frigid weather. Upon stepping through the grand palace gates, Su Luoluo and Jun Moli's expressions turned serious as they made their way to Ningxin Hall. From a distance, they spotted the crown prince pacing anxiously at the entrance, his tall figure exuding a palpable chill. Upon seeing Su Luoluo and Jun Moli approach, the crown prince's tense brows relaxed slightly as he inquired, "You've arrived. Do you have any assurance?" The crown prince had only just learned of the emperor's poisoning and was shocked to hear that, despite medication, there had been no improvement. He had met with his father daily, oblivious to any signs of distress, and the news of his father's incapacitation left him unsteady. If anything were to happen to the emperor, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Su Luoluo observed the urgency in the crown prince's eyes and exchanged a glance with Jun Moli. Truth be told, the crown prince was not the type to commit such folly. Your Highness, with the emperor in peril, you will be the first suspect. Right now, we must focus on his treatment while you investigate the origins of this incident. I believe evidence has already been planted against you, merely awaiting the scrutiny of the Dali Temple. Should the crown prince be accused of conspiring against the emperor, a new struggle for power would undoubtedly commence. The cold wind swept past them, yet the crown prince felt beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Is there still hope for my father? He whispered, lifting the curtain to speak with Su Luoluo. She furrowed her brows slightly, responding quietly, "Do not panic. I only need to ascertain the cause of this situation. It will be manageable." The crown prince nodded, instructing his personal guards to head to the empress's palace to clarify the situation and seek her assistance in uncovering the mastermind behind these events. Having witnessed Su Luoluo's remarkable resilience during her dangerous childbirth and the swift recovery of her health, coupled with Dr. Chen's endorsement of her medical skills, the crown prince chose to place his trust in her. Ningxin Hall was eerily quiet, yet suffocating in its stillness. Eunuch Yunhai and Eunuch Shaosheng appeared pale, while the emperor lay on the dragon bed, half conscious, his complexion poor. Upon seeing the emperor, Su Luoluo felt a jolt of alarm. Just a few days prior, he had seemed quite spirited. "Your Majesty." She hurried forward to bow before the emperor, disregarding formalities as she took his pulse. Jun Moli observed the emperor's sudden frailty with an impassive gaze. The emperor's long lashes fluttered, and as he recognized the figures in the hall, his gaze fell upon the crown prince, who rushed forward to grasp his father's hand. Su Luoluo stood to inspect the remnants of the emperor's medication. Jun Moli, lifting his robe, sat beside the emperor, casting a serious glance at him. The emperor's pale lips moved slightly as if to speak, but no words emerged. The head of the medical institution entered, laden with more records. He exchanged a glance with Dr. Chun, both feeling as if a heavy mountain pressed upon their chests, struggling to breathe. If the emperor were to perish, they would bear the brunt of the blame. How strange. Su Luoluo murmured, "Foruing herberoth." The medicine is excellent, with no issues in the brewing process or dosage, and the timing is accurate. Yet, the emperor's condition shows no signs of improvement. Rather, it has taken a dire turn. The atmosphere in Ningxin Hall grew increasingly tense. Jun Moli glanced at the crown prince, then rose and strode towards the hall's entrance. Su Luoluo cast a look at him, a sense of loneliness emanating from his retreating figure. If the medicine posed no problems, then the issue must lie elsewhere. There was no necessity for tampering with the medicine. Other methods could equally be employed with cunning precision. Chapter 73. A Presence of Malice. Su Luoluo sat on the soft couch, her cold gaze sweeping across the grand hall, meticulously observing every detail within. Then, she closed her eyes, mentally retracing every item she had encountered since entering the palace. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and turned to Eunuch Yunhai. "At this hour, why are there palace maids carrying the emperor's garments?" Every aspect of attire and sustenance within the palace adhered to strict regulations regarding timing. Yet, Su Luoluo had just seen a maid carrying garments, identifiable by their bright yellow hue as the emperor's. Indeed, Eunuch Yunhai stepped forward, explaining that due to the emperor's earlier vomiting, a change of clothing was necessary, hence the garments were sent to the laundry. "Retrieve those garments." The command caused the faces of the crown prince and Eunuch Yunhai to change dramatically, and without further thought, they rushed towards the palace gates. There was no time to lose. They had to hurry. The crown prince seized Su Luo's wrist and leaped forward, the two of them sprinting across the rooftops. The close bodyguards immediately followed suit, brandishing their command talismans. Upon seeing this, the palace's guards swiftly retreated, ceasing their pursuit. Eunuch Yunhai quickly arranged for matters to be handled and hurried towards the laundry bureau. Given the considerable distance from the main palace, if the maids did not rush, they might still have a chance. However, if any maid were aware of the situation and hastened to clean up, the outcome would be uncertain. The group pressed on with fervor towards the laundry bureau. As they entered the courtyard, they heard the crack of a whip as an older maid angrily urged everyone to work quickly, insisting that all garments be washed and pressed. As the various princesses awaited their attire, the courtyard was brightly lit, with maids bustling about, some even collapsing to the ground after being struck, only to scramble back up to continue their tasks. Su Luoluo observed the youthful faces around her, and while she might have felt compassion for them in her previous life, in this one, her heart remained unperturbed. Noticing her dazed expression, the crown prince lowered his gaze and solemnly remarked, "Those who enter this place are guilty. There is no need for pity." Su Luoluo nodded, recalling the adage that those deserving of sympathy often harbor faults. Indeed, this was true. If they had not committed any offenses, they would not have found themselves here. The crown prince had found them. The guards rushed before several maids, drawing their swords, causing the maids to kneel in terror. Two maids were drawing water, while another held the emperor's dragon robe, preparing to place it in the designated water basin. Upon seeing the guard approach, she accidentally let go, and the robe plummeted towards the water. The crown prince, in a fit of rage, kicked the maid aside and leaped to catch the robe just in time. Su Luoluo hurried over to inspect it. Thankfully, it was only slightly damp, and she sighed in relief. The maid lay on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her face ashen and trembling. Su Luoluo exchanged a glance with the crown prince, and the guards promptly dragged the maid away. The crown prince commanded a blockade around the laundry bureau, forbidding entry or exit, before returning to Ningxin Palace. Su Luoluo held a palace lantern, meticulously examining the dragon robe. The aroma of dragon saliva was delicate, yet beneath it lingered an intriguing scent. Crown Prince, can you detect any scent apart from the dragon saliva? She inquired. The Crown Prince pinched a corner of the robe, inhaling deeply, then shook his head gravely. Elder Physician Chen approached hastily, offering, "Allow me to examine it." After a while, his expression shifted dramatically, furrowing his brows as he murmured, "There seems to be a faint scent reminiscent of sandalwood, subtle enough that one would not notice unless they were attentive." Su Luoluo nodded, pointing to the garment. "Does the Emperor wear this often?" "This robe was crafted by my mother as a gift for Father Emperor during his ascension. He has cherished it all these years. Though it has aged somewhat, he still dons it frequently in the inner palace," she learned. So it was thus. Su Luoluo found it peculiar that the Emperor would still wear something considered old, yet so meaningful. If soaked in the water of the two-life flower, its secrets will be revealed. The court judge and elder physician Chun were momentarily stunned, their faces paling. Eunuch Xiaosheng prepared the water of the two-life flower with utmost urgency. Su Luoluo submerged the robe completely. The Crown Prince clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. The list of suspects was alarmingly long, each one capable of such treachery. "Miss Su, the medicine is ready. Should we administer it?" Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. "Yes, the medicine is essential. The issue lies elsewhere. Quickly, administer it to the Emperor." Eunuch Yunhai's eyes were red-rimmed, his steps unsteady as he entered the inner palace, whispering something to the Emperor. Soon, the sound of a spoon clinking against a bowl echoed in the air. "Luoluo, why must we soak it?" The Crown Prince, noticing no changes in the water surface, which remained clear, felt a surge of impatience. Su Luoluo leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on the water, her expression earnest. Elder Physician Chen stepped forward to explain gently. "Your Highness, allow me to clarify. Some individuals, in their quest to harm others discreetly, infuse poison into garments. Such poisons are typically colorless and tasteless, or possess only a faint, pleasant fragrance. The water of the two-life flower reveals the hidden toxins." The Crown Prince turned to his guards with a cold command. "Bring the maid forward. She must be involved." The guards dragged the trembling maid before the Crown Prince, who kicked her shoulder, causing her to crumple to the ground. With a fierce countenance, he approached, placing his foot upon her chest. "Speak. Who instigated this?" "I. Your Highness, I have no idea what you're talking about." The maid's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face as panic gripped her. She had not anticipated such a swift revelation. If only she could endure one more day, she would achieve her desires. How could she have been discovered? With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Su Luoluo, crawling towards her and clutching her skirt. "Miss Su, please help me. I truly know nothing. I have done nothing." Su Luoluo met her gaze, recognizing the desperation in her tear-filled eyes, but beneath that facade lay an inscrutable malice. A chilling sensation coursed through Su Luoluo, and she kicked the maid away. "My patience has limits. It would be wise to speak the truth." The Crown Prince's murderous intent suffused the chamber, casting a heavy atmosphere. The maid trembled in fear, retreating as she shook her head, crying, "I am merely a lowly laundry maid. I lack the audacity to engage in such deeds. I only wish to wash every garment properly and earn my pardon. Perhaps I was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme, a scapegoat. I implore you, Your Highness, see through this." Chapter 74. Breathless since the poison had been introduced into the water, the garment needed to soak for at least the duration of an incense stick. Thus, only the one washing the garments could fulfill this task. Yet the robe remained unchanged in the water. The maid cried, "Your Highness, I am truly wronged." She lifted her gaze to the basin, clear as day, without any alteration. Her tightly clenched fingers relaxed slightly. If she could stall for even a day, the Emperor's demise would fulfill her mission. Su Luoluo listened, pursing her lips, and leaned in with a smile. "I never claimed the garment would change in the water." The maid's complexion drained of color as she looked up at Su Luoluo, resentment surging like a tidal wave. In that moment, she wished to bite her own tongue. This Su Luoluo was terrifying, exposing her with just a few words. "Take her away, interrogate her slowly, ensure she does not perish." The guards seized the maid, dragging her by the hair towards the palace doors. "We have emerged." Elder Physician Chen's voice rang out, causing the maid to shut her eyes in terror, her face ashen. The Crown Prince was equally astonished to see the clear water surface revealing a faint purple hue. This is the soul-snatching powder. Indeed. Her expression grave. The function of a soul-snatching powder is not to fatally harm, but to neutralize any medicinal effects within a person. Regardless of how potent a remedy one consumes, the presence of soul-snatching powder renders its efficacy null. This explains why the Emperor, after taking the medicine, has not only failed to recover, but has worsened. The mastermind behind this is remarkably astute. The Emperor is being administered medicine that yields no effect, leading to a misdiagnosis. Should the Emperor fall ill, the first beneficiary would undoubtedly be the Crown Prince. The conspirators are merely waiting for the Emperor's condition to deteriorate, at which point they will produce the prepared witnesses and evidence, effectively eliminating the Emperor, the Empress, the Crown Prince, and all the trusted physicians within the palace. As the Crown Prince listened to Su Luo's analysis, a shadow of malevolence clouded his gaze, contemplating the imminent peril orchestrated by those coveting the throne. The Empress, hailing from the prestigious Zhao family, would undoubtedly face the obliteration of her lineage should she and the Crown Prince meet misfortune. At the entrance of the hall, cloaked in a frost-like aura, Jun Moling entered, having returned some time ago. He stood quietly, observing Su Luo deftly dissecting the situation with remarkable wisdom. Jun Moling resolved that once he wed Su Luo, he would entrust all his affairs and influence to her stewardship. For his sole desire in this lifetime was to remain by her side until their hair turned white. Having suffered the pangs of loss for far too long, he could not bear the thought of separation if he were to regain her. Your Highness, he approached, as the personnel from the laundry bureau had been completely replaced, and the officials from the punishment department were conducting thorough interrogations. Rest assured, they were loyal to the Crown Prince. Now that the cause has been identified, the Emperor's health would soon improve. The Crown Prince merely needed to safeguard him. Indeed, the Crown Prince replied with a cold nod. While Su Luo turned her attention to the Emperor, she retrieved a small hairpin from her hair, which concealed several silver needles. One by one, she inserted the needles, and before long, the Emperor regained consciousness. Luo, he murmured, fully alert now, devoid of the earlier confusion and dizziness. In 3 days, you shall be well again. I will draw out some poison from you now, and in 2 days, Physician Shun can continue the treatment. To his astonishment, the one who saved him was indeed her. The Emperor extended his hand slowly, and the Crown Prince presented a golden bowl. The Emperor glanced at the Crown Prince and gently inquired, "Is there any trouble with your mother?" The Empress, known for her fiery temperament, could be charming when unprovoked but would unleash chaos if angered. If she were to learn of this matter, it could lead to a bloodbath. The Empress is investigating this incident, I fear. The Crown Prince recalled the Empress's relentless nature, knowing she would not cease until a substantial number of heads had rolled. Su Luo turned to Jun Moling, who whispered tales of the Empress's past bravery, how she once bore arms to rescue the Emperor from a blood-soaked battlefield. Truly, she was a woman of unparalleled valor. As Su Luo gently squeezed the Emperor's blood into the golden bowl, the Crown Prince observed the dark liquid with trembling hands. Your Majesty, once this poison is expelled, a 3-month period of rest will suffice. Your constitution is robust, and your years of training render you resilient. Hearing her words, the Emperor exchanged a glance with Jun Moling and nodded slightly. I should not have consented to betroth you to the Rue Wang. At that time, the Rue Wang had knelt before the palace gates, seeking to marry the daughter of the Su family, believing it a worthy alliance due to the gratitude owed to him by the Grand Tutor. Yet, he was aware of Jun Moling's feelings for Su Luo. At this moment, Su Luo too realized that the Rue Wang had sought the marriage, indicating that he had ulterior motives from the onset. The Su Marquis and the Rue Wang were conspiring to infiltrate the palace, aiming to manipulate the Emperor through the Grand Tutor. A chill enveloped her, but Jun Moling leaned closer, his presence providing an unspoken warmth. Luo, henceforth, your marital affair shall be of your own choosing. I shall bestow upon you the honor of a princess's marriage. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. As Su Luo noticed the Emperor's blood gradually turning red, she withdrew the silver needles, expressing her gratitude while rising to her feet. Now, how should they address this situation? The Emperor regarded the Crown Prince and Jun Moling. Jun Moling, seated beside the Emperor's dragon couch, furrowed his brow and spoke somberly. Let the Empress investigate in secrecy. Do not act hastily. The personnel from the laundry bureau have been replaced, and the situation is contained. The outside world remains oblivious. We shall feign the emperor's declining health, allowing the poison to intensify until it reaches a critical point at which someone will surely emerge to accuse the crown prince. That accuser will be closely linked to the mastermind behind this plot. Rather than making a grand show of investigation and alerting the conspirators, it is wiser to maintain the status quo and draw the wolves into the fold. Agreed. The crown prince turned to issue orders, while the emperor observed Jun Moling, who was gazing intently at Su Luoluo. Subsequently, Su Luoluo meticulously removed any evidence of danger from the palace, making subtle adjustments and concealing antidotes in the corners. Father. The crown prince grasped the emperor's hand tightly. The emperor signaled his desire to sit up, and the crown prince quickly assisted him, accepting the cushion from eunuch Yanhai to support the emperor's back. I have neglected my duties, allowing you to fall victim to this treachery. I beseech you to strip me of my title as crown prince. The emperor's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Despite his illness, his regal aura was unmistakable, deterring anyone from approaching. Eunuch Yanhai summoned attendants to bring washing supplies, and after the crown prince attended to the emperor's needs, he consumed a small bowl of porridge before finally resting. As the night deepened, the cold winds howled outside, and rain pattered against the leaves with a rhythmic sound. The palace was locked down, and with the emperor's conditions still precarious, they feared they would not return home tonight. Su Luoluo gazed out at the desolate expanse beyond the palace, feeling as though it was a black net suffocating them all. Chapter 75. A countenance full of resentment, the underfloor heating blazed warmly, yet the night grew deeper and more chilling. Eunuch Yanhai arranged for a fire pit in the outer hall, laying out some snacks and tea, and made the seating comfortable. After the masters had eaten, Jun Moling gently suggested to Su Luoluo, "Would you like to rest on the soft couch for a while?" Eunuch Yanhai had already prepared the couch, and given Su Luo's petite stature, sleeping for a night would pose no issue. "Luoluo, you should rest," the crown prince urged. He checked the couch, confirming it was soft and warm, and with everyone present, it felt safe. Very well. Su Luoluo, not one to be overly modest, decided it was better to conserve her energy than to wait idly. The maidservants brought over a screen, and she nestled into the soft couch, still dressed. Jun Moling and the crown prince sat across from each other as the crown prince began to brew tea slowly. The flames of the silver charcoal burned brightly, warming the inner hall like spring. They waited until the early hours of the morning when the palace attendants and eunuchs in Ningxin Hall began to move about anxiously, eventually summoning all the physicians into the inner hall. Within the hour, news of the emperor's grave condition spread throughout the palace. All the halls lit up, with everyone too anxious to sleep, nervously awaiting news in their quarters. Some concubines even collapsed in despair, knowing that if the emperor were to die, they would face execution alongside him. As dawn broke, the emperor's edict was issued, appointing the crown prince to temporarily oversee state affairs. The empress, her eyes red from weeping, rushed into the hall. Everything was now clear. A heavy gloom hung over the palace, as if a storm were brewing. The empress hurried into Ningxin Hall, hastily wiping her tears. Upon entering, she saw Jun Moling sitting beside Su Luoluo, carefully covering her with a blanket and tenderly stroking her hair, his demeanor reminiscent of the old days with the emperor. The empress froze momentarily. Jun Moling rose respectfully to greet her, but she raised her hand. "Do not disturb her. She has recently given birth and deserves to rest. I owe her an apology. I've already adhered to your arrangements. What of yours?" The empress inquired softly. Jun Moling recounted the events to her, and a tempest of ire brewed in her eyes as she coldly replied, "Very well. I shall see who is so impatient." The preparations for the annihilation of the family and the extermination of the 9 clans have been meticulously arranged, merely awaiting the moment when the designated individual steps forth to meet their demise. Upon hearing a sound, Su Luo's long lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Jun Moling leaned down, gently stroking her head. "Have you awakened?" he inquired. "Yes. Last night, she had inexplicably dozed off while listening to him converse with the crown prince, and she had slept remarkably well." Suddenly jolted awake, Su Luoluo hurriedly sat up. The queen's personal maid, Gu Su, noticed her panic and approached with a smile, saying, "There is no need for alarm, Your Highness. The emperor has only just risen, and the empress has gone to attend to him. She instructed that you rest well before anything else." With a sigh of relief, Su Luoluo allowed Gu Su to assist her with her morning routine before entering the inner chamber. Eunuch Yunhai announced the meal, and though the emperor appeared pale, his spirits were markedly improved. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, the crown prince returned. The emperor handed him a cup of sweet dew, which the crown prince readily drank before producing a document. The recipe for the soul snatcher powder comprises 7 toxic herbs, and I have traced their origins. This is the most crucial ingredient. Upon opening it, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It originated from a farmer. However, the farmer mentioned that the buyer had always concealed their face with a veil and never spoke, leaving him unaware of their appearance. The only detail he recalled was a fleeting glimpse of a red mole on the left eyeball of the person as the wind stirred the veil. "Luoluo, do try this," the empress said, placing a platter of delicacies before Su Luoluo. After expressing her gratitude, Su Luoluo sampled each dish, her long lashes quivering. "How is it? Not to your liking?" the empress inquired with a smile, observing how this enchanting girl exuded both ethereal beauty and a down-to-earth charm, setting her apart from other noble ladies. While those ladies would be delighted by a reward, merely praising the food, Su Luoluo genuinely savored the flavors rather than seeking to flatter. Although the dishes were meant to be exquisite, the long journey and the chill of winter had rendered them lukewarm and unappetizing. "Your Majesty, Empress, might I showcase my culinary skills? Eating subpar food is truly a torment." For someone like Su Luoluo, who had always pursued gastronomic delight, this was intolerable, especially in the palace where everything was readily available. "Oh," the emperor, feeling significantly better and with a gleam of joy in his eyes, glanced at the crown prince, who was smiling and conversing with Su Luoluo. "You would want us to assist you, would you? Just say whether you wish to proceed." Su Luoluo set down her chopsticks, gracefully dabbed her lips with a cloth, while June Molin's gaze lingered on her increasingly flushed lips, the subtle thrill returning. "Very well. I shall assist you," he acquiesced. Thus, within Ningxin Palace, there was a flurry of activity, causing every palace and hall to feel a wave of tension. The empress stood at the entrance of Ningxin Palace, listening to the reports from all around, a cold smile playing on her lips. This was advantageous. With every palace taking action, she could seize the opportunity to purge those who ought not to remain. Eunuch Yunhai, beaming in Ningxin Palace, soon emerged with a furrowed brow, discreetly gathering the necessary ingredients to send to the small kitchen. Meanwhile, the emperor and empress sat by the hearth, observing the youthful figures bustling in the distance. June Molin washed vegetables. The crown prince tended to the fire, while Su Luo sliced ingredients, accompanied by other palace maids engaged in their tasks. Among them, Su Luoluo was the most captivating, embodying the essence of a cook. The empress stoked the charcoal fire, her heart warming at the sight before her. The emperor, too, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, surprised that even in dire circumstances, he could relish such simple joys. "Your Highness, allow me to tie your apron," Eunuch Yunhai said, presenting a beautiful apron to Su Luoluo. June Molin's gaze turned icy upon witnessing this. Eunuch Yunhai, sensing the tension, quickly looked up at the sky, realizing the day was particularly chilly, and hurried off to assist the crown prince with the fire. The crown prince, unaccustomed to igniting a flame, was a sight to behold, covered in soot, which elicited laughter from the empress. "Your Majesty, look at how comically flustered he is. Is it not amusing?" The emperor, observing the disgruntled crown prince, could not suppress his laughter, dispelling the stifling atmosphere within Ningxin Palace. Suddenly, the empress's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped the emperor's hand. The emperor, taken aback, turned to see the empress resting her head on his shoulder. This was against protocol. The crown prince was startled, but after a moment of silence, the emperor merely patted the empress's hand, and they continued to observe the young ones busily engaged in their tasks. As the empress gazed at Su Luoluo, she truly believed that the decision to sever ties with the Rue Wang was ill-advised, and scheming against Su Luoluo was a miscalculation. Though there was no evidence implicating him in the emperor's poisoning, the emperor's position was coveted by any prince. The more she watched Su Luoluo, the softer her gaze became. It had been many years since she had looked upon someone with such warmth, even towards the crown prince. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's disregard for trivialities, she would not have had the chance to experience this moment of happiness with the emperor, a moment for which she had yearned for over 2 decades. Within less than an hour, Su Luoluo presented a steaming array of 5 dishes and a soup on a large round table, as the emperor and empress took their seats. Eunuch Yinhai cheerfully introduced the dishes, while the emperor invited everyone to sit, declaring that today they would set aside the distinctions of ruler and subjects and the constraints of protocol. Your Majesty and Empress, the timing is just right. It is time for lunch. Su Luo personally served soup to the emperor and empress, followed by the crown prince, until she finally offered a bowl to Jun Molin, softly commenting, "The palace has this one flaw. Although the dishes are the finest in the world, the distance from the imperial kitchen to the various palaces renders them cold upon arrival." This point was acknowledged by the emperor, empress, and crown prince, who nodded in agreement, lamenting that they had long been deprived of true delicacies. Conversely, Su Luoluo's hot chicken soup was a revelation, vibrant and fragrant. "Mother," the crown prince addressed the empress gently, "Luoluo is right. Later, I shall consult with the Internal Affairs Office to see what changes can be made to ensure that every palace enjoys warm meals. Why not ask me instead?" Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow, her slight smirk captivating. She then turned to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, do sample my chicken soup. It is certainly unlike anything from the palace." With a smile, Su Luoluo served soup to everyone, including Eunuch Yinhai, little Shengzi, and Gu Su, eliciting delighted smiles from them all. The empress nodded approvingly. "Luoluo, I find this most agreeable. Indeed, this skill rivals that of my imperial chef," the emperor declared, his heart elated as he savored the meal, feeling entirely at ease. After dining, Su Luoluo took the emperor's pulse and adjusted the medicinal prescription accordingly, even preparing a sweet soup for everyone. Strangely enough, while tension brewed outside, the atmosphere within the palace was filled with warmth, creating a unique experience. The crown prince was equally joyful. It was rare for him to share a meal with his father and mother, and even more so to witness their temporary reconciliation. In the palace, where numerous rules and schemes pervaded, everyone was calculating their next move. It had been a while since his parents had seen each other, and for that, he owed gratitude to Su Luoluo and Jun Molin. The empress, looking at the emperor, approached to knead his shoulders, whispering, "Your Majesty, I used to serve you in this manner." In those days, they were youthful, the emperor diligent. She stood by his side, brewing tea when he was thirsty, preparing meals when he was hungry, keeping him company when he was weary, and protecting him in times of danger. They weathered countless storms together. Yet she had never anticipated that, in the end, it would still come to this. Reflecting on this, tears welled in the empress's eyes, a lang of grievances, helplessness, and anticipation stirring within her heart. "I remember," the emperor spoke with a smile, for it was precisely this reason that he devoted himself to nurturing the crown prince, placing such importance on him. Yet, he equally valued Prince Rui. Otherwise, how could he have betrothed the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Su to Prince Rui rather than the crown prince? The emperor was merely maintaining a delicate balance, guarding against them. This realization brought to mind the struggles of recent years, and the stirrings of emotion and memory within her heart suddenly faded. With a slight lifting of her long lashes, she once again donned the demeanor of the cold and proud empress. Approaching the window, she gazed at the plum blossoms in the courtyard, closing her eyes to suppress any murderous intent. No one could obstruct the crown princess' path, regardless of who they might be. Eunuch Yinhai brought over a chessboard, while the emperor and Jun Moli engaged in a game. The crown prince entered the small kitchen, observing Su Luoluo, who was simmering soup, a ripple of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Such a noble lady, engaged in such tasks, did not diminish her status. Rather, it enhanced the admiration she garnered. "Luoluo," he called softly. Su Luoluo glanced at the crown prince. The soup prepared for the emperor containing medicinal herbs, requiring careful timing for consumption. The crown prince regarded her. The words on the tip of his tongue swallowed back, and instead he said, "Thank you. You mentioned discussing with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Perhaps you could assist? Do you have a plan?" After tidying everything up and briefing Aunt Su, Su Luoluo curtsied to the crown prince. "I do have a plan. Once I finish the drawings and present them to you, you will understand, Your Highness. The subsequent matters will rest in your capable hands. We shall take our leave for now." "Very well," the crown prince nodded, departing the small kitchen side by side with Su Luoluo. He intentionally lagged a step behind, watching the graceful lady before him, tightening his grip within his sleeves. Subsequently, Jun Moli and Su Luoluo bid farewell and exited Ningxin Palace. The palace, washed clean by the rain, glistened like a polished stone path, Walking upon it felt akin to treading on a crystalline lake, utterly delightful. It should not snow again, Su Luoluo murmured while gazing at the sky. Jun Moli leapt into the carriage, extending his hand towards her. Initially intending to grasp his wrist, Su Luoluo found herself instead clasped by his hand, drawing her up beside him. I think, once settled, she softly remarked, perhaps we can investigate who has had eye issues in the past month. If the herbalist's claims are true, that individual might sacrifice an eye to ensure their safety. The reason he did not eliminate the herbalist is due to his need for the ingredients of soul-capturing powder. Indeed, Jun Moli agreed. I have dispatched someone with a fresh medicinal ingredient to that herbalist. He will feign going up the mountain to gather herbs. Upon his return, he will signal us. I believe there will soon be buyers. As they deliberated their plans, they purchased a few items on the street before returning to the plum garden. Upon arrival, Fulling assisted Su Luoluo with her bath and attire. Once she emerged, the crown prince's attendants reported that the emperor's condition would worsen by tomorrow, and he might not survive. Furthermore, the individual with eye issues was revealed to be General Xia Yiho. During a training session, he had been pierced in the eye by a guard spear, and now he had lost his eye entirely. This general, responsible for the emperor's safety and loyal for 11 years, was a deep-seated piece on the chessboard. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry about it, Jun Moli declared, rising to take his leave. The assassins from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion will arrive shortly. Do you have any token to give them? Let us leave a token for smooth communication upon their arrival, Su Luoluo suggested, handing him a peach blossom hairpin. This will suffice. Jun Moli nodded, and as Su Luoluo escorted him from the courtyard, they encountered Princess Jinghe and her 4 young suitors, also preparing to depart. The young men, upon seeing Jun Moli, immediately assumed a defensive stance, their handsome faces frosty. Princess Jinghe shot them a cold glance, prompting the suitors to obediently lower their heads, unable to meet her gaze, though their lips were pouted in indignation. Jun Moli, uninterested in their antics, mounted his horse, casting a glance at Su Luoluo before riding away. I shall return. If you find the time, do stay at the princess's residence for a few days. As Princess Jinghe conversed with Su Luoluo, she was already aware of the happenings within the palace. Now she intended to visit her father and mother, for a storm of blood and intrigue awaited them. Chapter 77. He awaits her watching the princess's carriage hastening away. A shadow of gloom enveloped Su Luoluo's heart. Within the palace, dark currents flowed, fraught with hidden dangers, as everyone braced themselves for an opportunity to eliminate their targets and settle old scores. It felt as though a pit had been dug, waiting for everyone to leap into it together. Mark my words, within a couple of days, a great many will perish, and a host of dark secrets will be unearthed. This, too, is beneficial. It will at least intimidate some and compel them to retract their claws, diverting attention from her own actions, making it easier for her to maneuver. She endeavored to cultivate goodwill in the eyes of the emperor, empress, and crown prince. For the more they favored her, the more they would disdain Prince Rui and Su Yao. Yet, the power she wielded was still insufficient to contend with those formidable adversaries. The crown prince needed to swiftly bolster his own influence. Clenching her long fingers, Su Luoluo gazed up at the clear sky. In this life, she would not be docile to anyone nor submit to any authority. She would live freely and openly. Upon returning to her quarters, after a moment of contemplation, Su Luoluo began to sketch. Fulling tidied the room and brought in hot tea, witnessing her mistress's nearly completed drawing. She approached, peering closely, her eyes widening in surprise. Miss, this is a small cart. Is this the structure you're illustrating? Indeed, Su Luoluo smiled, nodding. This design is intended for the imperial kitchen. Once they prepare the dishes, they can place the food in the cart to keep it warm while transporting it, ensuring the meals remain hot and ready to serve. The palace's birch charcoal burns like silver frost, emitting a faint fragrance without any smoke, and burns for a long duration, making it feasible to reach even distant palaces without concern. Miss, if this succeeds, the ladies of the various palaces will surely be grateful to you. Su Luoluo slightly pursed her lips, for that was precisely the effect she desired. However, if it did not yield results, it mattered little. Her efforts had not been extensive. Are the crown prince's guards still outside? Yes, Fulling confirmed. The guards had remained, as the crown prince had not instructed them to withdraw. Lady Su and Su Yingxue occasionally sent snacks, fruits, and hot tea, providing them with thick boots and knee pads to keep them warm and fed. Thus, the guards remain diligent in their duties. Once the assassins I have engaged enter the garden, I shall allow them to return to report, Su Luluo remarked. After all, they are the crown prince's men. It is not appropriate to rely on others excessively. Moreover, she lifted her long lashes, acknowledging the protection they offered, yet recognizing it also served as surveillance over her. When they depart, each should receive 50 taels of silver and 2 sets of clothing as a proper send-off. I shall make a note of that, Fulling replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her mistress's ingenuity. Previously, Miss Sher's wheelchair was rather cumbersome, but she has since modified its design. With the assistance of the second young master, it has been restructured to glide swiftly and effortlessly. Moreover, her wheelchair is now equipped with several concealed weapons, enabling her to defend herself in the face of even the slightest danger. As she contemplated this, the sound of the wheelchair approached, and Fu Ling hurried to greet Miss Sher, who had arrived. Su Luo remained comfortably nestled on the soft couch, watching with gentle eyes as Sher Wan-yu maneuvered herself inside. Sister Sher is making remarkable progress, becoming increasingly adept at caring for herself, she mused. Sher Wan-yu's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Thanks to Su Luo's treatment and encouragement, along with the attentive care from the Su family, her health had significantly improved. She now endeavored to do as much as possible on her own, seeking no assistance from others. If she wished to exact revenge, she knew it must be through her own efforts. No longer did she wallow in sorrow or despair, having been well-versed in literature and the arts. In possessing a graceful beauty, she understood that with the right opportunity, she could charge forth and reclaim everything. Taking Su Luo's hand, Sher Wan-yu gently remarked, I too feel that I am improving. Today, she wore a violet embroidered dress with silver lace trim, the delicate silk ribbon accentuating her waist. Sitting gracefully in her wheelchair, she appeared both dignified and enchanting, reminiscent of a fairy from a painting, serene as water. She handed Su Luo a ledger resting on her lap. This contains the accounts of our transactions, including the quantities of garments produced, food supplies, medicinal herbs, and the details of our finances. Please take a look. Su Luo accepted the ledger, leafing through its meticulously detailed pages. Although their preparations had yet to meet expectations, they had nonetheless made significant progress. She hoped fervently that in this lifetime she could alter their fates, bringing the Ru Wang family to justice and banishing Tian Li. Let them know that the stitches need not be as fine as those made in the palace. What the common folk produce suffices, as it will expedite the process. Indeed, Sher Wan-yu nodded. She had been residing in May Garden for the past few days, and the Sher family had not inquired about her at all. Perhaps it was for the best. Otherwise, any inquiries would surely have ulterior motives. Sister, a melodious voice rang out from the courtyard. Sher Wan-yu turned to see Su Yun Luo striding toward her with a tall, handsome figure beneath the plum tree. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. As Su Yun Luo entered the room, he pointed outside, saying, There's someone out there who possesses this hairpin and claims to have come to identify their master. Su Luo's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the peach blossom hairpin. It's a killer from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. I hired him, second brother. To her surprise, Jun Mo Lin, despite his frivolous demeanor, proved to be remarkably reliable in his dealings. She was curious about the appearance of the assassin she had engaged. Is he an old man with a white beard, or perhaps a middle-aged fellow? She asked, pondering the eccentricity often associated with assassins, especially those of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, renowned for their distinctive traits. Outside, Jun Mo Lin's expression darkened as he overheard Su Luo's words. Why did it matter what he looked like? Could an assassin not also be handsome and dashing? You should take a look for yourself, he retorted. Su Dun Ruo felt peculiar sensation, expecting a fearsome assassin. Yet upon dismounting, he anticipated the arrival of a commanding prince. Su Luo agreed. They were so close now, and she would soon see for herself. She rushed outside, opening the courtyard door. The brisk wind swirled, lifting layers of plum blossoms, creating a cascade of petals that resembled a shower of flowers. There, amidst the floral sea, stood a tall, striking figure, quietly awaiting her. Jun Mo Lin possessed broad shoulders and a slim waist. His tall frame draped in a flowing black robe adorned with gold trim, cinched at the waist with a belt of priceless black gems. His hair, bound by a white jade pin, danced in the wind, and beneath his exquisite mask his eyes glimmered with an enchanting light, both mysterious and breathtaking. Clutching a menacing long sword, he stood beneath the plum tree, petals swirling around him, accentuating his aloof and chilling aura. Su Luo gazed at the youth beneath the tree, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never imagined that an assassin could possess such beauty. Upon hearing their voices, Jun Mo Lin slowly turned, momentarily shedding his regal demeanor. As his gaze fell upon Su Luo, warmth flickered in his eyes. He raised a hand in a graceful salute, introducing himself as the esteemed De Ming Wang, Zhongjing, of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. What? Su Luo gasped, taken aback to learn that the De Ming Wang himself had come. Aside from the Pavilion Master, there were only two top-tier experts in the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, De Ming Wang Zhongjing and De Gue Wang Zhongyang. De Ming Wang represented the realm of the living, while De Gue Wang embodied the spirit world. This meant that for any matter, living or dead, as long as the price was right, they could unearth even the deepest secrets. Their martial prowess was unparalleled, and the Pavilion Master remained the most enigmatic figure across the continent. Rumor had it that the emperors of the 7 nations in the Divine Yu continent despised the Divine Mechanism Pavilion for knowing too many secrets, pursuing the Pavilion Master relentlessly. Yet to this day, no one had even glimpsed the Pavilion Master's visage. Su Luo grasped her second brother's arm, her excitement bubbling over as she whispered, "I must go thank young Master Jun and invite him to dinner." To her astonishment, Jun Mo Lin had connections that allowed her to hire the finest assassin from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion for 500,000 taels of silver. This De Ming Wang Zhongjing was a name she had only heard of before, never having encountered him in person. "De Ming Wang, you are too courteous," she replied, taking a step closer, returning the greeting. Yet, as she did, the dagger concealed within her sleeve shot toward Jun Mo Lin's heart with a swift motion. The speed startled even Su Luo. However, Jun Mo Lin merely raised an eyebrow, effortlessly evading her strike, vanishing from her sight in the blink of an eye. Both Su Luo and Su Luo were taken aback, realizing just how formidable the De Ming Wang's lightness skill was. A subtle surge of murderous intent approached from the left, prompting Su Luo to swiftly snatch the long sword from Su Luo's grasp. With a resounding clash, the swords collided, sending them both reeling backward. Su Luo thrust her sword into the ground, stabilizing herself. When she looked up, she found that the aloof figure had simply sheathed his sword, his deep-set eyes fixed on her. "You were the first to evade my dagger," he remarked. In her previous life, her martial skills had been commendable, but now, having integrated all the techniques she had encountered, she was undoubtedly even more formidable. With a flick of her long sleeve, she sent her sword gleaming with cold light, flying towards Su Luo. A glint of shock crossed Su Luo's eyes as he grasped the sword and leaped into the air, boldly proclaiming, "Let me have a go, De Ming Wang. Please instruct me." Su Luo watched with amusement as her second brother and De Ming Wang engaged in a fierce duel. Their swordplay intensified as they soared through the air, the two blades creating circles of lethal energy that sliced through the atmosphere. Fu Ling, witnessing this grand spectacle, excitedly squeezed Su Luo's hand, exclaiming, Miss, the De Ming Wang is so impressive, and so is the second young master. They can leap and run along the rooftops. My heart races, my palms are sweaty." Before Fu Ling could finish her sentence, Su Luo playfully grabbed her and soared toward the nearby rockery. "I'll miss," Fu Ling gasped, feeling as though she might faint as Su Luo whisked her away. "Fear not," Su Luo reassured her, guiding them to land on a rooftop, then darting toward the rockery and dashing along the plum tree. Initially, Fu Ling shut her eyes tightly, terrified, but as they glided through the exhilarating scenery, her eyes began to shine with wonder. A resounding splash echoed as Su Luo plunged into the frigid lake, prompting Su Luo to hastily descend with Fu Ling. Upon witnessing him emerge from the icy waters, wiping the droplet from his handsome face, he offered a bow to Jun Mo Lin. Truly, he acknowledged defeat. Su Junwo, seasoned in the art of warfare and training soldiers, possessed a physique as robust as bronze and iron, and his martial skills were commendable. Yet, he had not even managed to graze Jun Mo Lin's sleeve. Instead, Jun Mo Lin maintained such dominance that Su Luo found himself unable to unleash his fiercest moves. giving him the impression of battling an army of thousands. Jun Moli returned the bow, a flicker of frustration crossing his eyes. After all, this was his second cousin. Having pushed him into the water, he worried about the potential repercussions once Su Yunluo sought retribution. Are you all right, second brother? I'm Fine. We bathe in cold water at the border during winter, replied Su Yunluo. I doubt even our combined strength would rival him. Luoluo, please attend to the Damon King while I change into dry clothes. Su Yunluo felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the Damon King before him. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but he also exuded an elegant demeanor and courtesy. More importantly, he had noticed that the Damon King had allowed him a few moves during their spar. Folamis, Yun Moli the Mox. Observing Su Luo's fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue from her earlier exertions. This reminded him of a fleeting kiss they had shared previously, causing his heart to race. Maintaining his composure, he declared, I shall appear whenever necessary. Otherwise, I shall remain in the shadows. Do not worry. With that, Jun Moli leaped away, vanishing from Su Luoluo's sight. Exchanging a glance with Fu Ling, Su Luoluo noted her delight, nearly bursting into applause. With such a formidable protector for her lady, she felt considerably more at ease. Miss, this 50,000 is truly worth it. Indeed, Su Luoluo concurred, willing to add another 50,000. Please prepare a guest room for the Damon King, one that is close to us, as I have matters to discuss with second brother. Understood. As Fu Ling withdrew, Su Luoluo recalled that she had yet to inform Su Yunluo about her plans for cultivating influence, prompting her to hurry toward his quarters. Observing Su Luoluo flit away like a butterfly, Jun Moli's expression turned frosty. With Su Yunluo still changing, he believed it prudent to avoid any confrontation. Young master. A Shung's figure appeared behind Jun Moli, bowing respectfully. The aura of menace surrounding Jun Moli surged. For groups have been monitoring the plum garden, but they have all been dealt with. Very well. Jun Moli raised a hand, and a Shung promptly retreated to the children's corridor, standing guard silently. Su Luoluo knocked on the door, and Su Yunluo emerged, now dressed. She handed him a cloth to dry his damp hair, frowning as she spoke. Second brother, in a few days, you must depart secretly with supplies and clothing. Why the urgency? Su Yunluo inquired, his own heart racing with concern. He understood it was time to leave, yet so much had transpired at home in such a short time, leaving him genuinely worried for his mother and sister's welfare. Second brother, listen to me. Once at the border, in addition to preparing for battle, we cannot adhere to the old ways. We must swiftly cultivate our own forces. You can select individuals from the army or elsewhere to train them as our shadow guards. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Su Yunluo's eyes. He had contemplated this matter for several days and intended to discuss it thoroughly with his elder brother upon their return to the border. To his astonishment, his sister had arrived at the same conclusion, leading him to believe that had Su Luoluo been a boy, she would surely carve out her own destiny. The establishment of shadow guards was imperative. They had made enemies with the Rue Wang, and the Su Lord would eventually become compromised as well. Without their own power, it would be difficult to protect their family, let alone themselves. I shall undertake this matter with elder brother. I will inventory our resources tomorrow. This trip will allow us to transport all the existing supplies, silver, and clothing, making life at the border considerably easier. Furthermore, Su Luoluo continued, her expression turning cold. There are several individuals you must keep an eye on once we arrive. Although the details within the plum blossom formation were not entirely clear, Su Luoluo had vaguely perceived that the arrows striking her elder brother had been shot by their own people. However, in her moment of grief, and with the assailant concealed, she had been unable to discern their identity, only certain that they were subordinates. Second brother, you must remember my words. Su Yunluo halted his drying of hair and sat beside her. He could not fathom why, during this visit, he felt that his sister had undergone a profound transformation. Those who have fought alongside you, I cannot claim that each one harbors ill intentions, but among them, there are surely several who wish to eliminate you and take your place as general. That is impossible. Su Yunluo sprang to his feet, his handsome face now grave. Those men have fought alongside me and elder brother, emerging from the same military camp. We have shared our lives for not just 1 or 2 years, but 6 or 7. Luoluo, I understand your concerns, but I have saved their lives, and they have saved ours. We have fought together, lived and died together. I understand. Su Luoluo empathized with her brother's fervor. Those men had indeed shared countless battles with them, and their inherently kind nature made it difficult for them to suspect anyone. Yet, second brother, can you guarantee that in the face of wealth, power, and military authority, their original intentions will remain unchanged? They must remain, Su Yunluo replied with unwavering conviction. Witnessing his unwavering trust in his comrades, Su Luoluo felt an ache in her heart akin to a piercing needle. Just as in her past life, she had trusted Rui Wang and Su Yao, only to face betrayal in the end. Sister, we have fought in countless battles together. I was gravely injured, and they saved me. They were injured, and I saved them. We have shared all our military achievements and wealth equally. They are well aware. He and his elder brother had never monopolized military honors, always ensuring that everyone's names were included in reports and that rewards were shared. They had sworn brotherhood, shared hardship, and fought alongside one another, their memories vivid and clear. They had vowed eternal loyalty and pledged to share their fortunes, to protect their family and country, ensuring their parents and loved ones felt pride in their deeds. They had even spoken of having their children continue this bond, either through marriage or sworn brotherhood. As his emotions surged, Su Yunluo found tears welling in his eyes. They had experienced far too much together, each moment fraught with life and death. Every incident worthy of recounting. Take Cheng Weifeng, for instance. He was a brother who had lost an arm to shield him from a blade, while Gong Hui had taken 3 arrows for elder brother. Yet now his sister urged him to be wary of these brothers. How could he accept that? Su Luoluo had never been to the battlefield and could not grasp the bonds forged through life and death struggles. Yet he understood her perspective. Her heart felt as heavy as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, thoughts swirling chaotically. Elder brother and second brother's unwavering trust in their subordinates revealed the extent of those individuals' efforts to gain their confidence. Perhaps, from the moment elder brother and second brother began leading troops into battle, those individuals had already infiltrated their ranks, employing various schemes to earn their trust. To raise an army takes 1,000 days, but to use it takes but an instant. In a month's time, the mastermind would call upon those individuals for their schemes. Dear brother, what if I were to say that some individuals have been lurking among you from the very beginning, guided by unseen forces? How could she possibly articulate to you that these events stem from our past lives, that they are indeed authentic occurrences? Such revelations are far too sensational for you to accept. Yet, none could have foreseen that we would find ourselves in the position of generals. Sister, I understand the immense pressure you are under. Leave the matters of the battlefield to us. You must exercise utmost caution with the affairs at home. One side apart, I shall trouble the esteemed King of Ming to assist you. Otherwise, I would remain deeply unsettled. When necessary, do not hesitate to seek the prince's aid. Given your decision to oppose the King of Rui, it is imperative to establish a reliable ally. And at present, that ally is the prince. Supporting him is legitimate. They will likely see no issue with it, and may not ponder further. Remaining neutral is, in fact, unwise. We would face oppression from various factions, as they wield military power, and with Su Luo's unparalleled beauty, the lingering influence of Su Taifu, and the immense wealth held by Lady Su, many will surely harbor ulterior motives. Even if they choose not to side with anyone, Lord Su would compel them to take a stand, perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics. Instead of being passive, we ought to take the initiative. Brother, Su Luoluo wished to say more, yet the complexity in Su Yunluo's gaze rendered her momentarily speechless. For their lives hinged upon this matter. Regardless, you must heed my words. Apart from you and elder brother, do not place too much trust in anyone else, and remain vigilant in all things. Chapter 80. Life and Death Crisis. You are overthinking this. I, elder brother, and the rest of our comrades are as close as kin. Lady Forth was in the midst of a heated debate when eunuch Shao and hurriedly approached, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, bowing at the entrance of the chamber with an air of urgency. Lord Su had arranged to meet the envoy from Tianli Kingdom at Shirley Pavilion an hour hence. Nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides, with one side facing a lake, the pavilion exuded an eerie and enigmatic aura. Those within could clearly see any approaching figures or disturbances from afar, and should they desire to escape, they could easily evade detection by retreating into the mountains or sinking into the waters. I shall investigate, Su Luoluo declared, leaping gracefully out of the window, while Su Yunluo, sensing her anger, hastily followed. I will accompany you. Jun Moxing perched on a beam, observing their frantic figures as they rushed ahead before swiftly joining them. With the speed of galloping steeds, mud splattered in their wake. They found a concealed spot on the mountainside to the right of Shirley Pavilion, allowing their horses to graze on the grass. The wind howled past their ears, rustling the leaves with a chilling intensity. Although they understood that Lord Su harbored ulterior motives, the moment they witnessed the truth, the depths of Su Yunluo and Su Luo's eyes flared crimson with rage. Bitter hatred surged within Su Luoluo as she cast a frigid glance at Lord Su, wishing fervently to confront him at that very moment. This man had not only betrayed everything, but was also one of the direct culprits behind their mother's death. Draped in a black cloak and wearing a hat, Lord Su arrived at Shirley Pavilion alongside the envoy from Tianli Kingdom. There was a sinister rumor surrounding this pavilion, claiming it was haunted. No one who entered ever emerged. And after the arrival of several groups of exorcists without resolution, a pavilion was constructed to suppress whatever malevolent entity lay beneath. Over time, the tales became increasingly fantastical, deterring anyone from venturing there. Yet, Su Luo suspected that this was merely a ruse to dissuade others from coming, concocted by those who wished to conceal their own misdeeds. Qin Huairuo's men stood at a distance, bows drawn and expressions vigilant. After seating themselves within the pavilion, discussions ensued. After a brief interval, Su Luoluo observed Lord Su seize a stone from the ground and hurl it into the lake in a fit of rage, storming out of the pavilion to mount his horse. Qin Huairuo, visibly furious, struck a pillar with his fist and glared at Lord Su's retreating figure before flinging his sleeves and departing. With solemn expressions, Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo descended into the pavilion, where the visibility was indeed excellent. However, why had they chosen this location for their meeting? Countless other secluded spots were available. The wind in the mountain ravine grew stronger. Branches clashed, creating an eerie sensation as though someone were traversing the forest, sending chills down their spines. This is bad. Suddenly, Su Luoluo raised her face towards a towering tree in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a volley of arrows soared towards their hearts. Su Yunluo instinctively shielded Su Luoluo, raising his sword just as a figure dashed before them. The sound of arrows being deflected echoed as Jun Moxing's formidable internal energy swept through, causing the arrows to embed themselves into a nearby tree trunk. With a graceful flourish, he landed with poise. To lure us in, they have crafted an impeccable trap, with mountains surrounding them on three sides and water on the other. Situated at a distance from the capital, once ensnared, escaping would require considerable effort. Should the enemy have prepared in advance to encircle them, they would have no chance of survival. A rustling sound erupted from the surrounding trees, followed by countless arrows aimed at their backs, sending cold sweat trickling down their spines. Should we take to the water? The fury in Su Yunluo's eyes surged to a boiling point, realizing that their very own father, Lord Su, had orchestrated such a treacherous scheme against them. It was utterly unfathomable. Brother, Su Luoluo observed the hurt in Su Yunluo's gaze and softly remarked, "If our own father can act thus, how can we place our trust in anyone else, even our brothers?" Su Luoluo did not wish to be overly admonitory, but this served as a poignant example, urging him to remain vigilant. Gripping his sword tightly, Su Yunluo's expression hardened like ice, though he remained silent, his heart aching as if struck by a powerful blow, leaving a metallic taste in his throat. This was their father, the man they had always respected. Do not take to the water. It is poisoned, and should we jump in, it would mean certain death. Su Luoluo pointed toward a patch of dead fish hidden among the dry leaves, her voice cold. Su Yunluo turned his gaze towards the mountains, where archers lay in wait, clearly intent on taking their lives. Lord Ming, I will protect you. You must flee with Luoluo. If a life must be sacrificed today, Su Yunluo resolutely chose his own. His sister was wise and intelligent, her abilities rivaling any man. With her and elder brother working together, they would surely prevail. No! Su Luoluo tightened her grip on Su Yunluo's wrist, shaking her head in anguish. Brother, if we must flee, we flee together. We possess the capability to evade this rain of arrows. Trust me. Su Luoluo removed her cloak, her gaze steely as she surveyed their surroundings, pointing to a nearby mountain. We will use the cloak for cover and dash toward the left mountain. Once we enter the woods, they will lose sight of us. We only need to deal with those who obstruct our path and continue forward. As Jun Moxing listened, his eyes, sharp as blades, scanned the environment. He assessed every archer's position, calculating their movements and trajectories with precision. He exchanged a glance with Su Yunluo, who nodded in understanding. Then, Jun Moxing seized Su Luoluo's cloak, infusing it with his internal energy. The cloak unfurled like a canopy, soaring into the air. Arrows rained down like a storm upon the cloak, which landed nearly saturated with poison projectiles. Simultaneously, Jun Moxing and Su Yunluo leaped into the air, their internal energies surging as they propelled themselves towards the pavilion's roof. With a resounding crash, they tore the pavilion's top off with their bare hands. Jun Moxing swiftly produced a thin line from his sleeve, ensnaring Su Luoluo's waist and drawing her closer. The two wielded the pavilion's roof as a massive shield, launching towards the nearest mountain range. Su Luoluo stood at the center of the shield, turning to confront the arrows shot from all directions, neutralizing them with precision. As she leaped into the forest, the top of the pavilion was violently smashed away, followed by a series of anguished cries. A dozen figures plummeted, spewing blood as they fell into the water, which swiftly corroded their bodies. The water was formidable. Any corpse tossed and would vanish within 3 days. No wonder she had seen those dead fish. Mere heads or tails remained. None were whole. Once in the woods, matters became more manageable, with the trees providing cover. Su Yunluo and Jun Molen shielded Su Luoluo as they fought their way forward. The number of corpses around them increased, and Su Luoluo picked up arrows from the ground, aiming at distant targets. Though this was their first collaboration, the trio worked in perfect harmony. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. After the first wave was slain, another emerged, unleashing a barrage of tiny arrows. One arrow nearly struck Su Luoluo's forehead, prompting Jun Molen to act with desperate urgency. He rolled and embraced her tightly, the arrow piercing his shoulder. The force of the impact sent them tumbling from the tree. Su Luoluo, disregarding her own pain, helped Jun Molen to his feet. He, filled with murderous intent, swallowed a pill, his internal power surging as if possessed, charging towards the archers. "Do not linger. The arrows are poisoned," Su Luoluo exclaimed. But Jun Molen, consumed by rage, charged forward, unafraid of the arrows aimed at his heart. Su Yunluo rushed to assist, while Su Luoluo sprinted toward the towering tree. In this deep, secluded forest, where few ventured, some herbs thrived, and she needed to find some to tend to his wounds. She found them. As she crushed the first herb in her palm, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Turning, she saw deep in the woods her second brother and the great Ming king, having vanquished the archers, approaching with bloodied swords, exuding a formidable aura. "Let us go," Su Yunluo said, taking Su Luoluo's hand. The three descended the mountains swiftly, the sound of whistling and galloping hooves echoing. Su Luoluo hastily extracted the poisoned arrow from Jun Molen and applied the crushed herbs to his wound. Her tear-filled eyes glanced at him, and beneath his mask, his face appeared deathly pale. "A silver needle is embedded in your shoulder," Su Luoluo said, turning to Su Yunluo. "Brother, I will ride with the great Ming king. I need to keep a close watch on him." "All right," Su Yunluo agreed, bringing forth a fine steed. Just as he was about to assist Jun Molen onto the horse, Jun Molen pulled Su Luoluo to him and leapt onto the horse. "Giddy up," he commanded, urging the horse into a gallop. "Luoluo, that man colludes with Tianli, harming loyal subjects. This is treason. The consequences are dire. Should it come to light, not a single member of the Su family would survive." Su Luoluo's eyes darkened with hatred and killing intent. Her brother was right. If this was the case, they needed to keep a close watch on this man, uncover his true identity, his intentions, the puppeteers behind him, and any unsavory dealings. They were currently living separately, which, in a way, benefited the Su family. Yet, greed often leads to folly. In a manner like Mei Yuan, given Su Howie and Aunt Lung's cunning, they'd likely find a way to encroach. "Brother, if they insist on moving into Mei Yuan, hold them off for now. Once the situation settles, I intend to let them move in." To be honest, Su Yunluo was reluctant. He felt an urge to punch Su Howie, wishing to send him straight to the underworld. Coughing lightly behind them, Jun Molen drew Su Luoluo's attention, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing his head against her shoulder. "Brother, we must hurry home. The poison weakened him further, and had it not been for the antidote he had taken and his robust internal power, coupled with her herbs, the great Ming king might not have survived. Though she had sought protection, she did not wish for others to pay with their lives. Jun Molin tightened his embrace around Su Luluo, resting his face against her soft shoulder. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, his heart stirred. The poison had little effect on him, and for her, he would gladly endure 100 arrows. In this world, there was indeed someone who could disrupt his composure. If only this moment could last forever, he would cherish holding Su Luoluo in his arms for eternity. Alas, upon returning to Meiyuan, Su Luoluo and Su Yunluo assisted Jun Molin into the chamber. Cutting away the fabric covering his wound, Su Luoluo felt a pang of pain at the sight of his mangled flesh. I must treat your wound, great Ming king. If it hurts, please speak up. It's nothing. Jun Molin replied nonchalantly, his brow unwrinkled, as if such excruciating pain were trivial to him. It wasn't that he felt no pain, rather, he had grown accustomed to it over time. With no further hesitation, Su Luoluo prepared her array of tools. As she laid them out, Jun Molin observed the impeccably organized instruments, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He knew Su Luoluo was skilled in medicine, but never anticipated her expertise to be so refined. Brother, please prepare 3 tablespoons of fresh soft-shelled turtle blood for the great Ming king. I'll fetch it at once. Su Yunluo replied, stepping away to gather the items. Su Luoluo then sterilized the instruments with alcohol and fire before meticulously scraping away the necrotic tissue surrounding Jun Molin's wound. Her masked visage concealed her expression, yet beneath, beads of cold sweat trickled down Jun Molin's face. She understood that the agony of scraping bone was not something an ordinary person could endure, yet he remained motionless, eyes closed, allowing her to work freely. This trust was truly moving. Realizing this, Su Luoluo comprehended why her brother had been so agitated. Trust was not built in a day. It seemed she needed to expedite her preparations, gathering everything required before heading to the border to rescue her brother, the soldiers, and the thousands of citizens. After bandaging his wound, Su Luoluo instructed the servant, Shaoan, to bring hot water for Jun Molin to wash up and change clothes. She also devised a detoxifying concoction for Ruffing to prepare using white wine to be administered to the great Ming king. Only when Jun Molin had taken his medicine and lay down did Su Luoluo realize night had fallen. Little sister, go wash up. I'll care for the great Ming king, Su Yunluo urged. Su Luoluo was not only exhausted but also in pain. She had not expected Su Howie to become so impatient as to wish for their deaths. Turning her gaze to the resting Jun Molin, she shook her head gently. I'll wash up quickly, brother. I can take care of him. I fear he may have a fever tonight. Then I shall prepare a soft couch for you to sleep on, and I will rest next door. Call for me if you need anything. The great Ming king had shielded her from arrows. Such a debt of gratitude warranted their attentive care. All right, she agreed. Soon after, Ruffing assisted Su Luoluo in washing up, and after changing into a comfortable outfit, she returned to the chamber. Jun Molin lay quietly, sleeping soundly. Su Luoluo checked his pulse, relieved, and lit some calming sandalwood incense before heading to the soft couch. Nestled within the soft and comfortable bedding, Su Luoluo's long eyelashes fluttered as she gazed out at the bright yellow light streaming through the window, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Chapter 82. A fiery scene. After enduring countless hardships to lead them to Shirley Pavilion, they had not perished as planned, and instead, they had slain many of her dark guards. Surely, Lord Su must be greatly disappointed. Frowning, she sat up. Isu Lulu Potion Molinis bedside, gently brushing her fingers against his forehead. His temperature was normal, and his pulse strong, indicating that his constitution was robust, with the poison dissipating swiftly. Quietly opening the window, Su Luoluo leaped out, silently slipping away from the plum garden. Unbeknownst to her, a figure was deftly pursuing her from behind, keeping a steady distance. Neither too far nor too close. Jun Molin observed her path on horseback, sensing she intended to head to the Su residence. It was late at night. Why wasn't Tishi resting? Was she planning to assassinate Lord Su? Indeed, she halted at the entrance of the Su residence. Reining in her horse, she gazed up at the imposing plaque, her hand trembling slightly around the dagger. This was inscribed by Su Taifu, her maternal grandfather. Each character was worth its weight in gold. Yet now, all the radiance seemed to shine upon Lord Su. One day, she would ensure her mother returned here with dignity, reclaiming the Su name and the estate passed down from Su Taifu. Sneaking around to the side entrance, she deftly jumped into the courtyard, evading several traps and the watchful eyes of servants, cautiously traversing the garden and a small lake until she reached Lord Su's courtyard. This abode, named Songxiang Courtyard, was once home to Su Taifu. Previously, it was modestly and elegantly arranged, adorned with picturesque scenery, but now it was a scene of extravagant opulence. "Oh, my lord, how can a servant bear this?" From within the room, a delicate young voice emerged, not that of concubine Long. Lord Suchekiv, clearly enjoying the company of this maid. Sounds of movement followed, and then he gasped between chuckles. "Lianer, how could you not endure? Aren't you the one who enjoys this treatment the most?" Like a fierce tiger, Lord Su lunged at her, and the temperature in the room soared. "Tell me, Lianer, who is more beautiful, you or concubine Long?" Lianer, with her fair arms wrapped around Lord Su, pouted her red lips and asked coyly. She was much younger than concubine Long, bold and passionate, captivating Lord Su in an instant. Need it be said? Of course, you are the more beautiful. Su Lulua's expression turned icy as she listened quietly. When the couple fell into a state of oblivion, she emotionlessly retrieved a fire starter from her pocket, blew gently upon it, and then set the gauzy curtain ablaze. Like a wraith, her figure flitted about, igniting fires in every corner. Despite the winter chill, the Su residence was warm and dry due to the heated calm, and in mere moments, flames began to engulf the space. Distracted by Lianer's allure, Lord Su embraced her, kissing her fervently, both lost in a haze of rising desire. Lianer was filled with delight tonight. Lord Su was supposed to spend time with concubine Long, yet through her cunning, she had drawn him to her own bed. Tomorrow, he would announce her elevation as a concubine, allowing her to stand equal with concubine Long. "It's so hot, my lord." The heat surged around their exposed bodies as Lianer, overwhelmed, murmured softly. Such intensity was unprecedented. What was happening tonight? "Do you not enjoy the warmth? You two seem quite warm." Initially, Lord Su reveled in the joy, but as the searing flames rushed toward them, both he and Lianer opened their eyes wide in terror. "Ah, the water is overflowing. Help! Someone!" As their panicked cries echoed, servants rushed into the courtyard, stunned at the sight of the raging flames. "What are you waiting for? Quickly extinguish the fire. Save my lord and Lianer." Only then did the servants snap into action, grabbing buckets to fetch water, but the delay proved costly. By the time the water approached, the flames had intensified. As they beheld Lord Su and the maid's alabaster forms amidst the fire, their hearts raced, faces burning with embarrassment. Crash! A beam fell heavily upon Lord Su's shoulder, a scream piercing through Songxiang Courtyard. Hearing the agonizing cry and the ensuing chaos, concubine Long rushed in, only to find Lord Su, injured, cradled by his maid. Both stark naked in the flames, their expressions a mix of fear and desire, clearly not yet sated. Murderous rage surged within concubine Long. This night was supposed to be hers with Lord Su, but he claimed illness as an excuse to rest alone, only to find him entangled with his maid. "Wretched girl!" A servant sprinted past with a bucket of water, but concubine Long seized him, coldly commanding, "Save my lord alone. Do not save that wretched thing." Insight, Lianer, hearing concubine Lung's furious shout, wept bitterly, desperately pleading, "Second madam, I was wrong. I know my mistake. Please save me." With that, Lianer clung tightly to Lord Su. "My lord, take me with you. I adore you." Lord Su held the maid tightly, attempting to flee toward the area where the fire was less fierce. Exposed, they were a sight ill-suited for the eyes of others, and Lianer's face paled in humiliation, realizing how many had seen her body. Concubine Lung glared at Lord Su, protecting Lianer, her teeth gritting in rage. What difference did it make to save her? A body seen by countless servants was of no value. They would perish together. She had countless methods to ensure Lianer suffered. Let her indulge in her allure tonight. Anyone who helps extinguish this fire can claim her. The servant's eyes gleamed at this opportunity. Concubine Lung's maid was exceptionally beautiful, and they had long endured her haughty demeanor. Thus, they redoubled their efforts as concubine Lung observed, a glint of malice in her gaze. From a distant rooftop, Su Luoluo coldly watched the unfolding scene before turning away. Upon returning to the plum garden, she first bathed and changed clothes, then quietly returned to her chamber. The Daming Wang still slept soundly on the bed. Su Luluo approached to tuck him in before settling onto the soft couch herself. Perhaps due to the calming incense or the release of pent-up emotions, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the bed, Jun Mullen sat up and quietly approached Su Luluo. Sitting at the bedside, he leaned in, illuminated by the soft glow, gazing at her face, his hand gently caressing her long hair. His hand trembled slightly, and the pain in his eyes became increasingly evident. Perhaps it is for the best to forget. He had once fervently desired for Luluo to remember everything, yet now he hesitated to pursue that path. Some pain was his to bear alone. If she forgot, so be it. In the future, he would no longer concern himself with the so-called greater good, nor the imperial decree. Whoever caused Su Luluo to depart from his side would meet their end. Those who sought to take her from him would be annihilated. He would dedicate his entire life to mending past regrets, ensuring that Su Luluo would once again fall in love with him. The soft couch cradled her, fragrant and tender. Jun Mullen's gaze deepened with affection as he admired Su Luluo's exquisite features, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. Burying his face in her neck, he inhaled her delicate scent, recalling her past sufferings and grievances. His body trembled violently. His tranquil heart felt as if it had been struck by a colossal wave, yearning to merge with Su Luluo, never to be parted again. Morning arrived. As Su Luluo's long eyelashes fluttered gently, she slowly opened her eyes and instinctively reached beside her. She had the impression that her sleep had been restful these past few days, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. Upon noticing her awakening, Fulling hurried over to attend to her. "Miss, you are awake." Su Luluo lazily nodded and peered past the screen to the bed across from her. Fulling whispered, "The great Ming King has been up since early morning and has already taken his medicine." The sounds of clashing swords echoed from the courtyard, prompting Su Luluo to push open the window. She beheld the scene of swirling leaves, where the great Ming King and Su Yunluo were engaged in an intense sparring match. The atmosphere was charged with lethal intent as they fought earnestly. A gash appeared on Su Yunluo's arm, yet he did not cry out in pain. Instead, excitement gleamed in his eyes. This bout surpassed any 10 encounters he had faced outside, proving immensely beneficial. Upon catching sight of the exquisite figure at the window, Jun Moli struck Su Yunluo aside with a swift motion, his flowing robe stirring the fallen leaves as he descended. "Great Ming King, your wounds have yet to heal. You ought to rest and recuperate." Su Luluo gestured for him to come closer, then took his pulse. After a night had passed, the poison within him had dissipated, and his vitality surged impressively, though his wounds still required time to mend. She could not help but admire his remarkable recovery. Jun Moli lowered his gaze upon Su Luluo, reminiscing about the warmth of their embrace from the previous night, which stirred ripples in his heart. Su Luluo possessed a unique quality. Merely holding her for 3 hours would envelop one in a spring-like warmth, accelerating the healing of even the gravest injuries. He had always been aware of her extraordinary ability and had kept it a secret, which explained his clandestine efforts to prevent the Rue Wang from sharing a bed with her after her marriage into the Rue Wang mansion. Thus far, the Rue Wang remained oblivious to this truth. Should he discover it, or if others were to find out, Su Luluo would undoubtedly become a coveted treasure, inciting chaos across the realm. With a shadowed expression, Jun Moli caught Su Luluo's curious gaze, sensing a sudden chill emanating from him. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" "No, I am recovering well. Do not worry, fourth miss," he replied nonchalantly, sheathing his sword with graceful precision. Shortly thereafter, Fulling invited them to partake in breakfast. After washing up, Su Luluo joined her family at the dining hall. As they dined together, Su Yingxue elegantly observed Jun Moli, her curiosity piqued by the exquisite mask that concealed what she imagined to be an exceptionally handsome visage. The contours of the great Ming King's face were undeniably perfect. Seeing her daughter so openly stare at a man, Madame Su subtly stepped on Su Yingxue's foot while continuing her meal. A girl should not gaze so intently at a man. One might think you have taken a liking to him. A pang of anxiety gripped Madame Su's heart. Could it be that her daughter truly harbored feelings for him? Startled by the sudden pain, Su Yingxue hastily composed herself and resumed her meal with decorum. After breakfast, Su Luluo brought numerous gifts and rewards to the entrance, distributing them to the Crown Prince's guards while instructing them to return to the Crown Prince's residence. However, before she could turn away, a letter from the crown prince arrived. The missive conveyed urgent news from the palace. All the ladies and esteemed officials had gathered outside the Ningxin Hall, awaiting the arrival of the imperial physicians, as it was believed that the emperor's condition had gravely deteriorated. Amidst the emperor's sudden decline, imperial physician Chao publicly declared that the emperor was poisoned, implicating the crown prince and the empress. Under the influence of certain individuals, suspicions arose that they had concealed the truth with the intention of hastening the emperor's demise. The crown prince challenged Su Luoluo to guess who had accused him. Su Luoluo closed her eyes, contemplated, and inscribed a character, followed by several phrases for someone to deliver to the palace. The empress was known for her ruthless methods, with threats against her and her son. Her temperament suggested that she would not hesitate to make an example by executing a few to instill fear in others. Gong Shaoan entered, kneeling before Su Luoluo and bowing deeply. "Miss, I expose your identity to Lord Su, and in doing so, I have placed you in danger. I am truly remorseful." Su Luoluo pursed her lips slightly, and Fulling stepped forward to assist him up. Only then did Su Luoluo speak. "It matters not. I merely wish to ascertain any connection between Lord Su and this affair. This situation poses a risk to you as well. After all, I am uncertain if Lord Su would take your life." Yet, Gong Shaoan, fully aware of the potential dangers, had proceeded without hesitation. Su Luo's orders served dual purposes: to investigate Lord Su and to assess Shaoan's loyalty. "Shaoan, take a few individuals to Imperial Physician Chao's residence. Bring his wife and children. Do not concern yourselves with anyone else. By securing his family, we can compel him to speak the truth." Given the Empress's temperament, it was certain that Imperial Physician Chao's family would face dire consequences. Understood. Shaoan accepted the command and swiftly departed to execute her orders. The letter further revealed that all personnel from the laundry bureau had been eradicated, with items that had once been in the Empress's possession mysteriously vanishing that very morning. "Miss, what does the word respect signify?" Fully inquired, puzzled. Su Luoluo reflected on the appearance of the Prince of Jing and softly replied, "The Prince of Jing. He has emerged to accuse the crown prince of poisoning and plotting regicide." Everyone assumed that the Prince of Jing aligned with the crown prince, believing him to be an ally. Yet at this critical juncture, it was the Prince of Jing who struck at the crown prince. The emperor was not a foolish man. Logically, he would side with the crown prince. However, scarcely had she finished speaking when Junmoli approached, his sword in hand, and softly remarked, "The crown prince has been imprisoned, and the empress is confined to the inner palace. The current power dynamics remain uncertain, and the Rue Wang is poised to act." "What?" Su Luoluo sprang to her feet, hastening toward the door. Chapter 84. A glimmer of scorn as she mounted her horse and tightened the reins. A flicker of scorn crossed Su Luoluo's eyes. Some matters had indeed exceeded her expectations. Historically, familial bonds within royalty were a mere illusion. They had always been about calculating advantages and ascending to power. She had hoped to awaken a sense of familial affection among the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince, believing that such emotions would unite them in consolidating the crown prince's authority. However, the current situation suggested her efforts had been in vain. Ultimately, the emperor had chosen to believe others and dealt with the crown prince and the empress. In the distance, a magnificent steed approached, and a shadowy figure leaped from the horse, kneeling before Su Luoluo to present a token. "Princess Chongning, the crown prince is in peril." Recognizing the jade pendant that the crown prince often wore, Su Luoluo understood that seeing this jade was akin to seeing the crown prince himself. It was evident that there were individuals working in the shadows, swiftly and ruthlessly, rendering the crown prince and the empress utterly immobilized. Turning to the great Ming king beside her, Su Luoluo frowned and stated, "The longer the crown prince remains in prison, the more perilous his situation becomes. If he were to take his own life out of fear, the empress's maternal family may not support her to protect their own interests, thus allowing for a change in the crown prince's position. Such opportunities are rare, and everyone will risk everything to seize them. Bear in mind that the emperor has 6 or 7 adult sons, each with substantial backing, all of whom aspire to ascend to that coveted position. Yet now, they share a common goal, the crown prince. They will undoubtedly conspire to eliminate him, and then vie for the throne amongst themselves." A luxurious carriage approached, and as Tianqing pulled the reins and lifted the curtain, Junmoli's striking figure emerged. He gazed intently at Su Luoluo, his voice gentle yet probing. Do you wish to save the crown prince? The great Ming king bowed respectfully to Jun Moli, who exchanged a meaningful glance with him. Jean Moli sent an urgent message, demanding his immediate return. He assumed there was some pressing matter at hand, and rode through the night on his steed towards this direction. To his astonishment, he discovered his master donned in a human skin mask and a delicate facade, impersonating him. In that moment, the esteemed Wang Chongjing felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword. He was compelled to question why his master chose to impersonate him when there were countless alternatives. Additionally, he was baffled by the existence of an identical human skin mask. When was it crafted, and why was he utterly oblivious to it? He had long suspected that his master might have utilized his likeness for some nefarious deeds, yet he had never found the opportunity to voice his concerns. Jean Moli extended his hand, and Su Luoluo accepted it. Once they boarded the carriage, Su Luoluo furrowed her brows and spoke in a low voice. I intend to align with the crown prince thus. I must ensure the safety of this individual. From the very beginning, she had chosen to side with the crown prince. However, mere military strength was insufficient. She needed allies within the palace. No matter how formidable she became, she could not elevate her brother to the throne alone. Moreover, the crown prince was currently extending his goodwill toward them, exerting great effort to forge an alliance based on mutual benefit. As for the future, that could be addressed later. In this world, there are no eternal benefits, nor everlasting friendships. Inevitably, all alliances must fragment. Do you wish to elevate the crown prince to the throne? Jean Moli, clad in a sapphire-colored robe, appeared as graceful as jade. When he gazed at Su Luoluo, it seemed as though his eyes brimmed with endless warmth and tenderness, causing her heart to race uncontrollably whenever their gazes met. Any prince would suffice, except for Rui Wang. If Rui Wang desires it, I must destroy him. Regrettably, during the year of her marriage, she had not adequately probed into Rui Wang's secrets. Otherwise, her endeavors would have been considerably easier. Very well, Jean Moli nodded. Since that was her wish, he would assist her, aware that Su Luoluo sought to consolidate her own power, and he possessed everything she desired. However, he needed to devise a suitable pretext to forge an alliance with her. Jean Moli retrieved a token from his pocket and presented it before Su Luoluo. This token grants direct access to the dungeons. Would you like to visit the crown prince first? Upon receiving the token, Su Luoluo's eyes widened with surprise, realizing it was the highest-ranking token in the palace. A debauchee possesses such a token. The emperor provided it to me, Jean Moli replied nonchalantly. Su Luoluo nodded in acknowledgement, and upon entering the palace, Jean Moli proceeded to Ningxin Hall, while Su Luoluo made her way directly to the dungeons. As Jean Moli stepped into Ningxin Hall, a young eunuch accidentally bumped into him while carrying tea, causing the frightened eunuch to hastily kneel and wipe the water off Jean Moli's boots. Jing Wang has accused the crown prince, claiming Rui Wang has been orchestrating events behind the scenes. King Wang, they Wang, and Xian Wang seem to have joined forces with Rui Wang to eliminate the crown prince. Currently, the crown prince is imprisoned, and the empress has been confined as well. The empress's family has responded swiftly, forcing Rui Wang to tread carefully. Yet, the situation is dire and volatile. Furthermore, everything has been arranged for the dungeons, and Miss Su will face no obstacles. Good work, you may leave, Jean Moli said, lightly kicking the eunuch. The eunuch scrambled to his feet, trembling in fear as Jean Moli, icy and resolute, strode away. Upon entering the inner hall, he found the various consorts and princes seated, surrounded by ministers and physicians whose expressions were grave, as if they had just engaged in a fierce argument. Jean Moli frowned slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly. For reasons unknown, a chilling murderous intent emanated from him, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. With Jean Moli's token in hand, Su Luoluo encountered no impediments. The dungeons were cold and damp, filled with the incessant sounds of agony, as the clanking of torture devices sent shivers down her spine. As she ventured deeper, the stench of blood grew more pungent. In the dim recess of a small cell, the crown prince was locked in a struggle with a cloaked figure. The assailant had a tight grip on the crown prince's hand, which clutched a poisoned dagger, compelling the crown prince to plunge it into his own heart. At that instant, Su Luoluo launched a hairpin, transforming it into a lethal projectile aimed at the assailant's head. The shadowy figure collapsed to the ground, The crown prince, clutching his wounded shoulder, rushed to the cell bars and, upon seeing Su Luluo, felt his heart constrict. You truly came? A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had contemplated the possibility of her absence, considering her connections to Su Taifu, her unparalleled beauty, the two royal offspring she bore, and the generals backing her. Regardless of the circumstances, many would seek to woo her. More importantly, she had once harbored feelings for Rui Wang. Yet in this moment, only Su Luo's wisdom and resourcefulness could aid him. No one else could be as trusted. Crown Prince, how did you end up in this predicament? The Emperor and Empress had endured hardships together until now, raising the Crown Prince as part of their governing strategy. The Emperor recognized that someone was scheming against him, yet he still imprisoned the Crown Prince. Clenching his fist, the Crown Prince looked at Su Luluo with a mixture of confusion and a hint of derision in his eyes. Are you surprised that this prince has fallen to such depths? Su Luoluo nodded in response. The Crown Prince sighed deeply, leaning against the cell bars as he slowly sank to the ground. Su Luoluo crouched beside him, producing several pills from her bosom. These are detoxification pills. Consume them immediately. These are blood-replenishing and focus-enhancing pills, to be taken shortly thereafter. The Crown Prince's complexion turned ashen, his lips darkening, a clear sign of poisoning. Had she arrived even a moment later, he might have succumbed right there, and her timely appearance could have rendered her the prime suspect in his demise. As the Crown Prince endured the excruciating pain, he swiftly examined the assassin. Upon removing the assassin's trousers, he discovered an empty void, igniting a surge of rage within him. It was a eunuch, undoubtedly dispatched from within the palace. However, the eunuch bore no identifying marks, and his face was unfamiliar, making it impossible to ascertain who had sent him to kill the Crown Prince. How could the Emperor suspect you and the Empress? The Crown Prince had always been viewed favorably by both the court and the populace, and the Empress had genuine affection for the Emperor. This was something the Emperor should have been aware of. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, his long lashes concealing the malice in his eyes. He kicked the corpse aside and spoke to Su Luoluo in a low voice. My father may not genuinely wish to establish me as the Crown Prince. Rather, he merely places me in the forefront to allow that person to grow up unscathed. Who? A flicker of shock crossed Su Luoluo's eyes, but as she posed the question, she suddenly froze. Rui Wang? Bang! The Crown Prince's fist struck the cell bars, unleashing the pent-up hatred that had long been buried. Indeed, if my father truly intended to support me as the Crown Prince, then you should have married me back then. Suddenly, Su Luoluo felt a sharp pain in her head, as if a needle had pierced her mind, prompting fleeting images to surface, yet she could not discern them clearly. With a thud, she collapsed onto the floor, her face pale. The Crown Prince hurriedly knelt beside her, concern evident in his eyes. What is wrong, Luoluo? After a moment, Su Luoluo regained her composure and gently shook her head. Since her rebirth, she had felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something, yet she could not recall it, and this sensation was deeply discomforting. If you are willing to listen, I will share with you. The Crown Prince also settled onto the cold ground, his eyes dark and brooding, his voice low and soothing. My father loved one woman in his lifetime, truly loved her. That woman was the elder sister of Chen Defei, named Chun Qingrong, a gifted beauty from the Chen clan. She and my father shared a profound love. Yet a month before their wedding, she perished while saving Chen Defei, struck by an arrow. In her dying moments, she implored my father to marry her sister, to take her place as his consort. A trace of mockery flickered in Su Luo's eyes as she replied coldly. Chun Qingrong was likely murdered by Chen Defei. Wasn't she? She schemed tirelessly to marry the then Crown Prince. Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. The assassin was orchestrated by Chun Defei, and Chun Qingrong was merely a pawn, used by Chun Defei to shield herself. The arrow wound was initially non-fatal. It was Chun Defei who administered a colorless, tasteless poison to hasten her demise. In light of this, it is evident that the Emperor harbors profound feelings for Chun Qingrong. Su Luoluo recalled the scene at Ningxin Hall, where the Empress stood by the window, silently shedding tears. Perhaps the Empress was aware of these events from the very beginning. If Chun Qingrong had survived, the Empress would have been the one to suffer the consequences. With a delicate flutter of her eyelashes, Su Luoluo gazed at the Crown Prince. If I were Chun Qingrong, I would shift the blame onto the Empress, as she is the second choice for the Crown Princess. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the crown prince's eyes. He recognized Su Luoluo's exceptional intellect. Indeed, although the empress has cleared her name, it has nonetheless sown seeds of discord between them. For years, the emperor and empress have navigated a treacherous landscape of mutual suspicion and calculation, leaving the empress in a state of perpetual anguish. The entanglements of love and vendetta within this realm are unbearable for ordinary souls. The empress has borne the brunt of blame throughout her life and has been despised by the emperor. Thus, the emperor's desire to eliminate the crown prince, avenge Chun Qingrong, and inflict suffering upon the empress. The crown prince, observing Su Luoluo's expression, understood that she had grasped a crucial point. He seized her wrist and implored, "Luoluo, you and Jinghe are close friends. I beseech you to ensure her safety. Not only will I protect her, but I shall also safeguard both of you." This revelation underscored their shared adversaries, Chun Defei and Rue Wang, compelling them to collaborate. Yet the crown prince hesitated. "But you were once the crown princess. You loved Rue Wang. If you do not seek a divorce and Rue Wang ascends the throne, perhaps." Crown Prince, su luolo interjective. Her gaze icy and devoid of emotion. "That man, even if he offers me the position of empress, how long could I endure? In the end, the outcome will be far worse." The emperor's only miscalculation was underestimating Su Taifu's early demise and failing to foresee Su Luoluo's audacity to seek a divorce. If the Taifu were alive, he could command all scholars across the realm. Currently, the scholars rally behind Chu Mingjian, and ostensibly, her relationship with him should be amicable. Yet, in her past life, Chu Mingjian fervently supported Rue Wang and Su Yiyao, disparaging her with harsh words, likely at Rue Wang's behest. In this lifetime, she intends to leverage the remnants of the Taifu's influence and Chu Mingjian's admiration to reclaim the hearts of the scholars. "Luoluo," the crown prince said, his handsome face tilting slightly as he knelt before her. His eyes were clear, his demeanor earnest, as he fixated on her exquisite countenance. "If we emerge from this unscathed, I promise you the title of crown princess, and together we shall conquer this realm. In the future, I shall elevate you to empress, and our firstborn shall be crowned as the crown prince. Would you accept?" This declaration was both a strategic alliance and a sincere pledge. After decades of imperial rule, to share such experiences with a companion in governance is indeed a noble endeavor. Su Luoluo was unique and astutely aware of her desires and duties. As he scrutinized her, delving into her eyes while awaiting her response, the crown prince discovered, for the first time, that his heart raced uncontrollably in her presence. Perhaps he had never contemplated that throughout his life, he had never referred to himself as the crown prince in her company. Regardless of how time might unfold, whether in shared joy or sorrow, or amidst conflict, he had never once invoked that title. In moments of peril, it was Su Luoluo who first appeared before him, and he thought he would forever remember this woman. "I refuse." Su Luoluo bowed solemnly to the crown prince. Her words measured. She held no interest in the titles of crown princess or empress. Her sole focus was on revenge. "However, I am willing to collaborate with you. Crown prince, you must understand, our assistance to you is merely a means to achieve our own ends, such as eliminating Rue Wang." The crown prince's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated Su Luoluo's animosity toward Rue Wang, but had not expected it to run so deep. "You wish to kill him?" "Yes, I intend to obliterate everything he stands for. Crown prince, our immediate priority is to extricate you from the dungeons." Since they were to cooperate, she revealed her knowledge of the underlying motives, fostering trust among them. "I am awaiting the emergence of more individuals from the shadows. The emperor seeks to imprison you. The crown prince is partly coerced and partly curious about who the masterminds are. When the time comes, he will retaliate forcefully, eliminating them all. Do not delay. Time waits for no one. Take the initiative. Even if you eradicate those who threaten you today, others will undoubtedly emerge tomorrow." A glint of ruthlessness crossed the crown prince's gaze as he nodded slowly, producing a token to present to Su Luoluo. "Luoluo, this emblem grants you command over all my forces, including those loyal to my mother. I command 70,000 men. Seek out Jun Moli. He is well informed." Su Luoluo's long lashes fluttered. The crown prince's regard for Jun Moli signified a profound understanding. "Hurry and leave. This place is cold and dreary." "Luoluo, I shall remember this favor." A sense of melancholy enveloped the crown prince as he rose, his gaze lingering on Su Luo, a pang of sorrow unexpectedly piercing his heart. His mother had once told him that both daughters of the Su family were worthy of marriage, particularly Su Luo. Upon first seeing her, he was genuinely captivated. But soon thereafter, rumors of her questionable character surfaced, causing him to hesitate. By the time he resolved to act, his father had already bestowed her upon Rui Wang. Little did he know that the true Su Luo was remarkably astute and formidable. "Be cautious." Su Luo nodded and turned to depart. As she walked away, the crown prince tenderly placed a hand over his heart, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. There lingered an unassuageable ache within him. Perhaps there would be another opportunity in the future. If he ascended to the throne and the position of empress were desired by Su Luo, he would certainly grant it to her. Su Luo hastened from the dungeons, but before she could enter Ningxin Hall, her wrist was seized, and she was abruptly pulled into Rui Wang's embrace. "What brings you here?" From afar, he beheld her approach, regal and resplendent, his disbelief palpable. The transformation in Su Luo over these past few days was so profound he scarcely recognized her. In the past, she had been beautiful yet lacked allure. Now, she was not only striking but vibrant, her icy gaze capable of igniting his temper. Su Luo frowned, rubbing her forehead where she had collided, attempting to free her wrist. Observing her resistance and detachment, Rui Wang's fury ignited, and he clasped her tightly. "Release me." Su Luo hissed with indignation, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. During their marriage, aside from that one fateful night, their physical contact had been minimal. Now, having divorced, he shamelessly pursued her, and with numerous court officials and ladies present, her newly established reputation was at risk of being tarnished. "Release you? Are you not aware that I am here, and you have come to entangle yourself with me?" Rui Wang retorted, his voice laced with anger. "Su Luo, do not be so ungrateful." With the emperor gravely ill and on the verge of death, turmoil brewed in the capital, yet Su Luo seemed oblivious, intent on following his lead. He knew deep down that she could not forget him. If her feelings ran this deep, she ought to return to Rui Wang's residence, kneel for a few hours, and perhaps he would acquiesce to her demands. Since their divorce, Rui Wang's mood had soured considerably. Not only had he spent enormous sums for Su Luo, but he had also returned her lavish dowry intact, a move that had effectively crippled his own resources. At present, his influence is rapidly expanding, and is a time when substantial funds are required. If Su Luo were wise, she would repay all the money. Otherwise, he would not be so impatient to scheme against Lin Yanran and attempt to bring the second son of the Lin family under his command. "Release her." A cold voice echoed at the entrance of the hall, piercing like an arrow. Seizing the moment, Su Luo broke free and beheld Junmolin's handsome yet frosty visage, his folding fan striking fiercely towards the Rui Wang. The Rui Wang swiftly pushed Su Luo aside and retreated, while Junmolin opened his arms, catching Su Luo as she stumbled. Observing their close proximity, the Rui Wang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "Junmolin, this is a matter between husband and wife. It does not concern you. Your Highness, the entire kingdom of Shunyu is aware that you have divorced. Do you not know this yourself? The term divorce should not be difficult to comprehend." Junmolin, radiating pride, shielded Su Luo behind him, while she hastily concealed the dagger hidden in her sleeve. In the presence of weapons, one commits a grave sin. She could only resort to it when absolutely necessary. Noticing the Rui Wang's growing fury, Su Luo realized that during their time apart, the Rui Wang's bloodthirstiness had intensified. "Let's go." Yun Molin Diestilt. And Su Luo turned to step into the Ningxin Hall alongside him. After bowing in respect, Su Luo presented a document to the Minister of Justice. "Lord Lu, this is the medical history regarding the treatment of His Majesty, which I compiled with the Crown Prince and Physician Chen. Please review it. I discovered His Majesty's poisoning and instructed Physician Chen on his treatment." The Minister of Justice, with a solemn expression, examined the document closely, while the various princes harbored diverse emotions. The Rui Wang, taken aback, glared at Su Luo. What was she doing? Did she intend to implicate the Crown Prince by admitting that she poisoned the Emperor? If it were for treatment, why had the situation worsened? Su Luo, you are clearly concocting excuses, deepening the poison afflicting our father. The Jing Wang's face turned icy, his words sharp, a stark contrast to the refined youth previously observed. When Su Luo's cold gaze fell upon the Jing Wang, he too met her stare with intensity. Your Highness, I nearly considered you a friend. During the palace banquet for the envoy from Tianli Kingdom, the Jing Wang expressed a desire to hear her play again, coupled with his close relationship with the crown prince. Su Luo intended to test the Jing Wang, discerning whether he was an ally or an adversary, only to realize the answer without further inquiry. The Jing Wang, seemingly caught off guard by her words, slightly trembled his long lashes, yet desire surged in his eyes. Everyone knew that once the crown prince faltered, each would vie for the throne. With the emperor's condition deteriorating rapidly, should he pass away and the crown prince be executed, a new heir must be swiftly proclaimed. Perhaps even within a month, one could ascend as the ruler of the realm. Who could resist such temptation? Now, every lady behind the princes and noble families were on high alert, scheming day and night on how to eliminate the crown prince and seize his position. Su Luo, you wed into the Rui Wang's household, but failed to fulfill your role as his consort, instead acting as an informant for the crown prince, using your medical skills to aid him in poisoning our father. Now that he lies gravely ill, you seek to use the pretext of an antidote to obfuscate the truth. Is that not so? The phrase to add crime to crime, what harm is there in fabricating reasons, rang true. Today, Su Luo truly witnessed their shamelessness. Casting a scornful glance at the Jing Wang, Su Luo mused. The crown prince was destined to be the future ruler. He had no need to poison the emperor and become a parasital usurper. Indeed, the emperor's elder brother, General Zhao Yu, tall and imposing in his battle armor, erupted from the crowd, his voice resonating with fury. It was evident he had hastily arrived from the military camp and had only recently learned of the situation. The crown prince, with his inherently virtuous disposition, treated all with humility and respect, and he had been managing state affairs alongside the emperor. There was no reason for him to be vilified in posterity. If this matter is uncovered by me, I will ensure not a single member of the crown prince's family remains. The crowd shuddered at General Zhao's reputation for ruthlessness. Turning to the Jing Wang, Your Highness, being thrust into the spotlight, have you considered the consequences? The Jing Wang's expression darkened abruptly, while his mother, Consort Luo, turned pale. Trembling faintly, she gazed at her son, her lips quivering, yet no words escaped her. Sulolo Besilent, the Rui Wang, infuriated by Su Luo's direct strikes at their vulnerabilities, stepped forward, glaring at her. Our father is in the prime of his life. How many more years must the crown prince await to ascend? The Jing Wang is inherently virtuous and respects the crown prince, yet has inadvertently stumbled upon this matter. Were it not for the emperor's grave illness, he would not have brought this to light and disrupted our harmony. And then, Su Luo spun around, glaring at the Rui Wang, as if waiting for their discovery, only to be met with their collective wrath. Use your brain. Such actions are utterly unwise. Does he not dare to act, fearing exposure? The Rui Wang, overwhelmed with rage towards Su Luo, was incensed that her unannounced intrusion had thwarted their plans. Jun Molin stepped forward slowly, placing an object in Su Luo's palm. Upon opening it, her eyes flashed with a fierce determination. Then, let the Ministry of Justice, the Criminal Department, the Censorate, and the Shuntian Prefecture jointly investigate this case. Su Luo bowed respectfully to the four officials, raising her gaze only to find Chu Jiaming standing quietly behind everyone, observing the scene. Su Luo's eyes flickered. Having Chu Jiaming witness the entire affair would be beneficial, for many would surely face his wrath in the aftermath. She addressed the Jing Wang. Your Highness, since you are so certain that the crown prince poisoned the emperor, produce the evidence. There was no turning back. This matter needed swift resolution, for delay would only complicate it further. I am the evidence. I personally saw the crown prince administering the poison to our father. When? Su Luo lowered her gaze, adjusting the jeweled flowers on her sleeve, her demeanor serene. The Jing Wang observed her calmness, his eyes darkening, fists tightening within his sleeves. The Rui Wang frowned, and the expressions of the other princes grew tense. Earlier, the Jing Wang had intended to pin the blame on Su Luo, yet she exhibited no fear. Was it possible she had some hidden trump card? On the 5th of last month, I entered the palace with the crown prince. It was a rainy day, and the crown prince claimed to have acquired a miraculous herb, assuring that the emperor would recover upon consumption. After the physician examined the herb, I volunteered to brew it, but during the process, I harbored a slight intention and retained a small portion. Later, physician Chao confirmed that it was indeed poison. Upon finishing, the Jing Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and he fell heavily to the ground before the inner hall, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud, his voice almost a wail. Father, it was all my negligence. The Crown Prince urged me to keep this medicine a secret. To prevent my disclosure, he gifted me the Moonfall Sword and the Blood-Sweat Steed. I am guilty. I implore you to execute me. Chapter 87. The Reasoning Unveiled Father. The Crown Prince has always regarded himself as the future heir, and I have always respected and supported him. Yet, I never anticipated he would commit such heinous acts. I am truly damned. Hearing the Jing Wang's repeated vows to condemn the Crown Prince, General Zhao Yu, with a swift motion, kicked him away with a fierce blow. Jing Wang, the Crown Prince has treated you well. He has frequently witnessed the Crown Prince accompanying King Jing on their leisurely excursions. Thanks to the Crown Princess' favor, King Jing has undoubtedly enjoyed a significantly improved life within the palace. However, it is shocking that King Jing would betray his benefactor, engaging in treacherous acts unbefitting a man of honor. General Zhao, emboldened by the Queen's support, has become exceedingly arrogant, even daring to strike a prince, an act of insubordination that is punishable by death. Lady Chun seizes the opportunity to undermine both the Queen and the general, stepping forward to assist the bloodied King Jing, her eyes filled with a simmering malice as she gazes at General Zhao. If only she had a capable brother and a formidable maternal family, she would not merely be a consort. Jealousy ignites a fiery rage within her chest, her eyes burning with crimson fury. Now, with Zhao Yu commanding a formidable military presence, safeguarding the imperial city, their initial plan to operate in secrecy has been thwarted as Zhao Yu has received news of their treachery and entered the palace, leaving them hesitant to act recklessly. Originally, King Rui intended to eliminate Zhao Yu first, hoping to replace the general, but his attempts have been futile, compounded by the Emperor's deteriorating health, which has taken them all by surprise. But what does it matter? General Zhao, robust and imposing in his battle armor, perpetually steeped in bloodshed and military authority, emanates an aura that sends chills down the spine. His eyes widen in fury as he steps forward, confronting Lady Chun, whose palpable fear compels her to retreat. Observing his still handsome visage, her heart seethes with rage. Once, Zhao Yu held affection for her. However, she never valued him. After entering the palace, she attempted multiple times to covertly engage him as her hidden power, only to be met with his unwavering loyalty to his sister, rendering her invisible in his eyes, a source of deep hatred for her. The atmosphere within the hall is thick with tension, suffocating. Listening to King Jing's words, Su Luoluo's eyes flicker with mockery as she bows to the Minister of Justice. Lord Lu, I have a few more questions for King Jing, she continues. The minister, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation, allows Su Luoluo to approach King Jing. Since King Jing has retained some residual poison, please present it for my examination. King Jing stiffens slightly, retrieving a fragment of medicine from his sleeve and handing it to Su Luo, who, upon examination, breaks into a smile. King Rui, feeling a chill run down his spine, steps closer, grasping Su Luo's wrist. Su Luoluo, return with me. He is bewildered by her ability to manipulate the situation alone. Remaining here, she might clarify everything too explicitly. Jun Mo Lin snaps open his folding fan, revealing a slender silver needle that pierces King Rui's wrist. The sudden pain causes King Rui to release Su Luoluo, who then raises the vial of poison in her hand. Where are the imperial physicians? The head physician, along with Chun and Chao, steps forward to pay their respects. The 12 imperial physicians are present. The head physician and Dr. Chen appear pale. If the truth were to be distorted and the emperor were to perish, they would undoubtedly meet their demise as well. Thus, they must comply with Su Luoluo unconditionally. This particular herb is highly toxic, and its symptoms mirror those of the emperor's poisoning precisely. Lady Chen raises her brow, clenching her long fingers tightly within her sleeves as she gazes madly at Su Luoluo, unable to contain her jubilation. How now? It seems you cannot turn the tables. Can you? There are still some subtle differences, she retorts. Nonsense. This is the poison that has afflicted the emperor, Su Luoluo. I look forward to witnessing your baseless assertions. Lady Chen chastises. King Rui regards Su Luoluo coldly. She resembles a wild horse, unbridled, uncontrollable, and in staunch opposition to him. Is she deliberately seeking his attention, hoping to win his affection? Esteemed physicians, I trust you have examined the medications the emperor consumed thoroughly. There was nothing amiss, correct? The physicians nod in unison. Every aspect, from the herbs to the brewing times and the moments of administration, was meticulously executed. Logically, the emperor should be improving. Eunuch Hai presents the emperor's recently worn garments, revealing clear signs upon the fabric after being soaked, which astonishes the physicians. Dr. Yu stammers in shock, while Dr. Chow pales. Indeed, this is soul-seizing powder, capable of nullifying the potency of all herbs, explaining why the emperor has been unable to recover despite taking the antidote. Now, let us examine the poison afflicting the emperor. The physicians hurriedly agree and approach the emperor. If I am not mistaken, esteemed physicians, you must believe this to be Lu Yin, correct? Several physicians nod simultaneously, their hearts racing. Could they have erred? This particular poison, known as Qin Yin, bears a striking resemblance to Lu Yin, yet they differ significantly. Lu Yin is a chronic poison that accumulates toxins over time, while Qin Yin induces immediate poisoning, resulting in instant death upon repeated ingestion. From a moment King Jing mentioned the crown prince, gifting him the steed and sword. Su Luoluo was nearly certain this was a setup. The crown prince had stated that he rewarded King Jing due to his involvement with Lung Bisui, yet it has now been turned into evidence of poisoning, rendering the crown prince unable to defend himself. King Jing claims the crown prince poisoned the emperor from the outset. Yet Qin Yin is an acute poison, not chronic, indicating that someone is lying. The Minister of Justice, the Secretary of Punishments, and the Censor, along with 4 other officials, stand in a row, their expressions grave. Upon hearing Su Luoluo's words, they glance at the physicians, and the head physician leads them in a formal bow, stating, "The words of Princess Chongning hold great merit." Lady Chun and King Rui cast a cold glance at Dr. Chow, who, as the deputy head physician, possesses his own influence. Sensing King Rui's pressure, he trembles and hastily bows. This is utter nonsense. This is undeniably a poison, and Princess Chongning is deliberately obfuscating the truth, simply seeking to absolve the crown prince and herself. Su Luoluo lowers her gaze without retorting. Instead, she produces a small sachet and a longevity lock from a robe. Dr. Chow, having served for 20 years and possessing remarkable skill, would you care to examine them once more? Dr. Gao, attempts to argue, but his eyes widen in recognition upon seeing the items in Su Luoluo's hand. His lips quiver as he gazes in astonishment. Su Luoluo conceals the items again, a sly smile playing upon her lips as she regards him. This is the sachet of Madame Chow and the longevity lock of their 5-year-old son. Surely you recognize them. She conveys to Dr. Chow that his family is now safe and under her protection. His legs tremble as he realizes he must obey King Rui due to the latter's control over his family. If they are safe, he would willingly sacrifice himself. He suddenly looks up at Su Luoluo, who nods at him. In a moment of desperation, Dr. Chow kneels before her, bowing deeply. "Forgive me, Your Highness. In that case, I shall examine it once more." Having dealt with Dr. Chow, Su Luo turns her icy gaze back to King Jing, sneering. "You had best clarify how the moonlit sword and the steed were presented to you. I made it quite clear. The crown prince wished for me to guard this secret, and thus bestowed these treasures upon me. I have long desired them, and so I accepted with pleasure." "Very well." Su Luoluo's words resonate with finality, and King Jing's heart sinks as he gazes at her proud and aloof figure. Chapter 88. Fainting Away. Since His Highness King Jing refuses to speak the truth, allow me to speak on his behalf. After Su Luoluo finished speaking, she glanced toward the palace door. Jun Moli had just handed her a small note, which indicated that Princess Bihui was waiting outside the palace, ready to respond to her summons. This piqued Su Luoluo's curiosity. What means had Jun Moli employed to summon Bihui? In Chenda Fei's eyes, a murderous intent simmered as she observed Su Luoluo unraveling the truth step by step. With a flick of her sleeve, she coldly exclaimed, "Su Luoluo, this palace is not a place for your insolence. Guards, take her." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Su Luoluo interrupted her. "Lady de Fei, You have been obstructing the investigation of the truth. Do you not wish for the crown prince to be punished and the empress to be confined, in order to fulfill your ulterior motives? Ever since she had been betrothed to the Duke of Rué, Chen Defei had continually attempted to assert her dominance over Su Luoluo, summoning her for trivial matters, tormenting her, and subjecting her to humiliation at the hands of her palace attendants. Injuries and bloodshed had become commonplace. You are utterly audacious. Guards, seize her. Silence. Su Luoluo's anger flared as she swiftly cut Chen Defei off, her cold gaze locking onto the murderous eyes of the latter, leaving her in shock. How could a mere lowly maid dare to interrupt a favored consort of the palace, the mother of the Duke of Rué, someone who could command respect within the palace? Chen Defei's face paled in rage, her chest heaving as she pointed at Su Luoluo, ready to unleash her fury. You, Su Luoluo, you are bold. I will kill. Are you unable to comprehend my words? Su Luoluo, proud and unyielding, interrupted once more, raising the command token in her hand. When the Duke of Rué and the other princes beheld the token, they were taken aback, immediately bowing in respect. The Duke of Rué, gritting his teeth, managed to bow as well. To see the token is akin to seeing the crown prince. Such was the allure of power, the temptation of standing in a high position. Chen Defei stared at the token in shock, her face turning ashen. The crown prince had actually bestowed this token upon Su Luoluo, a symbol of his authority. General Zhao, you felt a surge of turmoil within. How much trust did the crown prince place in Su Luoluo? If she were to turn against the Duke of Rué with this power, it would spell disaster. Yet he gritted his teeth and approached, bowing, Princess Chongning. Zhao, you will heed your command. Let us see who dares to harm you. Su Luoluo returned the bow and turned to the guards and matron. Come fort. The guards and matron at the palace entrance promptly stepped forward, bowing. Su Luoluo looked at Chen Defei, enunciating each word. Today, many ladies are present in Ningxin Palace. Yet it is only Lady Defei who creates such a ruckus. The emperor is gravely ill, and you have not expressed a single word of concern. You obstruct my efforts to clear my name and continuously scheme against the crown prince and me. If the crown prince were to be deposed and the Duke of Rué ascended, your intentions are too evident. You slander me. Chen Defei's face turned pale, her voice shrill in protest. However, Su Luoluo chose to ignore her, frowning. She had spoken far too much. It was time to silence her. Chen Defei's eyes burned with fury, her body trembling as she cast a frantic glance at the Duke of Rué, who understood the weight of the crown prince's token. His handsome face darkened, fists clenched, yet he refrained from acting. The guards moved forward, restraining Lady Defei, while a cold-faced matron stepped forward and struck her sharply across the face. Su Luoluo, you vile creature, you seek revenge and deliberately find opportunities to strike at me. I shall not let you go. Still unwilling to learn your lesson? Then let us continue. The slaps echoed, resounding in the hearts of everyone present. Jun Moli allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. From this moment forth, none in the palace would dare to underestimate Su Luoluo. He lifted his gaze, admiring the beautiful and intelligent Luoluo beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness. The Duke of Rué witnessed this scene, and as the realization dawned upon him, he was left speechless. Could it be that Jun Moli harbored feelings for Su Luoluo? Su Luoluo was indeed a shameless woman, so brazen as to not spare even a wastrel. She sought to entice any man. The rage within him flared, drowning out even Chen Defei's cries. The other consorts observed Chen Defei's humiliation, lowering their heads, yet they alone understood the exhilaration hidden in their eyes. It was not until Chen Defei's cheeks were left swollen and bloodied that Su Luoluo approached her, gazing at the wretched Lady Defei. No matter the circumstance, the empress is the wife, and you are but a concubine. The crown prince is the legitimate son. According to propriety, they are your masters. Speak and act with restraint, lest, when trouble befalls you, none will come to your aid. Chen Defei's hair was disheveled, her face swollen like a bun. Pain coursed through her, and she longed to curse, but found her mouth numb. The Duke of Jing. Su Luoluo turned her gaze to the Duke of Jing, only to find him kneeling on the ground, motionless. The crown prince rewarded you with a moonfall sword and a fine steed. Did he not expect you to sprinkle the fragrance of 10 miles upon Princess Bihui? There is no such thing. The Duke of Jing shook his head in denial. Yet a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and the onlookers sensed the tension. Was it possible that someone had deliberately set a trap for the crown prince? Duke of Jing, do you not know that the fragrance of 10 miles lingers on a person for 10 days? Carrying it implies that you too bear its scent. And I can prove this to everyone. The Duke of Jing trembled violently, while Fu Ling stepped forward, presenting a delicate vial to the court judge. After a whiff, the judge nodded. Once consumed, it enhances the body's natural scent. There are 20 pills in total. Anyone who wishes to try may do so. If only the Duke of Jing and Princess Bihui possess the fragrance of 10 miles, it will prove that Princess Chongning speaks no lie. Upon hearing this, several consorts stepped forward, eager to discover what fragrance they carried. I wish to try. So do I. At the palace entrance, Princess Bihui entered, clad in a daring and enchanting gown, her expression cool as she glanced at the Duke of Rue before looking at Junmoli. She took the pill handed to her. The Duke of Rue maintained a composed demeanor, yet his clenched fists gradually relaxed. Su Luluo was likely unaware that Princess Bihui was already under his influence by summoning her. She was digging her own grave. With Princess Bihui's intellect, she would surely find a way to counterattack. The ladies who had taken the pills looked on with curiosity, attempting to catch a whiff of their scents. Then a consort gasped, "I possess a faint fragrance reminiscent of peach blossoms. I bear no scent at all. I have not a trace of fragrance." And so they gathered around the Duke of Jing and Princess Bihui, discreetly sniffing with their sleeves covering their faces, and were soon astonished to discover a shared fragrance. Su Luluo opened a vial of 10 miles fragrance and presented it to them. "Is this the scent?" "Indeed, that is the fragrance." In an instant, everyone crowded around to take a whiff, confirming that the Duke of Jing and Princess Bihui shared the same scent, while others did not. The Duke of Jing's eyes turned hollow. Despair etched across his features as he closed his eyes, uttering not a word nor casting a glance at anyone, while his mother had long since fainted. Chapter 89. Endless hatred. The Duke of Rue regarded Princess Bihui from a distance, noting her unusual tranquility. As he clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. What was happening? Was she not usually ruthless and cunning, employing underhanded tactics regardless of the occasion? Moreover, when had she and the Duke of Jing become tainted by the fragrance of 10 miles? Incompetent in her schemes, she had only brought ruin upon herself. For no woman could compare to Su Luoluo. He turned his gaze to Su Luoluo, who was addressing Dr. Chow. "Dr. Gao, are you fully aware of what you see?" Dr. Chow fell to his knees before Su Luoluo, bowing deeply in reverence. In response to Princess Chongning, the old minister, lacking in medical expertise, mistakenly identified the medicinal materials. He felt unworthy to continue serving as a royal physician, acknowledging that all the princess said was correct. The expressions of concubine Shun and Prince Rue changed dramatically as they both turned to look at Physician Chow. How dare he? Did he not fear that his wife and children might be slaughtered? Changming entered quietly, approaching Prince Rue to whisper in his ear. Prince Rue's gaze turned menacing as he glared at Su Luoluo, realizing she had rescued all of Physician Chow's family. Excellent. Truly commendable. No wonder Physician Chow would so readily betray them. Useless, spreading falsehoods, lacking medical skill. Drag him out and execute him. Concubine Shun, in a fit of rage, worried that Physician Chow might reveal everything, waved her hand before the Dali Temple could speak, ordering his immediate removal. Aware that his fate was sealed, Physician Chow turned to Su Luoluo with wide, pleading eyes as he was dragged away. Su Luoluo nodded to him. She would not save him, but she could spare his family. As Physician Chow closed his eyes, tears of regret streamed down his face, resigning himself to his fate. Bang! Prince Rue delivered a fierce kick to the chest of Prince Jing, sending him sprawling, blood pouring from his mouth like a stream. He lay motionless on the cold ground, his eyes clouded and unfocused, as if something flickered within them. "Go summon the emperor," he commanded. Su Luoluo truly wished to leave the palace. Though it was opulent, the very heart of power, it felt suffocating. Everyone aspired to ascend to high positions, to command the world from that glittering seat. Yet, how many lives must be trampled to reach such heights? Upon hearing Su Luo's words, everyone abruptly turned to her, momentarily stunned. Concubine Shun clutched her swollen face, hastily glancing toward the inner palace, while Prince Rue stepped back in shock. Just when their plans seemed destined for success, why suddenly call for the emperor? Two palace ladies rushed forward, gazing dreamily at the inner chamber. Su Luoluo committed their expressions to memory, her long lashes fluttering. The curtain was drawn back, and the screen was removed. Emperor Junmoli, clad in his dragon robe, approached the center of the hall, his complexion rosy and his gaze icy. "I pay my respects to your majesty," Su Luoluo said, bowing gracefully. "I greet the emperor," the officials echoed. "I have come to see father," the crown prince added. Everyone hurriedly knelt, offering their respects. Yet the emperor did not acknowledge them. He walked to Su Luoluo, assisting her to her feet and nodding gently. "Luoluo, you have saved me once again. It is what a subject should do, your majesty," she replied with a faint smile, but upon hearing the word again, "Imperiumodius gazes swiftly dotted to her." Noticing her calm demeanor, he subtly relaxed his clenched fist. The emperor narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance over the assembly, causing a chill to wash over them, prompting everyone to bow their heads in fear. Hatred surged within concubine Chun's eyes as she realized that everything had unraveled at Su Luoluo's hands. This wretched woman, according to her plans, the emperor was supposed to pass away within days, the crown prince would be deposed, and her faction would support Prince Rue as the new crown prince, leading to his ascension to the throne. As the images flooded Su Luoluo's mind, she felt as if a sharp arrow had pierced her heart. Yes, in her previous life, her spirit had drifted to this moment when the emperor perished and the crown prince was assassinated in the dungeons. Prince Rue successfully ascended to the throne, while concubine Chun turned the empress into a twisted creature, tormenting her in myriad ways, parading her around the palace to witness her former power. Meanwhile, Su Yao was crowned empress of the kingdom of Shenyue. The coronation and the empress's enthronement occurred on the same day, celebrated nationwide, while she found herself at her mother's grave, weeping inconsolably. Clenching her fists tightly, tears welling in her eyes, she felt the bitterness of hatred lingering within her. It turned out that man truly became emperor, and Su Yao really did ascend as empress. They had trampled over countless lives, stepping on her blood to reach their lofty positions. Hatred surged like scorched weeds, growing rapidly at the slightest provocation, until they transformed into towering trees. Su Luoluo slowly lifted her gaze, brimming with animosity, fixing her eyes on Prince Rue, who seemed to sense her stare and turned to meet her gaze. They locked eyes. Winds howled, weapons clashed. Prince Rue felt as though a dagger had been thrust into his heart, and as the pain surged, he suddenly realized the depth of hatred reflected in Su Luoluo's eyes. So much hatred. No, he could not believe what he saw. Su Luoluo loved him, had always loved him, obediently fulfilling his every request, consistently performing her duties to perfection. Her loyalty was like that of a devoted hound. Prince Rue had considered that anyone might betray him, but not Su Luoluo, for she had sacrificed so much for him. As his heart bled, he began to feel a palpable sense of panic. Today's events had been orchestrated entirely by Su Luoluo. If they had not divorced, if they had stayed together, would she have pushed him toward the throne from behind? Frustration swirled in Prince Rue's mind, recalling past events. Summoned the crown prince and the empress. The emperor's cold voice rang out as he turned to stride toward the throne, prompting the officials and palace ladies to rise. A palace lady rushed to the emperor, kneeling and grasping his hand, tears streaming down her face. "Your Majesty, you are unharmed. That is truly wonderful." The emperor lowered his gaze to concubine Chung, addressing the eighth prince, Ouyang Yenge. "Assist your mother to her feet." The eighth prince, a striking youth of 14, known for his charm and talent, was often understated and uninterested in vying for favor, preferring to lead a simple life behind palace walls. Yet today, concubine Chung displayed remarkable boldness, gazing at the emperor with tears cascading from her eyes. Chapter 90. Retrieving justice. The eighth prince, pale-faced, stepped forward to support his mother, who trembled and sank into his embrace. The emperor regarded her with a fleeting warmth in his icy eyes. Concubine Chen watched this scene with growing jealousy, her rage threatening to consume her. Such warmth was something she had never received. For years, she had thrived in the shadow of her sister. Why could the emperor not love her, truly love her? The officials of the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice swiftly compiled the case, presenting it to the emperor. The matter was vast, and unraveling it would not be an easy task. However, With Su Luoluo's deft maneuvering, she dismantled key points one by one, clearing the fog of confusion. Soon, the crown prince and the empress were summoned. The empress, dressed in modest attire, bore bruises on her face, while the crown prince, with dried blood on his arms and a pale countenance, approached with dignity. Despite being the most esteemed individuals in the kingdom of Shunyue, they appeared somewhat disheveled. They approached respectfully, bowing, rising with neither deference nor resentment in their eyes. The empress gazed silently at the emperor, her eyes devoid of life. "Who struck you?" The crown prince, witnessing his mother's usual poise shattered, knelt sorrowfully before her, bowing deeply. "I am an unfilial son, bringing suffering upon you, mother." There is no need to inquire further. Those who had abused the empress were long gone, the puppeteers hidden away. Yet they all knew who was responsible. Their eagerness to see her humiliated evident. The empress slowly leaned down, trembling hands cradling the crown prince's face, pulling him into her embrace. Tears cascading down her cheeks as she closed her eyes. She has spent a lifetime embroiled in the intrigues of the palace, enduring unfounded accusations throughout. There were moments when she contemplated resorting to drastic measures, willing to gamble everything for her son's ascendance to the throne, yet her heart ultimately softened. In the instant her tears ceased, the resolve in the empress's eyes surged forth as she slowly turned, fixing her gaze upon the emperor. Junimo could sense the sorrow and seething resentment emanating from Su Luo beside him. He stepped forward, concealing their hands within his sleeve. Su Luo's body stiffened slightly. However, Junimo did not look at her. His eyes remained fixed ahead. Unless one were to lift the sleeve, they would remain unaware of his firm grip on her hand. "Do not be disheartened. I am here." Junimo swiftly inscribed these words in the palm of Su Luo's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on his flawless profile. He was aware of her sorrow. For reasons unknown, the clarity of those words caused ripples to stir in her heart. Since her rebirth, Junimo seemed to have been her steadfast ally. A tremor coursed through her heart. Su Luo forcefully withdrew her hand, stepping back a little. In her current state, she was solely focused on vengeance. The more someone cared for her, the more she feared being a burden. Yunmo Li, the epitome of nobility and unparalleled beauty, was better kept at a distance. Junimo's heart sank, feeling her detachment and distance. A piercing pain, causing his eyes to glisten with a hint of red. This must be the punishment he deserved. In the past, Your Majesty, the crown prince has suffered. The court officials stepped forward simultaneously to pay their respects, their expressions somber as they witnessed the empress's despair and the prince's injury. The empress helped the prince to his feet, her icy gaze sweeping across the assembly, causing many concubines to retreat, unable to withstand the pressure. The empress led the prince forward, kneeling before the emperor. "I beseech your majesty to depose me, to strip the crown prince of his title and reduce us to commoners. We are willing to toil with the people from dawn till dusk." Upon finishing, the empress and the prince bowed deeply. Chindafei, disregarding the pain on her swollen face, raised her head to stare at the emperor, a flicker of hope in her eyes. If the emperor were to consent, they might still have a chance to succeed, albeit through a different means. "Your Majesty, this cannot be." Jun Chengxiang stepped forward, his brows furrowed with gravity. Indeed, the empress and the crown prince had suffered injustices, but the empress and the prince must not succumb to such despondency. The crown prince's benevolence and the empress's righteousness were blessings for the Shunyue kingdom. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Luo Xiang also stood against the proposal, asserting that changing the crown prince at this moment would only incite bloody conflict. Moreover, the crown prince had consistently performed admirably, with no errors to speak of. The emperor, naturally, would not depose the empress or the crown prince at this juncture. However, the empress, who had always been strong-willed, had suddenly become so despondent as to wish to leave the palace, which sent a jolt through the emperor's heart. For all these years, she had never reconciled herself, always engaged in struggle. The crown prince gently wiped away the tears on the empress's face, brushing aside the strands of white in her hair, his voice quivering. "Mother, you have white hair now." The empress nodded sorrowfully, raising her hand to touch it, realizing not when it had begun to appear. Su Luo stepped forward and bowed to the empress. "Do not worry. I will prepare a remedy for you. After 3 months of care, you will be well again." The Empress's eyes brightened as she grasped Su Luo's hand. "Luo heir, I am truly grateful to you." She had once sent the crown prince to seek Su Luo's hand in marriage, but fate had been most peculiar, causing her and the crown prince to miss their chance. If the crown prince were willing, she would still be pleased to have Su Luo as the crown princess. "Your Majesty." The Empress turned to the Emperor. Her demeanor transformed from one of despair to one of icy pride and poise. "If your Majesty does not depose me, then I beseech you to grant me justice." To grant the crown prince justice. Upon finishing, the Empress's eyes hardened, glaring at Chunda Fei and Rue Wang, her meaning unmistakable. Though she lacked evidence to prove Chunda Fei and Rue Wang's wrongdoing, their previous demeanor in the court would make their lives difficult. Furthermore, she intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate their allies, severing Rue Wang's support. Rue Wang felt his heart plummet. The Emperor, observing Chunda Fei's bruised face and Rue Wang's darkened expression, coldly declared, "Take Chunda Fei back to Baishuang Palace. She must not leave without cause. Rue Wang shall be punished with 40 strokes of the cane, stripped of Luo Jieyu's title, demoted to a palace maid, and cast into the punishment chamber. The title of Jing Wang shall be revoked, reducing him to a commoner, and he shall be executed immediately." Su Luo turned to glance at Jing Wang, who met her gaze momentarily before lowering his eyes, his pallid face devoid of expression. His tightly clenched fists felt numb, drained of energy. The matter swiftly reached a conclusion. As everyone exited the Ning Xian Palace, a collective sigh of relief filled the air. The Emperor's health had improved significantly, the poison nearly purged, and the positions of the Empress and the Crown Prince seemed stabilized. Rue Wang and Chunda Fei were punished by the Emperor, and it was likely they would not receive his favor for some time. Tian Qing approached Jun and Mo Lin, speaking softly. "The two beauties have entered the palace. They will surely soothe the Emperor's spirits during this time." "Indeed." Jun and Mo Lin nodded coldly. "Young master, Miss Su saved the Crown Prince's life in the dungeon and is now aiding them in overcoming their plight. It seems that the Crown Prince and Miss Su may advance together." "Precisely." The assassin in the dungeon was arranged by Jun and Mo Lin. Chapter 91. She demands it of him. Since Su Luo wishes to leverage the Crown Prince's influence to eliminate Rue Wang, he would create opportunities for the Crown Prince to place his complete trust in her. His Su Luo possesses grand aspirations and should not be overlooked. Historically, women were expected to rely on men for survival. Yet the world has often overlooked the multitude of extraordinary women who surpass men by 10-fold, 100-fold. People frequently remark that had Luo been a man, she would have led armies into battle, contributing significantly to Xinyue. However, he wishes to assert that even as a woman, if she so desires, his Su Luo could ascend the battlefield, become a general, and seize the realm. Whatever she wishes for, even if it means risking everything, he would obtain it. Standing before the balustrade of white jade, Jun and Mo Lin welcomed the wind. Catching sight of the Crown Prince pursuing the beautiful figure of Su Luo in the distance. Luo. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's voice, Su Luo turned, pointing at the bloodstains on his attire. "Why did you not allow the physician to tend to your wounds first?" Although she had antidoted him, the injury was deep. The old wound had darkened, yet fresh blood still seeped out. The Crown Prince's handsome face was pale, yet he stood tall, the coldness in his eyes more pronounced than usual. Yet, when he looked at Su Luo, a trace of warmth unwittingly flickered in his gaze. He halted before her, feeling a surge of words to say, but upon seeing her exquisite countenance, his heart raced, leaving him at a loss for words. He realized he had developed feelings for Su Luo. "Luo, have you truly no interest in the position of Crown Princess?" I will not take a harem. My life will only belong to you. A woman like her is sufficient for a lifetime." He mused that if he were to establish this realm alongside Su Luo, it would surely be a rare and prosperous scene, a world far better than the present. He would not be like his father and mother, mired in suspicion and resentment, exchanging only biting sarcasm despite being seated across from one another. Every time he witnessed his father storming off in anger, his mother sitting weeping softly, he felt utterly helpless. Thus, he longed to fight alongside his wife, striving together to create a flourishing era for the people. As the wind swept by, Su Luo's long lashes fluttered gently. Her clear eyes brimmed with astonishment. She had not anticipated the crown prince could utter such words. He was meant to be an emperor, destined for a harem of thousands. Yet he, lowering her gaze, the smile in Su Luo's eyes gradually blossomed as she bowed to the crown prince. Your Highness, I am truly grateful for your affection, but I cannot accept it. We could be the best of friends, but as for a marital bond, I fear it is simply not destined for us. A lifetime shared with a single soul is what she desires. Yet the future emperor is not that person. She does not love the crown prince. I am aware that my words may wound you, but I understand. The crown prince's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears as he nodded, gazing deeply at Su Luo, the petite woman who had pulled him from a mire. Luo, I had a dream while imprisoned in the dungeon. Su Luo lifted her face, a gentle breeze caressing her as a strand of hair brushed against her cheek. The crown prince raised his hand, but let it fall again. Su Luo tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. I dreamt that I had perished, that Rui Wang ascended the throne, and that my mother was turned into a human puppet by them. I dreamt that concubine Chan became the empress and forced my mother to wander these dark alleys daily, tormenting her. And then I saw you. You took my hand and led me away from this place. Luo, do you believe in the notion of past lives? That you're the little fairy who saved me? Yes, Su Luo replied with a smile, her radiant visage stirring the crown prince's heart profoundly. Crown prince, the path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Rui Wang will not relent, and the other princes will be emboldened by recent events. Those ministers who have already chosen sides may also turn against you. You must be vigilant. If you are willing, I ask you to protect us in this life. As she bowed, Su Luo concealed her astonishment. She had not anticipated that the crown prince could recall the scenes from a past life. But let him believe it was merely a dream. The crown prince hastily assisted her to her feet, scrutinizing her intensely. Such a vibrant soul stood before him. Yet he felt unworthy even to embrace her. The pain of a heart torn asunder struck unexpectedly. Very well, we shall be the best of friends. I will protect you as you journey forward, and I ask that Princess Changning protects me in return. Upon uttering these words, the crown prince performed a deep bow to Su Luo. She stepped forward to support him, and the wind swirled around them, clearing the world of all obscurity. She reached out her hand. The crown prince's eyes warmed as he extended his hand, gently tapping her palm. An oath was established. A vow was born. Luo, if I breach this vow, let me suffer a wretched fate. Crown Prince, Su Luo's heart quivered, and she quickly interrupted him, I believe. For some reason, upon hearing the crown prince utter those words, a sharp pain pierced her mind. The world changes, and so do hearts. Let us speak of future matters another time. The crown prince could no longer restrain himself and grasped Su Luo's hand. However, a chilling gust swept in. Jun Muling appeared like a specter, swiftly positioning himself between them. Su Luo and the crown prince instinctively retreated a step, and Jun Muling stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Luo, wrapping an arm around her waist. Crown prince, it seems the empress is unwell. You should go check on her. Only then did the crown prince realize he must attend to his mother. He nodded, observing the beautiful couple beside him, noting the possessive glint in Jun Muling's eyes and the blatant display of affection. A sharp pang of envy pierced his heart. He envied Jun Muling, whose wayward nature allowed him to act without inciting disdain. If the crown prince were to confess his love for Su Luo, it would surely cause an uproar, whereas if Jun Muling professed his love, it might even become a romantic tale. Then I shall take my leave. The crown prince turned slowly, the wind rustling as his expression darkened, casting a lonely silhouette that made the eunuchs and maids tremble with apprehension. Is he captivating? Jun Muling gazed down at Su Luo, who was fixated on the crown prince, his heart aching. I was not looking at him. Su Luo tilted her head to meet Jun Muling's gaze. I saw you looking at him. Jun Muling pointed toward the crown prince, his heart sinking as he noticed Su Luo's lingering gaze. He would not permit her to harbor feelings for another. I am looking at you. You are not looking at me. Jun Muling's eyes, like blooming peach blossoms, exuded an alluring charm that left Su Luo feeling breathless. His anger transformed him from his usual cold demeanor into someone irresistibly captivating. Chapter 92. You are hurt, especially his perfectly shaped, vibrant, and enticing lips, which reminded Su Luo of their near encounter that day. A tingling sensation surged through her heart, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze and depart. She raised a hand to her warming cheeks, perplexed by her own emotions. Having been married to Rui Wang for over a year, she had never felt so disordered. Jun Muling stood like a jade tree, watching Su Luluo walk away without a backward glance, his fingers clenched tightly. He had made his intentions so clear, yet she still distanced herself. Did she truly hold him in such disregard? Surely she wasn't falling for that detestable crown prince. Tianqing. Yes, my lord. Sensing his master's displeasure, Tianqing hurried forward. Let that young lady from the Yun family see the crown prince. The second daughter of the prime minister, the one who is both short and plump. I have heard she is 17, always seeking suitors, yet upon learning of her appearance, suitors flee. The prime minister cherishes her like a precious jewel, insisting on a lofty marriage, which has led to her prolonged singlehood. Indeed, upon hearing his master's words, Tianqing felt a twinge of sympathy for the crown prince, realizing the potential repercussions of such machinations. Moreover, following this incident, the empress would undoubtedly select a candidate for the crown princess to solidify her son's position. A secondary consort was certainly a possibility. Subsequently, Jun Muling boarded his carriage, proceeding at a leisurely pace. After walking a while, Su Luoluo lifted the curtain to glance back, noticing Jun Muling's carriage had vanished, prompting her to turn to Xiao Anzi. Let's hasten. If he does not follow, so be it. I had intended to invite him to Fengyue Tower for a meal to express my gratitude for his recent assistance. Furrowing her brow, Su Luoluo reclined on the soft couch, uncertain of how she felt after their earlier confrontation. Facing his enchanting yet reproachful gaze left her feeling even more vulnerable. What wrong had she committed? As she turned a corner, Jun Muling lifted the curtain, observing Su Luoluo's carriage speeding away. His expression hardened as he leaned back against the soft cushion, but a small flame ignited in his chest. Tianqing, he said. His emotions, once well concealed, were now increasingly evident. Are you angry with Miss Su? If you are angry, then act upon it. Confront her, argue with her, strike her. Anyone who dared to offend you before would have faced dire consequences. Why cower before Miss Su? Tianqing exclaimed, making to leap from the carriage. Jun Muling, witnessing his audacity, raised his leg and delivered a sharp kick to Tianqing's backside. Ouch! Tianqing tumbled to the ground, covered in mud, as he clutched his rear, bewildered. What have I done to deserve this? Why treat me this way, my lord? Suddenly, 3 silver needles shot from the carriage, forcing Tianqing to roll away to avoid Jun Muling's covert attack. As the carriage grew distant, Tianqing, still nursing his bruised backside, followed behind, pondering the complexities of a man's heart. Why not pursue her? Just to turn around the corner, and she was gone. Tianqing wished he could transform into a horse, galloping alongside his master's carriage. Meanwhile, the carriage surged forward, traversing Chonglu Street. Typically bustling with activity, it now lay in serene stillness. Su Luoluo furrowed her brows, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Suddenly, a fierce arrow shot toward her heart with deadly intent. Su Luoluo's expression hardened as she grasped the curtain tightly, leaning back just in time for the arrow to slice past her long lashes, piercing the carriage with a violent thud. Instantly, a volley of arrows rained down from all directions, with assassins leaping into action, encircling her. With a swift kick, Su Luoluo sent Xiao Anzi tumbling beneath the carriage, transforming the items within into concealed weapons flung at her attackers. Channeling her inner strength, she overturned the carriage roof while simultaneously dodging arrows, propelling herself towards them. She had anticipated that someone would come seeking vengeance, but she had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Assassins lurked in every nearby building, and as she evaded their strikes, she quickly assessed her surroundings. When they closed in, she produced a pouch of powder from her bosom and scattered it towards them. With a loud bang, agonized screams erupted as the cloaked figures clutched their disfigured faces, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Suddenly, a concealed dart infused with a menacing aura pierced Su Luoluo's arm, causing her to stumble backward, blood gushing from her sleeve. Rolling on the ground, she dodged while swallowing a pill. Just as she believed the danger had subsided, a greater threat emerged. A shadowy figure descended from above, a glimmering sword aimed directly at her head. The oppressive killing intent rendered her nearly unable to stand. This was her first encounter with such a formidable opponent. The assailant moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Meeting his sinister gaze, she discerned that he was a young, highly skilled assassin. As she evaded his onslaught while clutching her wound, she addressed him boldly. "Whatever they paid you, I will offer double. But should you attempt to kill me, you shall meet your end." Such audacity. The assassin, swift as lightning, lunged at Su Luluo, yet she evaded his 4 consecutive strikes with uncanny agility. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. No one had ever dodged 3 of his blades, yet this Su Luluo proved remarkably adept. With a chilling glint in his gaze, he unleashed a ferocious assault. Su Luoluo was forced to retreat, the tip of his sword poised to pierce her heart. Suddenly, a tempest erupted on the street, debris swirling chaotically. A solitary, defiant figure descended, the overwhelming aura halting the assassin's blade mere inches from her chest. June Molen stood nearby, his eyes radiating cold fury. "Release her. Mind your own business." The assassin roared, but upon recognizing June Molen, his wrist trembled. This was a man whose very name inspired terror. Everyone avoided him. So how could he possibly come to Su Luluo's aid? "I won't allow anyone to threaten her." June Molen's rage surged as he snapped open his folding fan, unleashing 6 gleaming daggers that flew towards the assassin's face. In an instant, the assassin was struck twice, realizing he could not complete his mission today. Another fight would mean his death, so he leapt away, hastily retreating. June Molen, swift as lightning, scooped up Su Luluo and soared towards the June residence, the closest place for her treatment. Su Luluo yanked the arrow from her arm, pressing down on the wound, grimacing in pain as she asked, "That assassin was from the Dark Tower, wasn't he?" "Yes, the #1 assassin from the Dark Tower, known as Yu Feng." "So it was him, the most feared assassin. I will kill him to avenge you." How dare he accept such a contract? The Dark Tower was finished. "No," Su Luoluo shook her head. "I need allies. He is suitable. I must find a way to make him work with me. That can be arranged." Just then, the formidable Wang Zhongjing rushed in, sword in hand, alarmed at the sight of Su Luoluo's injury. "Fourth miss, how did you get hurt?" Damn it, he had just learned that during his absence, the Lord had sold him to Su Luoluo for 500,000 taels. He was now her subordinate. However, the thought of a dignified Wang serving a woman was less than appealing. "Get lost. Yun Molin Kiks Wang Songying Usite. What use are you?" His words carried a threat, causing Wang Zhongjing to panic as he scrambled to Su Luo's side, choosing silence as they sped towards the June residence. Upon their arrival, the servants announced, "The young master has returned with a lady, a matter of great significance." However, when Jun Changxiang and the others hurried to his courtyard, they found Wang Zhongjing blocking the entrance with his sword, refusing entry. "What is the meaning of this?" Yun Shangxiang demanded, and the steward had no choice but to explain the situation. Hearing this, Jun Changxiang's anger surged, and he pointed a trembling finger towards the courtyard. "Go tell him that if he dares to abduct another's daughter and ruin her reputation, I will break his legs. Let us see if he fears that." For years, young ladies from prominent families had vied for a chance to marry into the Jun family, often willing to settle for the status of concubine. Yet he had never given them a glance, leaving many hearts shattered. Now, he had inexplicably brought a girl back and locked the door. Was this a form of retribution? A sharp slap echoed through the air, startling both Jun Changxiang and Wang Zhongjing, who turned to glare at the inner room, their eyes burning with curiosity to uncover the scene within. Inside, Su Luoluo stared blankly at her tingling palm. She hadn't meant to. She merely wanted to push June Molen away, but in her haste, she had inadvertently struck his face. A bright red mark marred his porcelain skin, and Su Luoluo felt a pang of shock, her lips parting in hesitation. June Molen, with his long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, regarded her with a deep, penetrating gaze. "Luoluo, I simply wish to tend to your wound." He tore at her sleeve, and in a reflexive gesture, she slapped him again. Who could she confide her grievances to? Flustered, Su Luoluo found herself at a loss. Was it too late to explain that it was unintentional? Moreover, with Jun Changxiang raging outside, this was not the moment for disputes. Resignedly, she said, "It's just a minor injury. I can handle it myself." "You should go explain to Jun Changxiang." "Why should I explain anything to him? Do you think he would believe me?" "It would be far better if we held hands and faced him together. Don't you think?" Su Luoluo's head throbbed. She couldn't deny that June Molen's latter statement held some truth. "All right, Let us hasten to treat your injury. Otherwise, the poison will spread and cause you greater pain. You are so fearful of pain. How will you endure it? Since childhood, she had been terrified of pain. Even a caterpillar crawling on her skin would leave her red and swollen for days, weeping in discomfort. Whenever she saw him, her gem-like eyes would fill with tears, and she would bury herself in his embrace, crying until he would conjure delightful treats and amusements to cheer her up. Su Luoluo blinked, momentarily lost in thought. How'd he know of her fear of pain? Yes, she was indeed afraid, but over the past 2 years, she had endured countless agonies, unknowingly growing accustomed to the suffering until it no longer terrified her. With a gentle sigh, she reflected on the unrecognized truth. Yet, June Moulin watched as Su Luoluo repeatedly rejected his offers, a shadow of disappointment darkening his features. His heart felt as if it had been cleaved open, leaving him in profound distress. He interrupted her words, desperate to bridge the growing chasm between them. Su Luoluo, having shared the same space and tended to each other's wounds, felt it was unnecessary to be overly concerned with trivialities. This reasoning made sense as she glanced at her blood-soaked arm, the pain causing her brow to furrow. After a moment of contemplation, she softly suggested, "Just cut it open with scissors. There's no need to undress me." In the courtyard, Prime Minister Jun was listening intently. Upon hearing the words about undressing, his beard bristled with fury, and he rushed towards the room without a second thought. "Jun Moling, open the door. How could you act in such a manner?" However, Zhong Jing stood like an immovable guardian, blocking Prime Minister Jun's way, which only fueled the latter's anger. How could such a scandalous event occur in the esteemed residence of the Prime Minister? What will the world think of us? Step aside. Zhong Jing felt as if a swarm of bees buzzed in his ears, overwhelmed by the predicament of trying not to offend either party. What a misfortune for the household. After several attempts to push past Zhong Jing, Prime Minister Jun's vision began to blur in rage. He had painstakingly raised Jun Moling, not for him to engage in such disgraceful conduct. Now, it seemed, he had audacity enough to bring someone into the residence against her will. It was utterly deranged. Fetch the family rules. I can endure the failure to study, the refusal of office, and the lack of decency. But how can I tolerate such shameless behavior? The steward, upon hearing his master's furious outburst, turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Young master, why must you bring this trouble home? You could have dealt with it elsewhere. If you dawdle any longer, I will punish you too. You have all been covering for him. Look at the mess you've created." The steward, genuinely frightened, hurried away to fetch the family rules. "My Lord Prime Minister, please allow me to explain. This situation is not as it seems." Zhong Jing spread his arms to block the door while pondering how to clarify today's events. Inside the room, Su Luoluo and Jun Moling listened to the chaos outside, both expressing a sense of helplessness. "What ill fortune that we encountered the Prime Minister," she lamented. "It's my fault for causing you injury." Observing the circular wound that had been cut out, Jun Moling's pupils constricted, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the medicine. He had promised to protect Su Luoluo, yet he had allowed her to be harmed. The wound was already turning black and purple. If the poison spread further, it would become increasingly troublesome. "It has nothing to do with you. Just proceed." Su Luoluo fluttered her long eyelashes and closed her eyes, sensing an inexplicable sorrow in Jun Moling's tone. A pill was placed in her mouth, its fragrant essence immediately enveloping her. This was a detoxification pill, capable of counteracting numerous poisons. Jun Moling's voice was gentle, and as he looked at her, his heart raced uncontrollably, emotions surging like a tidal wave that he could not contain. "Thank you." At that moment, she felt a wave of dizziness, her vision darkening, and her internal organs aching severely. Once she swallowed the detoxification pill, warmth flooded through her body, providing considerable relief. However, as soon as the pill touched her tongue, she recognized its components and the intricate process of its creation, astonished that he would give her something worth a fortune so casually. Jun Moling picked her up gently and laid her on a soft couch, then took a cloth to clean the blood from her arm. "You've lost a lot of blood, Luoluo. Seeing you hurt pains my heart." His sudden, tender words struck Su Luoluo, causing her heart to ache inexplicably. She suddenly felt unable to meet his gaze, as if she owed him something. "What is happening? Rest assured, since I am so close to you, I will take responsibility." This time, he vowed to be accountable to Su Luoluo for life. ensuring that past mistakes would not repeat and that he would not lose her again. Su Luoluo chuckled lightly at his words. I have been married and have children. I do not require such frivolity, young Master Jun. In the world of martial heroes, there are no such constraints. Luoluo, Jun Mo Ling's voice was low, yet his actions were gentle, careful not to hurt her as he observed her furrowed brow in pain. His eyes dark and unfathomable. Others may not need it, but I am different. Even if I forget, it remains significant. In this lifetime, no matter the twists and turns. Su Luoluo could only return to his side, destined to marry him and be together. That was their vow. The pain from her wounds surged, and Su Luoluo couldn't help but gasp, looking down to see the deep arrow wound. It seemed the assassin Yufeng was indeed intent on taking her life. A murderous intent radiated from Jun Mo Ling, yet his movements grew more cautious. Luoluo, no matter what happens in the future, you can always come to me for help. During this time, she had been busy, and if not for her unique constitution, she would have been unable to endure it. Yet, he dared not appear beside her recklessly, fearing it might raise her suspicions. All right, Su Luoluo trembled, enduring the pain as she responded, knowing she would likely need Jun Mo Ling's help many times. They had only known each other for a short while, yet she felt an inexplicable, profound trust in him. Do you truly intend to subdue Yufeng? For Yun Mo Ling, it was better to kill than to tame. Harboring potential danger was not a wise choice. If he disobeys, I will make him comply. In her previous life, she had also been familiar with Yufeng, and they had shared a decent rapport. The Rue Wang had once asked him to eliminate a few individuals, and Yufeng had even saved her life once in a perilous situation. Thus, in this life, she was willing to spare Yufeng's life, but if he insisted on killing her, then there would be no other option. In the future, I will meet you more often and protect you better. Yun Mo Ling bendel her wound carefully, tying knots, concocting an excuse for their future encounters. Su Luoluo looked at the bow on her arm, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she softly spoke. I have invited Zhongjing. He will assist in subduing Yufeng, providing protection. For now, her priority was to strengthen her own power and ensure everyone's safety. The road ahead would only grow more perilous. They cannot always guard you, but I can. Observing the slight furrow in Su Luoluo's brow, Jun Mo Ling sighed deeply. Some matters he could not yet explain. If she did not recall, he would not elaborate. I will go fetch you some clothes. Jun Mo Ling gently patted Su Luo's head and turned to the inner room, soon returning with a set of new garments. As Su Luoluo beheld the splendid attire, a wave of sorrow surged within her, as if she had once worn or caressed it. However, she felt it was more likely this outfit belonged to his beloved confidant. Her mood brightened abruptly. She sat up, regarding Jun